Ming. So let me see if I can get other people online, and this would be a Skype call we are going to conduct with any number of people, but I'm trying to remember the young lady. Brain dancer. All right. Call conducted as a brain dancer. Everybody, please let me know how I'm sounding. Technically, if I'm sounding at all. Not starting off good. We're getting like a signal that it's not ringing. Brain isn't online. Oh, shit. So, that sucks dick. Alright, how do we... Okay, we compensate for this by calling Brooke Gibson. But she says she's away. We'll find out. Oh my god. Okay. Ooh, my neck. For those of you who think that this is unprofessional, you're most certainly correct. This is not a professional program, per se, at least. Okay, we seem to be working. So, whoever's out there, start throwing out upvotes, because I can guarantee you that the enemy is automatically putting up downvotes. And, yeah, so these are coming. They're paid for by care of Stephen Outrim, a multi-millionaire stalker of mine who once asked me to have sex with him, and I said no. And he vowed to destroy me after that, and then personally wrote, instead of hiring others to do it for him because he's so fucking cheap, he personally wrote all of these crazy columns of straw man arguments, which of course is the basis for everything. The battery of people that he employs ultimately says are straw man arguments about myself. And so but one of the things that he does is he pays for downvotes, which you can do. Fortunately, he's cheap as hell, and so he pays for cheap downvotes that don't last long. They get filtered out by the Skype system, the YouTube system. And except that it takes about an hour or two to do that, and by that time he's accomplished his purpose, which is to make certain that I don't show up in searches, because YouTube operates on a popularity aggregate where if you get a bunch of downvotes, then they figure, well, we better not put him on a search. So that's his objective, and the only way to get around that is for you to fight as dirty as they do, because it is your war, not mine. I happen to have fought it for you this long, but it's time for you to take up the torch, because ultimately it will impact you. It will impact your world. So the only way you can fight the people who would see an end to your world, because that's their ultimate objective, quite truly, because that's their religious ideology, then you would you just place an upvote from whatever IP address you can, meaning different IP addresses, PC, laptop, everything you got. All right, with that, we'll try some other people. And okay, all of them say that they're away right now. Well, we'll try Viviana Sanchez, and this is likely not going to work. She says she's napping. Oh god. I mean, this is said to me by Deanna Fraser, is that she went to take a nap. Hopefully she set her alarm. By the way, there's no point in my talking while that rings, because obviously you can barely hear me when that it's going down. All right, let's try some other people. Wonderful people in the world out there. Somebody that I could conceivably ride the call on. Oh God. That submarine sonar sound is even worse than the ringing. Because, it's that tense moment where nothing's going on. See if I can lower that volume. Sure, this does long-term damage to the eardrums. There's Mr. Aristide Yornaz. He contributed $100. Of course, we're going to try and get $300 immediately because I had to use that for supplies, just like the contribution from other gentlemen that came in. God bless them all. I'll try to give them a proper shout out today. So let's see what we can do. There's the real Ian West. So maybe he's around. Let's see. God, he's got a funny facial expression going on. If this rings and he's able to pick it up, then we're ahead of the game, which we're certainly not right now. Something gives me the feeling this is going to take a large part of the opening hour. Is Douglas Dietrich waking up, calling around. David Fitzsimon says, "You're loud and clear." Hey, Doug. God bless you, good sir. Hugs. Okay. Wow. We can't even get Ian West. He's not even online. How about yourself, Mr. Fitzsimons? Have you got a Skype address? You want to come on? We could ride the call on you until Deanna Fraser wakes up. Nothing like having an executrix producer asleep on the job. I can't complain. I don't pay her. Holy shit. Is anybody out there? Let's take a look at Brandon Young. All right. He's got a weird empty circle. I have no idea what that means.
Hello.
Our man, how are you? We're live.
Hey, Doug, how are you?
Oh, yeah. You mind if I ride the opening hour on you? What's left of it?
No problem. You got it.
So, my executrix producer, Deanna Fraser, said she was taking a nap, but obviously she didn't set her alarm, so hopefully the poor dear wakes up at some point. Love her dearly, and while I'm riding on you, I'll bring Sammy on with us. And other than that, by the way, I'm not shaming her or anything like that. Like I said to all of our listeners, I don't pay her, so I have no right to bitch. So let's see now. Let me try and add some participants. Sammy indicated he's out there, so we'll start with him alone, and then aside from all of that, catch us up on how life is treating you.
Oh, hello?
Yeah, you're here. Yeah, Brandon.
Can you hear me okay? Yeah, hello.
Yeah, I hear you. Can you hear me? Are you all right?
Yes,
yeah.
Loud and clear. Yep.
Oh, excellent.
Hello.
Hey, Sammy. So.
Oh, Sammy's here. Hey, Sammy.
Yes. Yeah.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, Doug.
Yeah.
Can I try some of my Chinese on you?
Wait.
You gotta amuse me now, because you butcher my language.
Yes.
Now I gotta butcher yours.
Yes.
Okay, hold on.
Yes. Go ahead.
Hold on. Meow 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 meow. Is that correct?
It sounds all right. It sounds.
How are you doing? How are you doing? I'm trying to say how are you doing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. So it's the cutest thing in the world. Okay, this is like what my mother would call baby talk. This is like, just so you know, what that sounded like. The first thing that came to my mind was, you know what they call earworms with the commercials, and they have a
Yeah.
jingle that just sticks in your ear, and then there was the one for
Right,
cat
right.
food that was meow 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 meow
Oh,
meow meow meow
jeez.
meow 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 meow. That's what I heard. But of course, what he's trying
Okay.
to say is "你好吗?" So okay, so
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's terrible.
yeah,
Okay.
so I mean, it was cute. It was cute. It's
Okay.
adorable. And honestly,
Aw.
you know, it's like Andy talking. Sorry, yeah, it just
No, he hears you right now.
Yes.
He's hearing you right now. So
Yes.
you better
Yes,
watch your mouth.
yes, I better watch my mouth. Oh my God.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what. That's one of the goals that I have is
Yeah.
to teach them at least to understand it. Because I mean, I work with a bunch of Asians
Yeah.
and a bunch of Mexican Asians. That's what I call the Filipinos. I tell them, you guys eat adobo and all this stuff. You guys are Asian Mexicans, and they just look at me like asshole. But you know, hey, I mean, some of them find it humor,
Yeah.
and some of them don't. And there's one particular one that, oh my God, Doug, she bathes herself in I don't know if it's Chanel or one of those, but she's one of those that she's mildly attractive when she has her COVID mask on.
Okay.
And when she takes off her COVID mask, you know, it is what it is, you know.
Okay.
But
I'm sorry to hear
you know,
that. Yeah, go on.
no, I mean she ain't my girl, so I can care less.
I get it. I get it. Yeah.
But yeah, she's one of those that she's very materialistic. She has, you know, name brands, and you know, bless her heart. But you know, it's just hilarious because you can smell her coming down the office. So.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Go ahead, Doug.
No. That's that. I mean, we could bring up so many stories that reminds me of. By the way, just so people understand this, you know, one way for Sammy to approach this would be to basically approach all of the Filipinos at work, if he's trying to bond with them, as basically we were all colonized by the same assholes. The conquistadors all came into Mexico and the Philippines and basically, you know, did this horrible number on us. And, you know, we all wound up speaking Espanol. You know, I mean, the really old generation of
Right.
Filipinos, that's what they used to speak. And they just... you know, they went all in when the Americans came in and did their best to kind of merge into the American system. But I remember growing up and seeing
Right.
kung fu movies out of the Philippines that were dubbed in Spanish. It's the most
Right.
surrealistic shit in the world to see Chinese
Joker
people.
and Batman.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
They had a Joker and Batman. One of the first Batman adaptations into a movie was this brilliant Joker and Batman sort of musical that came out of the Philippines.
Okay.
So I know that's correct.
Interesting.
Holy shit! Yeah, and see, Brandon knows things we don't know about popular culture. I mean, I had no idea about that, but it makes perfect sense.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, anyhow, so Brandon, join us here with these memories. You know, women who overdo it with the perfume, materialistic ladies.
Oh.
You know, whatever comes to your mind. With...
Well, what I've been doing lately, Douglas and Sammy, you're there. How are you doing?
Yes.
I think you guys might remember a 70s icon named Shaft.
Mhm.
He was a complicated. He was a sort of a complicated man. No one understood him but his woman, basically.
That was the song, right? That was the song.
So since September's here, I've been dressing in a turtleneck and a black leather jacket and sort of grew a mustache.
Interesting.
Um,
That's cool, man.
So I'm going around with like fingerless gloves, leather gloves sometimes if I want to be, you know. And basically I play the Shaft music on the way to work.
You tell your bad mother shut your mouth?
That's right. And when I get out, I go into the school and they arrest me immediately because they think I'm sort of like hijack. But I love Shaft. I think I've been my life as Shaft has its ups and its downs, but mostly ups. And one of them is being a complicated. The only thing is my woman understands me and my mom, and that's about it. And other than that, the world don't understand me.
And sir, in my case, right, at times my woman doesn't understand me, but it's really just because, you know, I have to learn to
Yeah.
communicate better.
You know what? You know what my
You know,
woman said to me?
it's part of it.
What Kelsey said to me. She says hi, by the way, but she said
Okay.
Kelsey said to me, she's like, why don't you give me a watch for my birthday? I said, woman, I said there's a clock on the stove, you know.
Delivery. It's all about delivery. That
Right.
came
It is,
across
it is.
fairly well.
Alright.
It's that's okay. That's okay. So did Diana said she was ready? Then it says she's unavailable. So anyhow, both you gentlemen. Go on speaking, please. I mean, aside from references to popular culture, anything come to mind about things in your life? Otherwise,
I was actually, you know what, Doug? I was listening to your Puerto Rico subject on your monologue.
great.
It was very interesting.
Thank you.
I think it's a little, at least their situation. I mean, it's a little. Talk about being a girlfriend and not getting proposed to. I think this should become a state.
Yeah.
Least, I think.
That's good.
By the way, that's no shade against you, Brandon, because
You know,
my
my stepdad's
situation.
Puerto Rican,
I'm not.
right? Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I had no
Sorry,
idea. I'd forgotten all about that. You may have brought that up, and I forgot all about that. Oh,
Born and raised in the Bronx.
oh my
Puerto
God.
Wow.
Rican. Oh yeah.
Yeah. And you said so.
So-
Cal says
Yes.
half Puerto Rican. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sammy. Yeah.
No, I am.
So-
Oh, you are. Okay.
Oh, so you're Boricua by marriage then? Okay.
No, I'm. What's the other like? Boricua Sorero.
There you
What is
go.
it?
Now, do you wear
Moreno.
silk shirts? Do you wear loud silk
I wear
shirts?
Kangles. I wear Kangles and
Okay.
like those, the Easy E sunglasses. I wear those because I'm also
That's
from
cool,
from the south side,
Okay, there you go. Okay.
and all these wannabe lokes are gonna get smoked. I just want to
Yeah,
say.
Brandon, your white boyism is coming out real thick.
Well, listen, motherfuck Lee
With your-
Veltman, motherfuck Lee Veltman. By the way, you want to hear a gang stalker? Lee Veltman is his name. He's out there. Fuck him.
Yeah, you're terrible, Brandon. You're terrible.
Yeah.
No, but it's true.
So this individual stalking you, or?
Oh, and you and many and so many other people in the community, and
Well,
my good friend Jiggy, who passed away. He ran a show called Paranormal Hood.
oh God,
he
I
sort of took
remember
advantage-
him. Oh Jesus, how is he?
Do you?
He
Oh.
died. Oh, that's so sorry.
You didn't know he died? Yeah, he died last year. But it was a big blow for like everybody, And I went up and visited them. I made a guest appearance in their show and everything like that. But I'm not trying. But it's a long story. But I'm just saying, like this guy Lee knows. He always he has this show that no one pays attention to with this Australian chick. He's always hiding behind women, and he's always saying, "Well, how's Douglas Dietrich, Brandon? Well, how's Douglas Dietrich?" I'm like, I don't know. Ask him. He's probably pretty good. I don't know. He's fine.
Wow.
But he spreads lies. He'll just say like, "Oh, Douglas Dietrich. Don't think I don't know anything about Aquino and the connections between Douglas Dietrich." As if that doesn't even make sense. Like as a statement, but it gets worse. So he'll tie you into QAnon. He'll tie you into secret space programs and everything that he can under the sun, and you have no idea what he's talking about.
Wow.
No one does, and these losers gravitate towards him. And even the losers are mellowed out because they're it's like the lowest of the low. This guy is just like I avoided saying his name for so long, Doug
Wow.
and Sammy.
Wow.
But I think we should about time people put him on the radar. And Terry Joyce did a whole expose on this guy, and it's worth looking at because he has a restraining order by his own mother against him and stuff like that. But he constantly says my name, and I've tried to forget about this guy, but he constantly lumps me and Douglas and a bunch of other people just randomly into MK Ultra and into falsely into like supporting Michael Aquino, all this like weird Time Cube and QAnon stuff that anyway, shouldn't really matter.
Right.
You know?
Right. No. I mean, I'm so sorry to hear that. I mean, it sounds just like a lost individual, and you know, these people are out there, and well, I was showing Sammy just the other day, and I could show you now if we go on to screen share some other clown, and the problem is I don't want this individual to stop what he's doing, because I think what this dude is doing is in his own weird way is adding to my mystique by consistently attacking me. So I'm not going to bring it up. You and I will discuss it privately because it's really quite funny. But aside from that, yes, some of these are more examples of what is pathetic. So I can understand why you didn't bring this up before. With the that being said, however, so when I was talking to Peter Moon about I had some private conversations with him, and he also heard the episode where I was speaking about Puerto Rico compared to Taiwan, and he just felt that that no one in America even knows these things, and that basically he felt that the Japanese really suckered the Americans into having to fight for Taiwan to basically, so when they gave it over to the nationalist Chinese, they wouldn't need to bother investing in defending it. They would just let the Americans take over and be forced to, or obliged to, basically preserve the island. Of course, since that time, and basically the reestablishment of the Dietrich Artilect on the island, and it's becoming the major source of microchips in the world, and the highest technology level society on the planet. Now America's just, it has no choice. It's not a question of any interpretations of vague documentation. It's simply America without those microchips is going to die. And so they just have to defend Taiwan at this point. So all of that being said, yes, let me turn it back over to you guys, because we can always come back to that subject later. But I just find this background of Brandon with Puerto Rico to be fascinating. And
really?
Yeah, of course. And I find Sammy's interactions at work to be quite touching. I mean, you know, the sad and tragic part of it was that in the old days, of course, the main language for Cathay Pacific would have been Cantonese, the Cantonese dialect. And then when the communist Chinese took over and forced them to switch to Mandarin Chinese, this is something that probably many of the older employees have probably been phasing out over the past several years. But since the crackdowns, you know, starting about half a decade ago, it's just been getting worse and worse. I mean, I don't know what the ultimate future is for Cathay Pacific, but it's a strange situation to be in. So I mean, you've got Sammy trying to work with their communist Chinese Zoom, which he can share us some stories about that, and all the problems that come with that. And of course, they would make him use Zoom. But
right.
The whole thing is
tell you what, it's the shift that, because this really all started back maybe 2018. At least in my world, when you were talking about what's going on in Hong Kong prior to that pandemic, but till today, it's the most of the staff is Filipino. I mean, there is maybe 2 or 3 that are Chinese background, but the majority of them are Filipino, and you know, I joke around with them because that's just my way of being comfortable and. You know, they find it humor, but to a certain extent, you can see where pretty much where the communist empire has kind of affected business, where even their companies that, you know, Cathay is the largest airline in Hong Kong. It's different now. It's different where everything's pretty much uncertain, and it's kind of like. How I feel about their senior staff is they're waiting for something and they just don't know what it is. And my intuition says they're really waiting for the communists if they're going to strike Taiwan.
Right.
And all their operations, I mean, it's going, but it's not like how it used to be, where they had flights going in and out, and you know, they're moving. It's almost like they're waiting for something, and they're just not operating how they used to. It's not the same.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, and by the way, we do have Brain Dancer with us. So this is the lovely Deanna Fraser. So, honey, let's check your audio. Say hi.
I have to turn off the show, so I'm going to mute again.
Okay. No worries. She's turning off the show, and so we hear her. That's the good news. We know that her audio is working. This will give me a short chance, I suppose, for a break after I get the hyperlinks up, which is what Ooh, yeah, that.
Sorry.
No worries.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, no worries. No.
Douglas, put away the lizard.
Yes, the one I'm choking. Yes, that's. Oh, okay. That's So now that obscene vision is in everybody's mind. So Deanna, you said you were going to turn the show off. What did you do? Turn off everything? There we are.
I had it on YouTube.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, so, honey, so here's my plan. I'm going to, with yourself and Brandon and Sammy, we're going to take it to around the top of the hour. And what I'm going to do is a few moments before the top of the hour, we're going to hang up and I'm going to reestablish the call with you. Okay? And then.
Very well. I apologize for the inexperience. I want to.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not worried because I know you encounter all these snafus all the time.
Yes.
So I had the account going.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine it timed out while I was preparing a morsel, which I didn't need, but I'm the type of person like, oh my gosh, if I don't have food in front of me, I'm gonna starve.
Oh, no worries. Do you know what to do for that? What you do is you put on. I have a screensaver, and so what you do is you have two screens up. You know how when you take multiple screens, you're putting up screen after screen for different things you're referencing while you're on the program. And here I can show you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share screen right now and give you an example of this rather than just explain it. So okay, so can all three of you see this? The cursor moving around on the call? Can
I do now?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Now, because I called Brandon Young and the call is riding on him, he is considered the main call, so that's why he's the bigger block. Whereas Sammy and our Lady Deanna are riding on his call, so they're the smaller blocks. Just so you know. And then, so what happens?
He's a big kid on the block, yo.
Yes. and so what happens is right now we're on the YouTube, and what I will have at all times is I will have a basically something I retain on mute, and it's a 24-hour a day screensaver, and you can just look around for these things 24-hour a day where they play music and rain. It just needs some
Elvis
motion.
And Frank Sinatra in the same cafe.
Yeah, there we are. Yes.
It's Bogart.
Yeah. And so there are people that do this, and so you just look around for those 24-hour a day oldies playing whatever, and so maintain that on silent. And then whenever you move away from the screen, you switch to this screen. And then so long as it's got something moving on it, the screen will not shut down, because otherwise it'll shut down and you lose everything. It's not supposed
Douglas?
to. Yeah.
Douglas?
Yeah, honey.
You're speaking to a techno muggle.
Oh, okay.
So I asked that we do this another time to teach me this, because I hear your words, I comprehend your meaning, but as far as executing it, I'm like, what you be talking about, Willis? So, wow. Yeah,
okay.
You'll teach me after this. I mean, not tonight after the show, but during the week.
Yeah, sounds good, honey.
Only 1 pound of flesh.
Yes. And I wanted to say thank you to everybody in the chat room. T-Tank Berry says, "What up, Doug? Greetings from the Eel River." And Our Lady How Far Is Away, that's Our Lady Deanna Fraser, also known as Mirth Ling. And so she says, Skype timed out, got it back, reckon too late. Okay, so that's what all that was about. So, and what I'm going to do now is get the hyperlinks up and then send that over to Peter so he can also share that. And meanwhile, everybody start talking, please, while I, attend to these various things. Somebody's washing dishes or something like that.
Yeah, that's me. My bad.
Oh, no worries. That's cute.
Okay.
Yeah. And at any rate, Deanna, tell us about how things have been going with you. Or I don't know if you've heard any of the conversation between Sammy and our man Brandon, but yes, whatever that brings.
I did. I was deeply amused the way Brandon was using his swagger speech about Shaft and all that. So.
Well,
yes.
It's true. I don't know if you have any tips that I could employ on my day, because what I do is I wake up and I put an earring in first thing, and I put my rings on, and then I put like sort of fingerless gloves, and then I put leather on and black turtleneck sweater, and I make sure my mustache is very trim, and I go around punching people basically, and then getting information. So, but I always have that Shaft theme song, playing in the background.
Sorry, you know what, Brandon?
Yeah.
You know what, Brandon? I'm sorry, but you just sound like an angry white guy.
Yeah.
No. It's my theater sort of. It's my theater preparation. You've heard of Daniel Day-Lewis? He's a method actor. This is my method acting. Yeah.
When you say turtleneck and all that, I'm picturing Steve Jobs for some reason.
My Shaft is Steve Jobs.
Yeah. Well, Carl Sagan made the turtleneck famous.
The white person's Shaft is Steve Jobs.
Yes. Well, if you're
or
lucky,
like Bill Gates. Beam. Yeah. Right.
Well, you could frighten.
I'm only talking about Microsoft.
You can frighten you can frighten the information out of them by overdoing the swagger.
Oh yeah, that's what I do. That's what I do, and and I scare them so much that they give it up.
They're like, "What is this? Why, boy?"
And then and then I run away, and then they're like, "What happened?" I'm like, "I'm gone."
So how did we get on virtual blackface? This is like this is kind of like what this is. It's rather, how would I say it, disturbing in its own right, but
well, in that case, I'm going to contextualize last week's story about the teacher at Walmart, the conversation. It began because I noticed that she had spider-formed earrings. They're not actual spiders, but in the form to suggest that they're spiders. So I pointed to them, I said, "Are those spiders?" She said, "Yes, I'm a teacher." And that's how the conversation began about how it's not about the fact that she has a stroke, but she told me that she's recovering from the stroke, and she took a year off not only to recuperate, but having returned to the school system with the children being home during COVID. She said they're little monsters now because they were they were in the company of their parents, and they took on the negative attributes of their parents.
Or positive in very rare cases. Yeah.
So I was like, well, I feel for you, because I have greater respect for teachers, having worked part-time at Catholic Charities After School Enrichment Program, which is essentially another place to place the children while the mommy and daddy are at work, attempting to keep the rent paid.
Wow. Yeah. That's So answer that, of course, with your experience, Brandon.
Okay. I mean, I would just say thank you as an educator myself. Having to face a lot of backlash these days from people who just hate the education system, but they don't have a better alternative, of course. And they think it's homeschooling. But then, yet we see when COVID happened.
They think it's what?
Homeschooling.
They think the answer is just homeschooling. is just homosexual. And someday, I mean, in very rare cases, it is, right?
No, really rare.
Very
Yes.
rare, but they exist, and I even know about these. So, but in other cases, it's not. In most cases, let's say, it's not the answer, because there has been a marked, how can I say this, regression in aptitude, reading comprehension, social skills, etc., just from 1 year being off distance learning. And I'm all for distance learning. I love distance learning on the computer. I love Signum University, took a master's in it, whatever. This is different. This is like emerging minds, evolving minds during these sort of prime years. And so, yeah, I agree. Thank you for having an appreciation, Diane.
Deanna, the thing is, you know something. You meaning the general listeners in general.
Mhm.
You know the concept. You know there's the existence of whatever structure, whatever platform, but until you're actually, pardon? Until you're actually immersed, you have no idea what's really going on the other side, on the inside. So even though it was an hour, maybe 2 hours, I don't recall, because it was well over a decade ago, to know that these individuals who are teachers full-time in the school system are paid what they're paid, which I don't know what it is, but I've heard tell that it's very paltry compared to other professions. And their job doesn't start when the school bell starts. It starts hours before and it's hours after, and all the expenses out of pocket because there's no government funding for these supplies or what have you. And to have to having to deal, I don't want to use the word deal, but that's the first thing that comes to mind, having to move around all these puzzle pieces and deal with the different personalities and hope that some of it sinks in, so that not only that they pass, but they're enriched.
Mhm.
So, and I did this only 2 hours tops a week, a few days a week, and I was like, oh my gosh, they're whining, they're tired, and I'm not saying that as a negative, but as an
No, you're right.
observation.
I agree. Yeah.
As an observation, they already went to school. They had to get up early, which is biologically wrong for the body, for their age, for the brain, and to be pushed even further. So.
Oh my God, what a nightmare. By the way, I want to say hello to Vicky Johnson. She says, hello, Douglas, with hearts in her eyes in her emoji. And I want to say back, I love you dearly, Vicky. Now, so that being said, I do want a better word. As you said, you don't like the word deal because deal implies that there's a give and take. What we have here instead is contending. They're contending with these challenges.
Thank you. That's the one.
Okay. And
Speaking of being on the inside, you watch something like a game show and you know the answers, but when you're on the shows, your mind goes not blank, but it's like, I know the word I want to use. I can't think of it right now.
Yeah, I get it. And believe me, I've been there all the time, and without help from my friends, I could never get certain phrases out. Now, I'm hoping that, hey, Sammy, join us. I'm hoping the three of you can hold us to the top of the hour. I'm going to make some tea, refresh myself a bit, and then I'll be able to return, and then, then we're going to reestablish the call, riding on dear Diana. At that point, of course, everybody will phase out, and Pete will phase in, Pete the Moon Man. But you're all holding so well, and obviously education is the most important topic of any age. And we are obviously in for a supermassive dislocation because COVID destroyed a generation. We have a lost generation. How are we going to cope with this? These are people completely dependent on technology and yet unable to perform simple arithmetic or reading or writing. I mean, it's we're doomed. So aside from the total collapse of civilization, which is simply too complex for these knuckle-dragging troglodytes to maintain, well, you know, at that point we have to rebuild. But what do we rebuild with? I mean, our materials are just you know, it's sad. It's beyond sad. It's devastating. It's catastrophic. This is the equivalent of we got hit by a meteorite, except that would be more.
Right.
That would be merciful. That would that would be merciful and quick. So okay, let me turn it over to all of you to discuss our pending doom. And in the interim, you know, we will. Well, fortunately, you'll have your Vulcan intervention from Taiwan. They've maintained their education, even though I complain about the cultural degeneracy of Taiwan. And yes, there is a cultural degeneracy that I've brought up, not in the sense of people doping or doing anything self-destructive like you know, bleach challenges or something, but rather they've stopped teaching Chinese culture because they're trying to identify more and more as a non-Chinese nation state. They're maintaining the language, the traditional Chinese language, but not the history. So that is, you know, that is a travesty. There is no true China anymore. China is now an ideal like olden Rome. And so, you know, that being expressed, I will, you know, withdraw for a few minutes. I'm going to go mute. And thank God all of you are here. And of course, when Pete retires for the evening, I'll be calling on all of you again, except maybe Brandon, who's probably going to be going to sleep and getting up tomorrow morning. Correct, Brandon? I take it.
Correct, but you can still try me.
Okay, I'll try. All right, sounds good.
Telling his woman what to do.
Yeah, tell his woman what to do. My woman. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to go there because, of course, we've already done the virtual blackface for the day. All I could do is just top it off by tap dancing on the table. So that being said, we now go mute. Thank you.
Well, that's not a challenging segue. No pressure, no pressure.
Is Sammy with us? I guess not. It's just me and you. All right, cool.
Alrighty. So, did we exhaust the education and the tongue-in-cheek masculine, feminine roles?
I don't think so. I mean, there's no exhausting that topic, in my opinion.
True. You know
what I mean?
Have you ever had the pleasure of? Do you even know of the vintage sitcom My Living Doll?
No, what is that from? Tell me.
That is Julie Newmar and Bob Cummings.
Oh, okay. I know Julie Newmar, yeah.
What red-blooded man or women don't know about Julie Newmar?
Right.
I mean, she's still... I was smoothed by her at one of those monster whatever conventions. I was getting something for a friend from her car, a back brace. And Julie Newmar was headed towards the lot. And as we passed, she extended her arm and her hand smoothed my shoulder. And I said to my friend Samantha, I'm never washing my shoulder ever again.
That's awesome.
I mean, you know, she knew I was kidding and I was kidding. But the fact that it happened was like, I've been graced by one of the most beautiful women.
No, I've never even met her. Yeah, and I've always wanted to. Yeah.
Find an opportunity, build one. But I know what you mean. And so the sitcom My Living Doll was prior to her being cast as Catwoman. It survived only one season because it ran against Bonanza. And you know how the network does. Not enough ratings. Bye-bye.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
I will ask Douglas or yourself to provide a you know, I'm actually going to put the link on
in the chat
in the chat at some point and see if you can access. Let's see. Okay, chat is where? The bottom right. I'm going to open that. And I'm going to click. And it's going to start playing the intro.
Oh,
so
cool.
she's an android.
Right.
So it's the antics of being an android in the space program. Copy.
Oh, wow.
And back to the Skype. And about to paste.
Wow, look at this. Huh?
And we'll see. Okay. And now to turn it off.
Wow,
I don't know if you'll be able to
Newmar.
click, but the one season I've been watching it over and over, and the nuances and the tongue in cheek and the humor, the subtle humor and the explicit humor. Well, not explicit doesn't necessarily mean anything.
I know what you mean. Yeah, right.
Okay, it's neutral. It just means.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Here I am going blank. So I found it finally. I typed in the search. Julie Newmar plays a robot with. So.
Yeah.
If you don't use the correct keywords, it brings up Catwoman. It brings up Julie.
Oh, really?
Like, no. So finally, obviously, I found the correct keywords.
Right.
And I didn't. It turns out that the link that I sent is.
So.
It plays it for free, or at least I hope you can access
really?
it. Oh, hopefully you'll let me know
nice.
if this works.
Yeah, I'll let you know. But I saw. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, in my opinion, it's fun. It's clean humor, but it's very provocative. Very.
I'd never heard of it. That's amazing. Yeah, I love Julie. I love Bonanza too. My grandmother used to watch Bonanza and stuff. But and it was a big TV show.
Yes.
But I watched last night a film with John Travolta, starring probably one of his best movies, and Nick Nolte. No, I'm sorry, Nick Cage, called Face Off.
Oh,
yes.
Oh my gosh, I
don't
enjoy violence, but
yeah,
when it's written that way.
John Woo, he makes it like sort of operatic and with lots of doves flying in the air and sort of ballet of gunfighting and stuff. So the way he directs it is very, like, he's the same director of various action movies. Like the modern action movie is sort of based on his direction, John Woo. But anyway, it's just a weird, very weird film. But one of the characters, Gina Gershwin, she plays the character named Dietrich, which is really funny. I thought that was really cool. I was like, Dietrich. I was like, I know. Hey, what the heck?
Synchronicities are fun.
Yeah, it was cool.
Really fun.
It's cool. And yeah, I mean, that's sort of a name you don't hear too much. So it was interesting to hear it in that movie. Dietrich, and
Yes.
Face Off.
Yeah. I don't enjoy violence, but movies that include violence and war and battle usually are too well written, because I enjoy real romance, but romance movies to me are too predictable.
Well, that's interesting because there's like a trilogy called Romance of the Seven Kingdoms in China. Speaking of China, and that's like a trilogy in a way.
Maybe
but it's a romance too at the same time, so it's weird. It's like a different. I don't know if that's a translation bit or not. But.
Well, but speaking about generic Hollywood or American Greetings movies, the stereotypical type. I mean, everybody said, "Oh, Pretty Woman is such a great movie," so I watched it. I'm like. There was a few moments that I thought were great, but it's typical like any other romance movie.
I never liked it. Yeah.
Thank you. You didn't like Pretty Woman? I'm like, it was okay.
Despite I like Julia Roberts, I kind of like Richard Gere. He's a hometown hero, so I got to give it up for him. And he married Cindy Crawford when she was 18, which is pretty good for him, you know.
Yeah, that's a win for him, man.
Yeah.
But
What's up, Sammy?
as for how you guys doing? As far as Pretty Woman, I never liked it. One, because Julia Roberts wasn't a good prostitute. She well, in a sense she was, but she really wasn't, because she's a trick, so she needs to, if she's gonna go inside vehicles and in and out and make home miracles, and that's what she needs to do, right? So
Right. She's uppity.
A hoe's place is in a trick's face, right? So that's good, but
that's what I was saying.
I'm just flipping. No, but I never liked it. I mean, no offense, I just thought it was cheesy that she was a prostitute, but she's looking for love. Like that's
yeah, it's heart of gold.
I want to bring up another movie. Have either of you ever watched Arthur with Keira Knightley?
Of course, with Dudley Moore.
No, I haven't.
No, Arthur, not that Arthur.
Not Russell Brand. I hate Russell Brand. But yes, it's him. And I know the prostitute in that movie, actually. She was on a show.
King Arthur. So the movie is Arthur, where...
Yeah, Arthur. Yeah, he's like a drunken British...
No, not that one.
Oh, okay. King Arthur is totally different.
With the medieval warring and...
Yeah, King Arthur. Sure. I know what you mean with, what's his name? The guy that plays Arthur is, what's his name? Clive Owen.
Yes, that's the one. I was so thrilled with the frozen lake scene. See, I was
lake. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I know I interrupted, but oftentimes...
No, you're fine. No, I love King Arthur, and we should continue on that thread.
I was at the mall, and a woman who had been our neighbor, she saw me and invited me to see the movie. And she said, I'll pay for it, whatever the snack. I'm like, okay. I wasn't even aware this movie existed. So when the tactic was said, shoot at their flanks, make them cluster, I gasped really loud, like, and Lynn said, what? I said, oh my gosh, wait till you see. They're going to cluster because they're going to tighten up so that they don't get shot at. And their weight is going to break the ice. And she looked at me like, how do you know? I'm not sure if that's what her expression was, but I was so focused on the scene. And then when the one warrior just makes a run for the ice because it wasn't breaking fast enough, and he's like hacking at it, and they're like, no, and he's like, yeah, I'm doing this for our side. It was brilliant, the art that was of that movie.
Absolutely, I agree. I just watched a film recently called The Northman, and this is about
the direction or Norse.
Norse, but it was called Northman. It's about Old Norse and Vikings and sort of Viking mythology, and it goes into the story of Amlin, the ancient Norse Viking whatever story of Amlin, which is Shakespeare took inspiration from. He read it, and it became Hamlet. So he turned it into Hamlet, the same sort of storyline, but he put it in sort of a European context and a modern, by his day, European context. But the story of Amlin, where he avenges his father and mother, only to find out that his mother betrayed him, and it's devastating, but it's like a brilliant film. I recommend everybody go and see it.
I have an interesting. Thank you for that. I have an interesting tidbit that many people are not aware of. You might be, but did you know that J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter may have been, the expression "good artists copy, great artists steal"?
Yep.
Look up the word. Do you know of the worst witch?
No.
All right. Well, I'm going to get that at some point and link it up. But the first one that I watched was with Tim Curry, was the Master Wizard, and it was cheesy, but you can see and know that there was great parallels, and of course it was modified enough so the accusation of taking it is too blurred.
Mm.
But you can definitely tell. It's like, wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
You said this was an original story, but then how come it compares deeply with the Worst Witch?
Yep.
So
well, I think that happens with all stories. You know, you can compare them to something earlier. You know.
Yeah.
But sometimes the parallels are a little bit too much.
Thank you. The parallels.
You know, and the sort of the archetype or the not so much the archetype. That's what an archetype is that it's sort of unconscious and manifests itself without subconscious borrowing of text and stuff. You know.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, that's really interesting about J.K. Rowling. I never heard of that. Yeah, cool.
I learned it at a local flea market back in New Jersey that I would frequent.
Oh wow, New Jersey with the stars shine. I saw a Jersey girl. She came over here. She came down to I call it Red Bank. You might call it Long Beach Island, LBI. I swam across the shore. I said hi to Billy Joel. Swam back. Bumped into Bruce Springsteen. He said, "Come with me on a motorcycle ride." And I went on with the boss. And we went down to Ashbury, Park, and then over to Camden, New Jersey, which is a very nice part of New Jersey. It's probably the nicest, friendliest part of New Jersey you could ever go to, right?
I detect subtle, dry sarcasm.
Only if you're from Jersey. And then Passaic, New Jersey. And I've been all over Jersey. It's a great state, you know. People don't give it enough credit.
I was surprised to learn in 5th grade each student was assigned a state to do a report on.
Yeah.
And for the most part, we dwelled in an area that was rather rural. One of my trip-up words, like rural, shaggy,
Yeah.
So when I began doing the research, New Jersey is one of the most industrial states. I'm like, really? Where?
Oh, what is that? Hold on.
Hey, I have a question. Did you ever believe Jimmy Hoffa was buried at the Meadowlands or no?
I did. I found him, actually. The thing is, like, not too many people know this, but I was at the Meadowlands Arena back in, my dad and I, for some reason, went down there in 84. I was like 2 years old. I don't remember much. But he said we're here to find a body or whatever. I was there with, we were dressed up as EMTs just to get into the Meadowlands Arena, right?
Now, are you being sarcastic or
No. This is true. This is 100% true because he's a big Hoffa head, I guess.
Okay.
And the movie was about to come out, I think, with what's his name, Jack Nicholson.
Right.
And but he was rumored to be buried in this baseball arena, right, the old Meadowlands. Right. And so we went in there and we picked at this like home plate essentially, and we found a head. We found his body. It was cast in like a sort of mummified, if you can imagine.
Okay.
Sort of like a body cast. And took him on a stretcher, wheeled him out, and they kind of covered it up. And ever since, we've had the body. So yeah, I believe that he was in the Meadowlands Arena, unless that was a different person.
I have a question though. I mean, this may be a dumb one, but obviously the level of corruption in that state must have been all the way up to law enforcement.
Absolutely.
In other words, he was not supposed to be found. This crime wasn't even supposed to be solved. being that he's the head of the Teamsters. But
Yeah.
it was almost hush hush, like everybody knows the truth, wink wink, but we're just not going to deal with it.
Yeah. Well, New Jersey's filled with that. Look at like Hurricane Reuben Carter.
A boxer.
The boxer from 1970s was tried and put away for killing a man for a crime he never did.
Well, and it's crazy because it's almost like the people that's supposed to be straight and narrow are the most crookedest ones in the sense of, hiding their quote unquote, this is no pun intended. It's a pun intended. It's hiding their bodies, I guess.
Yeah, well, New Jersey's that sort of like district where it's not New York.
Okay.
It's like welcome to New Jersey. It's not New York.
That's right.
Was that sung by Dylan?
Yeah. Welcome to New Jersey. It's not New York.
But by the way, you can all hear me, right?
No.
Yes.
Okay, so
it's gonna get old real fast.
Oh
when I
God.
Keep doing it.
9 o'clock.
And so you did so well. Love you all. Going to end the call now and call you all back later. And
okay. Good night. Have a good show.
Thank you. And
bye-bye.
So here we are. Now we're going to reestablish the call with the lovely brain dancer. Let's try this. Okay. It's not rocket science. Doesn't work with her, we're going to just call Peter and just establish the call with him, then reestablish it with her later. Okay, so maybe that's what she thought I was going to do. So let's just hang up here and then we're going to call Peter. So with that, here we go. And there we are, Peter. So the call's riding on just you and I, and we'll take it from here. So glad to have you with us tonight, and so glad, of course, for everyone who's here with Peter. Shout out to all of you. And it was a few of Peter's clients who were kind enough to provide some financial income for myself this month. All of that has been used for supplies, and we'll need to try and raise another $300 before the end of the month just to make it for rent, but I have every confidence that as always we will pull through and survive. I just wanted to make certain that these wonderful people were given their due, and they only know of me through Peter Moon. And so wonderful people like Bob Apper, who contributed 100 United States dollars, and of course the incredible Mr. Aristide. I hope I am pronouncing his name.
Aristides.
Yes, Aristides. Thank you, Aristides. Ionas? How was his first name? Do you know?
It's Yarnus.
Oh, Yarnus is surname. Okay, great.
Yeah, Yarnus is surname. I think that's how you say it.
Wonderful. So, Mr. Yarnus, hugs, and of course to wonderful people like David Fitzsimons, and of course everyone else who's contributed. With that, we turn towards Peter Moon. Honor, as always, to have you with us tonight. Take it away.
Okay, well, September 25th, we're in the beginning of Libra.
Yes.
And last transmission, we were talking about balancing the scales. Libra is where we balance. And we were talking about balancing the ledger, the karmic ledger, the life ledger, financial ledger, and thank you to those who have contributed to Douglas's cause. I would, ask those of you who haven't, if you can, please contribute to his cause, even if it's a modest amount, because he's providing a very valuable service, as I've discussed in the past, and as I will be going into tonight. We were talking about the debt, because I had a dream where Douglas has, he's owed a debt. He's owed a debt for what he's doing. Now, of course, my job is to help him harmonize and align with the, existing eco-structure of what we're living in. These times of dire forecasts, and I have one of my friends called me up and wanted to know. He gave me some dire forecast. I'm not even going to repeat it. He wanted to know what I knew about it. I think one of them is that the markets are going to collapse. The markets already have collapsed.
Yes.
They have indeed. And I noticed as I drove back from football today, which went incredibly well, I'm happy to report.
Wonderful.
Very surprised and happy to report. But the gas in New York was down to $3.15 a gallon. Now that's substantially down from its peak. Its peak period. Gas in New York is usually more expensive, talking Long Island, than it is in other states. Not California, though. So anyways, wow, this is really, I think it's somehow I think these politicians, well, there's two things. I think the politicians in the Democratic Party will do everything they can to make the prices go down, to make people feel good about voting for them. But I would also tell you the end of September traditionally is when oil prices reach their bottom annually. That's at the end of September. And I learned this through a co-op I once belonged to. It was, because oil was getting very expensive. This is probably 15 years ago or so. So I could buy oil at a certain price, and they bought all their oil in September. And of course, what happened? The price of oil dove for the first time historically in November. So the co-op basically not only screwed their customers, they screwed themselves. They went broke because they bought all this oil at too high a price. So you could, theoretically leave the co-op and buy it at a cheaper price, but you'd already locked into a contract. It lasted one season. They were giving coupons to give you a break. I don't know what it was, but that's what I learned. So right now the gas prices are coming down. What I would pay more attention to than the stock market crashing. Now, of course, when the stock market crashes and everybody knows it's crashing, is often a great time to buy. But what we have in the heavens coming up next week is it's such a near square that they call it a square. This is a 90-degree angle between Uranus and Saturn, and it is the last of a cycle. I don't know if it was the very last one, but one of the ones we had was when we had the election, the Trump election, where he lost, and all of that kerfuffle that went on from the day after the election until January 6th. And we're still living with the occurrences that happened then, the aftermath. We have people in jail from January 6th. We have January 6th being used as a political, hammer. We have still the potential indictment of Donald Trump. the Hunter Biden thing sort of lingers there, flapping in the wind, as if it's, somebody's got their thumbs in their ears and are waving their fingers at you in derision. Like, we're not going to do anything to Hunter. He's protected by Jeffrey Epstein. Because this is just not in the press very much, or nothing is happening. But so what I'm saying is, Uranus represents the innovation, upsetting the apple cart, turning things upside down. Saturn is rulership, authority, government, corporations, and Uranus in the end will always win because it's the outer planet astrologically. So we're going to have some, at least, if not authoritative crackdowns, like, they'll come back with COVID, they'll come back with whatever crackdowns they can have, whatever the latest one is. I can't keep track of them all. Immigration. But in the end, Uranus will override it. So I would suspect, with regard to the border and immigration, regardless of the correct thing to do, with all of these immigrants just coming over like crazy, and this whole thing of shipping them to Martha's Vineyard, that's very Uranian. That's pushing it in the face of Martha's Vineyard, very democratic area, which is all, fun, to watch these games being played. They're using these immigrants now as political pawns. So, the Republicans are now using them.
Yes.
And it's just, you can say it's childish, but this is the way politics are played. They're not played clean. And it's like, okay. And then it's just, I'm not even talk about it. It's so silly, but I don't think it's not silly. It's just so chaotic. But in any case, well, and then they'll have, the Democrats will, have their news people say, some immigrant from Venezuela saying, well, I didn't know where I was going. I thought I was going here. And then the Republicans will have other immigrants saying, oh yeah, they offered me this. I knew where I was going. It's like, it's just ridiculous. They get their friendly witnesses and interview them. So we have Uranus up. I would imagine that the immigration issue is just going to be more chaotic because of Uranus. It's not going to be, okay, you guys are all tagged and branded, you got to go back, or you're going to do this. And I think it's really interesting. There's a scene in The Godfather 2 when Michael Corleone comments that he sees peasants fighting soldiers, and they don't care. In other words, they he can tell that the revolution is going to happen because the people have their passion. He just sees an incident on the street. Well, I saw an incident on the street. It wasn't so dangerous. Paula was driving in the truck she has, was driving, and so it's very high. And we came to a green light near a mall, and I looked down, and I just had occasion to look down and see the person beneath me. I was looking down on him, not used to being so high in a car.
Right.
And I looked down, and the guy looked up at me, and he was, very clearly an immigrant. Now, he appeared to me, he was definitely Latino, so I won't, say what he was, because I don't know what he was. He was Latino, though. That was obvious.
Mm-hmm.
And he looked up at me and just looked up. There was no animosity on either side. And I could see that he had a, nice car. I mean, I don't think it was super expensive, but it looked like a decent car. And I just got the flow that this guy is Americanized. He's got a driver's license. He's got following the rules of the DMV. He's ingratiated himself into America. And my point is that he seems to be benefiting from it and enjoying the system we have here. He's enjoying it. He's benefiting from it. And he's following the rules. And he's going to be happy to follow the rules because the rules give him security and so on and so forth. And this is what America does. I see it every day. I see it with my wife, who's an immigrant, now an American citizen, been here almost 8 years. And I see when she talks to her brother and her friends that are here now visiting her, and it's like they're looking for America. They're thinking of moving here. They're thinking about it. And if they want to, it can be arranged. And I told them, you know, the pros of living in Romania is just, I think the energy's pure, the food is pure, the whole system is pure. And they, you know, at least one of them owns their own apartment or whatever it is. They own their space. They have a good job. But she's looking for something else, which, you know, I said it's probably a mate. You know, you're at that age in your life where you want to settle down and have kids or whatever. And you kind of conceded that is kind of true. So, but yeah, America has a lot of neat things, a lot of opportunity. They're going to go to Miami. They're going to, you know, see things, and they'll go to Orlando. It'll be fun. But if you're getting into the purity of consciousness, the purity of food, the environmental, I would choose Romania if it was just that.
Right.
America, and then I had received this call from my friend. My neighbor also was very pessimistic about America going down the tubes. Mm-hmm. I am not so pessimistic about it. I'm not pessimistic about America going down the tubes. I just don't think it's going to. What America has something that China has, but China doesn't do it well. I'm almost predisposed to digress into my limited but comparatively extensive background. I said it's very limited, but comparatively extensive background of my own Asian studies. Right. That began when I was 9 years old in the 4th grade. That predisposed me towards Asia. Mm-hmm. By synchronicity, serendipity, and some of the, I mentioned to you once, I wrote a report in the 10th grade on Japanese mythology. I wish I had that report. Wow. Because it was so abstract, it was damned hard to understand, and I'll bet they still have that book in the Davis library.
That'd be wonderful.
Yeah, but it was very abstract, and I'm sitting there kind of writing it, and you can't remember all the. What I liked about the Greek mythology, I fell in love with Greek mythology, mm-hmm. probably when I was 9, mm-hmm. and my father had a book from, you know, his university days. It was on Greek mythology. Wow. I started reading it. It was pretty simple, mm-hmm. and I said, "Wow, this makes sense." Because, you know, I said, I never heard of this stuff. You know, I'd heard about, you know, Christianity. I said, well, this is like just another effort of explaining the universe. What's wrong with this? I mean, it's not something you take literally, but it fascinated me. So, you know, but the Greek and Roman mythology is filled with characters and archetypes we've all heard of. Yes. The planets are named after that. When you go to Japan, you start studying this Japanese, and you're a Westerner, you don't have any reference frame for these things. Right. And they kind of teachers do their best, but they're not really super, we're not learning from Asians. But it's just, this is what I was going to say to you, Douglas, because I was listening to the rest of your transmission about Taiwan and whatnot.
Yes, thank you.
And you were talking about the Chinese potentially enlisting all sorts of commercial ships as a fleet.
Yeah.
And it couldn't help but remind me of, the fleets of Kublai Khan. And I said, wow, well, then, Douglas, what we need to do is invoke, maybe we'll call our book Kamikaze.
Yes.
The Kamikaze wind. This is the same wind that the emperor, I don't remember his name,
right.
You would know his name well, that invoked the Kamikaze, which defeated the Chinese invasion fleet 2 times.
Yes.
And it was on August 15th that, and this is why Emperor Hirohito came to an agreement on August 15th with the Americans, where they would accept his terms of peace in 1945.
That's right.
So it's like, wow, so we've got Taiwan. The Chinese have a lot of tactical and strategic reasons not to invade Taiwan, because it would not be good for them. As there is a YouTube that I've watched that echoed precisely everything Douglas has talked about the Taiwan's system with oil pipes going out miles into the ocean that could be set on fire and would just ruin any invasion fleet, just destroy it and make it a literal maritime holocaust for whoever tried to invade Taiwan.
Yes.
And with all of their missile silos and airplane silos to just attack. It's just, and then the fact is that this is all what's the word, facilitated, actuated by the intellect.
Yes.
Douglas's quote unquote alter ego that's an artificial intelligence. That's that's a whole nother story we won't go into right now.
Right.
But this makes things very interesting geopolitically. And I've said this before, and this is why, if you want to understand geopolitics, there's no better, more efficient place to go than to listen to Douglas Dietrich. We'll have to put in your hours and supplement it with your own study. This brings me to another point. These broadcasts have been making a difference.
Yes.
And it's Joe Matheny once said to me about conversations, and it was kind of like what all conversations boiled down to, and he might have heard this from Timothy Leary or somebody of that ilk, but basically they boil down to, are you still there? Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm still there. Mm-hmm. Are you still there? Yes, I'm still there. But the thing is, somebody's out there listening. Now, the interesting thing, I really want to do an interview when I start my own podcast. Joan Roth is who I want to do first, and Roberto Quaglia, the Italian, who I know from my days in Romania and Lanticron. I've known him since my first trip there, and I got to reunite with him. And he had written a book, and it was only one recipient that, it's not like the book sold a lot, but it reached one person in Bucharest who facilitated a whole, career or career-like endeavor for him, to where he ended up moving to Bucharest, learning Romanian, and it kind of really helped him in his life. But it was just, all you need is one customer, one reader, because it facilitated a whole excursion.
Changing his life.
And it was, I gave a lecture, we're talking, I think, on dreams. And of course, he had a relationship with the science fiction author Robert Sheckley.
That's right. I was trying to think of Robert Sheckley because that's who that reminded me of.
Yeah, he escorted Robert Sheckley through the Soviet Union and through Romania. And Sheckley was, of course, a science fiction author who I knew, a very unique one.
You knew him personally?
And I don't, what?
Did you know him personally?
No. I read his work when I was in high school.
Oh, okay.
It was recommended to me. It was very strange, but, and I say strange, I don't want to disparage by saying strange. It was delightfully strange and unique. He went to Atlanticron, and there's even a picture, I think Roberto sent it to me, of him and David Anderson. They were on a panel discussion in Bucharest back in, I think, on David's first trip to Atlanticron. But Sheckley, of course, so he had written a letter. It somehow got to Sheckley. It was a whole strange way that the letter even barely got there.
Wow. And
it kind of woke up Sheckley in a way that he hadn't been woken up before. So it was a mutually beneficial relationship. But what I was saying was, is somebody listening? Yes, there are people listening to this broadcast. And the different listeners, I mean, obviously some of the listeners, I would like to think most of the listeners are there because they find it interesting, intriguing, they get something out of it. And it's, piquing their interest, helping their development of their own consciousness. I would think, or like to think, that's what most of the listeners are. There are obviously also listeners who are trolling, waiting to seize at any opportunity, at anything that is said, to use as a instrument of attack or to get a wedge in some way. Those people are always, active and just ready to troll at any minute.
Yes.
There are also people who are of, I guess what you'd say, importance or relevance might be, that don't say anything. And they're listening, they're listening for strategic purposes.
Yes.
They could be positive or negative.
Right.
And part of that purpose would be, not always, in all cases, would be to get information and understand the geopolitics of the world. And I give Douglas a lot of credit for his ability, his unique ability to understand geopolitics. Because as I was discussing with him, I think it was yesterday, if not today, I think it was yesterday.
Yes.
It's like people who know any of the information that he talks about are exclusively, with, I doubt any exceptions, it's possible there's an exception, but exclusively people involved in state departments or governments that they can't talk about these things.
Right.
And they won't talk about it. And even if it's legal for them to talk about it, they won't talk about it because they will become pariahs to their peers.
Yes.
And they will lose their job. So they're not free. And even if they do know some of this information, they're not going to understand the contexts and they're going to be kind of like, robots repeating the, national viewpoint on 9/11 or something, and just like, okay, we're not going to say everything we know because, we're not going to admit that the house is on fire because we're in denial. So this is one of, the freedoms that Douglas has. It's also a freedom that I have because I am not owned by anybody. I'm independent, which is as time goes by, as I approach my, the end of my 70th year on Earth in January, it's, perspective means so much. And I say, wow, the fact that I did things on my own and was independent, I appreciate it much more than I did at the time. Of course, I always appreciated it. And now I'm saying, wow, I didn't buy into that. I didn't buy into that. I didn't buy into that. Wow, that's really, it afforded me a good position, and it's a unique freedom. And of course, there are many people who are independent. I don't, not to say that I'm independently wealthy, because I'm not. I am independent, and I'm, I guess what you'd say, reasonably comfortable moving into my old age. But I don't have a huge retirement account or anything like that. My retirement account is, it's my business. But and it's not a business that I need to quit or stop. But I see that so many people have taken choices in their life where they're beholden to their boss, their peers, whatever. Journalists are notorious for this way. It's like there's no freedom. There's no freedom to say what you want to say. Now, there's plenty of people who are independently wealthy just because they're wealthy, and many of them have earned it. Some of them are just retired and very comfortable. But so what? It's their mission in life is whatever it is. It's generally not to stir up the geopolitical winds.
Right.
And so, as I say, who is listening out there? Hello to all of you that are listening. And we're doing something very unique here. And we're approaching this book that I've talked about. And the reason I chose to do the book at this particular time, and I'll reiterate this because I've said it in the past. Now, normally I would write a book. The next book would be about the Presidio scandals.
Right.
And it's going to take me at least 6 months. If I've already started it. And when I did start it, I started it about a year ago.
Yes.
And I had to stop. And there were two reasons to stop. But the reason I stopped, the logical reason to stop would be that, it wasn't going to be financially remunerative. But that's not why I stopped at all. Even though it would be a great book. I was going to stop it because I started getting too many negative dreams. I was getting too much negative energy, stirring all this negative energy that happened at the Presidio. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's like, it's like, God, this stuff is horrible. And it's just like accruing all this negative energy, negative entropy. So you become your own victim. Not that I would become a super victim, but I'm saying, I'm just getting pulled into this negativity. And I'm not going to, the dreams were saying, stay away from this. And can't even remember what I did last fall right now, except that I think I was no, I'm not even going to go there because I don't remember specifically. But and then it would take 6 months to write that book, and then 6 months to get it out and promote it. And then I do the next book. It's going to take me years before I get to the stuff where we're discussing the artilect, the artificial intelligence, the Vox-Arca, and some of these more crucial points of reference that are affecting global geopolitics, global politics. And so then, as I realized, the Reinhardt file, or the Roswell deception, is a book that I recommend you all read if you haven't already, and that you push others to read it if they're interested, only if they're interested.
Well, even if they're not, but go on.
They're not, they should be.
Yeah.
But that book, this is, people like to study alternative this, alternative that, conspiracy this, conspiracy that. They're all off the mark. They're kissing the ass of the true conspirators.
Yes.
Meanwhile, they're shouting conspiracy.
Yes.
And they don't understand that. I've seen this time and time again. We had a good example that I shared with Douglas, Scott Ritter. Scott Ritter was the United Nations weapons inspector for Iraq. He had all the goods on the United States and the lies that were being spouted about Saddam Hussein, who did open his country to weapons inspections. There was a full report that they presented to the United Nations. At the United Nations, the United States took the report, confiscated it. I think they did it under, let's see this, we want to get copies of this. Took it away, hid it, and basically denied everything that the Iraqis had reported.
Right.
So that they could have a reason for a war and to invade Iraq. Now, why they invaded Iraq, we can speculate on that. Some would say it has to do with the discoveries that were done in conjunction with American Department Zero, because there was an installation underneath Baghdad. I can't really, and even before that came out, there was allegations of a Stargate found beneath Baghdad. These are speculative, not necessarily untrue, not necessarily true. But what I would say was that with all of this, Scott Ritter was framed with a minor. He was induced to, whether it was social media, somebody contacted him, and apparently he had a passion for underage people, and this was exploited. Now, I didn't follow the case. It took me a long time to find out what happened to him, and I think I found out from Douglas.
Yes.
but it was like, I don't know, and you can answer this, Douglas, but I don't think he had an actual sexual act.
No.
I think he was, saying the wrong things on the internet and agreed to meet with somebody underage or something, or might have tacitly admitted that he was interested. I don't really know. Douglas will clarify that.
Yeah, and the horror of his situation is that this individual actually did nothing. He simply went online and he may have been cruising to talk with young people. And by the way, I'm not going to try and contextualize or frame this in such a way as to make this individual look like an angel. This individual was obviously in the mood for something. And because he was in the mood for something in cruising, basically he was very easy to take advantage of. In fact, pathetically so. So that's the way it is with people of that nature, however, is that they're like that. But what makes all of this so suspect is that the cop who basically, for lack of a better word, entrapped him, ensnared him, framed him even, this was so suspect in the way that it went down. And I think that Scott Ritter was selected for the job specifically because they knew of his proclivities. In other words, they knew that they could take advantage of that when they needed to take him down. And the reality was he was basically turned loose to do his job, which he was assigned to do. And the problem was that he did it conscientiously. In that regard, he was conscientious about that, and he exposed that the Americans were setting up Saddam Hussein. So when the Americans appoint people like Scott Ritter was appointed to certain tasks where, oh yeah, you're to monitor to see if this individual is responsive to our demands, and America is already set on a policy where it doesn't matter what demands are met, they're going to do what they're going to do, like America was going to do towards Japan. America was on a road to war with Japan, and no matter what the Japanese did to accommodate them, the Americans were going to attack Japan regardless. This is what ultimately led to Pearl Harbor as a preemptive surgical strike. Now that, of course, I contextualize in the Roswell Deception, so anyone who doubts what I'm saying, just read that. But as for Scott Ritter, Iraq, America was determined to attack. Scott Ritter's job was to find evidence that would prevent America from attacking, basically inform them as to why not to attack, which he did, but of course that's not what they wanted to hear. So they obviously selected someone with a glaring flaw so they could take him down and discredit him when he brought the information, if he decided to conscientiously do his job rather than deliver what they wanted to hear. So he basically naively did his job and showed that America was in the wrong. And because of that, they took him down. But he was like preset for failure. So because he had proclivities they obviously already knew about, they had a cop say, oh, I'm off duty. This is what the cop said. He said he was off duty, and as a hobby, when he was off duty, that he would get online and pretend he was a young girl and go around cruising for adults so that he could basically arrest them. I mean, this is basically what this cop said in court. And I can't imagine anything more profoundly preposterous and disturbing at the same time. I mean, if a cop, if I came home from work and I spent all day working with criminals, the last thing I'd want to do is get online and work with criminals. So this obviously, he's either a deeply disturbed or deranged individual himself, not to mention that, oh yeah, I get online, I want to pretend I'm a young girl. I mean, this is like something where...
Well, it's just a cover story
Yes.
for the fact that he was going after Scott Ritter.
Yeah, pretty much. So basically, without going into that too deeply, basically Peter said it all. So they took down Scott Ritter that way. And basically, the stupid thing about Scott Ritter was that when he responded to this guy pretending he was a young girl, and Scott said, okay, I'm interested in meeting you, then he said, okay, I want you to know I'm a cop now, and you've got two choices. Either you submit yourself to arrest, or you try and deny everything, and I'll present all this electronic evidence and screenshot to get an arrest warrant for you, and we're coming for you. So Scott Ritter, like an idiot, turned himself in. I mean, there's so many things he could have done at that point other than that. But he turned himself in, and in a sense, he deserved it because obviously he had these proclivities. But again, it's not like a crime actually was committed. So in the technical sense, he truly didn't do anything. And so yeah, that was the situation in general. And just so people understand, later on, when Peter and I get more into the swing of talking about Asia again, we'll go back to the Emperor of Japan at the time of the Mongol invasion. That was Emperor Hojo Tokimuni. And so when it comes to that, he's quite right. That's very similar. One is reminded of the Mongol invasion of Japan, commandeering all of these civilian ships as they did, and the communist Chinese preparing to do the same with Taiwan. This is almost like history truly preparing to replay itself. But to return to Ritter, because there we had an invasion that was engineered, and the invasion was going to happen no matter what. And Ritter was one of the, how would I say it? He's like one of these, you couldn't even dignify him by calling him a pawn. He's just basically a victim who was collateral damage on the way to that war. So take it from there, Peter.
Well, yes. And Scott Ritter, okay, so a friend of mine sent me a YouTube on Scott Ritter. I haven't heard of this guy. He's now resurfaced. And was talking, and it was a YouTube channel, and not a necessarily big one, but the guy was very interested in Scott Ritter and said, "Oh, I really respect you. I want to hear from you." And then Scott Ritter went off on he is so uninformed about what's going on.
So sad.
In the world, especially with Russia. He was talking how Russia's going to nuke us, and it's like we have no, there's no way, and Russia's got all these nuclear weapons, and da 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 da. And it's like he doesn't know what he's talking about, and he's like alarmed. He's a complete alarmist, and he's spewing a bunch of shit, and is apparently buying it.
Oh my God.
He's not even in a position to know such things.
Thank you. By the way, one of the things I brought up with Peter Moon, and I can't resist interjecting here, and I think it's an important parallel that people should hear. Basically, back in the early days of the internet, when the internet was just developing, and we're talking about really just like nothing. Back then, the internet was like mostly the west coast of the United States. It was really geographically limited, and it was only between a few universities and the Presidio military base, Lawrence Livermore Labs, and this was just basically a lot of career military men sending child porn to each other. And I say that with every ounce of seriousness that you can imagine. I'm as serious as a heart attack when I make statements like that. The gravity of the situation is such that to project all of that onus off of themselves, Michael Aquino created the QAnon conspiracy, which then politicized what was specifically a military human child trafficking or child pornography distribution ring, and turn it into something else that took it way away from the military and made the military the heroes who will back up whichever heroic president ultimately takes down these child trafficking pedo rings. It's a terror. Plus they added all of this mythology to it that just doesn't exist. I mean, weird code phrases that child traffickers use that the child traffickers never fucking use. So they occulted it. They made it an occult act because of Aquino's influence and his love of the occult. They turned it into a semi-occult kind of mythos. But when it comes to what was going on with the individual that comes to my mind, there were some renegades loose, some rogues that were loose at the time. And one of them was an individual whose real name I forget, but you'll find it out when you look up his alias. And this guy called himself Captain Crunch. He used K's instead of C's. So he named himself after the cereal, but he used two K's, Captain Crunch, with K on each word as opposed to C. And this guy was loose, and he became like an anti-hero to the geek crowd. He was one of the original hackers. So this guy was doing a lot of what was called phone phreaking. and phreaking was spelled, I believe, with a PH. So PHREAK. And so phone phreaking was like basically using the digital system of the computer, the early internet, to get free phone calls everywhere. I mean, this is basically what this guy was doing. And then he started doing a bunch of things that essentially gave him a lot of alternative cultural media impact. And so he began getting people to get online. So this guy was one of the original popularizers. And in a sense, that makes him almost a government agent or a government shill. And they expend those people like nothing. They'll use them up, juice them, suck them dry, and throw away the skin. So this is what they did with this guy. And Captain Crunch wound up in jail. Now, when he came out of jail, it had to be like 20 years later from a federal hole. He was brought on for all kinds of interviews because people had this nostalgia about him. And they were saying, hey, what do you think of, the latest this, the latest that? And they're asking him all kinds of questions about not just technologies, but social engineering and popular culture. And he was trying to pull things out of his ass, but they quickly realized he had nothing to say. And they pretty much called him out on it and just said, whoa, you don't know anything, do you? And what could you expect from this man? He's been in jail for 20 years. So this was Scott Ritter. I mean, Scott Ritter is just a Captain Crunch of geopolitics. And he comes out and, what makes it so tragic is that in his day, before they brought him down for going after young girls online, which, yes, renders him a predator, before they brought him down for his predatory perversion, this guy was geopolitically on the pulse. He was the man who stood in the way of the United States. It was kind of like the Chinese guy you see in Tiananmen Square who's holding his grocery bags and he's standing in front of a tank and staring it down, except they ran him over. In the case of Scott Ritter. Not the guy in China. Nobody even knows who that guy is. But when it comes to Scott Ritter, the tank ran him over in this case. And then when it ran him over, he came out flat. This guy's back now, and he's just so out of the loop that he goes into what effectively or essentially is a moralist, alarmist rant. And one other parallel that that I'm loath to bring up, but it's relevant, and that would be, the Pentagon Papers guy, who I personally...
Daniel Ellsberg.
Thank you. I could never get that out without you. So Daniel Ellsberg, of course, was a former Marine, and I've gone into his story plenty of times. We don't need to go back into that. Anybody who looks up his name, you'll know what happened to him. But Daniel Ellsberg was interviewed fairly recently. Well, to me, recently is like half a decade ago. And this may well have been 10 years ago. But when they were interviewing him, it had to be about 5 years ago. It was around the start of the trade wars. It was, and this is something that I really have to emphasize. Whenever anyone had, like Peter Moon was bringing up, when I was talking with Peter Moon privately just yesterday, and all of this will be summed up with Ellsberg in a matter of a few sentences. But basically, when I was speaking with Peter Moon yesterday, one of the things that we were talking about was Taiwan. And he was bringing up the fact that, basically he felt that he intuited, quite rightly, that the Japanese had basically, in the San Francisco Peace Treaty, pretty much arranged it so that the Americans would be forced to come to the defense of Taiwan out of their simple greed. The Japanese very much flattered the Americans. They pretty much insinuated to the Americans that the Americans basically owned Taiwan. And even though they had gifted it to the nationalist Chinese and had helped the nationalist Chinese relocate on Taiwan, a process which my mother was an integral and vital part of, one of the things that the Japanese did, and again, my mother participated in this, was they got the Americans to recognize Taiwan as being under United States military governance. Now, by the way, this is such a sham, because the Americans never invaded or occupied Taiwan. The choice at the time was either they would invade Taiwan, which is an island almost the size of Japan itself, and that would have to be, of necessity, an army invasion. And they calculated that it was just logistically impossible They literally did not have the capability to do it. In other words, take a look at Okinawa. There were as many ships devoted to, or dedicated to, the invasion of that tiny, tiny island, which was a Marine Corps operation. That was the other choice, was we either invade Taiwan and knock out Japanese air power, because that's where their air force is headquartered, or we invade Okinawa and try to get a closer island to Japan where we can bomb it from. And we'll still have the problem of Japanese air cover because it'll all be coming out of Taiwan. But they decided, let's go for the small island Okinawa, and they had to dedicate as many ships to Okinawa as ships were present in France, or off the coast of France, at D-Day. So most people aren't aware of this. The entire effort to invade Okinawa took an equal amount of effort for that little island across the Pacific as it took to invade the continent of Europe in D-Day. So you can imagine, if they tried to magnify that to Taiwan, it would have been orders of magnitude more effort. They didn't even have the manpower. They could have, if they retreated from Europe, took all their manpower and shipped it the other side of the world. And they would have to have done that, and they couldn't do that. So basically what happened was, at that time, when they invaded Okinawa, and the Japanese effectively won the war through a number of operations that we explain in the Roswell Deception, which you absolutely must read and recommend to others. One of the things that happened was the Japanese began to ally with the Chinese. The Chinese, of course, realized the Americans were abandoning them and siding with the communists because of their proclivity for the Soviet Union. And then what had happened was that the Taiwanese got the Americans involved through flattery, saying, well, even though you didn't invade Taiwan and never occupied it, we suggest that it's under United States military governance. And then the Americans said, sure, we'll take that. And that's actually integrated into the Treaty of San Francisco. Anybody who's aware of their history and military operations will wonder, how the fuck did that get in there? And it doesn't make any sense, because every other place under U.S. military governance, like the Philippines, Guam, Cuba, for a period of time, etc., these were all occupied, invaded and occupied by the United States during the Spanish-American War, which the Japanese were using as legal precedent. The Japanese were aware of this because it was a Japanese interpreter, or rather the captain of a Japanese merchant ship, who acted as the interpreter. He spoke both Spanish and English, and he acted as the interpreter because he happened to be in port in Guam when the Americans invaded. And so it was he who translated for the Spanish government, which hadn't fought a war forever, and they just had conquistadorial cannon and gunpowder that had evaporated over the generations. So the Japanese captain regretted to inform them that the American commander of the expeditionary force, who was now in their port, was presenting an ultimatum that they would either surrender or he would kill everyone on the island. So they surrendered immediately. And so the Japanese, knowing about how the Americans operated, used that precedent and said, okay, Taiwan is USMG. So the Americans for years said, well, Taiwan's really ours. It's a renegade territory like Puerto Rico if it had gone rogue. And so they were set to, if they had to, they were prepared to invade Taiwan at later years, back when they had the technology and logistical capacity and the forward projection of military bases in the Pacific where this became possible. So when I said to Peter, I think, between you and I, thanks to the Dietrich Art-elect and all of the massive preparations that have gone on since the Dietrich Art-elect relocated to Taiwan and helped it develop into the most technologically advanced nation on earth, that Taiwan could theoretically ward off or fend off a combined Sino-American invasion. If America and China both invaded it at once, it could probably still fend both of them off at once. And he said, he couldn't imagine a situation in which that ever would have happened. But believe me, whatever I have ever said about Donald Trump and all of the negatives surrounding him, until Donald Trump became president, that was conceivable. Until Donald Trump became president, it was conceivable the Americans would have sided with the Communist Chinese to invade Taiwan and divide it in half between them. That was something that was always there on the table. And the Donald Trump changed all of that. It was Donald Trump who just said, we're going to render communist China the enemy. Until him, every president surrendered to communist China. Every president.
I have a comment to make about that.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that today with Donald Trump. Donald Trump, like any human being, has his negatives and his positives. His negatives are so offensive to people that it
drowns out
it drowns out everything about him. But the real thing is, the real thing they don't bring up, what they really hate about him is not what all these things they say. They blame what's his boorishness and lack of gentlemanly behavior. What they really are protesting is his testosterone, his true masculine testosterone. This is not something you're supposed to have. We talk about defeminizing females, which we do in this society. That's been going on for thousands of years. But also emasculation of strong males. It's fine to be a strong male if you're Arnold Schwarzenegger,
An action figure, basically.
A buffoon.
Yes.
A true buffoon.
Yes.
A super buffoon.
Yes, that's what he is. Yes.
He had all sorts of them. He was in pornographic movies. He was doing orgies. These are not hidden things. They don't, it doesn't matter. He was the Terminator. And he would shut off all the lights in the governor's mansion to teach his children, conservation of energy. But see, he was phony testosterone.
Yes.
He was theater testosterone.
Yes.
Trump is somebody who grew up in a rich family, who was very big, and he's a brawler. I mean, he was a tough guy in school, and he got in a lot of trouble. And they sent him to military school. And maybe it's big and easy to be a brawler if you're big. And he's also from New York. He's not afraid. He loves confrontation. He's not afraid of confrontation. This is not the way you're supposed to behave in society. As I sit there at the football game I'm at Friday, where my friend Thomas is injured, and I sit with his father, and his father was a little toned down because I guess they talked to him, because he's sitting there yelling at the referees. Correct, because these guys leave a lot to be desired. But he says, confrontation is good. Nobody wants to see an argument or a confrontation. And people, sounds like it's hailing outside.
Good Lord, I was about to ask.
It is one. It sounds like hail.
Oh my God. Well, it's coming down strong.
Yeah. It doesn't sound like rain. But anyway, I'm glad I'm inside.
Yes. Holy shit.
But, God, that's loud.
You've taken care of that hole in the roof,
Just
right?
a second, let me go on.
Yes. Oh, this is the
I
apocalypse.
can't really see out the window, but so anyway, this testosterone thing is like, okay, we're not going to show any masculinity. Now, a lot of what we see that could be viewed as testosterone is people shooting people, but that's not testosterone.
That's
like,
derangement. Yes,
pardon me.
Sorry, that's more like derangement. But go on.
Yeah, but what we see, what masks or services as testosterone in this society in our media, and when somebody gets up and stands up for LGBTQ plus rights or abortion rights, this is the testosterone we have saying, we can do this. And everybody is afraid to challenge that viewpoint, whatever viewpoint it is. The LGBT points, this is what we have, is you better follow this. You better follow the COVID mandates. That totally took all the testosterone out of Trump. He couldn't fight back. Trump was an anti-vaxxer. Very strong anti-vaxxer, because I heard him talk about it before any of this stuff came up. He capitulated on this. Some of it he had to. I mean, he had to keep things safe. But he was completely undermined by the whole COVID issue. I'm not saying the COVID issue was there to undermine him, but it did. It came out of where it came out of. But the bottom line is what I'm saying is, and that's just a comment on Trump, but when we go back and we consider Eisenhower, he was the antithesis of Patton.
That's
who was
right.
Pure testosterone. He was effeminate in the way he behaved.
That's quite correct. And it was MacArthur who said, you could probably remember the quote better than I. Basically, MacArthur said something to the effect of, when they made Eisenhower the supreme commander of the Allied forces in Europe, I lost the best filing clerk I ever had.
Exactly. And then we had JFK, who actually exhibited testosterone, not only in the bedroom with all the women that he slept with, but with the Russian missile crisis, the Cuban Missile Crisis. He stood up to those generals. He stood up, and he handled that situation maturely and intelligently, like probably no situation he'd ever handled in his life, because he was kind of a washout as a senator. But that moment made him presidential, and he got Khrushchev to back down.
Yes.
Scared Khrushchev. And Khrushchev lost his job over that.
Quite true.
Which was a shame.
And the reason that Kennedy was able to do this was because of his combat experience in World War II and his understanding that the Japanese had won the war. And again, the commander of the ship that rammed his PT boat in two, and thereby, in a very real sense, made him a hero. It wasn't that the Japanese commander of that destroyer and Kennedy had conspired at all. That would have been impossible. But it was simply the fact that the events worked out just right, and Kennedy took advantage of them in such a way that he was able to get out of the war while still being very much the hero. And as I said, my father had met Kennedy one time during the war and knew of his political aspirations, knew of course, how his brother had essentially been assassinated by Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who had pretty much bragged openly he was going to kill Kennedy's brother so he could never be president. My brother knew Kennedy wanted revenge by becoming president, and therefore my father admired that and felt that he was acting on behalf of the Irish people, and my father, of course, had Irish blood, and so they bonded to the degree that they spoke quite intensively for a matter of at least an hour. But Kennedy agreed with my father, the Japanese are winning this war, and we're going to have to deal with that fact, no matter how the Americans lie about it. And so when Kennedy swore in to his oath of presidency, one of the men who was present in the photographs of people behind him was the Japanese commander of that destroyer that had cut his PT boat in two. And so Kennedy understood what had happened in World War II, and this was what enabled him to stare down the generals, because he knew, You fucking faggots and assholes. You all lost World War II. Don't be giving me shit. Yeah, I was out there in the field while you assholes were slapping each other on the back and even patting yourselves when you could, in the most masturbatory sense, congratulating yourselves on complete military screw-ups and calling them victories. So he stared them down far more than he stared down Khrushchev. Khrushchev backing down was almost collateral. And this is why the generals hated him and said, you're going to die. Because Kennedy had ultimately every intention of educating the American public that they had lost the war. And so this was something that they took him down for. And he knew he was going to die because of that. I've brought up elements of this before. He actually reviewed the film, The Manchurian Candidate. It was one of the last movies, if not the last movie he saw before he died. And he was the man who gave the go-ahead on releasing it because they wouldn't release it without his permission. It was that sensitive. And he said, yeah, release it. He said, let this be my legacy because they're going to kill me. He was very open about this. So that being said, before I turn it back to Peter, I do want to emphasize when it comes to the parallel I was drawing with Captain Crunch and Daniel Ellsberg and Scott Ritter, who I always confuse with that comedy actor from Three's Company. But when it comes to the Daniel Ellsberg, when he was interviewed just around the time of Trump and the trade wars, he was one of these alarmist pundits who came out saying, we can't have war with China, and this is going to lead us down the road to perdition, and we're all going to die. And I think this is the parallel. I haven't reviewed the Scott Ritter interview yet, but I'm going to presume it's probably the parallel that I see with Daniel Ellsberg, is that these men have become prophets of doom who basically say, the enemy is all-powerful and equivalent to God, and you cannot defeat them. To go up against them is like rebelling against the heavens. And they imbue this power on communist China and the Russian Empire that these horrible, authoritarian, third-world nations just don't have. These are horrible, authoritarian, backwards nations that can barely feed their people. If they've invested everything in missiles, I'd loathe to see the condition those missiles are in. Honestly, all I can pray is that Putin goes nuclear and we can just see all of this fizzle and people will realize they've been living under a scam, an umbrella of propaganda fear all these years that was completely baseless. With that, I turn it back to Peter.
Like the Scud missiles we saw from Saudi Arabia.
Thank you.
Not from Saudi Arabia, from Iraq.
From Saddam
Here comes
Hussein.
the Scud missile.
Yes, they told us Saddam would wipe us off the map with the Scud missiles. Yes.
Oh, yes, and there was quite a lot of bragging that went with the Scud missile. Now, I'm sure that the Russians have something more capable than that, but it's not going to be.
Oh, barely.
Commensurately, it will be that sort of effect.
Yes. And I think you give them too much credit even with that. I mean, as I pointed out there, the hypersonic missiles they brag about rely on microchips that are given to them by the United States or sold to them by various contractors. Go on, Peter.
Well, yeah. So the point with Scott Ritter, well, I was also going over the president's. President Johnson, tried to. Well, he acted very, I guess what you'd say, masculine in a very perverted way, but he was not, he was just killing people with the whole
yes, essentially. Yes.
He wasn't, and he would play with his private parts as he go to the bathroom and in front of reporters. Reporters had to put up with him doing this. Right. This is a fact. It's not me making it up.
Right. I heard about this all the while I was growing up, but I never believed it until Peter essentially convinced me that it was all true based on...
Well, yeah, you can read up on it, but when he do press interviews, and this was just his way of humiliating the press or telling them what he thought of them. Of course, they didn't talk about it at the time. And he was very much somebody, he was like a typical politician that will operate behind your back. Reagan, and of course Carter was completely, I mean, not that he was afraid of jackrabbits, but he was portrayed as somebody who was afraid of jackrabbits. And that epitomized him. Gerald Ford was somebody, he wouldn't want to upset any status quo. Nixon was just so manipulative that,
Nixon was like Trump in the sense that his negatives had people hate him and they disregarded all of his capabilities, where Nixon shone was in geopolitics. Nixon was actually...
Yeah, he was a statesman. He knew so much about foreign politics, but he was just a highly paranoid person who would do anything, though he would do anything. He had no morals.
Right.
He had morals when he talked publicly. He understood morals, but when it came to dirty tricks, he would do anything.
Right. Or rather, the best way to say it is he understood the concept of morality, but didn't feel that it applied to himself. And
because it was extremely impractical.
Yes. And just to emphasize...
It's not that he didn't believe in morality, right, but when you're doing politics, you have to win.
Good point. No, excellent point. No, your point's well taken by me. And just to emphasize this point, just so people, to validate this and drive it home, Nixon was responsible for, he wanted this man dead, but he was responsible for the abortive or attemptive or the incomplete assassination of George Wallace. George Wallace was on a roll, and George Wallace could have taken the United States as president. And Nixon made certain, was determined this was not going to happen. And he basically had this MK Ultra programmed assassin dressed in red, white, and blue, who was a 3-name assassin whose name I never remember, who basically wound up crippling George Wallace for life, putting him in a wheelchair the rest of his life. And then what happened was that Nixon was very much implicated in that. And so anybody who follows up on that, they'll find out more about it if you go down that rabbit hole. But trust me, it's very much all true. And so when I relayed that to Laura Lee Solomon once, she felt, well, isn't that a good thing? And, I'm not going to argue with that. George Wallace was certainly, for those of you who don't know, very much a racist. Certainly wanted people to retain segregation, but at the same time, it depends on what stance you have. Okay, are you going to agree with the practical use of assassination as a tool just because you don't like the person on the receiving end? Because that puts you in moral culpability when the other side uses it as well. It's just it's a moral conundrum. But that being said, we turn it back to Peter.
Well, yeah. So, I was just listing the presidents. Reagan showed testosterone because he was willing to fight. Now, his testosterone, was, he was attacking communism. He also, he was a law and order guy.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, there were some negatives to Reagan, but nevertheless, it was testosterone. And of course, where he got emasculated was over this whole Iran-Contra thing. And of course, was that guy Oliver North?
Yes.
It was like, there's all these, dirty, funny deals going on. And, dirty business going on that Oliver North was conducting. And Reagan was, basically condoning and or looking the other way.
Yes.
But you see, and he was fighting a war that I guess wasn't sanctioned. He was fighting communism. And it's kind of like the Congress is, no, we must not fight anything. No, we must not fight anything. There's this bureaucratic, cowardice is built into bureaucracy.
Yes.
It's because nobody faces real people, a real issue. You're facing rules and paper. And one of the good examples of overcoming bureaucracy with testosterone was Jesse Ventura when he was governor of Minnesota, and he locked the legislature in until they would pass the bill. He locked them in. Now, they could have arrested him for kidnapping.
That's true. Yes.
They didn't think of that. But he got his point across, and he did get them to pass whatever they needed to pass. It wasn't like it was his personal agenda. He was doing to be the governor. But those instances are rare. Teddy Roosevelt actually boxed somebody in the New York State Legislature. He didn't box him. He challenged him to a fight. I think he fought him. He stood up and fought the guy because, you know, he was being ridiculed. And there, of course, we've seen instances of fights in Asia and parliaments in Asia and whatnot, where people get up and start fighting in the parliament or whatever the legislative body is.
Oh, by the way, just to put that in context, early American politics up to the point of Theodore Roosevelt, you had all kinds of shootouts. This is how you had one of our leading politicians die in a duel. What was his name?
Aaron Burr, Alexander Hamilton.
Yeah, those two guys.
This is the most famous Broadway play right now. Hamilton. Those tickets go for, you know, up to they go up beyond $400, but it's like, and then you got to wait for, a year to see it. It's the hottest ticket on Broadway, Hamilton.
Right.
And it's the story. It's played by mostly black people, I think.
Yeah, I don't know like that. Yeah, certainly a black guy plays Hamilton.
Yeah, and it's a story of a musical about the duel between Aaron Burr, who was vice president of the United States at that time, and Alexander Hamilton, who was, who's on the $10 bill and who was part of our first, central bank and set up so much of our financial treasury. He was a bitter opponent of Thomas Jefferson. And in history class, I was taught that Washington loved to have Hamilton and Jefferson duke it out because he thought that there would be a synthesis from their opposing viewpoints. But Jefferson's vice president was Aaron Burr. And I can't say that Jefferson and Burr were allied because in those days, the vice president was the one who was runner-up. They didn't run on a, co-ticket like they do today. They're both on the same ticket. So whoever got the most votes was, and in this case, second was Aaron Burr, and Aaron Burr became the vice president. So anyway, he had huge conflicts with Alexander Hamilton to the point where there was a duel in Weehawken. They went over across the river to Weehawken, New Jersey. And what happened was that Alexander Hamilton did the gentlemanly thing and fired his gun into the dirt. And then assuming that Burr would fire his gun into the dirt.
Jesus. And
just say, okay, let's shake hands and walk away.
Instead, heard that. I never knew that.
Burr shot him and killed him.
Good God.
Because, you do one shot, you get a shot. If you shoot first and you miss, and yeah, he shot him. And then, of course, Burr got out of town. And I think he ended up down in New Orleans because New Orleans was not then part of the Louisiana Purchase. It hadn't been purchased yet. And it was still under British rule. And he ended up moving to England.
Wow. And
I believe he married somebody who was rich. If he wasn't already married. I mean, maybe he married an English woman and he went with her back to her home. I don't remember the story. But
that's fascinating.
Incredible. Yeah, that's well, they made a whole play. I don't know where the play goes
I would presume they do something. God knows. I don't know
Oh,
how
it's
they
got
would.
to. I mean, there's a lot of room for drama in there.
Yeah.
Now, keep in mind, Broadway would love to portray these characters because they wore all of this gay costumes that they wore.
Yes, they were powdered and wigged. Yes.
Oh yeah, yeah. And Hamilton was, probably the, most effeminate of those people at that time. It's not to say he was gay, but they all dressed gay. That was the fashion of the time. And if you want to see how gayness, has been emulated in the early colonial days, watch the movie 1776, where you have all of our founding fathers, singing and dancing around in these gay costumes is what they are, It's true. It's just, it's funny.
It is.
But,
it is.
But anyway, Hamilton is supposed to be a great theatrical production.
Oh, I'm certain that it's got to have some kind of worth for that many people to. But then again, so did Cats. Cats also was extraordinarily popular, and I couldn't find any redeeming feature in that. But go on.
I really enjoyed it. Everybody I've taken has enjoyed. Did you ever watch the actual play?
No. Maybe I would have liked it, but.
All right.
I saw the different, I saw the play on film. So I guess it's just not.
Did you see the movie?
I didn't get to see the movie. I think I might even enjoy the movie just because it had, Britney Spears and so many other people in it. It's just the, the thrill factor.
The movie didn't compare to the play.
Okay.
It was panned. It was not. Paula wanted to see the movie. We saw it. She loved Cats. The whole. It was done in it was always done in a very kind of intimate theater. The theater is very intimate in a lot of theaters, but Cats, watching a film of it, I don't think it quite works.
Okay, yeah.
And it all hinges on whether you like the music. Really, it's really what it comes down to.
Well, I thought the visuals were certainly stunning in their own way.
If it's ever, if ever it comes back to Broadway, maybe we'll have you go see it. Who the hell knows? But anyway, what on the subject, to digress a bit about Broadway, I saw, and I thought of myself in this regard, and I thought of you. There is a actor who many people have heard of, Chaz Palminteri. He is the writer of A Bronx Tale. Now, The Bronx Tale is a story based on true experience of a mobster he knew as a kid. It's a movie starring Robert De Niro. He plays the mobster himself, but he's the kid in the movie. It's based on a true story, and it's him growing up in the Bronx. And how this mobster, kind of turns his life around and helps him and saves his life. And it's very dramatic. It's based on a one-man show he did. And the one-man show he did, and I saw the one-man show in Huntington Small Theater there. It was very good. I liked it better than the movie. Of course, I'd seen the movie first. Now it's become a Broadway show that's been produced by Robert De Niro, who, as they say, stars in the movie. What had happened is Chaz Palminteri was a doorman in Beverly Hills. And he was given very specific instructions not to let anybody in who who didn't have a pass or whatever. And then the owner of the place came. He was an agent, bigwig Hollywood agent, and Chaz Palminteri wouldn't let him in because he was given very specific instructions. He didn't know who he was.
Right.
So he got fired from his job as a doorman because he didn't let the owner in.
Jesus.
And I think he went home, went to the drugstore, got some of those yellow pads, and he started writing what became his one-man show.
Whoa.
It was a true life. Now, he's already a trained actor. He was, I guess, what you call an aspiring / failed actor at that point.
Right.
And he did this one-man show, and it's the story, basically his life story. And because he was an actor and had peers, he would practice it in front of different audiences, and they would critique it. And he refined it to the point where he knew what worked and what didn't work. You know, what gets an audience response? You know, should I talk about this? Should I talk about that? Should I talk about this? Should I talk about that? And he got it down. He figured it out. And the show was working. It was working. Now, it was very, you know, I guess it was off Broadway, off LA, you know, because it was in LA, I believe, not Broadway. I think it was in LA. And, you know, being off LA is much, you know, less prestigious than being off Broadway.
Right. Wow.
Off Broadway has some mystique to it.
Yeah.
Even off Broadway, it means you've got to play in New York City.
Yeah.
But Robert De Niro was in the audience and loved it. Now, of course, Robert De Niro has a great affection for mobster stories, if not the mob itself. I can't really say. But you know, he's great in mobster movies, and so you know, he took it and helped produce the movie. Now he's producing. So this play has become a play. It was a one-man show, which he still does.
Jesus.
Because he loves to do it. He did the movie, and you know, they didn't want him to do the movie. Nobody wanted him to do the movie, and he had offers. He turned down, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe even I don't know how much. He turned down a lot of money. They wanted the money, but the movie, but they didn't want him because he insisted on, you know, playing the role.
Right.
He held out. He got what he wanted. When De Niro, I guess, you know, came to him, and De Niro, you know, endorsed him. So he held out. He got what he wanted, and became ever so successful. And when I saw the one-man show, it was, you know, it was almost Christ-like the way he had made this mobster. Now, the mobster was clearly a mobster, but there was a redeeming feature in him that just kind of hit you, like, you know, with all of the mobstering he'd done, there was an aspect that was, you know, in the Kabbalah we call tipparathic, you know, of tipparat, you know. It's like, wow, he went out of his way to, he basically saved this kid's life. And of course, I think if you're involved in the mafia, there'll be a lot of life saving from time to time. If you're lucky, you'll be the one that got saved, you know.
Right.
People are constantly looking out after each other. And sometimes it's the opposite. But in any case, I thought of telling my story in that context.
Yes.
You know, emulating him. And I found it very hard because I feel elements of my life story are, you know, it just, you know, they're it's too much about me and not enough about my work. Not unless I could integrate me into my work in such a way. Mm-hmm. And then you can have too much of your own life in it, too much of your own drama. It has to be just the right amount. Now, if you got, mobsters getting shot in front of your house, you got a story. And so, and then I thought, well, when I gave this talk in Shasta, I don't know if it was the best talk I ever gave. It probably was. But to me, it was just churning out information which I've churned out before. It wasn't anything special. In fact, it's always, awkward when I have a slideshow. And I didn't quite have the right slideshow. But nevertheless, I've done the slideshow enough so I flowed with it perhaps better than I was more comfortable with it. But it went over very impactfully. At least Jonathan really appreciated it. And he could see me, he says, literally like my aura was like, I don't know if you said on fire, glowing. And Stephanie was very impressed with it. It went over really well, at least from the feedback I got. And I said, well, that's just the story I tell. I'm a little tired of telling the story. But it's okay. But my point was, maybe that's the story I should tell. And maybe just, rather than telling my life story, because God, you could, how could this performance that he did must have been 2 hours. How do you fit my life into, 15 minutes?
Right.
How do I do 15 minutes of my life, 15 minutes of, Montauk, 15 minutes of Preston and Duncan, 15 minutes of, David Anderson, 15 minutes of Radu Sinamar, 15 minutes, Douglas Dietrich, to say nothing of, I mean, it's a challenge. And then it's in a element, I'm talking about theater, not a lecture. I can give a lecture, no problem. A lecture is one thing, but how about becoming theatrical? This guy's a trained actor. And he's not only an actor, he's pandering and he's refining his presentation. That's something I've never, I just get up and talk. And now I'm parlaying this over to you. Okay, so let's take your life. How would you tell it in an hour or two?
Oh, God. The way that I originally thought for a book would be that there were 3 careers and that each one of them was around 10 years long, about a decade. And then the first was the Department of Defense. The second was the private security and mercenary contracts. The third was basically a care provider for my parents in the final decade of their lives. And then there's been about, if my mom died in 2011, and it's 2022, been about a decade now of just trying to find my place in the world with as a public informant. And I think that Peter and I have found that we're just now really getting into the rhythm or the groove of that. And we'll be turning out more works. We know now that the enemy definitely wants us severing from each other and that they've been working on this for a very long time. I showed Peter of the evidence that Selina Khan apparently contacted him with intents to sabotage myself all along. I mean, that's certainly the impression one gets when she contacted him. It was to take him to lunch twice, ask him questions about myself, and then basically insinuate herself into my life. And then she was in contact with Miguel Andahar for quite some time before everything really exploded in terms of this mobilization of all of their assets at the time of terminating Jameson Rees, who instigated it by casting a spell on Peter Moon and bragging about it, with Peter Moon catching him. So you have this, and regardless of whether or not someone believes in magic, it's the negative intent that was behind Jameson Rees trying to cast an occult control net over Peter Moon that is so sinister and repulsive and just morally reprehensible in every way. So when at that point everything was mobilized, where they threw everything they had against us and all of their assets were simply hand grenades that melted. Such being said, the life story would basically be a kind of a life in 3 careers, and now an attempt to find a life outside of the concept of career, which I think is something that we ultimately want to do, to find ourselves. And Peter Moon, of course, in a sense, there's no separation of his life from his career. He's basically a writer, and therefore he's he lived this life with Scientology, and that, of course, is something he's written about. So he writes his life, is basically what he's doing. And in terms of myself, I think I'll work with Peter in writing mine, and we can, in that sense, make people more aware of him as well. Though people, of course, are aware of him from work he did with Montauk, but he's so much more than that. And as Peter is basically expressing, it's that aspect of his life he's almost tired of. Peter's so lucky, of course, that he found a second life with Romania and this new life that he has with that. And I certainly understand the this fork in the road that is his relations in law now face, whether they want to come to America through his help.
Well, I shouldn't say it's my wife's stepmother, her children.
There we are.
Her children. Yeah. It's not her. She doesn't want to come back to she will never come back to the United States unless she has to. If she's going to visit, if she's going to visit her family here, but she has no desire to come back. They are young, exploring opportunities. They're very successful, unusually successful careers in Romania. And they both work for the same company. They speak German. They speak English. They speak Romanian. They have good jobs. They have homes. They're great kids. Great kids.
Yeah. They should stay there, at least for now. I mean, it seems like...
well, that's what I say. But, look at... What an opportunity to come here. Yeah. Explore New York City. Go see... They're going to Times Square tomorrow. No, I think they were there today. Rockefeller Center, Bryant Park, Little Italy. And then tomorrow they'll, I think, go to the Empire State Building.
I used to always call it Empire State Building when I was young.
The Empire State Building, yeah. And they will go to, I think, they want to go to the mall, the super mall on Long Island. So I will try and see them tomorrow again. Meet them for lunch or something. But but like they're going to do New York, and then they're going to go to Orlando, see Disney, and then go down to Miami. And they were going to go to the Key Largo. I said go to Key West. I said go to Key Largo. Much better there. Mm-hmm. It's not as far, and more adventure there, I think, in Key Largo. Told them to go snorkeling. But you see, and then they're going to come back to New York and spend a few more days, whatever they want to do in the city. So that's like quite an adventure, and it's an adventure they can afford. It's like, wow, go see New York. I mean, that's something that, everybody either should do or wants to do. Sometimes they never want to go back, but it's too much. Right. But it's certainly one of the most symbolic, powerful cultural centers in the United States.
Yeah.
Uh,
No, definitely.
Yeah,
and
so they're going to have it. They're going to have an adventure. Whereas I go to Romania, I'm not going there for, a similar cultural adventure. I'm going there for, highly esoteric concerns.
That's right.
And yeah, I don't take the typical tourist adventures in Romania at all.
Yeah, definitely not. And so I think that with what we've brought up, so hopefully that gives you an impression of how I would consider my life in terms of relating it.
Well, yeah, but I think this is a new challenge that I want you to think about. I don't necessarily want you to engage in it, but feel free to engage in it. Is like, let's take 2 hours. Mm-hmm. Let's summarize your life in 2 hours.
You want to do that the next 2 hours?
Well, I don't. I mean, it's something to. Let's not jump into it.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like, it's something we'd outline.
Okay. Right.
And say we go, and this is something that could live, in posterity. Mm-hmm. Put on YouTube. Okay, this is who Douglas Dietrich is, and like say we start off. I mean, it's brutal to start off, the beginning of life with the, the biting off of the penis of your grandmother. But it's like, your parents, you're born, this incident happens. You go to San Francisco, you grow up amongst the cockroaches.
Oh, it's horrible.
I know. I'm saying seriously, it's like you can put. That's very dramatic. All that stuff's very dramatic. That's like you don't have a mob shooting. You're born as a killer.
Yes.
Through no fault of your own, apparently.
Before I turn back to that in a few moments, I do want.
That's fucking dramatic, though. That is dramatic in terms of theater.
Yeah, and once I get started on that, I could go on forever. It's simply because the horror. What's interesting to me is that how the horror is then compounded by the challenges of being a public informant. And let's just put it this way: that was my first career. Really, I spoke of 3 careers. It's really 4. The first career was simply the 10 years before I wound up working at the Department of Defense, which, as people know, this was like when I was under the 18 years of age when I started working at the Presidio military base library as a librarian's aide. So we're talking about the age of 16. It was the age of 16 when I started working there, 16, 17. And it was, I had already spent a decade in the Tenderloin, growing up in the Tenderloin. And it was, I do want to relate that to people as just a career in itself, surviving that, coming into terms with this horrific situation in the world that was my world, that nobody else knows. And effectively, anybody who lives in the Tenderloin, what happens there stays there, because most people never get out of there. And certainly nobody wants to hear about what happens down there. If people look up just stories about the Tenderloin in San Francisco, you're going to depress yourself very quickly. It's soul destroying, just the nature of what you'll read about it. But that being said, I do want to just take a moment here to thank all of these wonderful people that are in the chat room with us, and all of the people watching. We have many of them tonight, and certainly Ann Callan says, "Doug, glad you're here tonight. Love to you and Peter," with a nice big sparkling heart. Thank you. Mwah. Love you dearly. Joy Joy says, "Hi everyone." Sounds like a female. Mwah. And of course, the lovely Brooke Gibson is in the chat room. Mwah. Thank you, honey, for sharing that. Marky Milk was bringing up Aaron Burr as the shooter. And Eric Cradle was asking about gold and other precious metals in the market that we have. Peter can answer whatever he wishes about that. I'm not quite sure we're the best in the world when it comes to investment advice.
Well, I can tell you buy it when it's cheap and you sell it when it's expensive.
Yeah. Simple enough.
That's the great logic. The most curious thing about the gold market is that we've had inflation, and gold has not gone up. It's it's like this would seem to contradict everything. Doesn't make any sense. I think that the best thing that was ever said about economics by John von Neumann is there's no way to protect economics because you can always be any system to protect economics or any system to protect anything because somebody's going to cheat.
Yeah.
So it's like, gold is great in times of inflation. It's like, I think the best thing is to worry about your own self-preservation.
Yes, above all.
In terms of, that's not something I don't worry about running out of food. It's also alarmist. It's good to have your own food. It's good to have your own garden. I'd say, having your own food supply and garden is more valuable than gold. And I want to say something else about that. Because look, the reason one wants to invest in gold is to, secure one's financial advantage. I can't, as I, grow into my, quote unquote retirement years, I just see the fickleness of money in general. Like when you die, and if you have $1 million or $10 million or $100,000 or $10,000, it doesn't matter. It's not like that's not the scorecard. That is not the scorecard. But people keep it as a scorecard. It's like the real value in this is like investment is what I learned in Qigong. Invest 10% of your day, which is about 2.5 hours, into you. That means improving your health. Because money, it's very clear, money cannot buy you health. There are some instances where it will help you, but if you go and, get on modern medicine, it can kill you. And much of it's designed to make you not healthy. And as they say, learning how to breathe, and also in this day and age, you have to detox. You have to detox from all the environmental hazards. So I think that these are much more important than investing in gold. You're investing in yourself. How can you survive? Your body. Because this is something that gold can't buy, except in very particular limited situations. Whereas, maybe it could help you afford an operation that you really had to have because of your unique circumstances. So that's what I have to say about gold. People, oversell it. It's always being sold on fear. And so that's what I have to say about gold.
No, definitely appreciate it. Go on.
So back to what we're talking about. If a substantial part of your show would have to be about your mother and your unique, her unique background. It's like, and see, one of the biggest, I guess what you'd say, one of the biggest impediments when you relay data is that you can just, read off a whole encyclopedia.
Yes.
Blah, 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 blah. That you have more data than people have time to assimilate. So if you're putting it into a show, you have to limit the diatribe. it has to be consolidated into, because let me tell you something. If we were to take 2 hours of your life and put it in a summarized format that would be 2 hours long in terms of a speech, in terms of a
presentation,
we could have some damned interesting props. See, Chess Palminteri has a prop. He has a lamp with Belmont and whatever the cross street is in the Bronx. It's Cross Street in the Bronx, and that's his prop. It's like a light. That's what he brings with him.
Whoa.
A big lamppost. I don't know if there's any other props that he uses, but that's the basic prop. You could have some damn interesting props. You could have some biofacts, simulacra. You could have a kimono on a mannequin, Hitler's kimono. You could have, and just, kind of point to it at one point when you talk. It's just there, but it's always there in the background. You could have, maybe a balloon, a Fugo balloon.
Yes.
A picture of the Mikado, the dirigible.
Yes.
Maybe some headlines. You'd have a big screen at the back where you'd have the headlines of the Battle of Los Angeles, the Roswell headline that I put on the back of the book.
Yes.
Boy, you could have some interesting props. So it's like, where he's basically got a lamppost. He's not going to have it wouldn't serve him to have a headline, Sonny the mobster killed. No, he doesn't need it. He's got a lamppost. It works for him. But you have a colorful, probability.
Yes.
Put some props there that would just be utterly. One of the things about cats is that cats, it's like you sit down and it's basically the theater. It's got all these props that it's kind of like an alley. So you see all these like bottles or Coke cans, but it's done very, cleverly, classy, and it's all this. The props are, and those are the props for the whole show. But it's basically an alley with garbage and debris, but it's, cute debris, cute garbage. Ash can here, maybe a cat's going to come out of the ash can. It's got some balconies, it's just like an ugly neighborhood that doesn't look ugly when it's in the theater. It's cute and it's homey.
Right.
So but that's your prop the whole evening. And it's very good. They do a clever job. But your stage, your prop would be just, being that you're already a visual artist. Oh man, it's you're gonna walk into the show and feel you've already got your money's worth just sitting down and seeing all the props if we do them right. This is I'm fertilizing an idea here.
I'm not quite sure if that's something that can be followed up without an enormous budget, but yeah.
Oh, you know what? Don't. No, it's like that's no. It's like it's not that. No, having a screen with, you have a screen you project. That's nothing. You need a projector. You get a biofax or even a mannequin. Or, what did I say? The kimono, the prop,
yes.
It's not expensive at all.
Yes.
But, then the challenge would be, who the hell is this guy? And why are we coming to see him?
Yes.
Mike Tyson did Broadway.
Did he?
It was great. I didn't see it, but people loved it. he gets up there and says, "Hello, everybody." I'm Mike Tyson. I used to beat the shit out of the people.
Oh my God. Poor man.
But
well, I'm glad that people responded.
The black helicopters came after me.
I'm glad that the audience responded positively to
but they loved him, and it kind of set him off in a new direction. Now he's was doing hallucinogenics. He has his own little Tyson cult,
Jesus.
But be that as it may, it's like he had a tremendous name recognition.
Right.
It's like, people coming to see your show, they're going to be so weirded out. You're going to be so weirded out because it's like, what the hell is this? Why do I want to hear this? It's like they have no experience with Peter Moon necessarily. It's like, what the hell? What planet am I on? It's so disconcerting to their, they're hearing stuff about Japanese dirigibles. They're hearing stuff about Roswell that doesn't add up with the typical Roswell. They're seeing Biofax Simulacra, and then they're getting a load of this woman who was a, translator for Hitler. It's like, what the hell is this? It's like right out of a cut up from William Burroughs and Brian Gysin. To them,
yes.
It's like a cut up. It's almost it's an assault on their sensibilities.
Yes, and by the way, this is inescapable and does need to be brought up in context. That's what Peter Moon is essentially saying is what I was trying to do to respond to Peter Moon's proposition, which is kind of a mental exercise in self-actuation or actualization, kind of like I suppose, or maybe this is a completely imperfect parallel, but I suppose this is something like auditing to a degree. But when it comes to trying to think of my own life, I was keeping it basically my own life, but he's quite right. It's really meaningless without the context, particularly of my mother. Obviously, my father's extraordinarily important, but my mother is overwhelmingly so. And so it has to take into account her life as well. But that being said...
but excuse me, your father was in 3 or 4 wars.
Yeah.
He was there in the Chinese River.
Yes.
He was on the Eldridge.
Yeah.
He was on atomic test sites. Yeah. He's his own version of Forrest Gump.
Yes.
In terms of being everywhere.
Yes.
It's like, and so for him to be married up to your mother, it's like, wow, what a cross current of been there, done that. It's like, wow, God, it's just like Jack Parsons, Marjorie Cameron, and L. Ron Hubbard all getting together in one room.
It's true. It was just they were both remarkable people, beyond remarkable, and it's and it brings us back to the historical context has obviously been tracked by the powers that be. This is obviously what attracted Michael Aquino to myself when he learned about what was happening at the Letterman Army Medical Center.
I didn't even mention the Presidio.
Yeah. And so when it comes to, that would be, of course, part of, quote unquote, the first career would be the Presidio and the Department of Defense indirectly through that. The incredible thing is that when we think about the deep state, the fact that obviously Michael Aquino learned of myself through what was going on at Letterman when I was getting the blood transfusion. It must have been around that time when he was talking with Dr. John Henry Hagman, who was responsible for that, that he learned of what I had done to my grandfather. And when it comes to that probably intrigued him definitely. but he may have been aware of me before that. Certainly at that point, he became aware of me. And certainly it was after that I began to be monitored fairly extensively, just to describe to people some of what I grew up with that I never thought about while growing up, never even discussed with my parents, was the fact that I would receive phone calls whenever they were gone, quite often, where people would be calling about surveys. Oh, we're taking surveys. And it would just be some attractive woman's voice at the end of the line, or some friendly adult male, and they'd be asking me questions about current events. And this would be the kind of thing you would never ask an underage child. This was like something, though, I never gave it a thought. I just thought, oh, I'm home, and the phone rings, and then I take a survey. And I just thought, oh, it's fun. It's just participating, someone to talk to for a bit, and I talk about some side issues. But this was obviously a form of monitoring, and it's something I never thought about until much later in life. And again, it was innocuous enough to me, where I thought maybe every child was exposed to this at home. So I never spoke to my parents about it because there was nothing threatening about it. But it's definitely sinister when you think about it in context. There's nobody wants the opinion of an underage child. Nobody's sane, you know.
So that's a very good point.
Yeah, for you know. So, but when it comes to aside from things like that going on in my life that must have been monitoring. Obviously, this was aftermath the blood transfusion, and so considered essentially government property at that point. From that point forward, no doubt. But that being said, when it came to the assassination of George Moscone by Dan White, Michael Aquino ultimately insinuated that that was part of a manipulative process to get me into the library. That basically it was after that point that
he told you that?
Yes, he did. He did tell me that. He said, you know, always take your job seriously. Now, he would say this with a tone where you didn't know whether he was being facetious or whether he was being basically allaying something factual. He was just seemed to be. It was very hard to tell with him at moments like that. But he essentially said that understand. People died so you could get this job. And so just remember, for those of you who don't remember that as succinctly as possible, basically what happened was that Dan White walked into the office of the mayor of San Francisco, blew him away along with George Moscone, who was the gay guy called the mayor of Castro Street. And don't need to go into the backgrounds of these two people right now. But when he killed them, there was one thing in his way. The first thing that got up was a quote-unquote lap secretary. Her real position was the Treasury Department. She worked in the Treasury Department of the Civic Center. What do you call that? The City Hall. City Hall. So which is down in Civic Center at the time. And all of this changes to me now because they've changed so much around that area. But when it comes to her name, it was Leanne Prifty, and she was Albanian descent, and she was also involved with the State Department because she worked with Radio Free Europe or Radio Liberty. Both of them were affiliated through the U.S. State Department. And because she spoke the Albanian language of Shqiptari, she was used to broadcast behind the Iron Curtain. She would broadcast American transmissions behind the Iron Curtain to the Albanian people, and that was one of the most locked up regimes, one of the most hermit-like kingdoms. That was the North Korea of its day in those days in Europe. And so here she was with that extraordinary position, and so she basically, even though she worked at the Treasury office of the City Hall, she was basically servicing sexually George Moscone at work, basically giving him blowjobs under the table. And this was pretty much known to anybody who was in the know. And one of the people in the know was Dianne Feinstein, who was out to get Moscone's job. Now, Aquino convinced me, completely factual, that Dianne Feinstein is a Satanist, that she is religiously affiliated with the Temple of Set. And all of this is true, I know for a fact, because, again, you can look this up yourselves. Don't take my word for it.
She passed away, I think.
Yeah, I know. It probably was very quietly because she had senile dementia at that point, the death before the death. And but what happened was that when she was mayoress, and bear in mind, she was never elected, not the first time. She got into office because Mosconi was killed, and she simply attained the mayoralty through secession. Just because she was the next one in line. She was not elected, never would have won the election at that period in history. And no one really knew of her as a political figure per se. But Michael Aquino made her the mayoress of San Francisco. And I know this is true because what happened was when the serial killer, the Night Stalker, was going all over California and blowing people away, she gave him public warning to help him escape. Basically what had happened was he was using a single firearm, which the police finally locked onto, were able to trace, and the police informed her, the next murder he commits, we've got him. And so she went on national television and said, basically, watch out, they're coming for you, you've got to change the firearm you're using. Because she went on national television and said, whoever the killer is, the police are onto him now. They understand which firearm he's using, and they're going to trace him through his firearm. So the only way they can't trace him is if he changes his firearm. This is what she said, nationally. And after that, he changed his firearm and wasn't caught again till a whole spree of many more murders. So she helped in the satanic ritual sacrifice of at least half a dozen people, at least. And the police all knew this. They hated her. And they couldn't understand what was going on behind it. But I did. Because Aquino informed me that she's mine. I got her the job. And she helped my boy escape. And as I said, I knew Richard Ramirez's uncle, Master Sergeant Michael Ramirez of the U.S. Army Green Beret Special Forces, John Wayne all the way, just like Aquino himself was. So if anyone has any doubt that Special Forces is anything other than a bunch of satanic... Oh, you might say, just because he's the uncle of Richard Ramirez doesn't mean he's like Richard, but of course he was, and I explained to everybody in depth about that in the past, having to contend with keeping him out of the children's room, at the library, etc., and all the rest of that shit. And again, Peter Moon was taken for a tour around the library when he was in San Francisco with myself and Jojo Mikolajczyk. And later on, I took Sammy Romero on an even more extended tour that I hadn't thought about when Peter and Jojo were with us, because there was so much going on with Peter and Jojo, and we were having fun doing other things as well. With Sammy, it was more focused. But when it came to, Peter and I, we didn't find the cemetery, but Sammy and I actually found the cemetery, or rather the way to get into it. It wasn't like we didn't know where it was. Getting in there is a bitch. But when it came to just that whole thing, what happened was that when Dan White went into the mayor's office, it was Leanne Prifty who stood at the door. She said, "What do you want?" And he pushed her to the floor and said, "I'm too much of a gentleman to kill a lady." And then he blew away the two guys in the room in front of her eyes. And then Dianne Feinstein became mayoress and said, "Well, everyone thinks I'm a dyke, but I'm not a dyke, and I don't need you eating my snatch." That's what she told Leanne Prifty, and said, "You're fired." And Leanne Prifty wound up working at the John O'Connell Vocational Institute, where I was going to high school. And she's the one who got me the job at the Presidio library, saying, "Look, your dad's already in the military system because, my father retired after a full career and therefore had full access to the open base for the post exchange, the commissary. And as a military dependent, the term is dependent, the child of him until the age of between 18 and 21, I was allowed to go on that site and use all of its privileges, including Letterman Army Medical Center. I say that with a tone of irony. And of course, I was able to get a job on site the base. Now, all of this is very important, but there's another factor involved: my biological father. So when it came to Michael Aquino basically saying, I killed people to make Dianne Feinstein the mayoress, but more important than that, he told me more important than making Dianne Feinstein the mayoress and ultimately getting her launched on her career to becoming a senatoress, more important than that, he told me, was getting me the job at the library. He said that was far more important than what he was doing with Dianne Feinstein and her enabling his little league, as he called them, of serial killers. And that's because, of course, he ultimately said I was the son of Adolf Hitler, which I had heard from my mother since my childhood, but he knew about that without any contact or speaking with my mother. Now, people have presented this to me. There's been a number of people who have said, and I'm not ready to disclose the circumstances in which they said it, but they're saying, your mother might have rendezvoused with Michael Aquino because she was searching for these serial killers because that was her hobby, was to drain them of their blood. She always wanted to make certain she got blood from people who deserved it because she would tend to drain people dry and leave them dead. So my mother was, as I've relayed before, very much an amateur criminologist, somebody who people would have thought was simply one of these fans who would have been the kind of person who would watch Crime Watch and basically keep track of various detective novels and then also real crime stories with just a kind of fascination for the police procedure or something, is how people would interpret it. But my mother was really keeping track of people in the world that she felt deserved to die. And she would hunt them down and kill them. And so people are saying, you do realize at some point your mother hunted down Michael Aquino, and the only reason she didn't kill him was because he had something on her about you. Again, I'm not ready to disclose the circumstances in which people have said this to me, but certainly I'll disclose what he said. And he came out and said basically that we know your mother and what she did as a very young translator. When Peter Moon brings up, Diana Dietrich, my mother's English name, was a translator for Adolf Hitler, understand that her situation, she was very much a prodigy. She was someone capable of linguistically absorbing languages in a manner of a prodigy, and at a very young age, under 18 years of age, she was serving as an international level interpreter. Now, people would say, oh, that's crazy and this is bullshit, but understand, you know nothing about how Japan works. Japan, Imperial Japan in particular, my mother was royalty. She was somebody who was a product of both the Chinese and Japanese dynasties. Her father, who was Chinese, was, and to put this into some perspective for people, when I relay this it's just like there's different cultural reactions that I get from Japanese or Chinese that are completely nuanced and they have to be explained. One of them is when I introduce myself to any Japanese person, they burst out laughing. And it's not because there's any derision involved whatsoever. It's just basically, they'll say their Japanese name and I'll say mine. And basically they'll laugh because they'll just say, wow, I haven't heard a name like that since, it would be like an American if you came up to him and said, what's your name? And you give them your name, which is going to be something like Joe or Chris or Mike or something. And the American says to you, well, my name's Jedediah, or my name's Obadiah, or one of the ancient Old Testament prophets. And you'll just laugh without any derision, just saying, wow, where's that come from? But when I give them my name, Kazube, they'll just laugh because they'll say, wow, that's a real samurai name. They'll say, I haven't heard any name like that outside of a history book. It's just Japanese aren't named like that anymore. And so they'll just look at me as somebody who's really, truly a product of, they know at that point that I'm not of a normal family. They know at that point that of nobility. When I talk to Chinese and I'll tell them about, my mother, her father was Chinese and he married a Japanese woman and her mother was Japanese, they'll just look at me with an awe. At that point, I'm like a demigod to them. This is like, that's historically unheard of. A Japanese man going over to China and taking a Japanese bride It was, a Chinese man, if I said that incorrectly, a Chinese man going over to Japan at that time and taking a Japanese bride. It was just, that's impossible now. You can imagine before World War II. It just simply would not have been allowed, except, of course, that he was nobility and therefore connected to the original Japanese dynasties. And so when I bring this up, the old Kyushu dynasty of Japan, which it was completely erased from much of history, and it's only now that Japanese historians are beginning to acknowledge it, is that 2,000 years ago, there was Japan's own War of the Roses. And there was the Kyushu dynasty, or a southern dynasty, that the Yamato dynasty eventually ran off the island, and it retreated into China. And therefore, my mother's nobility from that descent, which that noble house, that's what intermingled with the Chinese vampire line. And so when this Chinese vampire lineage descended from the ancient Japanese nobility of the Southern Dynasty, went to Japan, they allowed him to take a Japanese bride. And so my mother, being a product of imperial lineage, when she began precociously to develop a talent for languages, then the Japanese basically said, make her our national interpreter at the imperial level to visit Germany with the people involved. In fact, they trusted her far more than they would have anyone else because of her noble lineage, because of her multiculturalism. She was a bridge between China and Japan. And because of that, she got Hitler to love both cultures. And that's why Hitler is considered a hero in China, because he saved so many Chinese during the Japanese atrocities of Nanjing by ordering his diplomat at arms to basically protect the Chinese at all costs. He wanted ultimately to be allied with both nations. And this is why, and don't take my word for it, you can look it up yourself, look up Chinese in Nazi uniforms. You're going to find all of the Chinese, the elite forces, were wearing German uniforms in World War II. Those that served with Chiang Kai-shek, trained by the German army. So you have this deep connection already.
Did he put a bunch of swastikas? The Chinese used a bunch of swastikas or something?
Yes, what happened was that because the Japanese recognized specifically the Nazi Hakenkreuz, which is a very distinctive swastika. Obviously, swastikas are all over Asia. And unless you've got your head up your fucking ass, like this one movie director I knew named Rob Nilsson, who went to Japan and said, I didn't see any swastikas. And I said, wow, you really got your head up your ass. You must be, I didn't say this to his face. I just told him, well, I don't see how you missed it. But, everyone else who goes to Japan, if you know what to look for, just look around for swastikas. You'll fucking find them. They're all over Buddhist and Shinto shrines. And it's a Buddhist symbol. It's the heart of the Bodhisattva Amitabha. So that's what it represents, is that, as a matter of fact, that's what Aquino bragged. He was born with the whorl of chest hair shaped like a swastika, like Buddha himself when he was born. This is what Aquino claimed. And it's exactly what Aleister Crowley claimed. But there's those kinds of swastikas, Asian swastikas that look like swastikas. And then there's the Nazi Hakenkreuz, which is very distinctive. You recognize it instantly because it's a tricolor pattern. It's black and white and red. And when you see that with a very angular look, very modernized, then you say, okay, that looks very different from the Buddhist or Shinto swastikas to a degree. Not to too much of a degree, but simply the color schematics and the circle around it is very distinctive. So with that known by the Japanese, they recognized the Nazi Hakenkreuz as representative of their ally, and they were under orders, of course, that to do no harm to anyone bearing that symbol. So there were several things that Hitler ordered. One was, just his own ambassador at arms, who was available in China. He would go around with his badge, which was the Nazi Party badge, which had a swastika in it, of course. And whenever he saw the Japanese committing any atrocity, he would simply put that on display, and it would be, as he described it, like a crucifix warding off vampires. He said automatically they would cease and desist what they were doing. But that, of course, could only save very few people on a one-to-one basis. Adolf Hitler sent what was called the 1-ton flag. He sent a flag that was so large, it literally weighed a ton. It was so much cloth it could cover a city block. So basically, they threw that over an entire city block in China, this 1-ton swastika flag. So the Japanese saw that and would never bomb that area. And everybody went under that flag for shelter. And they established all these hospitals under there to save thousands of people, literally thousands. All the children and women were gathered under there. So Adolf Hitler is known as a savior in China, where he's quite loved and a hero. This is his concern for the Chinese people, thanks to his basically meeting my mother. And so you have all this that was known of, and you're talking about her, as I said, collecting sperm from him when she was underage. And of course, it was something that she was under orders to do from the emperor himself, so that they could collect sperm to ultimately freeze in their labs. They were intending on someday breeding him with someone in Japan. My mother kept one of the vials that she later retained and used. And this was through both the ginseng serum that I shared a formula of with Peter Moon, that she used to preserve it before it could be refrigerated. And once it was refrigerated, as anyone can look up, there's no limit to how long it can last. We've never found a limit to how long sperm can last when refrigerated. They presume it's about 100 years. Now, it wasn't even that long by the time my mother used it to impregnate herself with me. Now, what's interesting is that when it comes to the gang stalkers, as we pointed out already before, and briefly I'll just remind everyone of this, I was explaining with Peter Moon, the interesting thing about the gang stalkers is that they could have just said, oh, Douglas Dietrich claims to be the son of Adolf Hitler, and without any context, people would just say, that's crazy. But instead, they went into the context, and they were trying to disprove the efficacy of sperm via refrigeration, saying that sperm cannot last that long through refrigeration. In other words, they went against the reality of science itself. They began to attack reality, which is ultimately what they are attacking, is reality itself, just as your government has always done by claiming it won World War II. Now, before they took down that platform, GERN Radio Network, GERN, Global Entertainment Radio Network, that was run by Daryl Neely, who called himself One with Odin, when he was encouraging Penny Bradley to attack myself, along with Salman Sheikh, he gave this show to on their radio platform. Before I got them shut down for threatening my life, one of the last things Salman Sheikh was doing was comparing me with Hitler over that platform and using that to rationalize why San Francisco needed to be nuked. I mean, this is why they shut that platform down. Salman Sheikh was saying San Francisco needs to be irradiated either by a dirty bomb or a live nuke needs to be smuggled into San Francisco, and killing millions of people just to kill Douglas Dietrich is worth it because he's basically like Adolf Hitler. And therefore, before he can kill millions of people, we need to kill as many as it takes just to kill him, or he'll kill hundreds of millions. This is what he was claiming. Now, he wasn't saying I was the son of Adolf Hitler, but he was comparing me to him. And they're talk about the sperm. They're comparing me to Hitler as if I'm going to become Hitler, and this is an inevitability as opposed to an allegory, and that millions, it's justifiable to kill millions just to get me because otherwise I'm going to be Hitler. This shows that they know I'm the son of Adolf Hitler. They know this because Aquino knew this. This is why his cultists, all of his cultists, the cultists of the Temple of Set, of chaos itself, know that I am who I am. And so they've attacked every aspect of myself in terms of character so that other people hopefully will never believe I am who I am. And the only way they can do that is claim everything I'm saying is a lie. And of course they'll lie, cheat, steal, and kill to do that. And that's the enemy. And they've tried everything to sever Peter Moon and myself, to the point where Selina Khan tried to lure him into the same Starbucks she originally took him to lunch to a few times before. Why would it have to be the exact same one? As Brendan Zogan observed, it must have been some kind of an ambush, either occult, if not physical. So all of that is important and hopefully contextualizes the struggle of my life. I'm dealing with this heritage that I was born into, both the vampirism, both the lineage of Adolf Hitler, and certainly everything that I am represents the greatest threat in the universe to the enemy, the people who want to see this universe destroyed in the name of chaos because they feel that that will somehow empower themselves. So my struggle's your struggle. My enemies are your enemies. Understand that much. It's as Jojo Mikołajczyk observed herself, that she sees the Hitler in me, but she certainly sees it in this incarnation as very loving and positive. The opposite of how people perceive my biological father. And certainly I hope we can realize that type of manifestation in this world. But it's going to be a challenge. Peter's challenge is trying to sell me to the world in that sense. And I think that's not a negative term. I think that's something that needs to be done. And as he points out, certainly nobody has my geopolitical knowledge. And it's that geopolitical knowledge that was inherited by that aspect of myself that became the first artificial intelligence, when they basically ran a neuronic comb through my mind and uploaded my personality into a computer system that was able in those days to handle such an enormous immensity. Not that I have an enormous, immense intellect, mind you, but just the capacity of retaining a personality within a computer system was in those days impossible by any normal computer system. That's why it had to be half biological in nature, and that's why they were harvesting so many of the cadavers through the Letterman Army Medical Center to integrate their nervous systems into that Frankensteinian monstrosity of a massive computer that they built on site the military base. So all of these projects that impacted my life and ultimately your world, the personality that became housed in that computer housing facility, then escaped with my help using occult methods that I learned from Michael Aquino. The spells regarding the transmigration of the soul, because there was no way for a personality intact, an intact personality, to be reinterpreted as mere ones and zeros, bits of data, to be loaded onto what was then effectively a non-existent internet. The only option we had was the occult. And it was a matter of faith and belief, and it worked. And it certainly worked because you see the results in Taiwan itself. It's the most technologically advanced nation on Earth, and we all rely on it for the overwhelming majority of our microchips. All of this is possible because the Dietrich art elect relocated there. And this is not to deny the Taiwanese people their own ingenuity and educational system and genius, but that same kind of Confucianist ethic exists in Japan and on mainland China and in Vietnam and South Korea, as well as North. And they haven't gone the route of becoming the most technologically advanced nations on Earth in the sense that Taiwan has. So, yeah, there we have that. So all of that came to my mind with what Peter's dredged up.
Well, thank you for all of that. And everything you say is acknowledged, and it's quite dramatic. I hope the audience can appreciate it, and I feel like we're making headway. Now, on the other hand, take what you just said. You gave me a diatribe there, 20 to 25 minutes, I approximate. I wasn't counting it. And that's just a part of your life. Then it becomes, not just trying to sell you to the world, trying to present you to the world. Selling is sort of comes with the territory. It's the presentation. And how does one theatrically, talking about theatrically and dramatically, because you're trying to reach across an audience. If that just goes to the audience as just data, it's an awful lot to absorb.
Yes.
It's even a lot for your audience to absorb. You got to take notes. And then you got to go back and recapitulate it. How does this fit with this? How does that fit with this? There's certain formulas of theater. And,
it's certain things need to be accentuated. So it's like, oh God, that was what you said was very rich. And that was just a piece of your life. Just a piece. It's like, wow, you said a lot. You said an awful lot. It's amazing.
Thank you.
These are things we have to address. Now, I'm going to talk about, in this vein, very much so. There were so many things. I was reviewing some of the things mentally, not looking through the materials of L. Ron Hubbard. This guy wrote for, I mean, just if you talk about Dianetics and Scientology, he was writing throughout the 1950s and 1960s and 1970s. He began to wane off in the 70s. He didn't totally quit. You had at least 30 years of writing, which was all based upon, this guy was somebody who wrote and created while he was writing. He could create orders. He could create executive directors. He could executive directives, meaning, mimeograph forms that would go out that people would execute as orders. This guy used his pen as an instrument. And he literally wrote with a pen. Not always, but mostly. He wrote with a red pen for technical bulletins on auditing. He wrote with a green pen for policy. He wrote with a blue pen for executive directives. He wrote with a black pen for CR directives he called flag orders. I don't think he ever used any other colors than that. And of course, those colors were mimicked into the mimeographed sheets. And he had a whole, we had mimeo machines down in the lower hold of the ship where it would produce volumes for people to read and put into packs for courses and job descriptions and all that. So this was somebody who wrote his way into whatever he achieved. Writing. So what I'm saying is a lot. There's a lot of things he's written I haven't read. A lot of tapes he did. In fact, he had all of his tapes put into written form. That's a whole other series of volumes. He wrote his ass off. Now, there are so many, I guess what you call intricacies of data there. But one of the more basic principles, he didn't just counsel people or teach people how to counsel people. He taught them how to break down the cycle of communication into excruciating detail. And it was only after auditing other people for about a year that I really, and when I was put in the position of correcting others on how to do it, which was a whole different, subject of, whole different endeavor. You're approaching, people have corrected you all along the way. Now it's your turn to correct them. And then you take a much more circumspect view of what's going on. And that at that point, I, reviewed all the materials I'd already studied, kind of on some level, one in here, went out the other, and began to really break them down. And it's like, okay, you're going to communicate something to somebody. You say a sentence. Okay. In human interaction,
it's very common for people not to accurately hear what you said. And if they do hear what you said, they'll twist it, they'll alter it. And then when you're addressing them to a question in counseling, one of the elements of this, what he called the communication cycle or the auditing communication cycle, he wrote quite a bit of information on it. But it was your job to break it down and say, okay, see, is the person ready to hear what you have to say? Now, obviously, if they're being bombarded with phone calls and questions, it's not a good time to go in and ask for a raise. It's not a good time to go in and ask if you can have the day off tomorrow. It's not a good time to go in and say anything. But this goes into more subtle reference frames. Like, you ask a friend, a spouse, whatever, child, parent, you ask them something. There's times when you don't address certain things, when it's too sensitive to ask them, or, you don't want to ask them, how's the job? How's the girlfriend? Or it might be just the right time to ask them, how's the girlfriend? How's the job? They want to talk about it. So you have to perceive, is the person ready to receive the question? And if he's not, you're going to have to address what he is ready to receive. It's all a matter of nuance and gradation. Like what's a person ready? What's their reality level at? What is their acceptability level at? Not only for the moment at hand, but in general. So you're addressing an audience. Now I'm parlaying this from the individual into an audience. Now, if I'm addressing an audience and I mention, I'm going to talk about shape-shifting reptilians, there's a certain amount of the audience, probably most of the audience has heard about this. And they either look at it with derision or they look at it with acceptance. Like, yeah, I know, that's the Queen of England and the King of England. They're shapeshifters. It depends on who you're listening to. And then maybe there's some that don't know what the hell you're talking about, because some have degree of familiarity. They've heard of the David Icke work and they either, yeah, right on, or they're derisive of it. So, you can throw that out there. And then there's always people in the audience who will just suck up anything, and the weirder it is, the better. It doesn't have to be true. It has to be weird. And so what that does is that deflates the essence of something weird that is actually true. And here we're dealing with some of the points you talk about in your life. They're going to embrace it, not because it's true, but because it's weird. And that gives them an opportunity to go repeat things weirdly and repeat things in such a way that will invite derision at the information. It has a lot to do with who's communicating it. So, and this is where audiences become very tricky. They want you to say, they want to hear what they want to hear. And there have even been instances, what was that? I think it was a Orson Welles or an H.G. Wells book. I don't really remember. Maybe it was War of the Worlds. I don't know. But there have been instances where endings were unpopular, and or Dickens had the problem where they have to rewrite the ending. They've got to write, and now that's, what does the audience want?
Yeah, Sherlock
And-
Holmes was killed and by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, who hated the character, and he was forced to bring the character back.
Well, yeah. So, you have to respect your audience. And I went through a period of my life in Scientology, and even perhaps post, where I was kind of like really, writing on sensitivity. And I would go see movies, and I would see exactly where that movie went wrong and where they needed to take it to create a positive, good ending that would be beneficial to the person watching it. And I'd see movies go off the rails all the time. And, there could, I had a certain, I guess what you'd say, aptitude for understanding where a story should go, if you're going to take it to a positive, transmutative way. So it's like, what does, the audience, we can say without any inhibition here, the audience wants to be informed. They want to be entertained. Ideally, they're informed and entertained at the same time. They want to be impactfully they want to be emotionally impacted in such a way that they're inspired and that it takes them to some place they haven't been before. Now, we can take them to some place they haven't been before. That's a given. We can inform them and we can entertain them. And ideally do it in such a manner that they can take the information, not get too much, not get too confused. So, when I was talking about the challenge of the audience to you, and I'm talking in the idea, and we don't need to stick with this idea, but it's an idea that we're working with for the moment. Summating your life and summating it in a way that is theatrically renderable. And I wasn't, at that time, I was saying, this could be a challenge for the audience. I wasn't even thinking of Aquino, let alone the Hitler connection. Because if you look at the way, okay, we're talking about mainstream here, not the alternative audience. Mainstream goes bananas over the subject of a swastika.
Right.
It's not something they can really talk about without reporting it to the Jewish Defense League.
It's true.
And that's a reaction. Just like, as I was saying, the LGBTQ plus, they should put an infinity sign after that too. Why not? Why not? No, but it's like the way these things are rendered, it's rendered as a substitute for testosterone. And it doesn't work because the majority of people reject this stuff. They're intimidated by it and they reject it. So it ends up as a very militant pointing the finger. Now this brings up something else, and I'm going to steer off from what we were talking about. You're talking about critical race theory in your last transmission.
Yes.
And it was very, very relevant what you said, is that we're living in a situation where everyone's been born into, where you have a white race who has been very abusive. And it's a collective abuse. And even if you don't have the abuse in your awareness or your heart the abuse is there because of all of the cultural experience that the whole cultures of these minority cultures have suffered. And I had cause to witness it because I'm going into territories where most white people don't go.
Yes.
And I see it. And I can bypass it and integrate it because I've had so much experience with it. And it's like, okay, I see that. And then I had a very touching moment today at football when Terrell's cousin came to watch. And he says, oh, he's a gold gloves boxer. He's won a gold glove champion.
Wow.
Oh, so I went over and said hello to him, made friends with him. I'm going to go see his next fight. It's in October. They don't call golden gloves anymore. They don't call gold gloves. He's an amateur. He's going to turn pro. His little boy was named Pharaoh, which I thought I was just delighted with that.
Mm-hmm.
His first name is, it's not his little boy, it's his little brother.
Right.
And I said, Terrell, we got to, Terrell's never seen him fight. I said, we got to go see his next fight. And then I had the opportunity to tell him, I said, how long do you use the speed bag for? 5 minutes at a time. It's like, and I explained to him, I was showing him the whole foundational mother's palm. You do this for an hour a day for 6 months, slow. Then you do it for an hour a day fast. I said, you're never going to get tired. He knew totally what I was talking about.
Wow.
He totally respected what I said. Will he do it? No, I'd really have to train him how to do it.
Right.
And that can evolve into hitting a tree, which takes a lot of work to work up to. And then hitting a tree is like, wow. So anyway, I look forward to seeing this guy, but it's like, it's like, it's so fun to take interest in these people's lives and just see where we go with it. It's a lot of fun. It's just a lot of fun. But that you're talking about critical race theory. It's like the problem with critical race theory is that it's militantly put in front of people's faces, so they don't even understand the problem. They just understand that there's a lot of people upset, and it ends up discrediting the whole idea. The idea isn't being communicated. It's being, forcefully demonstrated. And that's all in proportion to the people don't really understand what's going on. And we talk about, sure, people have been, steered away in real estate. That was for years. I remember every day in school, we weren't allowed to get a drink after the bell would ring. So you weren't allowed to drink water from the drinking fountain.
Why?
Just a rule.
Oh, okay.
Now, this was in Southern California, at least in I think it was the Los Angeles, I don't know, our school was Holmes Elementary. And, say, if you get a drink, if you drink after the bell, you are a nigger baby.
Oh.
Or the word was often, last one is a nigger baby, or whatever it is.
Oh my God.
And I said, I remember saying one time, I said, what is so bad about a nigger baby? I said, they're cute. And they say, yeah, but they'll grow up to have big lips. Now, where does the hell that come from? This is just a kid saying it to me. It's an 8-year-old, 6-year-old kid saying this to me. Where does that come from? It's like, it's an inborn stereotype hatred of black people. It said, it always disturbed me because it just seemed so stupid. And why was this being said? Of course, when I moved to Taft in the 5th grade and I saw people drinking out of the fountain after the bell rang, nobody cared. Wasn't an issue.
There you are.
It was just shocking to me. One rule. Anyway, God, you're breaking the rules. Okay, you can drink all you want. Of course, the other thing I would say is that it was so damn hot up there, it probably were concerns of dehydration. It was so damn hot. So, it was desert. So whatever. But it's just, some of the racial embeddedness that goes on. And then, of course, I guess there's nothing better than human understanding and human compassion. And I would say there is more of that, more tolerance than there's ever been in my life, despite whatever intolerance and still comes out of the woodwork.
Yes.
But back to what does the audience present? Okay, for example, I once spoke to a group of Republicans. I was told to speak for no longer than 10 minutes because if I spoke for longer than 10 minutes, that's all their attention span could hold. Okay. I spoke for 10 minutes. And I could tell exactly what I was told. At 10 minutes, I could feel their attention starting to wane.
That's pathetic.
They were older crowd. And, I was used to speaking to much more live crowds. And I've also spoken to a library crowd, which was mostly older people that come for the free lectures. And that's pretty painful.
Oh, my God.
It's like talking to cadavers. And I remember saying this. I was telling my teacher this once, talking to a library crowd, and one of the ladies there, who was my friend, she reprimanded me. Oh, you shouldn't think of people like that. You shouldn't. Oh, these are nice people. I said, and I just looked at my teacher. He just kind of rolled his eyes. Like he knew exactly what I was talking about. It's people they're just not there. It's like it's not, you're not talking to anybody. So it's like you got to know who your audience is. If you're talking to a bunch of patriots, people that are patriot, and you somehow get in front of them, we're going to rework your whole presentation to where it's going to be very vet oriented. Right. It's going to be different. Mm-hmm. You're going to pander to that audience, and you're going to address them in such a way that it reaches them. If it's, it depends what the audience is. It's how are we going to, and who the audience is. Now, these are questions I kind of deal with all the time as a writer.
Right.
And then you're weighing, what is people's acceptability level? What is their understandable level? And of course, my work is complicated. I can't say it's more complicated than yours. But except to the degree that your work becomes my work, so my work is complicated plus my own
yes.
work, But the thing is
compounded. It's compounded in complication.
Yeah. Now this another problem is that people have read my work, but they only go in to one layer. Montauk Project, and that's it. Many people have read my work. They don't know about David Anderson. They don't know about the Romanian connection. They don't even know about the pyramids, that whole connection. So there's varying levels of understanding. And anytime I go anywhere to speak, there's always a representative number of people who've never even heard of me. So, I have to start, or at least address, level one, if, at least even if briefly, so I can give some context. So, these are the challenges. And then when we get into the regular new TV media, this stuff is very problematic in and of itself, because I notice it's like, if somebody's on the media, or if I'm on the media, people can get excited and say, oh, I saw this, I saw you, I saw that. And it's like, okay. And they're actually responding to what they saw, rather than, the whole subject.
Right.
But that's the way things work, is, people get excited. They get, if the United States is going down the tubes, and I don't mean to suggest that it is, because it has so much potential in the way it was originally structured to service humanity. That's the whole thing with the Statue of Liberty. You're tired, you're tired, you're poor, you're hungry. And boy, it's been very good at absorbing the tired, the poor, and hungry, and making them less tired, less poor, and less hungry. That's a fact, despite all the GMO and all that stuff. So it's been a step up in some ways. At the same time, you had all this racial suppression and oppression. So it's like, what's the problem is, despotic politicians, evil, people like Michael Aquino, who are just enjoying the suffering of other people. Yeah. See, that's another thing. I've talked a lot about suffering, passion of the Christ, humanity, patience and passion having a similar etymology. The time travel work of Dr. David Anderson being related to this, because it's like it's taking you off the wheel of time. The wheel of time is the suffering. This is Hindu, this is Buddhist. It coincides with the concept of Christianity, the suffering. It's a world of suffering, and the whole game and reach nirvana is to get off the wheel of suffering. Christianity has its own approach, freedom from suffering, salvation through Christ. But we can define it any way we want. But there's another component I really haven't addressed that much. It's in the mix, and Douglas's. It's that there are certain people who get a certain pleasure. I don't know if pleasure is the right word, but they get off on other people suffering. And this is something I haven't really focused on. Yeah, there's suffering, there's evil, but there's people who get off on other people's suffering. And this is very detrimental. It's very detrimental. And what is this about? No, they'll enjoy not giving you a raise. They'll enjoy you not getting a better job.
Yeah.
They'll enjoy, the fact that you lost money in Bitcoin. They'll enjoy it. And of course, this could get into, Putin,
Yes.
where, Biden, whether or not they enjoy the suffering of the people, they don't care. So it's like, that's another problem. They may or may not enjoy it, but it's certainly of no consequence to them in their own mind. But they're doing actions which could be causing untold amount of suffering to people. The Congress, any people, like what is going on? The people in detention, in prison, it's people being caused to suffer in prison that for various reasons, whether or not they deserve it, there's human suffering that doesn't need to be. So it's like, and then you have the gray area where people they don't report it, they don't do nothing. They just, I'm not going to be involved with that.
Right.
That's not my responsibility, or I don't want to make waves.
The true enablers of evil, yes. Just by doing nothing, yes.
Well, yeah, and at what point does it get reported? So this is a big point, and when we talk about, I think most people who are either Republican, conservative, or Trump oriented, either one of those three, I don't think they really understand what critical race theory is all about.
Thank you.
Because it's always because it's presented to them in such a convoluted way that is not only are they not ready to hear it, it's offensive to their understanding of reality. That's not to say that their reality is completely sequitur.
Right.
But it's kind of like, okay, let's burn down some buildings. Why are you burning down the buildings? It may have nothing to do with critical race theory at all. It may have to do with people it may have a lot to do with it. It may not, but you have these agendas being pushed that are not going to help critical race theory at all. But there was it's important to point out at this juncture what L. Ron Hubbard considered his what was it? It was very highly confidential information. I was one of, more than a handful, but a few dozen people to read it. But it was about oppression and the nature of oppression and how to control a group. And he applied it, had it applied directly to the staff. He says, when a staff has been oppressed, he viewed the staff as being oppressed for a long time, economically oppressed, whatever it was, conditions. So he'd ask, ask through parties, what do you find oppressive? What is the most oppressive thing you're suffering in the workplace from? And people would uniformly say, well, we don't get enough money. We don't have enough money to buy our clothes or uniforms or whatever it is. And those were, food, whatever, these were kind of the big points. And of course, the immediate result was to, give people more money, which was done. Give people access to clothes or uniforms, which was done, independent of the money. And the food situation, that would always go up and down. Certainly enough food. But that improved the morale incredibly.
Yes.
It only improved my morale to the degree that I saw other people feeling better. I said, that's good.
Right.
Because I didn't feel oppressed in those areas personally. But what I said when I was asked that question, what is the most oppressive thing? I said, the C organization, the Sea Org, has no mind. There is no mind. No mind. Now, certainly there was orders and directives with intelligence behind them, but there was overall no mind overseeing. It was mindless. Now, this wasn't because it was Scientology. This is the nature of organizations.
Yes.
Because it's bureaucracy. I could tell you, my wife has done wonders at her job, absolute wonders. And she's starting to get recognized for it. She has, put together a accounts payable department like the company's never seen before. The guy who worked on there 10 years had to quit. He was an IT genius. He refused to even talk to her. He didn't want to have anything to do with the company because they mistreated him so badly. So she filled this vacuum. And because she has a good work ethic, now she's got some people under her. And she's beginning to get really recognized. And then somebody comes up and lays an insult on her saying, this company's got a bad reputation because it doesn't pay its bills. Which is true. And if they didn't have her, they wouldn't pay any bills. It's not that they don't have the money to pay the bills. They don't have the organizational personnel to pay the bills. It's getting fixed. It's a huge company. So, wow. Well, it's great, but see, it's like the executives who should have done this or who are doing it or who should do it, they're busy doing other things. They're busy running a huge company. So it's like, where's the mind? Yeah, the mind could have been more efficient, but it takes time. You could sit there and for 6 months say, oh, I need to do this. I need to do this. So I was saying what was oppressive was no mind. Now, and then we get into, let's say, the area of Medicare, Social Security, and caring for older people, caring for, this, all it does is create an assembly line of money, of disbursements, all of which is misused and abused by criminal acts of people taking advantage of the system. That's people cheating the system, as von Neumann says, the cheating the system. Whether the system's any good or not is an independent question. So we have, so there's, and then how aggressive is the mind of the bureaucracy in correcting these problems? It's like you've got to set up a whole new organization. They have these things in government, balance, checks and balances, the General Services Administration and all this that are supposed to look into these things, but they need more personnel to do it. So there's just an incredible amount of waste, just no mind. And that's one of the problems. So when we start introducing what we're introducing into the grid, it has a responsibility. It's like well, critical race theory. What if we have critical truth theory? Truth theory. Mm-hmm. Critical truth. Well, you're not following the critical truth. Well, we have manipulation of the truth so bad on media. You're a truth manipulator. Tucker Carlson, you're going to have to, sit in the pillories alongside Anderson Cooper and Sean Hannity. It doesn't matter. And Rachel Maddow, all these people. It doesn't matter which side they're on. They're going to have to be sitting in the pillories, in the stockade, in the public square. You are a truth falsifier. Well, this is, instead of the critical race theory, we have these people don't tell the truth. They manipulate the truth. They feed, a lot of the negativity that's going on, even when they report things fairly truthfully. So this is the environment we're dealing with. So we have, I'm going to be comical when I say I can see them burning down the Portland courthouse because, the government's not telling the truth about Roswell. They're not telling the truth about the Fugo balloon bomb. They're not telling the truth about the World War I Spanish flu. It's like, where does this go? But it's our responsibility to introduce this at a level that's understandable, yes, and it's presentable. And when we get back to, I'm going to think a lot more about this, is how we can. We can tell your story. You can tell your story, but to just rattle off what you just said for 20 or 25 minutes there, yeah, which was interesting.
Thank you.
But it's like, this is something like feedback from the audience. Feedback from the audience is also sketchy because people will say, oh, right on, that's good, that's good, that's good. Yet it's not good. It's not precise enough for, talking to, because they think it's good. It's like, what's going to work? And this is why Chaz Palminteri put it in front of people, and he tested it, and until, and he changed it. Oh, I got to take this part out. I don't want to take this part out, but I got to take this part out. That's what happens. Like, what ignites the audience? What makes it work? What makes it stand out and say, wow, this is good? But the one thing I learned tonight in talking to you about all this was the props.
Yeah.
Oh, the props are magnificent. The props, if you have the right prop in anything, this doesn't apply to just you. You don't have to say anything. Well, you do have to say something. Visual. When I went through my divorce case, my attorney pointed out the value of theater in the court. I presented some evidence to him. He says, this is great theater. It's just a picture. It's like theater. He says, oh, it goes over big in court because you have a picture, you have a video to look at.
Yes.
It's so, I wouldn't recommend the graphics you put up on your. I wouldn't recommend those. What I would recommend, not now, at some point, I think this would be very informative, is I would recommend, and as I say, this is very premature, is to present this potential talk to the Blood Boys.
Okay.
Get their feedback.
Okay.
Whether it be a 20-minute talk or a half-hour talk or more. I just think, because you also want different audiences. And I remember when I did the Montauk Project book, I had at least a dozen manuscripts run off at Staples or wherever, where I, put together just this, 8.5 by 11 paper. It was the manuscript typed out, put into some sort of folder, and I, priority mailed it with a priority mail envelope inside to different people to read it, to say, read it. If you can send me back any mistakes, I appreciate it. Here's a priority mail envelope, and tell me what you think of it. Just to get, this is the first book I'd ever done. I wanted to get a response. I remember what my ex-wife said when she read it. She said, all meat and no potatoes. That's what she said. All meat and no potatoes.
Is that a good thing? Some people would say that's a positive.
Yeah. Well, in other words, I didn't dress up any of the, I didn't put a lot of puff in there. I just basically wrote what Preston said and communicated, and it was clear. It was mechanical. I mean, if I did it over again, I'd put some potatoes in there to contextualize it. But that's what she said. I mean, it was okay, fine. It worked. The book worked. I can't argue with the success of it. I remember I gave it to my next door neighbor, who was a banker. Mm-hmm. Been a banker his whole life. He was retired. He was not somebody I would expect to buy the book, or to what I'd say was not a potential customer. He was a middle of the road, middle class guy who was retired. And I think he said, I forget what he said to me exactly. It was something like, no publisher would ever accept this. No. It was like this. It was just completely out of bounds.
Wow. I mean,
of any sort of reality.
What a thing to say.
Well, he wasn't, he was discussing it from, because he used to read. He used to read Louis L'Amour.
Okay.
And I just, he just basically said it. It's not, it's kind of not anything that would, he was very polite about it, but, his reality was such that it's not going to, it's not in the ballpark. It's okay. Well, I knew it wasn't in his ballpark. He's a very nice guy. I remember the only time he ever, he was older than we were. We were a young couple in our 30s. I remember the only time he came over, not that we ever invited him over or he ever invited us over. It wasn't that kind of a relationship. Is that when we had our baby and we put, a balloon on the mailbox or whatever, and he came over and came inside, and, he had a gift for the baby, and him and his wife came and sat down, and, we entertained them for, 45 minutes. It was very nice, because he was, acknowledging the baby. It was a big thing when you have a baby. And I remember him telling me how he had memories when he was really young, and nobody would ever acknowledge that he had the memories. And I told him, because this was standard Dianetic stuff. I said, oh yeah. I said, kids can remember. But he had an issue that people, it was very interesting that he said that. And he passed away. He was on a local road, and I think he stupidly, turned around when he wasn't supposed to turn around, U-turn. Yeah. And somebody hit him on the side, and it just did him in. He bled to death. And I think his wife said, well, he always said, when it's your time to go, it's your time to go.
Apparently so.
Yes.
Oh my God.
But he was a very nice guy. I liked him, but it's like, he obviously wasn't an audience for that book. Although certainly I've never had a problem having an audience for that book. But it's not, it's just so you understand, I once had people call me from Simon & Schuster, the great publisher.
Right.
They were all excited about the book. All excited about it. I've been contacted from other, Penguin Press and whatnot. They get all excited about it. And then when they find out what it is, they back off. Simon & Schuster could have turned in a heartbeat millions of dollars with that book.
Yes.
And it just because of their infrastructure. But no, once it gets to a certain level. This happened repeatedly with this book. And it's, of course, I was given great advice to do it myself, publish it myself, because you'll do far better. And you're not subject to the, moods, dispositions, manipulations, or conspiratorial efforts of
publishers.
Yeah. And furthermore, when I had finished the manuscript for the book, before I sent it out, I went and researched. The first thing I did is researched in the local library about publishing, how to publish a book. Not necessarily thinking I'd do it myself. And I found a book, it was written in the 70s it looked like a very hippie type book. It was like kind of paperback and kind of put together. And it went and said, look at all of these and it listed all the major publishing houses. It says, if you got a book that's, it didn't use the word cutting edge, but it said, it says the first thing you have to know is all of these publishers that we've listed here are all owned by defense contractors. And you can look them up and, this is owned by this defense contractor. It's like you're dealing with defense contractor. Now, this is people writing radical books in the post-60s environment. Yeah. I'm writing books or a book which is going right in the face of defense contractors.
Yes.
So it's like I was guided perfectly.
Yes. Yes.
So, Judy Pope Coteen had suggested to me when I met her, I was told to, at a book fair, she says, you do this yourself. You're already in, the art and design world. She said, you do this yourself, you do far better. Good advice. And she coached me on several points. And then when I actually needed to find a printer for the book, first thing I looked around Long Island. And Long Island printers are very expensive. They will turn the book around fast, 1 or 2 weeks. This is back 30 years ago, which is unheard of, 1 or 2 weeks. But yeah, they charge you an arm and a leg for it. I went to first one printing shop. I went down there, met the lady, the sales lady. She's very nice. Shows me the place. She takes me into the printing room, and I see all of these boxes, literature. I mean, crates of it. And it all said AIL, AIL, AIL. And I go, what is this? AIL. I mean, I knew what AIL was. That's where Preston worked. Airborne Instruments Laboratory.
Wow.
Which we called BJM in the book because we didn't want to put AIL.
Interesting.
And she says, oh, yeah, they're almost our exclusive client.
Oh, my God.
And I was going to the same damn printer, this company that was doing the Montauk project.
Right.
And I explained to her the irony of it. She got it. She laughed. It's like, oh, here I am. I'm going right to the same damn company that's printing their stuff. Now they're going to print the Montauk stuff. Of course, I didn't use them. I used a company in Kansas, which left a lot to be desired, but we got it done. There's certain printing houses that don't have their act together. And I pounded my way into what turned out to be a successful book, but they had to be, coached, screamed at, yelled at, cajoled, ordered, screamed at to get them to do the right thing.
Jesus.
Sales lady was fine, but it was the people that, and again, it's like they can't, you give a direction and they don't follow the direction, or they put it together wrong, because in those days we weren't dealing with desktop publishing. So as I say, who is ready? We have different audiences, and I guess I've routinely been given advice that is just uneducated advice.
Mm-hmm.
You need to do this. You need to do that. Like the stuff Miguel was telling you. Peter Moon is selling your books in foreign countries. Not even understanding that to sell the books in foreign countries, I'd, have to be actually having somebody who's first off paying money,
Yes.
to do it.
Yes.
And then they're going to translate. If they're going to do it, they're going to have to translate the whole book.
Yes.
It's like doesn't even know. Don't even understand the industry. They don't understand anything about the industry.
Yeah.
So it's extremely I guess just knuckleheaded understanding of what goes on.
Yes.
What goes on. I've been doing it so long, so much of it is second nature to me.
Yes.
So, but as I say, they say, oh, you need to find this audience, you need to find that audience. The other thing is, I learned in publishing. I wrote a fair amount, about publishing in the White Bat book. It's called The Alchemy of Writing, and it tells people how to write, the basics of it, and because everybody's a writer, even if you're not a professional writer, you're writing resumes, business cards, you're writing, everything you write is a piece of you. It's important. But one of the things in the publishing world is you don't want any more books in bookstores than will be sold, because they will all come back to you.
Yes.
You don't want this. First thing, couple of sci-fi fans who knew many of the sci-fi writers personally. This is back years before I ever, but I had aspired to be a writer, and then we were talking about self-publishing, and he says, if you're ever so lucky, to get a big order from a publisher, and they order 50,000 books, be prepared to have 20,000 of them returned to you because they didn't sell. And the most outrageous story of that is one time I walked out of the Fort Harrison Hotel, 210 South Fort Harrison Avenue in Clearwater, Florida, where the Church of Scientology building was, that I either worked, lived in, or ate in at various times. I was walking out of there, and there was this huge tractor trailer. I mean, it was huge. What the hell's that book doing here? Parked in front of the hotel. And my
ex-wife at the time was the Dura publications.
Mm-hmm.
Those were L. Ron Hubbard books being returned.
Oh my God.
From the industry. It was a fiasco, and I didn't get the full truth of it till years later. Now, I know my ex-wife felt guilty about leaving little Leaf. His name was Leaf. He was like a little leprechaun guy from Scandinavia who, I guess, had to deal with all those books.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody could deal with those books. Not one person.
Right.
To put them in the basement or wherever they were putting them. They shouldn't put them in a basement because they'll mold, but they had to put them somewhere because they had a whole truck to unload of books. Now, what had happened is somebody who thought they were really clever, had paid some, it was an agent. What was he? Somebody who's in the industry. They paid him $50,000 or $100,000 to act as a consultant. He got all the distributors to order the books. And they ordered the books, and puts these books number one on the bestseller list or something. But there's no commensurate demand from the public to buy them in the stores. You see,
right?
You can hype up the ordering, but if the people aren't buying them, doesn't work. So this was, just people who thought they were being real shrewd, paying $100,000 or $50,000 or I think it was $100,000 to somebody. Yeah, okay, I'll get your book ordered. Yeah, you get the book ordered.
Oh my God.
Thanks for the $100,000.
Oh, jeez.
You're getting screwed.
Yes. Oh my God.
And they screwed themselves.
Yes.
And meanwhile, they're, bragging and that they did all this stuff. And then, and this is just like, what's the word? It was always such a push to impress.
Mm-hmm.
But you can only do what you can do. So you have to work with who you can work with. And this is one of the reasons I've been working with your audience.
Yes.
Because your audience, minus the trolls, don't want to forget the trolls. This is who are interested in supporter. And the more we organize your information, the more we consolidate it. The Douglas Dietrich compendium, which tells a short assessment timeline of his history or whatever. I mean, it's I've been reluctant to even address it to now because it's such a damn complicated subject. I'm not unaware of it.
Yes.
I'm not unaware of many aspects of your life. Everything you said tonight, I've heard before.
Yes.
And if I could have said it better or more cogently, I would have. But as I say, for me, to put it into a book form, requires, regurgitating it in such a way that, the outside person's going to say, okay, I see. Okay, I understand. Now I'm also talking about it in a format like, this goes back to, and this is, it's like, look, if I've heard you talk on subjects
Mm-hmm.
and on a subject and it's impeccable. It's like, it's fine. It's like, okay, you cover it. Sometimes it's in too much detail. Often it's in too much detail. But I'm saying you can cover a subject very professionally.
Thank you.
But when it comes to your own life, this is a complicated issue.
Yes.
Just in terms of volume alone.
Yes.
The fact that the subject matter contains so many triggers,
Yes.
that is another issue. It's a trigger a minute.
Yes.
I remember giving a talk in a bookstore in Philadelphia, and somebody raised their hand and complained You're going all over the place. I can't follow this.
Oh my
He
God.
was the only one to complain. But it was too much information. Because I've had a very, I guess what you'd say, colorful life in terms of the things I've experienced.
Uh-huh.
And it was, he was the only one who had a problem with it. It was like causing him pain. It was too much.
It's probably dense, yes.
Well, you know, it's like if you've listened to Gianni Russo, you know, who was the, you know, the mafioso runner for Frank Costello. And, you know, he grew up, you know, he was, and, you know, Frank Costello recognized, you know, knew him as a kid. He was selling pencils or whatever. And when he found out that, you know, he knew his uncle from Sicily, then he bonded with him and, you know, was giving him good jobs, setting him up to be the shampoo boy, the hairdresser where he met Marilyn Monroe.
Oh.
And that kind of starts all of his interactions with celebrity. This guy knew everybody. Who was anybody?
Right.
He was friends with Frank Sinatra, who met him as a kid. You know, he knew Marilyn Monroe. He was intimate with Marilyn Monroe. He knew so much about the JFK assassination. He delivered a note to Carlo Marcello from Frank Costello saying it's on. And then he's given like $10,000 to blow to the French Riviera and stay out of the country for a year, just because he was the runner.
Yeah.
And he sees Oswald coming out of the bathroom. He's got story after story after story after story. He played Carlo in The Godfather. He put the whole Godfather movie together. It wouldn't have happened without him. He got Frank Costello's permission.
Oh.
It was brokered. You know, he tells the whole story. It's fascinating.
Right.
He was the Forrest Gump of the mafia.
Yes, yes. And by the way, just to confirm what Peter's saying, back in those days, to become the shampoo boy or the salonist, this used to be straight guys. The there was that film that I think was titled Shampoo. That was Warren Beatty, wasn't it? That was he was playing a salonist, and this was back when straight guys would take that job to meet all the chicks. And this was basically, these were the guys who were considered the really intelligent womanizers, who would basically get into that profession so they could basically have all the, basically all the nookie that they wanted. And then, of course, the gays took over. And I don't know exactly how they did it, but they essentially basically purged the entire industry of straights, probably by making it seem gay. They made it basically a gay profession, and thereby forced the straights to leave, because everybody began to identify all of the salonists as gay. So there you go. That's a bit of a kind of gender cleansing, or how would you call it? Sexual orientation cleansing, as opposed to ethnic cleansing.
Well, when people listen to Gianni Russo, of course, he's fascinating, and he's written a book, which I haven't had time to read the book. I think Dennis read the book. But, I mean, the guy's interesting, and he's got many interviews on YouTube. But one of the problems, people will make snarky comments. Well, because they can't believe that he was everywhere. Here is again somebody who lived a very colorful life.
Yes.
And that brings out certain resentments in people. One lady once told me, they said that people who watch soap operas can become very disenchanted with life, because they watch all these people, having affairs and or adventures, and they feel that they don't have a life because they're watching this. This is soap operas, because everything's so, I guess, aggrandized. All the people tend to be, good looking, well dressed, in upscale houses, and it can really leave people feeling they've missed out on something. When you get into the, rich experience level of somebody like Gianni Russo. And I can tell you, he had a mafia life. He wasn't a heavy. He did shoot a Colombian drug lord, which got him almost killed. But he got off the hook because when the head guy found out he was Carlo, he says, "Oh, you were Carlo. Oh, that's okay. I like Carlo." Carlo from The Godfather.
Right.
He did threaten Marlon Brando. He said,
And
he says,
how did Marlon Brando respond? I suppose he just acquiesced, or what?
He looked at him and says, "I really like you." Because Marlon, if you threaten him and he knew you were telling the truth, he wasn't stupid.
Yes.
He just played people.
Yes.
He played, he was weird, but he liked playing weird to people.
Yes.
He could act as normal. He didn't choose to act normal. But he treated him with respect because he knew who he was dealing with. And they got along fine. Marlon was understandably concerned. He says, "Why do you have this actor who has no acting experience playing my, son-in-law? This can't go." And he's bitching about it, and Russo takes him back and he says, if you blow this part for me, I'm going to kill you. Now, I don't know if he would have killed him. I don't think he would have, but it got the message across, and they got along fine. I knew somebody in Scientology who was a really nice guy. Really nice guy. His name was Guy. And he was being, I guess, verbally abused by a guy named Otto Roos, who was Hubbard's top technical person. Now, I wasn't there when it happened, but when I came on board the ship, this guy was being basically put through the ringer. He was a disgusting individual.
Oh my God.
He had some ability, but he misused his power. He was a very abusive person. And apparently he was abusing this guy named Guy. And Guy just told me, so after the guy got kicked off the ship and whatnot, everybody's talking about him. And Guy told me, he said, "If you ever talk to me like that again, I'll kill you." He just looked him in the eye and says, "I'll kill you." So the guy never bothered him again.
There you go. That's the way to handle it sometimes, honestly.
Yeah. In other words, he's just like, and this guy had been, I think, in concentration camps in Holland, or he was Dutch, but he'd been in concentration camps during World War II, German concentration camps. And he, that might have explained why he was acting so, survivalist.
I see. Yeah.
Desperate. But, yeah, in other words, okay, kill or be killed, hate or be hated. And so it's like, yeah, sometimes that threat works really well.
Yes.
But, your life has been so rich that, we have to consider what can an audience absorb? How much can they absorb?
Yes.
And then you tell them version 1, version 2. And it's something we have to work out and flesh out.
Yes.
But when you start putting something into, like, say, you'll talk like you'll just rat-a-tat-tat out information, which is fine. But if we think of it in a theatrical context, it's like you could say one sentence that would, boom, impact an audience. Whereas you could run off 5 minutes about Dan White and Mayor Moscone, which is interesting stuff. That's a fascinating part of history.
Yes.
But you can rattle off all the supplementary data, and it's like they're still thinking about that when you've moved on to Aquino.
Yes.
It's like they have to have time to process. It's like, and it's like, how much of it can they take? And then you got the Fugo balloons in the background with the Battle of Los Angeles headlines and the Mikado sitting on the screen. Oh,
yes.
But I'm beginning to like this. It's making my mind work with this stuff, and it's like, wow. Because that whole Roswell book is, you look at it as being incomplete.
Right.
Well, it's even as it is now, summarized, lengthy. It's hard for people to absorb.
Yes.
Very fast read, but it's like, what is absorbed? And then there's much deeper stuff beyond that, with the various triggers.
Yes.
I don't think we'd have a swastika in the props. That's too much. You could get away. You could get away with a Buddha statue with a swastika on the belly or the chest, wherever they put it.
Yes, the torso area usually. Yes. That's
yeah. So this is all food for thought for both of us, and and I'm sure the audience would love to. I'm sure those people listening would just love to have a, portable, Dietrich. portable Dietrich, so that it would be so portable and user friendly that the Gideons would put it in next to the Bible.
Well, that was the idea of the Dietrich Artilect, was actually to have that's where the hologram was included in the acronym, because the idea was that the hologram could ultimately be brought onto the field of battle or wherever it was needed for consultation. And they used the word "it," of course, not myself, but that it would be like a mortar's base plate that would be brought around so that there could be consultation. And so this was part of the thought process behind having this sort of personal interaction with a source of information that would make it easier to absorb. That was one of the concepts behind simply the holographic representation in the first place, because otherwise people thought that, or the people involved with the project thought, that a simply disembodied personality without a physical representation would not be accepted well in terms of as an information source by many recipients of information. So it's interesting that you say what you say. So then the portable Dietrich kind of like was the ultimate objective of that project, one of its objectives, and it was as Aquino was saying, it was kind of like that was his idea of data, and ultimately that was the concept that was shared with Gene Roddenberry's staff, that when they came around to the Presidio looking for ideas, and that's how they ultimately came up with the character data, what he said about me, and what he, in a sense, very obliquely leaked about the project without even bringing it up. Because you might remember, those of you who were watching that Next Generation series, the off character, which was, they were always looking for a Spock replacement, and the off character was originally supposed to be the hologram, the doctor who was the medical doctor, who was really a hologram. And then they changed that to data, and then later on brought in, for the sake of marketing, the sex appeal with 7 of 9, who then became the off character. So
7 of 9.
Yeah, that was the Jerry Ryan, I think her name was. She was the female.
That's not the Next Generation. That's Voyager or something.
Voyager was, yeah, that's who they brought on for Voyager.
I couldn't watch after Next Generation. I couldn't watch. It's just got to, the Deep Space Nine.
Oh, everybody hated that. Yeah.
I couldn't stay with it. I mean, it just became like Star Wars. I can't watch it anymore.
Yeah, it's just too much. It's just fatigue. There's a fatigue that sets in.
Yeah, it's no longer original. It's pandering to a formula, and the formula becomes more important than the than the creativity.
Yes. And so definitely understand where you're coming from with that. And well, I mean, oh my God, you stayed with us very late tonight.
Oh boy, I didn't realize it was so late. I thought it was 12 o'clock when I was winding down.
You've done so well. I mean,
we're making progress, and that's what's important. And these are things. When I go to bed tonight, I'll be thinking about this. How do we? And we'll probably have to make a list. Because I think we could have. We're talking about all those things. I can't have a picture of Rat Girl back there. I'd love it. That's
yes. Not that I would have this, but the thought that comes to mind is just side by side with Lena Shea, so people could see how they look alike. They both have a certain look.
There's no time for the ne'er-do-wells.
Yes.
It's just that they're not significant enough to be included.
Yes, understood.
Okay, well, with that, I'll say goodnight to everybody, and more fun on Wednesday.
Yes, and that'll be practically tomorrow. So everybody join us then. Love you dearly, Peter, and share that love with Paula. You have a blessed night.
Okay, good night.
Hugs. So that's Peter Moon. We're going to have a change in audio quality as soon as he hangs up there. So I'm going to call around and see if Brain Dancer is with us and get us back onto the kind of audio track we were on until Peter hung up. And so he was really caught up tonight. And so it's good to see him enthusiastic. It really is. And obviously, this is a lot better than having him discouraged as he was for a while. Now, okay, so let me tell her, our dear Deanna, that we're trying to call her. Oh, there we are. She's calling me. Okay, so there we are, honey. So how did you do that? So it's good to see him enthusiastic. So turn off the background, of course, so we can think. The computer, honey. Turn. Okay. Turn. So let me. There. Oh, thank God. Oh, that's maddening. So, honey, thank you. You okay?
I fell sound asleep.
Oh, that's okay. It's okay.
No, I realized, but not because I found anything boring. I was just having one of those days. The barometric pressure here with the storms just knocks me the bleep out.
Wow. Yeah. Well, it's hailing where he was at, and you're on the East Coast. So, oh my God. Yeah. It's yeah. I can understand that.
I'm very sensitive to barometric pressures.
Yeah.
I realized it in the mid-90s. I was working at a local deli, and I asked one of the managers, it's going to rain today? Yeah, why? I said, well, I can't stop yawning, and I keep knocking things over.
Right.
And I got this look like, what the heck does that got to do with that?
No, a lot of people just don't get it, but I understand you completely. People should understand it more now. Really, they should. At this point in history, people have got to, be more aware of these things. So with that, let's see who else we can bring onto the call. So, I mean, believe me, honey, you're doing fabulous. I mean, I used to be dealing with other people who fell asleep while I was hosting the program, so it's just something I've learned to adapt to in general. Okay, so where am I? Oh, the participation button. So I know you're a techno muggle, and we'll have to do this together. But for right now, let's do the screen share. Can you see this?
I can see it. I'm going to curtail my obnoxious no.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do.
I appreciate your appreciation.
Okay, and so we press this, then we can hit people we can try to bring on. whoever's willing, I'll hit them and just see if they come on. Brendan Zogit said to hit him and see what would happen, but obviously I don't expect him to be up at all. So I'm going to ignore what he said earlier. At this point he likely is not going to be up. So just a few other guys people we can check into. Frank Black, oh my god. I wait a second.
Is it alright if I speak while you
Sure.
Peter said today about arm and a leg, and I know he's not the only one who uses that catchphrase. But I had learned the origin of that expression. There was a time where centuries ago, even more recently, when paint was not manufactured, the industry, it was handcrafted. So it was expensive, it was tedious, it was arduous, it was difficult to create.
And it was dangerous because it had lead. Go on.
Oh.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, so all painters were going batshit crazy and they would die insane because they were all lead poisoned. Yeah.
Like the Mad Hatter?
Yes. Yeah. Hi, hello, Brooke is with us. And
who's going batshit crazy?
Painters, people who used to paint houses in particular because they were, lead poisoned. Sammy Romero is also with us. Say hi.
Hey,
well, Brooke, who just came on?
Sammy Romero.
I was giving a background to the expression.
Oh my god, what is that horrible noise? Is that Sammy? Is that?
Oh, my bad.
Okay.
Let me go on.
Okay.
So the origin of the expression that's going to cost an arm and a leg is the fact that creating paint to make portraits, to paint a portrait, was difficult on many levels. So to have the portrait of the face, which include the entire head and possibly the neck, the more body parts that were involved, the greater the cost. So if you wanted to add your arms in the painting, it would cost you. If you wanted to add your full body, it would cost you. Hence the expression, that'll cost you an arm and a leg.
Weird. Thank you for sharing. That's cute.
Didn't know where it came from. That's cool.
That's adorable. So, I'm sorry. Go ahead, honey.
I used to eat lead paint as a child.
Oh my god, don't
Douglas, did you want to go somewhere with the conversation, with the call?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
All right. I also learned that trivia, Tony Randall was on the Tonight Show, and he was talking about what the names were for little parts that most people don't even care about, like the plastic coating of a shoelace. I don't recall what that's called. And he says, Johnny, do you know the origin of the word trivia? And I don't know whether Johnny Carson was pretending or was just going along like, well, how exciting, with that sarcastic look.
Yeah.
So he says, Johnny, do you know the origin of the trivia? He goes, no, but I'm sure you're going to tell us.
Oh my god, go on.
Meaning he was the Robin Williams of the day, like just after you, blah, 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 non-stop jibber jabber. So he said, allegedly, back in Rome, when the affluent students were convening to reach class, one student asked the other, what are you taking? What classes are you taking? What courses are you taking? Oh, the 3 roads to wisdom, Trivia.
Trivia, got it. Yeah, trivia.
Meaning the 3 roads to wisdom. So
I'm
fascinated by little
things,
nuggets of information.
Yeah, I think that's cute. That's So, what does that bring to anyone else's mind? Brooke, being a lady. I mean, I want you all to start roundtabling, of course, so I can take a break in a few minutes. But I want to make certain you get into the rhythm. Yeah.
unless you, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but unless you're about to hear, if I stay unmuted for the next 5 minutes, you will hear a chaos of dogs. Because, well,
that's so cute.
I was listening to you earlier, and I ended up getting a little nap in. Not necessarily you, Dietrich. I was listening to something on YouTube, and someone maybe I just fell asleep for a little bit. So the dogs didn't get fed, so I'm fixing to feed them, and they all start barking. So that I'll be on mute for about 5 minutes, and I'll be back.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So she's going on mute for about 5 minutes. So go back to talking to Deanna with your tiny little trivia stories. And Sammy, did you join us, Sammy?
Yeah. Yes, Sammy.
Yeah.
Let's gonna give Douglas the opportunity to do what he needs to do.
It's soon enough. I want to make sure everybody gets into a rhythm first. You know, I want you all to get into a rhythm of roundtable first before I do that. There's no particular rush. Honestly, I mean, once I get started, you know, of course, I suck all the oxygen out of the room and everybody dies. So before we go to that point, you know, want to make sure you guys get some life into your conversation, you know. So there we go with that.
Well, I'm going to read what I prepared as an introduction that didn't happen because of my learning curve of Skype. And at some point this week, hopefully, we'll have the opportunity so that I may be coached and learn what tab to have open to keep Skype alive rather than timing out. So I composed a intro. I love playing with words. I love making parodies. I've done a few, and people said I dance around the house singing a parody.
That's
so
cute.
This is the way it goes. Greetings, listeners, be thee near, be thee far, to a show that's sometimes tame, yet often bizarre. Consider a contribution, whether paltry or plenty, from 6 pence to 120. Douglas Wayne Dietrich, of peculiar repute, offers versions difficult to refute. A champion of children to halt their harm and keep them from being harvested on the breeding farm. Here we go, Douglas.
Honey, that was beautiful. I mean, that's incredible. You're like a rap master or mistress. I mean, you're a doper on the mic. Holy shit. I'm fucking impressed. Yes.
Thank you. I've committed to memory, but I haven't said it enough I haven't said it in a while when I was talking about how I created a poem for what I put myself on the inside by once upon a stupid when logic did not prevail. Not only did I get busted, I got my arse in jail. How much is your bail? What the hell did you do? Are you in tan, red, yellow, or blue? Now you have plenty of time to think, cry, and sob, but when the newspaper comes in, we descend like a hungry mob. That's what I remember off the top of my head.
Oh my God! Again, very impressive. I mean, you have quite the memory for rhymes, and so there you have it. You're showing us new elements of your persona or your personality capabilities that we never suspected. So
well, that's. I love doing that. Do you need to insert right now the conversation?
Not really. I mean, I'll try and get Sammy to. Sammy, are you out there? See if you can join, and then I'm presuming Brooke will join when her dogs are quieted down, all 9 of them.
Hello.
Sammy, Earth to Sammy.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing?
So I just want to make sure a good conversation got going before I break myself. Take a break. So let's see if we can get started in that direction. How about whatever comes to your mind, dear Sammy, based on what our lady just said, and I'm sure you can encourage her to do some more rhyming and all that.
Please don't rhyme. You mean rap? She's trying to rap, or what is she trying to do?
I don't recall that I've given it any sincere attempt. However, I do have a.
Oh, that's true. Okay. Go ahead.
I have an amusing anecdote. One of the different employees that I had was at Somerset Hills Hotel, and I was the cashier. Oh, you cashiers. Marcio, I'm not a cashier. I'm a remittance technician. He couldn't help but laughing at that, which was the point. So, Craig, the manager, the top manager of the Polo Lounge, asked me why I never showed up at karaoke. So I said, Craig, is it not the point to draw a crowd? So he thought about it, and he realized my doing karaoke would have people run from the venue.
Oh my God!
Yes, that would be me at karaoke too. If I did karaoke, they would leave the bar.
Oh God!
Clutching their ears like, oh, I never want to hear that song again because now I heard your perversion of it, and
Although, you know what, I would love to find a bar for deaf people, and then to be able to go in there, and I did karaoke, and then they're just like all applauding me, and I don't know they're deaf, and I just, like suddenly think I can sing.
I love that vision. That belongs in a film. That's a lovely vision that should be put into a movie. Yes.
You're right. That would be a great line. Like, take a friend in there. She needs a boost. They don't tell her it's a deaf bar. She's like,
oh, By the way, Brooke and I had a wonderful, allegedly short conversation that kept going for hours, and we had to start falling asleep in order to conclude it.
Oh my God.
Because we took it so late in the evening.
Oh my God, that's so cool. Oh my God, like a couple of teenagers. I'm so excited.
Well, she had sent me a message, I guess at like 2 o'clock on Facebook, and I didn't see it until like 11. It was like...
So you really are a night person.
I am a night person either way, but not usually that late. I think we was like 2. I was only like 1:30 or 2.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm not like usually up as late as I've been with y'all before sometimes, but I am more of a night owl.
Right.
Especially right now because I'm working at home, so I can kind of get away with just rolling out of bed in my pajamas.
No, you don't need to answer this question, but what do you work at home? What do you do?
Right now I was doing pharmaceutical sales, and right now that company actually has shut down. It was a smaller company. Their operations in South Carolina and Georgia, which is what we were out of, shut down. So the dog is doing the bowl. I'm sorry.
Oh, no
I am working doing business to business sales, but basically it sells. You set appointments for, say, we pretend to be anyone. So I work for science. We pretend to be Amazon. We pretend to be...
I love that.
We could be Dietrich. So, like, I have 4 persona. I have 4 accounts. Like, I have 4 accounts. It's the max you can have a day. I mean, that's the max you can own. So you'll own 4 accounts, up to 4 accounts. And you have 4 different personas you have to be because for some reason they don't want you to use your own name. Which is another thing, but it's really, if they don't know if a man or if like a guy had to fill in for you or a girl that way, it's just like a Taylor, like everything's generic. So like I'm all constantly having this multiple personality split because when I'm calling for this company, I'm Taylor, and for this company, I'm,
wow, that's a fun problem to have. Yeah.
Yeah, but so like we could call for like Dietrich Enterprises, and I would be like, I am Lynn with Dietrich Enterprises, and I would just want to tell you, just set up a few minutes to meet with us and see if we can get like a Zoom call going and show you more about what we do. Mm-hmm. That's kind of what I do.
Wow, I mean, thank you for sharing that. That's incredible. I can't even imagine. I'm sorry.
I have a tent. It's not necessarily a tangent, but something relative.
Mm-hmm.
A friend of mine at the time had a child.
By the way, it's like we're talking inside of a bar and grill because we hear Sammy making all these noises like he's running the Hofbrau or something behind us while we speak.
I'm on mute.
Oh, are you? Are you?
No, I just muted because I figured y'all, when my dog's eating their crates, I was letting them out. They don't bark anymore, but I could hear all the banging of the bowls. So I'm sorry, that was me. That's why.
Okay. Oh my God! So that's what that is. Oh my God! So continue, Deanna. And by the way, I'll let you know when I segue out, which will be in a few minutes. But Sammy, make certain to come on and join these ladies in this talk. But Deanna, yeah, you're going with what you were saying. Yeah.
All right. My preference is based on the industrial, the heavy metal, the dark palette. Not everything dark, but strong colors.
Okay.
I don't enjoy pastels. Like if someone gifts me a pastel something other and I'm looking at it like, what am I going to do with that? That's so foreign to my taste. So I was out with a friend of mine who had now she has 2 young children, and her child was creating such a fuss, which children do. So she said, rather than attempting to have him calm down, I'm going to take him to the car and do what I can do to entertain him. Would you do me a favor and do your best to find rose gold items? Because she and her guy were preparing for their wedding. So I told her how strange the experience was to go through the arts and crafts store and rein my sensibilities in, because I would notice something that would appeal to me, because most retail markets have a grand variety of products to appeal to everyone's taste. So I would start turning my attention to said objects only to rein myself and say, no, you're not shopping for yourself. You're shopping for her. She's asking you as a favor to select rose gold items. I could literally feel my brain and my mind ask me, what are you doing? Who are you? This is strange. So when I relayed the story, when she returned to the market and said I did a really good job, and I told her the experience, she was laughing so hard because she knew that I identified completely different to her identification colors and sense preferences. So when Brooke is talking about feeling the strange sensation of identity crisis, so that's that. I mean, I can go on with that, but that's in conclusion.
Okay.
What a strange
I'll
sensation.
tell you, my identity crisis is, I think they quieted down there about, they're about to read them, but my identity crisis is just trying to remember who I am. It's like having multiple personality.
Right.
I do identify with what you're saying at Christmas time. And I think we've all been there. We've ever been shopping at Christmas for other people. And then it's like, it's almost the most time of year when I'm shopping for someone else that I'm like, I can't ever find anything I like until I'm supposed to be buying for someone else. And I'm like, oh, but I like that for me. Oh, but I think I should go ahead and get me this. You know, I like this. So I come home and I've got like one gift and then 3 things for me.
Oh, that's I feel this. Yeah, I would do the same. Okay, so I'm going to refresh myself. This might take a good 10 to 15 minutes, but I'll be probably shorter about it. So
do we need to go on and talk about your entire play and how we're going to set that up? Because that's what I think I fell asleep to y'all talking about how that was happening.
Personally, I'm not really. I wouldn't say that I've warmed up to that idea. I just don't find that. I think that's kind of bizarre. I think But
you're all about the bizarre.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, but there's no need to make it look even more bizarre. Yes, Sammy, do join these 2 ladies. You can come off mute, Sammy. And
yes, Sammy, I missed you. We haven't heard you.
Yeah.
And someone else.
Hey, what's going on?
Yes. Okay.
What's going on?
Yeah.
How you guys doing?
Good. How are you doing? You've got your little Scorpio baby with you.
Yeah, I do.
And I say that in the nicest way. I'm just into astrology. I'm a Scorpio ascendant, so I have Scorpio in my birth chart. So.
Yes.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, as did my dad. Yeah, he was some kind of Scorpio. I mean, that was his major sun sign, or whatever they call it.
Sign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that you're all going to hold very well.
Who else is there? Someone else on here. I'm just not sure who they are.
George
Yeah,
Knight.
hello. Yeah, George Knight.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
George
George.
Knight. Oh my God, I didn't even see that. So so George, before I go and refresh myself, I don't know why you're not showing up on my screen. How did that happen? So, but at any rate,
I've just joined.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Still, I should be seeing you on my screen somehow, but I guess that. Oh, I see it now. It's some kind of weird side window or something. It's bizarre. I don't know. It's Skype's new format. They changed to a latest and greatest format all the time. Sammy says he'll be right back. So George, before I go off to break myself, catch us up a little bit on what you want to bring to our attention immediately.
Oh yeah, lovely. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, I've literally just woken up and I thought I'm going to come straight on call, and I'm available now for the next couple hours. So however long you need me for, I won't be doing what I did last week. I just dropped off and then came back on, and that won't be happening today. So thank you very much for having me on. I just want to say hello to everyone and thank you for joining us.
Yes. And by the way, have you been properly introduced to Brooke Gibson?
Yeah, she's a wonderful lady and such a character. I enjoyed our conversation last week. So yeah, hello Brooke, and hello Deanna.
Yes.
Hello, George.
Yes.
Hello, George. I could listen to you talk all day.
Yes.
I'm happy.
I'm in agreement with that.
Yes, he has a wonderful voice.
And to Brooke as well, and to Douglas. And one of these days, I hope we get to have a round table with Peter as well.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I guess. I mean,
yeah, I know Peter Moon has a different time schedule. He comes on first in the show, and I always miss him. It's if I can right at the end of the show, I sometimes catch him. Yeah, it's very, it's just a time schedule with Peter Moon.
Right.
I don't think.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh no, Brooke, go on, please.
I was like, I don't think Peter would be able to take me for very long at all. I mean, y'all all are very patient with me when I interrupt, and I did. Deanna and I talked about that, how I try not to interrupt, but every now and then I do it a little too much, so I try not to. I'm working on that, but I've always just been it's always been an issue, even if you're in front of me.
Oh, no worries.
Get excited.
Yeah.
But I think Peter wouldn't like that very much.
It would probably be hard for him to, adapt. Deanna, you were going to say something?
I'm going to say where Brooke and I talked about interrupting in conversation and whatnot, because I told her how recently I offended a friend of mine, but I found her interrupting offensive. She'll call me, and I'm happy for her. She's of the belief that she and a political individual are destined to be either wedded or in each other's company. And I think to myself,
as insane as Donald Trump himself, huh?
Well, right.
I'm sorry, I had to say
that. As his mistress, or the mistress's mistress.
Right.
So
yeah, go on.
She'll say it repeatedly, and after a while, when you hear the same story over and over again, but it's a different day, so it's a different story. Right? No, it's the same story. I need novelty. I really do. I will not watch the same movie a few times in a row unless I love it with such a passion, and it's complicated enough where I know by watching it again, I will glean something else from the rewatching. So she'll call, oh, it was so sweet. And she also does the expression of saliva, and I'm cringing. I don't know what I suppose people don't notice that they do that. So my ears want to throw up for a multitude of reasons. Hearing that, hearing how, oh, it's so sweet. He emailed me this, he emailed me that. That's fine. So we do have a proper exchange where we give each other the opportunity, but for the most part, she will interrupt and run with it. and then I have to wedge my way back in just to finish a short story. So the relatively recent call said, speaking of which, I wanted to tell you a short story. Okay, so I spoke about how I wasn't aware that camera cards, memory cards for a digital camera are different. I just assumed, and we know what happens when you assume. I assumed they were all the same product. So I get home. I return to where my belongings are, and I insert the chip. And at this point, I had learned to mark the memory card chips, whatever they're called, the cards, with a.
Hey. Hey. Honey? Did she drop off? That's bad.
Not necessarily glitch.
Oh, okay.
So all I wanted to do was tell her that I needed to return it, and I had already torn up the receipt because for all I've experienced, brand new products don't spoil. They don't have a freshness date. You don't have to wait for them to ripen, or they go overripe and spoil. So she kept interrupting. It would have taken 3 minutes to tell the story. So I said, I need to create a fictitious name.
Before you go on with this, I'll before I take a break, Mr. George, you said I'm not going to drop off like that time and come back again. And that it worked out just fine. I mean, it always works out. But since you're with us, before I go, is there something you feel you might need to bring to my attention before I take a break for several minutes?
No, you carry on, Douglas, please. Yeah, you refresh yourself as much as you want and what you need to, because absolutely. So that's what I'm here to break that for
Wonderful.
you. So you can have those breaks. Yeah.
Wonderful. So
yes, you go, Douglas. You go.
Okay, I'll be back soon enough. I do want Aloma Albert, if you're still with us in the chat room, to know how much I appreciate your input. I'll check into reading that out loud and adding some context to that. When I return, I'll ask Our Lady Brooke for some context about what she was saying about partially disagreeing on Trump, whether that was about what I was saying about Taiwan or what our man Pete was saying about his, he's testosterone, he's masculine.
It was Peter, yeah. That was bad.
That was the trip that the Russians were on, is that we have a masculine foreign policy, and that's it's all that. It's kind of like our lovely lady Deanne Hillis-Buchberger was mentioning when it came to Trump. Before I take a break here, I'll just read what little she had to say. She said, Trump had too much hair to have too much testosterone. It's called overcompensation. It's all an act. Yes. So there we have that. And with that, I'll go mute for now. The four of you, Sammy, George, Deanne, and so Deanne, go back to finishing your story and about this and and
Deanne, I want to interrupt because Deanne, we talked about it. Remember? Now I'm working on my interrupting, but you're going to work on telling the stories a little faster because you said that's
there we are. Yes, there we are. Thank you. Which is I mean, it's yes. You know what it is, Deanne. Also work a little bit on making your voice a little more hyper, a little more excited. It's like maybe pretend you're angry and be emphatic, because otherwise you have a.
I'm on theater. I'm on stage. I'm telling Your Honor.
Yeah, because
she
otherwise
kept interrupting me. So I asked Susie. Please stop interrupting. I would have been through with the story already.
That's good. That's good. You're doing good. There. So I'll go mute while you continue with that. That's
It's the ebb and flow of conversation. I said, none of you keep interrupting and not giving me the opportunity to finish. Oh, is that the way you really feel? I said, yes, I do. And she hung up on me, and I thought to myself, sometimes the trash takes itself out. Da-da-da.
Yes, I got that. Okay, that's funny. True.
And I appreciate the constructive criticism because we all need it.
Well, no,
And-
it's because
and our-
we talked about it. It's only because you and I discussed it, and you said that to me, actually. I wouldn't have said that had you not said. I thought you were interrupting me. I talked to Doug about it, but then, I then realized after listening to myself that I really needed to speed up, or that my stories sometimes to the point that then that gets interrupted. So it's a combination of the two of us. We're just opposites as far as that goes. I talk too fast sometimes for anyone to even understand my story, and sometimes they are drug out. But oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna have to mute for just a fucking second. Sorry for cussing, but I just saw a spider run across my floor.
Well, thank goodness you didn't call it French. When people say, "Oh, excuse my French," I'm like, "That's not French." I'm sure for French curse words, profanity, and obscenity sound much different. George?
Hello there, Deanna. Yeah, I'm here. Thank you. Yeah, it's just an expression, isn't it? And it's just like with the whole middle finger, the rising of the middle finger to, as a gesture as well. That was because of a conflict where they would chop off the middle finger. And so the gesture was to raise it, so to show that, I've still got my middle finger. That's why it's a swear or an offense. Yeah. So, yeah.
So, what about chopping off fingers? I mean, not that I'm trivializing it, but would you contextualize that? I'm not clear on.
That was something I got told when I was, it's the middle finger. Oh, here's another. I'm just reading it now. The middle finger gesture was used in the ancient times as a symbol of sexual intercourse. Well, that's something different, in a manner meant to degrade, intimidate, and threaten the individual receiving the gesture. But I think it's got different meanings depending on where you are. But it all, around the world, it's universally recognized as an offensive gesture. So the gesture communicates moderate to extreme contempt and is roughly equivalent to the meaning to fuck you or fuck me. Shove it up your up yours, or go F yourself. It is performed by showing the back of a hand that has only middle finger extended upwards, though in some locales the thumb is extended. Extending the finger is considered a symbol of contempt in several cultures, especially in the Western world. Many cultures use similar gestures to display their disrespect. Although others use it to express pointing without intentional disrespect, the gesture is usually used to express contempt, but can also be used humorously or playfully. The gesture dates back to ancient Greece, as it was also used in ancient Rome. Historically, it represented the phallus. Oh, so this is the sexual intercourse gesture. In the early 1800s, it gained increasing recognition as a sign of disrespect and were used by musical artists, notably more common among actors, celebrities, athletes, and politicians. Most still view the gesture as obscene. The index finger and ring finger beside the middle finger is more contemporary. Periods have been likened, represents the testes. God. So, I guess it looks
Wait
like,
a minute.
I like to call
the three fingers together. Are you saying? I'm sorry, I killed the spider. The three fingers together. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Look like the testes.
Yeah. Flip it. Yeah, flip. Yeah, that's it. Flip someone.
So the one finger is supposed to be the phallus. That's how that originated.
Yeah. Supposedly, but when I was a child, I got told it was to do with a conflict between the British and the French, or something like that. And they would chop off the middle finger, and then you extend it, rise it to show that you still got it as a gesture. Okay. Yeah, that's what I got told as a child, but that was what Wikipedia has just said.
Well, that makes sense. You don't know where things come from.
I like to call it the center digit salute.
Yeah.
I don't use it much, but as a kid, it was one of those things that was always fun to do, like you were bad. Now I'm just more likely to say it if I need to say it, but I apologize though that I don't do bugs, and in the South I don't do spiders especially, but in the South this time of year, the fall, once it starts getting cool, they just try to come in, and scared the crap. It was like a big spider just running right across my floor, and I was like, I didn't mean to scream in the phone.
Oh, is that what that was? In the 90s, it was a fall day, and I grabbed the flannel off the coat rack, and as I swung it around to put it on, a huge spider dropped, and I went to grab a glass to cup it and evict it. So I placed a cup over the spider, and its limbs extended, and I just jumped back, and I went to the neighbor. I'm like, I'm usually not afraid of spiders, but this thing is large enough where I could saddle it and ride it. Would you please help me? So he came over and he said it was just a common garden spider. I'm like, well, I didn't know that. It looked rather menacing. So, well, for the most part, I evict spiders, but there's been times where I forget about the spider, and then I pick up the cup, and it's like, oh, well, it went to spider heaven.
Yeah, I don't evict spiders. I will evict almost any bug except like we get in the South, we get those. We don't even. Like, I don't get cockroach. I mean, I'm sure there are cockroaches here. What people call those little ones. We get those big, like black. Some people call them Carolina bugs. So it's like a huge black cockroach. We will get those if you have oak trees, and I mean, I have an oak tree outside, so I'm sure one of those will come in during this fall. And then the spiders, no, those two things I will kill. Anything else, fine. And mosquitoes. I don't understand why God made mosquitoes, cockroaches, and I get spiders. I'm nice to them outside. They scare me. I don't want them in my house.
The first stand-up I've ever watched of Ellen DeGeneres, she pretended to call God, and she asked, and she's like, "Oh, for the industry, what do you call it when you spray it? I know the word. I can't think of it right now. But she's like, oh, well, it creates jobs for the people who manufacture and package and send and distribute the sprays.
You mean like bug spray and pesticides?
Yeah. So it was comical to see her find out why mosquitoes were created, why ticks were created, pesticides.
Yeah, that's a funny answer. I don't think that's it, but obviously.
No, I know, but
no, I know you don't either. The funny thing is, I asked, I think my mother that last night. I was speaking with her, and I literally, one of my dogs was itching, and I turned him over on his stomach because he'd been outside, and I found a flea because he's white. I can see it. And I'm like, oh, great, I'm going to put more flea medicine on him. And that was actually the animals I asked. I was like, why did God, because I don't hate spiders. I just am scared of them. But I said, why did God create mosquitoes, cockroaches, and fleas? Like, I cannot see a beneficial purpose. And we determined that we don't think God created them. We think that probably something that humanity has done that wasn't good. We slowly created them ourselves. But that was our answer. Anyway, we're like, this can't be a good creation. Maybe it is, but I can't see a blood-sucking mosquito having any purpose. I guess it has a purpose itself. Anyway,
regarding fleas, I've learned that, and it's true, to put shallow pans of soapy water because the soap will break the tension surface of the water. And any footfall from anything, whether it's a living creature or something falling to the floor, will activate the flea. Or, well, actually, there's never only one flea. There's fleas,
right?
And they'll jump, and quite often they'll jump into the pan and drown because.
Well, that's how you find out you have them. Like, I had once. Oh, thank God, only once in my life, and it was in my other house. We had all our carpet. I had a flea infestation because I had just suddenly realized like there's flea jumping on me, there's fleas on dogs. But the way I knew it was in the carpet was you put that exactly what you say, and they said to put a light over the top, like cut the lights out, and then you put a light over the top, you know, like kind of leaning over the top of the pan. And so then what'll happen is any on the floor, like they're attracted to the adult ones are attracted to the light, and they'll jump up. And so if you sit there long enough, you'll see them jump, one jump up or two jump up, but then you know you've got some in your carpet. And then yeah. So I don't have an infestation right now, but I definitely have to get some medicine for them because I don't want one. I mean,
right? You don't like to sit there itching and watching the dogs suffer and have all the fur fly off and.
Oh no, it's horrible. And then
isn't it?
Yeah, and then the more fur is coming off, which is all I need is more fur. because when they scratch. So yeah, I know exactly what you mean. But anyway, I have nothing interesting to say other than that. Nothing. What if
Well,
go ahead.
I believe pets are love incarnate, unconditional love incarnate, because
that it's God spelled back. There's no accidents, and it's God spelled backwards. So like the unconditional love is about as close as you can get is to a dog. Like I said, you can literally have not fed them. That's what's so sad. Like people that abuse them, don't feed them for days, and then they're still just waiting for their owner, loving them. So
right.
Yeah.
And there's the aspect of a creature knowing full well, long before the return of their companion, their caretaker, they'll be waiting at the door. They'll be sitting at the window.
I know. I've seen the cutest videos of that where they come on. George, do you have any animals?
Sorry, Brooke, I was just on mute then. Beg your pardon. Yeah, got cats. We did have dogs. I've grown up with dogs.
Okay.
But,
Cats
yeah, not
are
more.
Yeah, cats are like, I would say man's best friend, but no, they're their own. Like, I can live without you, but I need you to feed me, and might occasionally cuddle you. That's how I have 2 cats that passed away, so that's how they were.
If you, the thing is with myself and Douglas, we can present to you a lot of information, especially from his experience and his background at the Presidio. You'll get a different perspective on dogs based upon what he knows and what he has been through. So what they were doing at the Presidio, there was actually all these, like these PETA groups for, these animal activists that were preventing dogs going into the Presidio. Well, the officer class at the Presidio were slaughtering dogs.
What's the Presidio?
The Presidio military base where Douglas worked for just under a decade.
Yes. Okay, so I thought it was maybe something in England for an animal shelter. Like I wasn't sure if that was another word there.
Yeah, no. And that was what was going on at the Presidio. The officer class of under Lieutenant Colonel Aquino, they were slaughtering dogs. And there's this movie called The Men at Stare at Goats, and they portray in that movie, it's starring George Clooney, but in that movie they present that, dog's man's best friend, and so you see, they can't kill dogs in that movie, and so instead they have these goats that were in the movie itself. I've never seen the movie, but I know its context, and then in real life, all these animal activists were outside the Presidio stopping dogs from going in through. They were sending these dogs in these crates, in these carts into the Presidio, where they were conducting all these experimentation using poison bullets, explosive bullets. They were killing dogs. Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's what the stance that the military had, because they were where you look at the images of Baphomet, and you've got all the satanic images of Satan and Baphomet, and it's people get the perspective of it's the hoovered kloof, it's the goat. It is, and the representation of Satan himself is
right
under the temple of Set is a dog. It's Set. So yeah, that's the dark image of Satan himself. So that's why they were killing dogs by the thousands.
They were killing dogs but that doesn't make sense. Why would they be killing dogs?
This is the rituals. This was all under Aquino's branch of.
But if he worshipped Satan and he thought that dogs were Satan, he wouldn't want to.
They were slaughtering dogs. They weren't killing goats. They were killing dogs.
Right. So that's what I was. But I thought you were saying that the dog was under the table because it was a symbol of Satan.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, the representation of Satan himself is, if you look at the Egyptian god Set, is the representation under the if you look at the whole Set versus Osiris, you see that it's a representation of a dog, and that is why and underneath Aquino's temple of Set, it's Set himself, Satan, which is a representation.
Well, he changed that. He was a member of the Satan Church. See, I have not been here long enough to know all of obviously Douglas's story, but I do know, like with apparently from things I've read about, like he was a member of the Satanic Church, right? And then he didn't like the way that was going, and he said he was spoken to and told that true Satan was Set, and then that's when he created that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. exactly. It's a reputation. Yeah, and that's why, you know, the whole notion that dogs are man's best friend is all under the military. It's all bullshit. They killed dogs. They were killing the dogs as a sacrifice. They were taking it as a ritual. So that's why they were
just at that base, or did he like infiltrate the whole? That's what I don't see. I don't know that story either from Douglas. Or, like, was the whole military infiltrated with so much of this?
They were heavily influenced under, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino wrote the chaplain's handbook for all branches of service. Yeah.
Oh, really?
And, and it's written in a fashion where if you have any other religious covenant, like under if you have a Jewish rabbi that enters a room, or you have a deacon or a minister of any other, or a Protestant, anyone that has any other faith, when they step in a room with a satanic chaplain, they have to step back and stand down to his orders. And if you read the chaplain's handbook, which is on a PDF format online, you can read it. I've downloaded it. It's written in a fashion where they have to step back and stand down to an officer class, to a satanic chaplain. So that is the whole purpose behind the chaplain's handbook. And so,
I'll have to look that up. The chaplain's handbook, that's for the entire military.
Yeah, it's written by Michael Aquino. Yeah, he wrote it himself.
He died. He's dead now, though, right?
Yeah, he's died for the last couple of years now. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought he had, but
only in the not in the spiritual sense, but just in the body sense.
Yes, I heard Douglas mention that he was still somehow around. But that's how I first heard his name, was when I met Douglas, like I said, he was on an interview for another, which has only been in the last few months. So again, so much of this information is new, which I guess I would ask you, since you're like, why would I have never heard that name before? Why does no one know these things?
What's that about Michael Aquino himself?
Yes, because I could walk up to any friend and I know they wouldn't know that name.
Well, this is the thing. I discovered Douglas, and it was only after discovering Douglas I found out about Michael Aquino. Most people that come to Douglas already know about Michael Aquino, so they only know Douglas through Michael Aquino. So it's the opposite with me. I never knew who he was. And if you look at the Wikipedia entry, his name is completely salted and censored off Wikipedia. There are two men that do not have a Wikipedia entry. Michael Aquino is one of them, and the other man is Douglas Dietrich. They don't have any Wikipedia entry. Yeah, it's forbidden to write about them on Wikipedia.
Why is that? Because
I read about Michael. No, I wasn't reading about the Church of Set, I guess, on Wikipedia. Maybe that's what I was reading about.
Yeah, the Temple of Set. Yeah, the Temple of Set.
Yeah, Temple of Set.
There is an entry on Wikipedia about the Temple of Set. Mentions Michael Aquino. There's no actual page.
Yes, that's what it was. Yes, it says by Michael, because I was trying to look him up every time Douglas would say his name, and I didn't want to act like an idiot that I didn't know who he was, and obviously I wasn't talking to him first. So Aquino, I was spelling wrong. I had no idea, exactly how to even spell that, because I hadn't heard it. So I saw it, and you're right. You click on it, it's red. Like it's the, you can click on all the Anton LaVey. I mean, you can click on all these things, but he doesn't have anything.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You can. There's a page on Anton Szandor LaVey. The Black Pope of the Church of Satan, the first Church of Satan. But there's nothing about. There's no Michelangelo Aquino page Wikipedia entry, because he's recognized as a Wikipedia contributor. He's one of the main contributors of Wikipedia. Now, Wikipedia is nothing more than just a sub-branch of the United States military to give out disinformation, where anyone can put any entry in. You can yourself, as an information consumer, can log on to Wikipedia, create an account, and write any entry you want. But you can write anything you want about Donald Trump. You can say whatever you want about Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah, I've known that. Because I've updated, I remember when it first came out, I updated something I didn't like on something, and it allowed me to. And I was like, what the hell? Yeah. So I always look at Wikipedia kind of as it's the first thing that comes up to let me kind of know where to go as far as if it's a person. Like if I'm, like I had no idea what to look up. So I then looked up the Church of Set, or the Temple of Set. I guess I probably even just put the church because I wasn't even sure. And I got there to then kind of give me his name, which at least gave me his name to look up, but still having trouble finding much on him.
Oh, right.
Yeah, you can't find it.
I'm sorry, I just got back. Yeah, you're handling this well enough, I'm sure. So go on. Please respond, George. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. And that's the thing, because Wikipedia recognizes Michael Aquino as a main contributor to Wikipedia. there is no entry of him. There is no page dedicated to the founder of the Temple of Set. There is no entry. Neither is there an entry about Douglas. There is nothing on him at all on Wikipedia.
I know everybody's had the experience where they're paying attention, but a mention of whatever topic really snaps their head up and has you paying attention more. I had viewed Oprah when she had Michael Aquino and Lilith on, and I was like, what a strange pair. And so it was really peculiar in my world to have these dots connected. So I was like, I know the face of this individual. He's really that heinous? Obviously so.
Yes, but by the way, go on, honey. So,
no, well, that's that for now.
thank you. And as Sammy said, he'd be back later, or he left a note to the effect of "be right back." But the conversation apparently turned towards Wikipedia and Michael Aquino, and
we originally got very fast got into dogs because mine, and then he was telling me about that you would have more like. When I heard the stories, and basically he told me that they were bringing dogs into slaughter, and then kind of telling me why that because of Set, the symbol was a dog. And then we were just.
And you asked about Presidio. What's Presidio?
Right.
Well, yeah, because when he first, we were just talking about dogs, and he's like, he'll have more to say about dogs. So I'm not thinking anything about anything about you, or I mean about like your military history or what the little bit I know that you have heard. And so I thought when he was saying you knew something about dogs, he said Presidio, I immediately just went to like, that must be something like in England that call like an animal shelter or maybe an animal rescue, because he mentioned it. Anyway, so then I was like, oh yes, I've heard him say Presidio. Yes, I know Presidio is where you worked, obviously, but I don't know your stories well enough. So I would love to hear anything that you want to repeat or say or on that.
Yeah, sure. So
I can just elaborate on that. The animal activists were standing outside the gates of the Presidio, the entry points, because they were bringing in dogs, and I mentioned Douglas to Brooke about The Men Who Stare at Goats, the movie that starred George Clooney. Whereas if I've only ever seen the trailer, I've never watched the movie, but it presented to the audience, oh, you can't kill dogs because dogs man's best friend. But in the movie, The Men Stare at Goats, there were goats on site of the base, and I could have gone in further into detail with Jim Channon, because in that movie George Clooney's playing Jim Channon, right. The 1st Earth Battalion. He was one of the officer class of underneath Michael Aquino, and I was just saying that they were bringing dogs into the Presidio and they were slaughtering them by the thousands,
right.
And they were using them as sacrifices. They were taking it as rituals, and they were using weapons. They were using explosive bullets, poison bullets. They were using anything that they wanted to take every dog that they had and to use them as a sacrifice.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this is all true. And you can actually, if you look at some of the old San Francisco newspaper articles from the 1980s, you will see all these animal activists, protesting outside to stop all these dogs coming into the Presidio, because they knew they were going in, but they weren't coming back out.
Yes.
Right, but it didn't seem to make it to the main news stream. Did it?
It did and it didn't. I mean, it was always like a small token interest item. It would be like an interest item, so to speak, human interest item. So just to put that into perspective, if you want to get like a good overview of this, George is providing an excellent one, of course, and he's so familiar with the situation. He provides it in stark detail, as well as I can, which is why I've invited him to basically start conducting interviews of his own. By that I mean offering himself to Christine Joanna Hart, his fellow Briton in over there in England, to do an interview, not necessarily on my behalf in the sense that I'll never conduct an interview with her again, but certainly to conduct an interview with her where he will be interviewed by her about the subjects that I would talk about, as kind of like a collaborator or somebody who's an affiliate, and this way he could show up on some of these programs and speak about these subjects. There's some areas by now that he knows better than I do when it comes to the technical aspects of the Reich in exile. But I'm sorry, honey, were you going to say something?
I just wanted to ask, because George mentioned while you were gone that similar, I guess, to me. Like, obviously, I've just found you. George said when he found you, he didn't know anything about, about Michael, and I didn't either. Like, I never really even heard of Michael Aquino, and I think that's what George was saying, and that most people that come to you already know. So I wanted to ask George how how long, obviously, you've been here and getting this information, and how you've become so familiar with it.
Every day for nearly 6 years. Every day. That's a lot of time dedicated to it, because you need that. And that's the problem, because it takes so long for you to actually comprehend the information. And it did with me. It took me years to comprehend, even to this point, and I still haven't fully comprehend. There's so many. The thing is, history is so like the aspects that Douglas always presented. It is such a short amount of time in Earth's history, but yet every day consists of 24 hours. That's a lot of information in a single day. I mean, you're talking years of information. That's why it takes so long. And like you said about connecting the dots, it's all interconnected. It's all, yeah. And so it takes such a long time. And it was like, I've presented this to Douglas many, many times. It's just like with, just to go off on it on a little tangent, like Operation High Jump is intricately connected to the Roswell incident. And they're both connected, but people will look at it from an outside perspective and go, how does that make any sense? How is it connected? And they'll run off on all these hypothetical theories with, like they do to this day. It's all propaganda that has been regurgitated. Well, that is a campaign that started by the military junta, by the United States have actually propagandized the alien phenomena. The whole belief that there is life out there, that was propagandized by the military. They want you to believe in the alien life out there. And why
does that help them, or is that too much to go into right now?
Well, it starts off, actually, they learned that from the Third Reich themselves, under Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels, under the Ministry of Enlightenment. He was the propaganda ministry from the Third Reich. He presented to the Allies, especially to the United States and Great Britain, that there was such things as extraterrestrial life. And then there's this movie that you can watch called Contact, or Contactee, with starring Jodie Foster, where when they emit this transmission, this bubble that goes off into the cosmos, and it encompasses over any neighboring star. And in that movie, the first data message that was transmitted was Adolf Jacob Hitler doing his speech. And so what Paul Joseph Goebbels, what he presented to the Allies, was they were the first nation on Earth with international television, and they have made contact with an extraterrestrial race. And they have to, the extraterrestrial race made contact with the Third Reich because they can only recognize one legitimate government on planet Earth, and they recognize the Third Reich. And so the Allies, and especially the Americans, they presented in the documents that Douglas destroyed, that the British were more susceptible to this information. This is why they held back from invading Berlin. This is why the Red Army went in without the Americans and the British going in with them. They held back. This was allowed an exodus into exile. This allowed them to go into exile themselves. And there's so many factors I can present to you to show that, especially with Heinrich Himmler, the Reichsführer Heinrich Himmler, meeting up with the head of the Jewish Congress. He met up with, and his name was Herbert Mesa, I believe his name was. Yes. And they wrote a column or this article saying about how he met with Heinrich Himmler, and he gave back. You can read it in extreme. You can read it, so you get all the information. All the details.
But by the way, the reason he's bringing up that you can read it yourself is because what he's about to say about it is clearly sounds so offensive. It's basically Herbert Mazur was saying, all these Jews that are establishing this new state of Israel, they're all men, just a bunch of fanatical militant men, and we've gotten a woman. And that's when Heinrich Himmler basically said, I can give you a bunch of Jewish women, hundreds of them from the camps, and basically offered to give him a bunch of Jewish women from the camps as part of a trade deal, where the Jews in turn would help the Nazis escape. That's basically this. Norbert Mazur, by the way, sported his own Hitler mustache, if you take a look at the photograph of him, and he basically wrote a book about this, but he put it in as oblique light as possible, but basically he cops to it. He just basically, I got, a bunch of Jewish women from Heinrich Himmler, and, we arranged for this, and, and then he makes it sound, of course, is part of the cover-up for Heinrich Himmler, where he's covering Heinrich Himmler's trail. He makes it sound like, and then Heinrich Himmler went to celebrate Hitler's birthday with him, and they died. Something little stupid like that. But that's not what happened. He's meeting with this guy so the guy could arrange for their escape. Help be as a part of that. So that's extraordinarily important.
What was his name again? Norbert, you said?
I believe it was. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I'll have to get the spelling for you, Brooke. But beg your pardon. But to go back to this. This is why the British and the Americans held back from invading Berlin, because Reich's propaganda minister, Dr. Paulus of Goebbels, was very successful in presenting to the Allies that they were the first contactee of communicating with extraterrestrial life.
So the Allies believed them.
Yeah, this is why it's still believed to this day. It's still part of that propaganda. It's still out there. This is what people's belief is. This is what they believe.
Just to clarify, at that time, but the allies of the West, the Anglo-American allies, they believed that, and later on, realizing that they had been fooled, they basically took that technique and used it against their own public for their own reasons.
Okay, so that's what I was.
That's what I'm saying. This is what I was getting to and alluding to. That the same information, the same propaganda they were feeded. They feed that upon the American public, the Anglo-American public, the British public, and the American public. Yeah. So to this day, this is why you have such a belief in extraterrestrial life, is because they are released. Yeah.
But I get why, and I'm going to interrupt, but I get why, because I don't want you to have to go too deep into explaining things that I'm going to ask another question on. Why would they do it now? Like, I understand what you're saying, why Germany did it, but why?
It's because they. Yeah, thank you. I know what you're going to say, bro. It's because they lost the Second World War. Yes. It's because that is the cover-up. It's because they lost the Second World War. That is why they present to the public that there are extraterrestrial life out there. But the Battle of Los Angeles, what did they tell the public? It was extraterrestrials. They didn't want to tell the public it was a Japanese invasion. This occurred on February 24th to 25th in 1942, weeks after Pearl Harbor. They didn't want to present to the public that the Japanese could invade and cross the Pacific. And so it's the same thing with the end of the Second World War. As we know it, in 1945, the Americans and the British, all the Allies lost the Second World War to the Third Reich, and they lost to the Japanese later on. And this is the reason. The Roswell incident itself was a cover-up because they were committing atrocities against Japanese prisoners of war. And so they didn't want to tell the public that they had these prisoners of war still captive at Roswell, New Mexico, and they were testing these supermassive dirigibles that they had captured after the Americans went atomic over Japan, over Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The Emperor released the sacred Cray super dirigibles, massive super dirigibles that were loaded with biocidal weapons. This is why the Americans had to sue for peace. And so they were testing this over Roswell, New Mexico. This is where the 509th Bomber Group was stationed, at Roswell, New Mexico, because the Navy's operation and Operation High Jump in the Antarctic was a massive failure. Then they went to the army to say to the army, you have to dislodge the Third Reich from relocating into exile off the Antarctic continent, off the great continent of ice. So they went to the army and said, could you use, test these supermassive dirigibles to deploy atomic weapons over the Antarctic? And that was, they could, because the Americans were the largest. They were so large they couldn't fit inside the cockpit of these dirigibles or inside the compartments of the dirigible. So they had to use Japanese prisoners of war to conduct these experiments. That's what the Roswell. That's in just a outline, just a summary of what happened at Roswell. So that was the cover-up.
Right.
What did you say the weapons were? Originals? See, I've never even heard this. What is the weapon that they were using?
Well, just to shall we say, add some details or context to what our man is explaining, because he does this well, but then again in his summarization it's going to be inevitable that there is, how would I say it, it's not that he's getting things out of context, but just to add further context, or just to put it
Yes,
into a
thank you.
chronological order where it's less confusing than I presume it can be. And I think he's doing an excellent job, but just to make it a bit more streamlined.
Yeah, I mean, I'm understanding more than I ever have before, but I have, I'm just learning.
Right,
so.
right.
Yeah,
just
thank you.
to make it a little bit more streamlined. But basically what happened was that at the time of the Second World War, when it came to the situation as it was going down with Japan, basically after the Americans had dropped the bomb, which was basically at that point pretty much inconsequential strategically, the Japanese military was very much overseas. In terms of the domestic situation at home, probably the greatest strategic rationale the Americans had for striking Hiroshima was that the overwhelming majority of English-speaking Japanese who had been stranded in Japan at the time the war started, meaning these were exchange students or people visiting relatives, various other kinds of people with connections to America that spent a lot of time in America and spoke fluent English. Most of them were stranded in Japan at the time of the attack on Pearl Harbor. As a result, the Japanese put most of them in Hiroshima, where they could spend most of their time on the radios deciphering American communications. So the greatest strategic rationale they had for attacking Hiroshima was killing those Americans. We're talking about they're Japanese ethnically, but these were all U.S. citizens. So there were thousands of them in Hiroshima. And so they were interpreting American documentation, or rather, I mean to say they were documenting and then translating American communications. And as a result, they were a strategic threat. So that would be the biggest strategic rationale for attacking Hiroshima. But other than that, nothing strategic was really accomplished. The Americans say that in their own strategic bombing survey. The United States Strategic Bombing Survey, which is an actual survey conducted by the U.S. military, proved that all of the bombing they had done throughout World War II was effectively useless, that there was more damage done to domestic Japanese industry by domestic earthquakes throughout the war than there was ever done by American bombing. So even though they released that and it's open to the public to access that work, they never emphasize that, or they never reference it. They basically tell the public, oh, we bombed Japan into submission because they had to sell the separate branch of an Air Force. They wanted to create a separate Air Force branch. Now, by the way, in case you didn't know this, and most people never think about it, the Japanese, for instance, I use the term just for convenience. I mentioned earlier that the Japanese had their Air Force essentially headquartered on Taiwan. So by that I mean they had their air power, their air-capable assets were headquartered out of Taiwan, which was the island I was born on. But the reality was that administratively, Japan did not have an Air Force. It had the Imperial Japanese Army Air Forces units, or Air Corps of the Army, or the Army had its own planes, and then they had the Imperial Japanese Navy aerial units, which belonged to the Navy. But there wasn't a separate Air Force. Now, this is unusual because the British had an Air Force, the Germans had an Air Force, other nations had an Air Force, and really the only two major powers that didn't have an Air Force were Japan and the United States, which did not have an Air Force. So they had, they had air power. Like, they had a U.S. Army Air Corps. All of that bombing was done by U.S. Army Air Corps, but there was no Air Force as a separate branch. So
like Marines
right,
in the Army.
Right, right. So both of these superpowers did not have a separate Air Force, which most people have no idea about that fact. But in Japan's case, this was to the emperor's advantage. And what he did was he established a covert Air Force. The Air Force was completely secret. It was black budget. So this Air Force was based around the flying aircraft carrier principle, meaning dirigibles, super dirigibles. Now, people can look this up and they can see the American...
Yeah, I'm going to look that up. What is a dirigible? That's
a dirigible, it's like a blimp, but basically a blimp is a gas bag, whereas a dirigible is a solid steel structure. Now, of course, these are kind of permeable definitions, because the reality is that what the Japanese developed was really something beyond that, very unique. And that was a series of, you've seen your average balloon, that people fly up in, just the balloon that people have fun with, not kids with helium balloons. I'm talking about big ass balloons that fit people. And you've seen these go up in the sky. And
with the basket.
Yeah, with the stupid baskets underneath. Yeah. And now if you imagine that very large, and you imagine about 8 of them in a circle around an even larger one, and then all of that encompassed in a super shell of silk to make certain that they're aerodynamic as a super unit. These are the aero dreadnoughts, is what the Japanese called them. And it's around those that they basically established their secret air force. So when it comes to the secret air force that the Japanese had, they perfected what the Americans were starting to perfect. The Americans actually had flying aircraft carriers. As a matter of fact, just look all over the United States and look for Navy bases in the middle of the United States, like in landlocked states like Iowa or these breadbasket states. You have all these U.S. Navy bases, and you'd ask, why are these stupid U.S. Navy bases in the middle of
middle of the land?
Yeah, that's because these were dirigible bases. These were bases for their flying aircraft carriers, their flying blimps.
Yeah, I'm looking at the dirigibles now. I had never really even heard that term.
Yes. Okay.
So now they look like flying blimps. But
yeah. And so the Americans were using these to carry planes on, and they could launch planes from them and retrieve the plane. So these were flying aircraft carriers. And these were meant to hide in the middle of the United States where they'd be safe from enemy bombers, and then they could go out and bomb other nations. That's the whole idea. And the Americans never went anywhere with it because the Japanese sabotaged all of their efforts. What you said the Japanese created. Yeah. What term did you use for that? You're not going to find that term anywhere outside of our book, because nobody's. No. Yeah, that's basically covert. That's something that was never publicly released. But they called them aero dreadnoughts. So that means like a flying battleship, essentially, because they had guns mounted on them that the Americans could never mount, because the Americans didn't have. If you ever notice the long, thin shape of the American dirigibles, there's only so much you can do with that shape. The Japanese created something that was truly a super saucer. In other words, a large saucer-shaped craft.
Basically, they created the flying saucer.
Yes.
What we call the flying saucer.
The mothership. Yes, what you would call the mothership from that they would. Yeah. And so basically this would be able to carry guns that would point towards the Earth that they could bombard the Earth with. That wasn't used for something like necessarily heavy duty bombardment. We're talking about 88s, which are the German manufactured anti-tank guns that were originally anti-aircraft guns and just proved to be the most versatile gun in World War II. So the Germans developed that. The Japanese would just turn them upside down and mount them on the dirigible so they could bombard fortifications in China. Now, in terms of the point that's being made here is that the Japanese were preparing this for the ultimate attack against the United States, and just a little trivia detail here, just so that people understand the nature of the project. If you ever take a look at the red sun that's on the Japanese aircraft, the way that you could ascertain which one was Army and which one was Navy was that the Army had no white circle around it, no little white ring around that red sun, but the Navy always did. And so that was how they could discern which belonged to the Army and which belonged to the Navy. And these services, these branches of service, were very much usually in competition with each other and not really cooperating. They were acting on very different theaters of conflict. The Japanese Army was very much in China and involved on the mainland. The Japanese Navy was, of course, involved at sea. So they really were operating in different worlds. And so the emperor, faced with this level of competition, just created a secret air force that would answer his bidding directly, even more effectively than the Navy or the Army. And so this would be the red sun sign with a little black circle around it. So that was how to ascertain which one was the secret Japanese Air Force, these symbols. The Americans were aware of this at the high command level, but no one else has ever been made aware of it historically. As far as what had happened then was that by the time that the Japanese gathered enough biological weapons to disperse through these dirigibles, they had that throughout the war. The question was, when was the best time to deploy it? It was when they could basically strike an ultimatum with the United States. And the problem was that they were locked in an exterminatory war in which the Americans had no room for negotiation. If you ever take a look at this, there's the American history is just replete with contradictions. And the American history is, of course, not history, it's all propaganda. But one of the things the Americans will say is that, we brought the Japanese to the point where they surrendered. And it's just
like a treaty they made them. That's where there was a declaration. That's why they bombed or something.
Right.
Like that.
Well, the Americans, there's no sense to what they're saying. The Americans will say that, we brought the Japanese to the point where they surrendered or something like that, and yet the Japanese were trying to negotiate with the Americans throughout the war. They were trying to negotiate before the war that the Americans forced the Japanese into. And of course, like I said, we don't need to go into how the war started because that's in the book. But in terms of the Americans basically started the war and the Japanese had no choice. Nobody would.
Are you talking about it's in your vampire book?
No. It's in the book called The Roswell-Deception. There we are.
I don't have that book.
Oh yeah, no worries. In terms of, but make sure you get a copy.
I will now.
Yes. But the point is that the Americans forced Japan into war, and the Japanese responded with a preemptive surgical strike because the Americans were going to bomb Japan. That's explained in the book in great detail. But in terms of the at the end of the war, the Japanese had these biological weapons, and really what Hirohito was waiting for was Roosevelt's assassination. Now, that, of course, is not gone into in any great detail in the book, but it's gone into a little bit. But basically, Roosevelt was essentially assassinated to help him along in his dying, which he was dying anyway. But the sooner he died, the better.
Just to stop you, are you talking about the Roswell deception and demystification of World War II?
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just ordering it right now. So.
Oh, bless you. Bless you. So
I'm wondering if that's why the TV show Roswell was placed, because people started becoming in the know, so to continue the distraction.
Oh,
the
absolutely.
deception.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Of course. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, but just to explain about in the case of Roosevelt and Churchill, what happened was that once Roosevelt died, it was then the Americans were finally in a negotiable position. In other words, a new man was put into the presidency who was not necessarily willing to negotiate until he found out what he was facing. But historically, they have letters from the emperor that were sent to Truman, and he writes about this in his diaries. Truman entered into his diaries, got a letter from the Jap emperor asking for peace. And basically what he says is, fuck them, and we'll just kill them all. He had no interest in any negotiations, either. But unlike Roosevelt, he wasn't insane. Roosevelt was truly insane. He was truly genocidal. Yeah. He was truly out of his mind. And
I heard you say tonight he had someone else killed when you were talking.
Oh, it was
earlier.
Kennedy's brother. It was Kennedy's brother. What happened was,
Robert Kennedy. I looked that up, and I was reading about just his death. I just see details while y'all were talking.
Yeah. What happened was Robert Kennedy, when he was his father, the senior Kennedy, the founding father of that dynasty, was a bootlegger, and because he was basically a gangster who then got so rich off his gangsterism that he wanted his son to run for president. Bear in mind, these are Irish Catholics, and people like Roosevelt, who were Anglo-Saxon Protestant, they looked on them as just white niggers, and that's how they would reference them. And this is a papophobic nation historically, where they hate the Pope and they think that they're all Protestants and they hate the Pope with a passion, and they think that all the Irish are just niggers that are just pieces of shit and white trash. So when it became known that this man wanted his Irish Catholic son, the son of a gangster, a known bootlegger, to become president, everybody in the establishment was saying no way. And basically what happened was Robert Kennedy, who was trying to earn his stripes to become president, because until the time of William Jefferson Clinton, every president, essentially, in the overwhelming majority, because they were commander of America's armed forces, had to have combat experience. So this is why Truman served in World War I. This is why Roosevelt, who was a cripple, had to get combat experience under his belt by basically personally commanding a battalion of Marines, a division of Marines, just basically the expeditionary force that invaded Haiti. That was to get himself combat experience, even though he was a gimp in a wheelchair and was basically in a bureaucratic position as the Assistant Secretary of the Navy. He personally led the Marine Corps Expeditionary Force to invade Haiti so that he could claim he had combat experience. I mean, all of this was considered you had to have that in order to be president, or you weren't fit to be president because you were commander-in-chief of the armed forces. So with Kennedy, he was earning his stripes, Robert Kennedy, and he was brought into the office of the president. Now imagine this: you're basically a junior officer, you're in a bomber crew, and you're ordered by the president to see him personally. And so when he went into that office, the doors were closed. And when he left that office, every witness described him as looking deathly pale, that he looked like he was going to die, that he looked like he had just been sentenced to death. And they said that Roosevelt was smiling like a maniac, and then he started laughing maniacally while Robert Kennedy left the office. And everybody said that was the most chilling scene they had ever seen in the White House. And basically, the records that I saw, I know exactly what happened in that office because I was paid to destroy them. That was my job. And what he had told Robert Kennedy was, "You're going to die on your first bomber mission. And I'm going to personally see that you will not come home alive." And basically he told him that, "I'm going to kill you." And that's exactly what happened. When they went on that bomber mission, the bomber blew up. Just blew up. That's because all the bombs they planted in it. And so he killed John F. Kennedy's brother. And that's when John F. Kennedy said, "I've got to survive this war and make it to be president."
Well, who blew up? Because I thought Robert Kennedy was shot out in California. I thought he was shot.
No. I'm screwing up the names. They all died anyway. What was the original? Joe Kennedy. Joe Kennedy was the bomber, is what I meant to say. Yeah, Robert was shot by, the other conspiracy. It was Joe Kennedy is what I meant to say. Joe was the original one that the father wanted to be president. And so, like I said, they all fucking died anyway. They were all killed. Including the other poor bastard who was flying his plane, and
the younger one.
Yes. Eventually, they were all killed. It's just obviously everybody had it out for that family. But in terms of Joe Kennedy, he was the one that was assassinated. But getting back to the dirigible, so what happened was at the time that Truman was put in charge, he had never received a single presidential briefing. He literally was put into the vice president's office like just literally a month before Roosevelt died, maybe 2 months at the most. And during that entire time, the only time he ever personally met with Roosevelt was for a photo session. Roosevelt never spoke to him. Roosevelt gave him no information. Roosevelt was completely unhappy with the situation. The reason that they put Truman into office was because they had to get him into office because they knew Roosevelt was dying. And they basically had a card-carrying member of the Communist Party who was his vice president at that time. It was, I believe the guy's name was Henry Wallace. And so, whose grandson, by the way, was trolling me for a long time because of what I had said about his grandfather. But his grandfather, Henry Wallace, he basically was an open communist. He was someone who wanted to collectivize all American agriculture, just as was done by Stalin, and which would have caused millions of deaths, just like it did in Russia. And everybody said, this guy's going to kill us all. We've got to get him out of this office. And so they basically forced Roosevelt pretty much at gunpoint to get a new vice president. And so when he got the new vice president, Truman, he never spoke to him. And so when Truman got into office, he was determined, I'll just carry out Roosevelt's orders. And he didn't even know about the atomic bombs. He suddenly was informed about them. And people talk about, oh, he made the decision to drop them. It was completely out of his control. It was just, at that point, everything was on autopilot. He just found himself like on the back of this tiger that he couldn't get off of. He was completely fucked. And so when he got into office, he was basically, everything was out of his pay grade and out of his league. And he just found himself in this hopeless situation. But when it came to the moment the Japanese launched was the moment that they realized, Roosevelt's dead, Truman's president. At that point, the Americans already were on the road to dropping the bomb. The interesting thing was the Japanese are so dedicated to formality, they sent condolences to Washington, D.C. when they learned that Roosevelt had died. Whereas Hitler and Goebbels had a great celebration in the bunker. They had a huge party because Roosevelt had died. Now, all of this is quite significant. People never understand this. You've got 1945, Hitler and Goebbels, and the entire Nazi leadership is still alive. The American president dies before Hitler does. And Hitler and his staff are holding this huge party in the bunker as if they won the war. And there's a reason for that. And that's when Hitler pretty much said, now we just got to get rid of Churchill. And then as soon as it was rumored Hitler was dead, when the Allies just flat out lied and just said, well, we can't find Hitler, we'll just say he's dead, then the British people voted Churchill out of office immediately. Just like that. Just like as soon as they heard Hitler's dead, they said, get rid of Churchill. And, everybody voted Churchill out of office by a landslide, especially everybody in the military. Because Churchill was just saying, after we're done in Europe, we're just going to send you all to Japan. And then you're going to fight the Japs now. And we'll have more years of warfare. And all the troops were just saying, fuck that shit. And they just voted him out of office. So just bear in mind that Germany had not even, quote unquote, surrendered. In other words, Germany was still at war with Britain when they voted Churchill out of office. And certainly Japan was still at war. And so...
Well, had the camps been released, like the death camps?
All that shit was just all happening simultaneously. People were just discovering the camps in the West. They knew nothing about what was going on in the East. And the majority of the camps were in the East. So bear in mind that what the Americans ran into, they immediately committed themselves to atrocity themselves. You can read about the massacre the Americans committed at these camps, where they took out all of the guards and they shot them. This was after the guards said, we formally surrender as a operational unit, these camps, and then the Americans just took them out and executed all of the guards at these camps. By the way, that is completely illegal and that is a war crime.
Is that all in your book? Is that all in the book I just bought?
That part is not in the book. No, that should be in another book. That should be in another book. But the Americans committed, we did mention other war crimes. I mean, the Americans were guilty of plenty of war crimes. But in terms of the massacre of camp guards, that is an American atrocity that everybody just excuses and just says, oh, well, these were all, people who were killing all these people in the camps. And that doesn't make what the Americans did legal.
Right. Two wrongs don't make it right. Yeah.
Yes. So, but
Douglas.
Yeah.
You said the one of the Kennedys died in an aircraft. Is that when they was it the family on the aircraft and?
Oh, you're talking about the Junior Kennedy that was like
like John Jr.
Yeah, thank you.
Wasn't his entire family on that aircraft?
No, I think he just had his fiance. I think it was like his fiance or wife.
Yeah, it was his fiance or wife, and And that was definitely sabotage. By the way, for people who don't know, John, I remember my mother always called him John because he was the little boy saluting when the Kennedy coffin went by. Yeah,
he was so cute. He was so cute when he died. He was so handsome.
Yes, that's true. My mother said that. Yes. And yeah, he was with his fiance, and for people to appreciate this, he was an expert pilot. He had been, piloting all his life. There was no way that was an accident. And
exactly, that's what I mentioned. You know, people said it's too bad. I said no, that was the setup. They're like, no. I'm like, seriously? I mean, you believe anything that's on the news?
I mean, how could they deny that? You know, the family, of course, they were so sick of all the tragedy that they just had his body buried at sea. They ordered then they could still do this because their son had been, president. They still had the power to get the U.S. Navy to bury their son at sea, and they put him in a lead-lined coffin that was then sealed in cement, and then they wrapped that up in all kinds of metal anchor chain, and they dropped it out at sea in a secret location that only the U.S. Navy knows, so that no one could ever see the body. There had to be some kind of mystery with that.
Like maybe they shot him up with drugs or shot him and then let the plane go down.
It had to be something like that. Yeah, it had to be something like that. It's something where the body would obviously have given what happened away.
Or bombed. Yeah, there was a bomb in the plane.
Yeah, something to set it. If there was a bomb, you would think there would be less of a body to find at all. But anyhow, so when it came to what was going on with the bomb over Hiroshima, when the Americans dropped that, then that's when Hirohito responded. He said it's time because there's a new president in the office, and when he sees what we've got, he'll surrender. And so that's when the Japanese deployed the Sacred Crane Task Force. Now, the Sacred Crane is the symbol of the Japanese emperor, and as George Knight will tell you, their symbol of 3 cranes became the basis for the biohazard symbol. The biohazard symbol, that's the universal symbol of biohazard, that's based on the imperial seal of the 3 sacred cranes. And in the book, we show that. We show that in the book. But
so stylized, though, right? The cranes?
They were, what, honey?
Stylized.
Stylized. You mean the cranes? Yes, of course. They were stylized. Yeah, highly stylized, where they're wrapping their wings around each other. And so in terms of the dirigibles, by the time they hovered over Area 51, what became Area 51, what was originally Roswell Army Airfield, by the time they showed up, it was like Independence Day. It was basically the Americans were confronted with super dirigibles. Now, rather than captured, which is the term that George Knight used for convenience, for the sake of convenience, he knows, of course, he knows better. The emperor authorized their crews to surrender. They had to in order to show the Americans what they had. So when
was it biological warfare they were going to drop and show them?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, they had enough. Okay. They had enough to, if distributed, the winds would carry it far and wide. Did
they drop any of it?
No, well, originally they didn't need to. At the time of the Battle of Los Angeles, they just flew the dirigibles over Los Angeles, and that was enough to convince the Americans, well, what are they doing? They're not dropping bombs, and they're sending some of their planes down to basically act as defense of the units, the motherships. So they must be doing something, and so they figured they were dropping aerosolized, spraying biological weapons over Los Angeles, which they presumed to be yellow fever. And then the Americans said, well, we've got to basically barricade, quarantine, cordon off Los Angeles, kill anybody.
Did they drop anything over Los Angeles?
Nothing. They didn't need to. Just to explain this to you, these dirigibles.
And I've got the book, so don't worry. I went ahead and ordered the Kindle edition just so I could get it started tonight.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. So just people who know, who are either too fucking cheap to buy the book or just for some reason never will, just to explain.
I had bought the vampire one. I didn't know about this one because when I first met you, you were advertising that vampire book on that.
Oh, right. Thank you. I mean, yeah. And so everyone, so there you go. So when it comes to the, just so you know the logistics of this, when it comes to dirigibles, understand that these are still, as big as they are, as enormous as they are, they're still lighter than aircraft. And they can carry a lot. They can carry tanks, planes, they can carry a lot, but there's still a limit to what they can carry in the sense of how far you want them to go. And if you were to load them up with all the biocidals, they literally, it probably would have been just too much of a problem to get them across.
They can't fly so far because it's going to take up.
Because it's just so much more weight. And so it, of course, was always intended to be a one-way trip, so that really wasn't a problem. But when it came to the Battle of Los Angeles, because they wanted to cruise along the coast, which is what they did, they cruised along the coast and then down through Los Angeles, where they made themselves most visible. And then they used the equinoctial current to just fly back home, which back then was all the way across the equator was Japan. Japan stretched all the way down to Australia in those days. Yes. So basically what happened was they just made this circuit using the power of the winds, and they didn't load up any biocidals because they just wanted to make it an easy demonstration of force, what's called a show of force. Right. So in this show of force, they panicked the American High Command, and the American High Command said, we got to kill anyone who comes out of Los Angeles so they won't spread the disease and vector the disease, which they felt the Japanese had sprayed all over Los Angeles. So to guard Los Angeles, to keep it cordoned in, they brought in all these troops. I mean, divisions of troops. Just so people understand this, the word division, this is like, you're talking about thousands of men. So right. Several divisions means tens of thousands of men and hundreds of thousands ultimately. And so they, to keep the men safe, so they could kill all Angelinos trying to leave the city, they vaccinated all of them. But because they didn't have any time, they just took a bunch of aborted fetuses and human cadavers and cooked up this stupid vaccine that was completely deadly. And they infected all their men with hepatitis and wound up forcing many of them to be mustered out of service because they were too sick to ever serve, and the others they outright killed by accident. It was the largest single point source outbreak of hepatitis in human history, and all of this is people can look this up. Yeah.
And it was all in the divisions. The division is what got this.
The divisional level. It was several divisions that got this. It wiped out basically ultimately 4.5 divisions. I mean, it wiped out so many Americans that it prolonged the war by half a decade, by 4 years, basically.
How did they cover that up? I guess
if they can cover that up, which they did, you can look it up in the American Journal of Medicine. It's all true. It all happened. But if they can cover that up, they can cover up anything. They can tell you they won the war. That's they covered that up. Yeah, they lost so many men that when they committed men to the Pacific, they could only afford one division. That was all they could commit to the Pacific, was one fucking division. So they basically, the entire war was really in the Pacific, was really fought by the Australians. And the Australians were basically drafted. They didn't need to draft anyone. Everyone volunteered. It's just basically every man in Australia who was old enough to start carrying a gun, we're talking about people who were 10 years of age and above, basically served. And so they brought everybody in the Australian public, every male basically served, if not on the front, then in the war industries. So Australia was basically holding the Pacific. The Americans were counting on them, and the Americans were basically sloppy seconds. Now, we could go into more detail of that, but there's no point right now. The point was that when Emperor Hirohito had his men basically surrender, then what happened was that the Americans never returned them to Japan. They kept them as prisoners forever and ultimately killed them. And the reason that they tortured them and abused them to death was, aside from the fact that they were just gratuitously sadistic, they basically couldn't fit into these aircraft themselves. The small aircraft that were carried by the dirigibles or the dirigible compartments, they were all built for very small Japanese people, and Americans could not fit inside of them. They literally could not get into the craft. So for that reason,
the Japanese killed the Americans.
No. I'm saying the Americans killed all these Japanese that were prisoners of war in America.
Oh, in America. I thought we were back in Japan. Sorry, that's what.
Oh, no. Yeah, I'm talking about when they surrendered here in America under the Emperor's orders to show the Americans what they had.
Oh, so even though when they surrendered, they still ended up we surrendered, but then we killed the people we surrendered to?
Yes. That's, now listen carefully to what I'm saying. This is why Korea and Vietnam, in the Korean and Vietnam Wars, you may have heard this, none of the American prisoners were returned, except with enormous difficulty and negotiations, and then they never got back all of them. They only got back a few, basically officers, and the rest all died in Vietnam and Korea. You've heard this, right? You know of this, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
I've heard a lot of
that's
different
exactly
ones.
what the Americans, the reason the Asians were doing that was because of what the Americans did to these Asian prisoners of war here. You see, the majority, this is what's not understood, the British Empire, as George Knight can tell you, the British Empire has all kinds of people who serve in the British Empire's military on the front lines who are not British. They're Irish, they're Scots, they're Welshmen, and yet they speak English. But they also have native languages. But no foreigner can tell them apart. It was the same with the Japanese Empire. They had Taiwanese, Okinawans, Chinese, and Koreans all in their service, but they all spoke Japanese. The Americans couldn't tell them apart. To them, they're all Japs, or just gooks. And so there were 1,500 Japanese prisoners of war in the United States. They were Koreans, Taiwanese, Okinawans, Chinese. They all spoke Japanese. The Americans couldn't tell any of them apart at all, and they just said, we'll torture them all to death, which is what they did. They never returned
I
them.
wonder if that's why the movie MASH and then the TV series MASH was developed to further distract and disinform.
Well, I wouldn't say that that was its purpose. It was just like, it just evolved. It just like, that was more of an organic evolution. It wasn't particularly, if anything, that was more like a liberal progressive kind of series that was trying to actually inform people about different cultures in its own way. But, you know, in terms of the prisoners of war here, the Americans surrendered, but at the same time, even though they were forced to obey the Japanese on any number of demands, they never returned the prisoners, and that was an act of defiance, but it was one which was a write-off that Hirohito was willing to make. Now understand, when you're in command, you have decisions like this that you have to decide what you're going to pursue. To Hirohito, those men, he had told them, you're going to die. He told them that. He says, you're not coming back alive. Those men never expected to come back alive. And as for what Hirohito said the Americans must do, was release the Japanese civilians that they had in internment camps, because the Americans had every intention of killing them. So he said, you must release all the Japanese prisoners in internment camps, and the Americans released all of them. So the Americans were forced to release all those Japanese prisoners. So that was the important thing, was releasing these civilian families and women and children so they could come back to Japan or move to Brazil, where most of them went. Some of them came back to Japan. None of them stayed in America. This is what people don't understand. There's no Japanese minority in the United States today. After the internment camps, they all left because all their property was stolen. There was nothing to go back to. The Americans had stolen everything they had. So when it comes to this situation, he had already written off the men he had authorized to surrender. Now, that's still far more responsible than someone like Eisenhower, who, there were Americans who, as George Knight said, the Americans and the British were holding back and they were not participating in the invasion of Berlin, but they were certainly pushing through into Austria and other areas where they were captured by the Soviets. And so the Soviets took entire divisions, meaning thousands and thousands of Americans prisoner, where they took them into slave labor in Siberia, where they died. And Eisenhower just wrote them off. He just said, you know, that's the price you pay. He just said, fuck it. You know, the Soviets can have them. You know, I'm interested in peace. This is why Peter Moon was saying he was such a wimp. You know, and the reason this shows Peter Moon's misogyny was basically he takes such behavior and he calls it feminine. He basically says that's effeminate, or it's basically that he's a wimp is what he's trying to say about Eisenhower. Exactly. And that's why MacArthur was saying, you know, oh, when they made him Supreme Commander of Europe, I lost the best file clerk I ever had. So MacArthur just viewed him as a piece of shit. And so when it comes to this kind of decisions you make in command, are they ultimately Hirohito? I've explained his position, so we understand why he's able to sleep at night with himself with that.
Right.
But when it came to these prisoners of war, the Americans couldn't fit into these crafts, so they were trying to torture the Japanese into cooperating, which is the stupidest method of trying to gain cooperation you can imagine. But they tortured them, and then when the Japanese were quote-unquote cooperating, the Japanese who knew how the aircraft worked, they basically pushed all the self-destruct buttons, so to speak. They basically took flares and they blew them up into the valves and the vents where the highly explosive hydrogen peroxide gases basically created a fireball you wouldn't believe, and that was the enormous explosion over Roswell. And one of these craft that quote-unquote fell down to the ground was a dummy atomic bomb that the Americans were trying to get these Japanese to carry and drop over the Antarctic. So when our man George is saying this is all connected, basically what had happened was the final battles of the Battle of the Atlantic, which was basically the entire war. The Germans will refer to World War II as the Atlantic War. And to the Battle of the Atlantic was all of the U-boat action that was going on throughout World War II, and the final battles of the Atlantic took place in Antarctica. So what happened was when the Germans were retreating into Antarctica and ultimately under Antarctica into the supermassive caverns that they called Unterland, which Antarctica was basically just the gateway to, then at that time the Americans
To what land? Antarctica was the gateway to
they call it Unterland, meaning underland or the lands below. Yeah.
Yeah, I know that they. I mean, I hear all about that. Usually, it's more about aliens, is what they talk about. But it's over there. And
all this bullshit you hear about aliens is they're covering up the Germans and the Japanese. They just
but they also said they knew there was a big German base there. So obviously, I've heard about the Germans having something to do with it.
Right. But think of how, try and put this into perspective. They can say it's like when I was talking to this guy who really believed in aliens. He was convinced he was talking to aliens. Poor son of a bitch. He was schizophrenic and he was just in awful shape. Basically, he was a crackhead. And this poor bastard, who I personally liked, had nothing against him. I met his daughter, and she was just gorgeous, and she was a social worker. And I understood exactly why she became a social worker, because her dad was psychotic, and she just probably became a social worker because she wanted to learn how to take care of helpless psychotics like him. But this poor bastard, when I was telling him all about, he couldn't deny anything I said about the military history of Roswell. So his way of handling it was to say, well, I believe in both. And, that year was just a very busy year. And it was aliens and Japanese. That was just his way of handling it. This is what they're telling you when they're telling you about all these aliens. They're basically saying it's aliens and Nazis. I mean, how complicated do we need to make this? I mean, it's complicated enough. We don't need to add in these fucking aliens.
Yeah. Let me ask one question while you're doing it. So just to document in my head. So 1942, because I looked that up to be sure, because I know 1947 was supposedly the Roswell crash, right?
Yes.
So 1942 is the battle that they talk about over California, where you were talking about.
Los Angeles. That's correct.
Over Los Angeles. Yes. Yeah. So what equates for that time gap?
Can I just Douglas can I just jump in very quickly?
Sure.
Yeah. To answer
5
your
years.
question, that was when the with the Battle LA commenced. When that happened, like Douglas presented, it was a psychological warfare operation by the Japanese, where he mentioned that several divisions were severed from mustered out of service. That prolonged the war by 4 years, half a decade. That was the gap. Like you're asking about a gap. So that prolonged the war by 4.5 years.
Which is what they needed. So just to put that into perspective, so that, George does well with this, but just to put this into perspective, because George himself inspires me to remember what I would otherwise, just forget through all my drinking and drugging. So to put this into perspective, understand that when the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, that's December 7th, it's the very end of the fucking year, 1941. So the time that you had the Battle of Los Angeles, which was either February or March of 1942, you're talking about just a few months later. So you're talking about at the very beginning,
February.
Very beginning stages of the war. And what the Japanese decided to do at that point, without expending anything of consequence. They basically sent a show of force over the United States to show they could bomb it, force the American high command into the panic, which forced them to sacrifice all these divisions that prolonged the war by 4 years. To put that into context, to put that gap into context, here's what happened. So then what happened was that the Americans had every intention of bombing Japan. Now, the easiest way for the Americans to do this was from their territory of Alaska. And the Americans had this island chain that, if you look at the map of Alaska, Alaska stretches all the way out to Japan, basically through this island chain called the Aleutian Island Chains.
Yeah, I've looked at the little small islands. Yeah.
Yes.
They say, basically, if it freezes over, you could almost really walk to Japan.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, back in the days of the Ice Age, that's what happened. But in terms of those islands, the Americans were going to bomb Japan from those islands because that was the easiest thing in the world to do. But the Japanese preempted them, this is the gap that you're referring to, by the Battle of Midway. So the Battle of Midway, which the Americans claim they won. Now understand, these are the same guy who lost 4.5 divisions to the Battle of Los Angeles, and they managed to hide that. So they can tell you they won the Battle of Midway when they lost.
Those numbers, that's the only thing I was going to tell you. Those numbers I just looked up, I couldn't believe them. It was like 182,383.
Yeah. Yes.
And then it kept going up. Yeah, it kept going up. So I was just shocked by that.
Thank you. Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yes. Well, nobody does. So nothing to condemn yourself with that. So what happened was, at the Battle of Midway, the Americans sank a bunch of Japanese carriers, which Hirohito was glad to sacrifice. And people don't understand this. Hirohito's biggest problem was that he was dealing with people like Yamamoto. And Yamamoto was this very popular Japanese admiral that was also just very erratic. His behavior was such that Hirohito did not trust him and did not really consider him, worthy of command, and ultimately had him killed. But at Midway, he basically wanted to get rid of these carriers because he wanted to basically use the flying aircraft carriers. And these seagoing carriers were just a hindrance to him. And so sacrificing them to the Americans fell right into Hirohito's plan. He was happy to get rid of these seagoing carriers, or at least they were not the main. The Japanese lost nothing in terms of defensive situation with the loss of those carriers. They're completely offensive weaponry. You can't use them effectively in defense towards anything other than some creative operational situation. But basically what he did was he invaded the Aleutian Islands. So by capturing the Aleutian Islands, which the carriers were just a distraction for, the Japanese occupied 1,000 miles of U.S. territory and prevented the Americans from bombing Japan. So the Americans, throughout World War II, throughout those 4 years, they had to dedicate a full third of their forces and men and materials to building a highway through Canada so that they could finally get enough men and tanks and logistical materials up there to retake Alaska. It took them 4 years to do that. So in those 4 years was the Americans building the Trans-American Alaska Highway. That's what they had to do through Canada, and that's when they could finally invade those islands and try to retake them. And even then, Hirohito made them look like fools. He basically had the one island, Attu, the other island was Kiska, on which the really big battles took place. But on one of the islands, he had the men fight to the death, and then he, in the dark of night, sent submarines to retrieve all the other men from the other island and leave the island empty, so that in the Alaska fog, when the Americans and Canadians invaded, they all killed each other, which is exactly what happened. And so the Americans, ready for the Japanese to fight to the death, came in with the Canadians from opposite sides of this remaining island, and they slaughtered each other. So he had the Americans and the Canadians kill themselves. This was the kind of brilliance that Hirohito displayed, this ruthless brilliance, because he was trained in military operations by General Nogi, a man who was both a samurai and a knight. He was knighted by the British. Hirohito himself was a field marshal in the British Army. The British made him a field marshal. So he was. This was before World War II, And so, yes, so when it came to the Americans, with this Battle of Midway, with the Japanese capturing Alaska, this forced the Americans to invade every single island in the Pacific, or as many as they possibly could, so that they could secure enough of the Pacific to start bombing Japan. And it took them 4 years.
My grandfather fought. He was I just will mention my grandfather was a Marine in World War II, and he did fight in Japan.
In the Pacific, you mean to say the Pacific?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure he might have been stationed in Japan.
Where he was. Yeah.
Yeah.
He suffered major. He tried to hold it in when he came back, and by the end of his life, he suffered major depression. He couldn't handle what all he had done, I guess, and seen in his life. So he was a very peaceful person, and had just gotten drafted into the war. So
understood.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you for sharing that. And if you know anything else about him, I'd be happy to find out about it. Believe me, all these experiences count. And so when it came to the Pacific, that's the gap. The Americans were forced to do this island hopping campaign and invade all the South Pacific. They never tell you why they did that when they could have just gone through Alaska. So they always make it sound as if there was no other option, like Alaska didn't exist.
Right.
So there you have it. That's the gap. And it was during that period of time that Hirohito was securing China. And back basically by 1945, which Americans don't know about this unless they look it up and understand, there would be nothing to look up except for the fact that Douglas Dietrich hemorrhaged most of this information from the Department of Defense 20, 30, 40 years ago by now. I mean, I'm 55 years old and I was working with the Department of Defense was, we're talking about the 80s and 90s, mid 80s, very early 90s. So we're talking about, basically the 80s. So, good God, we're talking about decades ago. I hemorrhaged a lot of information. So, if people find out anything on YouTube about Operation Ichigo, that's spelled I-C-H-I, Ichi, and then a dash, and then go, G-O, honestly, you can look that up on YouTube. The only reason there would be anything there about it is information that I leaked. But in 1945, the Japanese committed Operation Ichigo, which was basically wiping the Americans out of China. And so they invaded southern China, wiped out all the American air bases, and basically forced the Chinese, the nationalist Chinese, to become Axis. At that point, the General Chiang Kai-shek said, and by the way, if you look on my website, which is about the only thing my website's good for right now until I learn how to work it, because I'm no longer working with Selena Khan, who was running the website to the ground and not really doing anything with it either. But basically, if you look on my website, there are pages where Barbara Tuchman, who's a great historianist, a British woman, she's famous for writing The Guns of August, and I don't personally like her. Most of her writing is Teutophobic, and she actually wrote a bullshit propaganda book about how great the British and the Jews all love each other. I mean, seriously, I'm not kidding. She wrote a book about how the British treated the Jews so well and they all love each other, and it's just bullshit. It's just propaganda bullshit. It has nothing to do with reality. And by the way, the reason that such a book is so offensive is because the British committed themselves to they were the worst enemies of the Jews in World War II, next to my biological father, Hitler. There was a Jewish ship, a refugee ship, loaded with thousands of Jews that the British just sank, just gunned down with air. It just goes on and
Purposely?
on. Oh God, this happened more than once. The British were doing this. They basically would hunt these Jewish refugee ships down full of thousands of people and just sink them.
Well, why were they on that? Why were they not on the side then of Hitler if that was the case? Why would they do that?
Because
aesthetic, just to look good and then kill them anyway.
It's just just understand that it's one of those things that, how does one explain the insane? How does one truly explain insanity?
I think war itself, I don't understand. Obviously, I just think we're all stupid for having.
Okay, so I'll put this into perspective for you. There is an explanation for this, even though it's still insane. Understand that to the British, the Jews were all Nazis. The reason why is because Adolf Hitler and Benito Mussolini, their primary objective was, let's get the Jews out of Europe. And so Mussolini and Adolf Hitler sponsored the Zionist movement, which was extant, it already existed. But understand that Zionism is not some ancient term. It's a modern term for a militant militia movement of a bunch of male terrorists who decided they were going to establish a Jewish homeland. And you can look up these quotes. They said, we must annihilate, exterminate, totally destroy Judaism, and these are Jews saying this, anywhere in the world until they realize that they have to come with us to Palestine to establish a Jewish homeland.
Jews said this?
Yes, Jews said this. This is Theodor Herzl, these various other men involved with Zionism. Now, the whole point was that... Yeah, understand this. This is their thinking. Their thinking was the reality. Well, here's the reality. The reality was Jewish people had established themselves in Europe over centuries, and they basically were, at that point in history, doctors, lawyers, teachers, attorneys, dentists. These were high-level professional people who had no interest in relocating to a desert full of Arab Bedouins where they could share hot sand with lizards. I mean, what the fuck would they want to do that for? They had a civilized life in Europe. They weren't going to go do something stupid and crazy. They had all taken on German names. There's a cemeteries, San Francisco has no room to bury people. So the last cemetery in San Francisco is the Presidio Cemetery. And therefore, when anybody dies in San Francisco, the majority of them go to Coma to be buried. And Coma has this huge cemetery. It's a city of cemeteries, the city of the dead. And you go there in the Jewish sections in Coma, these Jewish people all have names like Hitler, Führer, Dietrich. Just the most Germanic names you can imagine. And I'm serious, literally, Führer, like leader, Hitler, they've all got these names. And they all got Jewish symbols on their headstones. And this is because these were Europeanized Jews. And many of them escaped to America. That's why they wound up in Coma during the Holocaust. But the point was that when it came to the Jews in Europe, they didn't want to establish some crazy colony in Palestine. So this crazy
and take away the land from the Palestinians.
Right. They weren't a bunch of genocidal terrorists. Now, the only genocidal terrorists that were committed to this were a completely male organization, a network that was based on this ideology called Zionism. And so they said the only way to get these people to move with us is to start killing them in Europe, make Europe unlivable for them, and then they'll finally relocate to Israel. This was their stated objective. So what happened was that the only people who would finance these people were Hitler and Mussolini, because they wanted to get the Jews out of Europe. So Hitler and Mussolini began sponsoring these people and the Zionists. And then the Zionists in turn said, well, remember, you got to start killing Jews. This is all true, by the way. All of this is true. All of this is documented. And so then what happened was Hitler said, well, let's get Jews to leave to Palestine. And he organized the Ha'avara movement, what was called again, what was it called? George, help me out here.
Transfer agreement.
Thank you.
Transfer agreement.
Transfer agreement. Thank you. And so the transfer agreement, people can look up. They can look up the Ha'avara, which means moving house in Hebrew. And Hitler started allowing something that nobody else would have allowed. He said the Jews can leave Europe, and in the middle of a depression, mind you, a world depression, he said they can take their money with them. And so these Jews were allowed to move there to Palestine and take their money with them, if only they would just get out of Europe. So this was something that relocated thousands of Jews, hundreds of thousands. This was the beginning of the state of Israel. All of these people were considered a foreign insurgency by the British, who ran Palestine. So the British said, what's Hitler and Mussolini doing sending these fucking kikes into our colony? And they're all fucking up the Arabs who say, get rid of these Jews. What are these Jews doing coming in with all this money? And they're basically buying up Arab land, and fuck this shit. Start killing them. And the Zionists responded by bombing British embassies and hotels. So Moshe Dayan, all of these original great Israeli founding fathers, they were considered Nazi terrorists by the British Empire. So for that reason, the British Empire declared war on the Jews and killed as many Jews as they could, because they were all, to the British, a Nazi insurgency. That's the insanity of history you're never taught. So this is why they would hunt down Jewish refugee ships and sink them. So this is all the real history. So there we have that. And it's not to rehabilitate Adolf Hitler's image, by the way. For a lot of people who don't know this, you're talking about a man who, to show just how dedicated he was, there was originally what was called the T4 program. And the T4 program was, Adolf Hitler said, we want a higher quality of humanity, and so we should kill these retarded people and people who are congenitally deformed, and also many insane people. Now, I've spoken before about the tragedy of his cousin, Geli Raubal, who he was in love with, and who ultimately was murdered.
Yeah, she killed herself, wasn't she? No, that was it.
That's just another cover story. There was all kinds of horror behind that basically involved those same Zionists. Understand that these Zionists were around for a few years before Hitler became known on the scene. They were around since basically the 1800s, the late 1890s, around the time Hitler was born. So he grew up in a world where there was already a Zionist network. When he became the leader of the Nazi Party, he made it known he wanted the Jews to leave Europe. The Zionists contacted him because that's what they wanted too. He warned his cousin, who he was in love with, that he was dealing with extraordinarily dangerous people, that she couldn't leave her apartment except when he was able to provide her an escort, either himself or an armed guard. And ultimately, because of his give and take with the Zionist movement, the bargaining, they struck back at him at one point by killing her. And that was one of the things that really radicalized him in terms of his hatred. Now understand, his hatred was never pathological or psychotic as people try to promote it. The doctor who took care of his mother, Dr. Eduard Bloch was his name. He made certain at the height of the war, he had this man under protection. And when the Americans started bombing Europe, he said, doctor, take your family and just go to America. And he ultimately contacted the Americans and said, I know you're not taking any Jewish refugees, but I want you to take this one and his family. And the Americans said, we'll do that. And they took Dr. Edward Bloch into America, as well as his family. So understand, the middle of the war, Adolf Hitler made certain that this Jewish doctor who had taken care of his mother and his entire family were given to America, or relocated to America, where they wouldn't be in danger of the bombing. So we're not talking about somebody who was pathological to some irrational extent.
But also, let's say, like, he also decided, let's just kill people based on their religion, or if they were, like you said, mentally insane or anything.
And to show how dedicated he was to that. And people said, well, what if it was your daughter or your cousin that was deformed or insane? And he said, one of my cousins is. And so he had this one tragic cousin who was schizophrenic, violent female, and she was the first person to die in the T4 program. That's when everyone said, wow, this guy's serious. Okay, well, if he'll do it to his own relation, we can do it to ours. It was only later he was convinced to stop the T4 program. And that involves literally the occult. It was demonstrated to him that many of these people who are retarded were kept around from the days of the Middle Ages by kings who tolerated their presence because they were kind of an occult shield, that they were innocent enough, devoid of what the church would call a stain upon the soul, where they acted as kind of a defense mechanism against occult attack. He later on stopped the T4 program because of that very reason.
So
by the way, this is not to rehabilitate him or to say everything he did was something I would do. I'm simply putting it in context. He obviously held.
But my point is, why would he stop it for that? Was he with the occult?
He basically would suffer from a cult attack because this is what the British were conducting. They had sent Aleister Crowley over as a spy, and he had been a spy in World War I. He was. There's a whole book about this called Secret Agent 666, which is a stupid title, but nevertheless delivers the point. But Aleister Crowley was trying to take down Hitler through occult methods. It was Dr. Karl Maria Willegut who demonstrated to Hitler that mentally retarded people, as they used to call them, developmentally disabled people, have an innocence that renders them immune to occult attack and protects their environment around them. And when he demonstrated this to Adolf Hitler, Hitler immediately called for an end to the T4 program. But in terms of the complication concerning the Jewish peoples, Hitler's family, maybe now all of this puts that into some perspective, there was a much more pragmatic reason for the killing of so many people in the camps. The Germans had discovered the secret of processing human carbon into diamonds. They were able to create artificial diamonds, which you can do if your husband dies or something like that. They now offer you the option of you can convert part of your husband's body, if he's cremated, into diamond that you can carry around with you on your finger or around your neck, and therefore have him never be free of your nagging. And which is a form of damnation, if ever I could think of one. So,
well, damn it, I divorced him. I should have remarried the motherfucker just so I could turn into a fucking diamond.
Yeah.
Douglas?
Yes.
As far as the psychologically challenged, the retarded, as you said, or I forget what you said.
Developmentally
so
disabled.
They're pardon?
Developmentally disabled. Yes, go on.
Yes. So the entities see them as why bother them because they're no threat to us? Is that why the protection?
Well, because I think that they can't be stained because they can't really commit sin, because to commit sin you would, or like to be infiltrated, I would think you would have to be able to, I'm guessing that's what you're saying.
Yes.
Like
they're not first off, they're not
aware enough.
Yes, thank you. Yes, that's
thank you for translating what I was attempting to say.
Yeah, Michael Aquino hated the what he called the retards. Michael Aquino hated them. He tried to kill someone with a remote occult attack at one point and found out he couldn't because there was a retarded person living in the person's home, or shall we say?
So just having the person in your home could protect the whole home.
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
That's why kings would keep retarded people around. They would often call them jesters. And
yeah, I heard you saying it, but I didn't really realize that you were saying that it would protect like everyone around them. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So this is why kings would tolerate such people, because you would think, well, obviously these people couldn't work the fields in the Middle Ages. How did they stick around? Why did people tolerate them? You would think people in the Middle Ages would just say, fuck this.
Yeah, they were killing everybody, so why wouldn't they? Yeah, right.
Yeah, you'd think, why wouldn't they kill these people? Because all they do is eat, right? I mean, fuck it, the kid does nothing but eat, I mean, he's not useful for anything else. Why not kill him? I mean, you would think that, but no, they survived the Middle Ages with a breeding population. So there we have it. That's the reason why. And
so then in the death camps, they learned they could turn the people
into diamonds. So this is why the mass killing, one of the reasons why the mass killing went into industrial gear, is basically, well, we're going to need to finance a relocation. And so they converted many prisoners into diamonds. That's why all the incineration, that's why all the ashes and the conversion of carbon. Again, an aspect, if you ever see, the way to see the results of this is Marathon Man. There's a film, Marathon Man, that stars Dustin Hoffman.
Oh, gosh.
I'm sorry?
I remember Marathon Man. What was the phrase that the doctor used?
The German doctor. He was a dentist. He specialized in dental torture. Yes.
Right.
Yes. Anyhow, he was an old SS torturer. And so in Marathon Man, basically, he's trying to get these diamonds that were all former Jewish people that were incinerated. And this is why Dustin Hoffman doesn't want anything to do with the diamonds. At the end of the film, he's having this climatic battle with the German, old German guy who's trying to escape with all these diamonds. And the German guy's dropping all these diamonds because his suitcase breaks open and all these diamonds are spilling everywhere on this staircase where they're all falling through the grating and everything else. And the Jewish guy himself, Dustin Hoffman, is not trying to retrieve any of them. He wants nothing, not to even touch the diamonds, is because these are all his people that are falling through the cracks. And he's just trying to make certain the German man doesn't escape with the remnants of his people.
I think Laurence Olivier, it says it was.
Oh, yeah, is that, yeah, oh, the villain, yes, Sir Laurence Olivier played the villain, that's right, yes. So there you have that. And so in terms of the point to be made about the prisoners of war and why the timing that George Knight was emphasizing earlier, so George Knight was saying the Navy didn't succeed, and this is because Operation High Jump, which again was 1947, it basically was the last battles of the Battle of the Atlantic. The German High Command was escaping through the Antarctic into the supermassive caverns in the earth, Unterland, as they call it, the lands below, and the Navy could not prevent them from doing so. The Navy was pretty much wiped out in terms of its forces. Many Marines died. And then the Americans covered this up, just like they covered up the Battle of Los Angeles, just like they covered up losing at Midway, just like they covered up losing the war. And then it became an army deal. And they said, you've got to stop the Germans. And they said, well, nukes, that's all that can do it. And the way to deliver those nukes will be these Japanese dirigibles, because the Germans wiped out the entire naval air contingent. The naval forces went down there with an aircraft carrier, several types of merchant ship that were able to launch planes without aircraft carriers, using JATO or jet assisted takeoff, and various unconventional platforms that they were establishing on the Antarctic itself. All of this was a failure. So they knew conventional air power couldn't beat the Germans. At that time, the Germans had, this is where George Knight comes in with his specialty, the Haunebu aircraft, these various other kinds of disc craft that they were using, which were very different from the Japanese super motherships. These were very mechanical in nature, very hardcore metal, if you using a unconventional drive, and they wiped out the Americans.
Who was flying these?
I'm sorry?
Who was flying these?
Oh, we're talking about the Nazi saucers. These are
the
the
Nazis.
Nazis.
Okay, Nazi saucers.
And so the Nazi saucers were much more metallic, much more hardcore, our conventional idea of what a flying saucer would look like. And so they wiped out the American Air Forces of the Navy, and then they told the Army, well, you'd better get in on this and see what you could do. And they said, well, in order to avoid the German radar, we've got to use these Japanese unconventional craft, because that's what they were built to do. Super motherships that would fly over the radar range, drop their planes in to fly beneath the radar range, and then we drop the bomb that way. So that's how they were going to drop the atomic bomb and basically seal up the German passages to Unterland before the Germans could escape or relocate or barricade those who had made it under from ever coming out, and preventing more from providing them any supplies, and they would starve them to death, entomb them basically to a fate of mass death. And they failed in this because the Japanese basically self-destructed, destroyed their own craft here, which created the Roswell incident, the atrocity. So at that point, the remaining Japanese were simply killed over the years following that. There were several other incidents, the Kingman, Arizona incident. And the people who are there would tell you, you've got books written on it where they claim these are aliens, and at the same time they'll say, yeah, but they spoke Japanese. I mean, literally, the book written on Kingman, Arizona's incident will say that. I met the idiot author who actually wrote that book, and he says, yeah, the aliens, they spoke Japanese. And I'm like saying, yeah, so you're fucking serious, and you're writing this, and you're saying they're extraterrestrial. And he was dead serious. I mean, this is how crazy these people are. So no, they were all prisoners of war, and there were like literally dozens of these incidents all over the American Southwest. You had fucking the town of Art Bell, Pahrump, Arizona. There was an incident where there were maybe 7 or 17 bodies from an unconventional craft. That these were all Japanese prisoners of war, and all of them were ultimately. So these people ultimately died, and when it comes to all of this, the Japanese, of course, made certain Asia was aware of this, and this is why Koreans and Vietnamese would never return American prisoners of war, because they knew that if they were captured by the Americans would never return them. So it was just the Americans paid a high price for their stupidity, and so this is that's kind
of like what was it? Is it I think the Chichijima. I think that was one of the bad ones.
Yeah, Chichijima. Now, what were you saying about Chichijima?
I just remember that's where they had, I can't remember his name. There was a Japanese general. That I think he was he's the one that ordered them to like kill and torture them and then eat it. They ended up eating their bodies.
Oh, the Americans, the American prisoners of war.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's right.
He decided he liked the way they tasted. They would go out and cut like an arm off. They keep them alive because they thought that was better, and cut an arm off and eat it alive.
Well, they kept them alive because otherwise the meat's going to rot.
Right.
You had to have them alive. But understand, all of this was just pragmatism. The Americans had completely destroyed their logistical lines. So that's the price you pay when you're waging total war. The Americans wanted to wage total war, so they were sinking Japanese merchant ships.
Yeah, I mean, they were on some tiny island, I guess, probably starving.
And since there was no food, you couldn't grow any food on these wretched desert islands, and they were stuck with the American prisoners of war. I mean, this is how George Bush Sr. almost died. George Bush Sr. was the youngest naval aviator in the U.S. military.
He was on that, would have gone to that island. But
that's right.
Yeah, he didn't bail or something. I remember watching that whole social documentary on it, where he stayed longer and he felt guilty because he didn't he kept his plane longer going and went out further. And the other ones kind of bailed sooner, and the ones that bailed sooner, that's where the Japanese were able to come out and get them.
Well, they almost got George Sr. See, that's
what I'm saying. They almost got
him. Yeah. And what happened was the Americans were so wealthy, they had a pilot retrieval program where when the pilot was in that situation, he threw a little sonic ball, just a little hollow ball into the water, which the Americans would ping their sonar off of. And then the Americans would trace that ball, find the pilot, and recover them. That's how he was recovered. Just before, basically what happened was the Japanese were rowing out to recover him, to eat him, and that's when a submarine surfaced and machine gunned at the Japanese, and they retreated, and then they retrieved George Bush Sr. Now, what's so funny about this was years later, you might remember George Sr. throwing up over the Japanese Prime Minister's lap in Japan. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I think I've heard. I don't remember. I can't remember that. Like, I've vaguely heard it maybe.
That's because George Bush Sr. was at the dinner table with some Japanese who were across the table from him who said, yeah, we were those guys rowing out to eat you. And we almost got you. And that's when he threw up over the Japanese Prime Minister's lap.
Oh, my God.
I'm not looking to change the subject. I just want to talk about the mentally challenged. I was at a shelter with a daughter, and one of the people, a woman, her brother is mentally handicapped. He's watching television, and somebody went to change the channel. And I said, "Why'd you do that? You didn't even ask him." "Oh, he doesn't even know what's going on." I said, "You don't know that. Do you want to finish watching the cartoon and then let this individual take the channel?" So he grunted. And then with arts and crafts, with origami, I said, just pretend your hand is an iron. So he was grateful for the fact that I acknowledged that he actually has a soul. He came over to me during lunch and gave me a noogie. Okay, now back to the topic.
Thank you for sharing that. I mean, that's just awful. You said these were his relatives that were treating him like that, or just other?
Well, we were at a women's shelter, so it was just somebody at the shelter who just changed the channel without even acknowledging that he might be interested in what he was watching.
Okay, I see. No, that's just awful. Thank you for standing up for him. No, I mean, there you go. And so in terms of our man Sammy brings up a point where, and this is, I guess we've kind of, completed that one topic, but other people can bring up whatever they want about it. And but definitely, Sammy asks, fuck, I have to look at what he wrote. So he says, Doug, if not mistaken, you talk about Adolf getting a blood transfusion, he's referring to Hitler, to become a vampire to prolong his life. Yes, that's what happened towards the end of his life. I mean, as we understand it, his life as we know it, meaning his life as basically a baseline human. He received what was called the Bulgarian treatment. That was a code name for the blood transfusions. He was receiving enormous amounts of blood transfusions. By the way, this is historically vettable. Anybody can look this up. And nobody ever asks, why? I mean, it blows your fucking mind. I mean, here's a historical fact about this incredibly important historic figure, and everybody just says, oh, well, his doctor was a quack. Yeah, Dr. Theo Morel, and yeah, these other doctors he was working with, yeah, he was getting all these blood transfusions. It's just a bunch of quackery, nothing to see here, folks. Yeah, moving right along, and it's just maddening. Again, talking about covering up history. No, Adolf Hitler understood vampirism. He made certain he was given blood transfusion from vampires, and this was the most primitive level that they could work at the time. And so he, thanks to Dr. Josef Mengele, again, not to rehabilitate these characters, certainly Dr. Joseph Mengele's medical practices are not to be emulated by anyone normal, but he essentially was one of the founding fathers of genetics as we understand it. And he was someone who helped along with the process of the so-called Bulgarian treatment that was given to Adolf Hitler, in which he became essentially vampirized. And this was before he left Berlin. So he escaped Berlin as someone no longer baseline human. That much is certain. His life was very likely extended. So we're talking about somebody whose life was probably doubled in its span, at least. So he is possibly still alive. So that is something that I never really dwell on very much, because people have a hard enough time understanding what I'm talking about already. I do mention what happened to him in the vampirology book. That somehow got managed to be published in the book, because, as I said, half of that book is missing, because we just had to get it out there right away to avoid its plagiarism. And so most of what's missing is the history. Yeah, but that got in there. So that's actually in the vampirology book. So anybody who wants to read about that, I mean, buy the book. But otherwise, I'll have George relate whatever he wishes to about that, as well as Sammy smiling about that. And thank you, Sammy. Yes, Maria has his attention right now, so I don't blame him for not being with us. But that being said, I've finished my liquid Coke. I'm going to rinse the taste of this malted battery acid out of my mouth before it eats away at the porcelain on my teeth. George Neidl, take over with these two ladies. And I'm sorry, that's...
I would... Yeah, I'm going to ask George a question, and I guess I want to know, are they still in... are they still... Like, do they still have a base down there?
Oh, well,
what you refer to?
He'll explain. While I'm gone, George will take over explaining that, and then when I come back, I'll round off any corners.
There's a whole underworld or something down there, but that's what I was wondering.
Oh,
like
George, please respond.
Undercity.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Yes. Sorry, Brooke. Yeah, you're asking about the Dietrich Reich in Exile, the 1,000-year Reich in exile.
Yes, and I guess, I mean, that would be where they would have gone under in when they went underground in Antarctica, right? In the the world.
Yeah, absolutely. The entrance points that can enter these underground cavern systems. These are naturally formed caverns that have been manifesting for millions. And there's actually a really good, and I don't advocate for people to watch the History Channel, but there is this episode where they actually show you deep underground caverns where there are entire forests, basically underworlds, you've got species of, homogenous species underneath the earth. And there's a great, they actually show you reconnaissance taken underneath. These are miles deep caverns, venturing tens of miles throughout the Earth's crust. And water is corrosive. It erodes rock, and that's how cave formations are formed.
Well,
and basically, what the Third Reich...
Are there, and I'm not going to interrupt you again, but this will be my only other question about it so that you can explain it all. I've also heard that, because I've watched it, where some people have said that there's, I've seen some pictures where it's like crystal caverns, just ice caverns with, those type of subspecies that would live there. But I've also heard, certain things that may just be complete tells, where there's actual, trees and an actual world under there. Yeah, that would look more normal, I guess, than just ice, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, absolutely. There's even weather formations. They have their own weather forecasts underneath these cavern systems. They're just like the Grand Canyon, and how the Grand Canyon was formed, with a body of water flowing through it, and that's just what these underground caverns look like underneath. It's enormous. There is plenty of room under there. And that's what the Third Reich took massive advantage of. The reason why Antarctica has entry points into Unterland, that is why the Third Reich, that was one of the primary reasons why when Adolf Hitler approached Martin Bormann and said about the technology with the functional computer, when, Comrade Seuss was the German physicist, the scientist that produced the first operating computer, the computer systems basically overheated. So when Adolf Hitler approached Martin Bormann and said, where can we relocate our technology? Well, our computer systems, which was the most valuable technology of the Third Reich, they said, well, we'll take them to a sterile continent on Antarctica, which is basically a stronghold which is impenetrable by Allied forces, expeditionary forces that cannot penetrate it. So the cool, frigid temperatures will stop the computers from overheating. So this is why it was the Area 51 of the day for the Third Reich. So that is one of the primary reasons why they chose Antarctica, to relocate all their technology. And because of the entry points into Unterland, it took several decades for the Third Reich to basically, its last vestiges and remnants to relocate into Unterland. It took several decades for them to do this. Bear in mind, there is plenty of operations that were conducted between these periods, like Operation Argos, where the Americans went nuclear. But I'll go into that at another time. But yeah, basically, to this day, all the remnants no longer exist on the Antarctic ice. All the vestiges of that government have relocated into Unterland, which is the German, in the Deutsche Sprache, the German language that refers to the land below. So that is where the government relocated into exile.
So
and that is where
they're still there.
They still exist today. Yeah. You'll see the Reichskraft. There's plenty of great sources where you can actually see every day they are being viewed all over the world, the Reichskraft technology. During World War II, like the Honnebu, if you ever look at the Honnebu 2 prototype, it looks very outdated. It looks very, World War II era look. Like it's like a massive tin, like a Mexican hat.
Right. And
nowadays they look very, very modern. They're very modern craft, but they still operate by the same technology. With like I presented last week, it's the Otto Schumann was the physicist that engineered the Schumann levitational device, which is what levitates the actual craft itself. And then you have the tall tachyonitor drive system, which thrusts it, which makes it goes at max speed, at the sound, 20 times the sound the speed of sound. So yeah, it's basically they still exist to this day. And this
What's
is
the reason for being under there still, though? Like to continue to develop these things, or?
Oh no, they were still in development. Yeah, they're still in development to this day. And what the Americans were forced into concessions, so they were trading the materials so they can still produce these craft underneath the earth. And so yeah, it's still going on they still exist today. This is why we're still legally in a state of war with the Third Reich. This is why we have all this anti-Nazi propaganda exposed to us every single day.
So why did we? Okay, let me ask you this not the last question. I have a billion, but okay. So we say, obviously, that we pretended we won World War II. We didn't win World War II. But were they going to win? Did they win? And because it doesn't even sound like they really won if they had to go to Antarctica. Like,
the whole objective for them, as you know, that's what these computers were so valuable, because they gained out the war with the equations that they punched into these functional computers. They gained out the war. They knew they were outnumbered. So the only way they knew they could basically sustain a 1,000-year Reich forever, for the next 1,000 years, was to relocate the government.
Okay,
was to relocate the
I
government.
didn't understand what you're saying. The computers were actually telling them, like, what?
They were They gained out the war. They knew they were not gonna. They knew they couldn't survive or sustain a government on the surface. Well, they knew they were outnumbered. Combined with the Soviet Union, the Anglo-American alliance, they knew they were outnumbered.
Of course, they should have been able to game that out even without a computer, but obviously the computers were valuable to them for other reasons as well, because we didn't have that technology, right?
Yeah, absolutely. No, their whole level of physics is on a different level, because we base all our technology on Einsteinian or Newtonian physics. They work off a completely different belief system, different paradigm to what we understand.
What is their paradigm?
Yeah, and it was just like you had the Asian Indian Sundramanyan Chandrasekhar, who didn't get his Nobel Peace Prize until 1983, based upon his equations that he knew the existence of black holes 50 years before the Americans knew they existed. So this man, this individual, this Asian Indian, which basically the Third Reich considered his physics to be Aryan physics, he knew the existence of black holes 50 years ahead of the Americans. So this is how they had a 50-year leap in physics. Because the equations he basically mapped out, with his equations, he knew that a star 4 times its own mass will infinitely collapse in on itself infinitely, which will bind all the stars surrounding neighboring stars around it. And it will basically, that's how galaxies are formed. It's centered around what they call in the German language, the Die Schwarzsonne, the black sun. That's where that black sun symbol comes from. And this is all based upon this is all based upon the equations that Chandrasekhar basically worked out what he presented. He presented this to the Americans and the British, which basically they referred to him as a yellow nigger. They didn't take his equations seriously, but the Third Reich did.
What's so weird is I just heard about this, like, complete of how the black exactly what you described, but the first time I'd heard of it was, what's that black physicist, very popular in America, I have to think of his name. He was describing that, like, exactly in detail, but obviously he was describing it just to somebody that was asking, like, a news person. But my point is, I just heard that, like, this week, him describing the exact same thing. So obviously, yeah, we were way behind on it, but now we know it, I guess, finally, because they're describing the same thing.
Yeah, thank you. To basically deter the conversation away from the Third Reich exercise just for a moment, just to clarify, if you go on Google Images, this is something I wanted to just bring credence to what Douglas was saying earlier about the Roswell incident. If you look at the photographs of Jesse Marcel Jr. with General Raimi, and you look at those photographs
on Google,
they look like
Google Images.
On Google Images, just for a second, yeah. And you type in General Raimi and Jesse Jr., who was basically, his title was intelligence officer, and they basically holded what looks like tinfoil. If you ever look at that, it's definitely from the Roswell crash.
You went out on me 1 second for some reason. What was the name again?
General Raimi and Jesse Jr. If you basically type in the Roswell debris, you'll see pictures of them holding what looks like tinfoil.
Okay. General Raimi and what was the Roswell? What did you call it?
Just type in Roswell debris. Just type in the Roswell debris. Yeah, you'll see pictures of these two individuals, General Raimi and Jesse Marcel Jr., holding what looks like tinfoil. They're shining material. Can you see? Tell me when.
Yeah. Yes, I've seen these pictures before. Yes, I've seen these before.
Yeah. Now, when you look at those images, what to you does that show you? What's that they're holding in their hands? It's lightweight material because they can pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like tinfoil, obviously, but
Yeah.
I mean that's what it looks like from here. But
yeah, what they're holding up is pieces, debris from the Roswell crash. Now that is Japanese aluminum silk. That's what they're holding. That just shows you that's the part of the Japanese. That's the Japanese dirigibles. That's that was what the the dreadnoughts.
That's
the
why they actually called it a weather balloon, because it really did look more like a.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. But it's lightweight material. When you place it on the ground, like they present it, it looks like it flows like water. It's lightweight material. That is Japanese aluminum silk. That's what they're holding. So that just shows you that's part of the actual debris.
And I heard people that like actually got to touch it. Like this would be somebody I believe like her father brought a little piece of it home, who was an officer or something there, and she would say you could ball it up, but then it would unball. You know, like if you ball a piece of tinfoil, it stays in that position. But this would just go back to its original shape, pretty much.
George, are you saying aluminum silk?
Yeah, Japanese. That's Japanese material. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's Japanese.
SILK, like from the cocoon, the silkworms. Are you?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. That's Japanese. Yeah, that's to them. It's to them because the terminology that was given to Japanese was enemy alien. That's why it was referred to as alien technology, because it's not It doesn't originate from the United States. It's Japanese aluminum silk. That is, this is why it was so foreign to them. They couldn't. Jesse Marcel Jr. was never presented with that. So in his eyes, that was alien technology. So that is why it's presented as alien technology. Yeah, because it doesn't.
And even now, we still don't like have that where to the public we would know what that was. Like
no, exactly. So when like I just did to you, if you ever present it to people, they don't know what they're looking at. And it's just like when I show people the Third Reich in exile, when I show them the Reichskraft, when I show them the Honnebou or the Vril, any of these craft, I'm telling them that's what they are, and they're looking at it and they go, I don't know what I'm looking at. I don't know what it is. Because to them, it's completely alien to them. It's completely out of this world because they're not presented with it. They just don't know what they're looking at, and that's the problem. That's a lot of the issues that we have. And so, that was just me showing you so you can see with your own two eyes what I'm telling you what it is, what they're looking at. And that doesn't look like extraterrestrial craft that could go interstellar coming from another star system. That material, if you look at that looks like, I mean, look, it's in pieces. If you look at those photographs of Jesse Marcel Jr. holding them, it's just frail and it's just ripping apart.
Right.
It's just, that cannot travel into.
Well, that's why I think then everyone, conspiracy theorists on the UFO side would obviously say, well, that was just a fake picture with some fake aluminum stuff because that wasn't real from the craft. But really, that couldn't be it because that picture was taken before the whole. I don't know. I know there was like two different issues that came out where they were saying this is the cover up that made everybody think it was actually aliens. So yeah.
On my YouTube channel, Brooke, I have uploaded a segment, a clip of Sergeant Melvin Brown's daughter giving her testimony of what her father was saying. Now he came out in 1969 to present he started speaking to his family about the Roswell incident. And basically, he didn't know it was called the Roswell incident because nobody started talking about Roswell until the 1960s when man started walking on the moon. This is when Melvin Brown started talking about Roswell. He was the sergeant at Roswell that looked underneath the tarpaulin to see the bodies. He described to his family that they were Asiatic looking. They looked like Asians and they had yellow skin. They later on turned grey more. So that is why when people talk about the Roswell bodies being retrieved, they talk about, these were little grey aliens. That's because these were Asian prisoners of war that they are on the skin, the natural tone of their skin turned grey with rigor mortis. So that's where the term grey alien originates from. So that is when Sergeant on my YouTube channel, you will see the testimony from his daughter saying, my father always said that these looked like Asians. They had friendly faces. They didn't look scary. And they were small in stature, and they had yellow skin. And she just basically says, it was underneath a green tarpaulin, so the reflection of the light could have made it look yellow. That was just her interpretation. The family thought he was talking about aliens, like extraterrestrials, whereas he saw them as Asians. He identified them as Asian looking. So these are Asian people, Asian prisoners of war.
Right.
It basically Pacific Islanders. So that is on my YouTube channel.
What is your YouTube channel?
Oh, you can just type in George Knight. Yeah, this is the thing that Douglas has spoke about in previous transmission. Because before I had an actual title, it was Bizarre HD. Now it's just George Knight. Just type in George Knight and the Third Reich in Exile. Yeah, the term is not coined anywhere else. The 1,000-Year Reich in Exile.
Is it George Knight? You said just type in George Knight, George, and then Knight is K-I-N-I-G-H-T?
That's right. Just like the Knights. Yeah. Just like the.
Do you have anything after George Knight? Because I'm not getting you pulled up.
No, it's basically my avatar is my wedding photo of me and my wife, and if you type in the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile.
I need to probably type in that. Yeah,
it should come up. Yeah, absolutely. And so you'll see, and it's Sergeant Melvin Brown's daughter giving a testimony describing Roswell. Yeah, you'll see that, and then it's just her basically saying that my father described him as Asian looking, and they had yellow skin.
Okay. Yeah, I'll watch. I'm subscribing so I can watch your stuff later. Yeah.
Excellent. So I just got back, and so I'm just curious. I really did just get back so that people understand, because I have some people who sometimes write with these notions, which I think are quaint, where they'll say things like, I think you're just pretending to leave and you just sit there and listen, and it's like, oh God, why would I do that? Anyway,
that's the point of a break. To get away.
Go get something to eat. Go get a drink. Go get a sniff of Coke. I don't know, but do something.
Oh yes, I mean yes, definitely. What I do, keeps. Oh, by the way, is it Nathan Brooks or Norman? I think it's Nathan. Nathan, when you hear about what I do, which is like drinking diesel, what the Germans call diesel, which is a mixture of Coke and beer. He basically killed a 6-pack, apparently, combining Coke and beer. What I do is not necessarily something to emulate. Understand that one's a stimulant and the other's a depressant, and your average body doesn't react well to that necessarily. So, oh my God, it's one thing to try that out just like as a
that just sounds a stomach ache to me, to be honest with you.
Thank you. I mean,
if I'm going to want a stimulant and a depressant, I'll just go to the doctor and get some pills for that.
But I was a barman for many years, as Douglas will attest to, and people used to order Red Bull and vodka. One was a depressant and one is a stimulant, and they don't go well together.
No.
Red Bull people still do that around here.
Vodka Red Bulls are just lethal. Yeah.
Oh my God! So, how many people do you think that ultimately, I would assume, that killed somebody?
Yeah, absolutely.
They still do it in shots all the time around here. You'll go to the bar and somebody would do Red Bull and vodka all the time.
Oh my God, that's so. The only time anyone should be using a Red Bull, of course, someone should never be using that shit. But the only time somebody would have an excuse would be like you're a truck driver and you're trying to stay awake all night, because you're driving an 18-wheeler that otherwise is going to wipe all kinds of human life off the road or something. So that's the only time I could think of someone being rationally justified in taking something like a...
I did it a few times when I'll be honest, when I was in outside sales, because when I was in outside sales driving around, because I had to go to I had a large territory with pharmaceutical, and I would have to drive around, obviously, on the interstate. Yeah. And some nights, I didn't get enough sleep, especially when I was raising, younger kids. So there were a few times, and I hate the taste of Red Bull too. So it took a lot to get it down.
Oh my God.
For coffee. But yeah, I did do it. I've taken them a few times, but I don't see how people do it normally because they taste gross.
Yeah, the idea of somebody taking a Red Bull for fun is just beyond me. It's like, what kind of fun is that to deprive yourself of the ability to fall asleep? These are clearly just self-abusive people who are seeking some kind of destruction of themselves. I mean, this is like, I'm just, our man, George, did these people tend to look unhealthy, or were they crackheads in general? Was there any particular type of person that would...
All the above. All the above. Yeah.
Oh my God.
It was just awful. It was for people to have a night, but it just ruins everything. You can't sleep. and it just makes you jittery, and then you have a come down period as well. So with a stimulant, you have a come down episode, a come down event where, basically, the only way to get back to that high is to take more, and so that's where it becomes an addiction. Is where people just keep drinking, these energy drinks continuously. It's like that's what that what's his name, Jameson Reese kept on doing.
That's
kept
right.
drinking energy drinks.
Yeah.
He just kept drinking energy drinks over and over again, and then he'll fall asleep.
Yes.
He'll just have a crash. His body will just crash.
Yeah.
There was a commercial that I knew wasn't going to live long. It was a commercial of Red Bull, gives you wings. There was a poodle and a dachshund, and the poodle was the mother. She had dachshund poodle mixed, and everybody's wondering how the dachshund could reach the poodle, but it was because the gave you wings. I said, I know this commercial's not going to live very long. I don't know anyone other than another individual who's ever seen it.
Wow. Thank you.
Because the parents had to deal with like, Mommy, Daddy, how come this? How come that?
Right.
So they probably had to pull it.
Or maybe they had to pull it simply because probably the American Medical Association got involved and said this shit kills people, and that commercial probably made it appealing to children. That's the point, flying puppies or whatever. So, what is this you wrote, honey? So there's a bunch of text here written by Our Lady Diana. Away from the keyboard a few minutes. When I return, hope to share a quick anecdote about an occult practitioner interview as to why Sesame Street count vampire as such. Now I realize why Chris Cornell Soundgarden frontman Black Hole Sun. I'm sorry, honey. Translate this for me. What?
Okay, well, we were George was talking about black holes and the Black Hole Sun, I believe. Okay. So there's a song by Soundgarden called Black Hole Sun. So
Die Schwarzen Song, the Black Sun. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So about the vampires, I was listening to a podcast called Glitch Bottle, and all the guests are practitioners of the occult, whether they're authors or researchers or practitioners. And by occult, I simply mean hidden. But Aaron Leach, when he was asked why the circle, when conducting a ceremony, he said allegedly spirits do not like geometry. So once they start entering a circle, they just keep going around and around and around and around, and they cannot enter if you do it properly. And I'm listening to this, making faces like, maybe. And then he went on to say that allegedly vampires are fascinated with counting things. Like, if they're in the forest, they'll count all the trees, or if they're in a yard, they'll count all the blades of grass. So it is recommended that one cast a bunch of sand, a bunch of beads, a bunch of something outside your window so that they cannot access and enter your home. So here I am picturing Spike from Buffy the Vampire saying 9,871, 9,870.
You know what's so bizarre about that?
And start all over again.
Do you know what's so bizarre about that? Is that's the Japanese myth. The Japanese myth is that vampires, the way the Japanese would basically counter a vampire threat is they would take rice and they would throw it on the ground, and the vampire would compulsively stop to count every grain of rice. That they would have a compulsion with counting, and therefore this was how you basically were able to protect yourself, was to drop crumbly bread or something like that. In the case, it was always rice was most convenient for the Japanese to basically distract the vampire while you escaped. So that's bizarre.
Okay, you really think the vampire really, like, come on, like, deadly can be deadly, but I need to stop and count, because if that's the case, then apparently OCD comes with it.
Right. I mean, it's just understand that this is a Japanese notion that is based on whatever the experience they had with whatever they were dealing with, and that we use the term vampire in the West is probably an imperfect translation of whatever it was the Japanese were dealing with. So when it comes to the translation, which would be something like gaki or something like that. It just would be translated into English. They would just simply say vampire. So these are
allegedly that's why the Sesame Street character, the Count, is such.
Right. I mean that was always of all the Sesame Street characters. I guess I liked several of them. The Count obviously stood out, but it was it was just that may be where they got the idea from. I always thought that was bizarre. Yeah, the fact that he was kind of like had that compulsion and was and they associated that with vampirism. It was bizarre, and maybe I thought maybe that there was somebody aware of the Japanese notion and they just kind of brought that in there somehow. So I don't know where that comes from for Sesame Street, but being as it is, it's one of those things that you really shouldn't donate too much brain power to dwelling on.
Right.
Otherwise you'll just go
That's
nuts.
why I said I wanted to share it quick.
Yeah. No, understood. And so basically I'm just curious, and of course we don't need to make our listeners suffer through repetition, but just as a summary, so Brooke and George, when I left and George was talking about Unterland, I presume that George explained to Brooke that basically there is, hopefully George explained this, there's no such thing as hollow earth. I get so frustrated when I'm dealing with people with that.
Yes.
Thank you.
No, we didn't even talk about hollow earth. I was just asking about. I heard the underground caverns in Antarctica. Is what I was asking about.
No, got it, honey. And just but not to. I'm sorry. Don't take it that I was presuming that that's where you were coming from. I just mean this is the first thing that I deal with when I present Unterland to people.
Yes.
The first thing I deal with is automatically the overwhelming majority of people go to Hollow Earth.
Yes.
No.
Right, by that book by what's his name? I can't remember. What's that famous book? Anyway, it's the one they all got it from because it originally started describing Hollow Earth and everyone they made a movie on it. Anyway.
Which book was that? The Smoky Sun or something like that? It was called the Smoky
Oh God,
God.
it's old. It's from like the 50s or something.
Fuck, if it's the Smoky God or something like that, it might have been earlier. I remember a book titled The Smoky God was something of that nature, and there were other people who had these concepts of the earth, and but by the way, is that noise your dog's, Brooke? Or?
No, that's not. I don't think that's me.
That's me, Douglas. Sorry, I'll go for you quickly.
Oh yeah. How much time do you have left with us, George? Just curious.
15 minutes, I think, actually, yeah. So it's wonderful. 15 minutes, Douglas.
Oh, then what happens? You have to go to work or what?
No, I'm actually off today. No, I'm off today, but I do have to make a move in the next 15, 20 minutes. I have to make a move.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it something you can share? What you're going to have to do? Just chores or,
Just spend the day with my daughter, just go off with my daughter, just go out with her. Yeah, just with EVEDy.
Oh, wonderful.
That's all.
Yeah. And is this like, do you push her in a stroller or how does this work? You walk?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
So, that's it. Yeah, and just have a day of fun, Douglas. Yeah.
Well, congratulations. I'm so glad you have that. And he of course, did you tell Brooke what you do for a living?
No, I haven't. No. So I'm a telecoms engineer, a field operative, which is the correct title. So I basically in the UK we're trying to roll out fibre. So I'm a full fibre engineer to basically deliver fibre to everyone in the UK.
Going to 5G, right?
No, fibre. It's basically
fibre.
It's
fibre down, fibre.
Yeah,
optic.
fibre. Yeah, fibre optic cabling. Yeah.
Yeah, my neighborhood actually just got fiber. Thank God.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, it's wonderful. It's wonderful stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So, honey,
allegedly, fiber optics came from someone at a disco night, and he saw the disco ball and got the idea.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so.
Oh, sorry.
Just out of curiosity, Brooke, are you antithetical to 5G? Just curious.
Am I what?
Against 5G. Are you against 5G or just?
Oh no, I just assumed that's what he meant at first because I thought he said 4 at first, so I thought he said 4.
Actually, so George, in the few minutes you have remaining, it seems like Brooke is cool with 5G, so we don't need to be reticent about it. You are ultimately bringing England 5G through this, right? Let's see if he's able to respond or...
Basically, yeah, 5G works as a telephone mast, which is what connects all the phones and devices to basically the 5G service, the 5G network. But they're all interconnected. It's all interconnected. Yeah, that's basically, you've got, the way the networks run is you've got these exchanges throughout the UK. You've got, hundreds of exchanges, which is the center point. And then you've got Ethernet cabling, which links interconnects all the telephone masts, and then basically the fiber service to the properties. And the telephone masts are the towers, the transmission towers that emits 5G for anyone with 5G availability on their devices to connect to it. So it's all interconnected.
Yeah, so the wire, fiber basically is running through the ground. You've got to get the fiber run through the ground, and then the 5G towers up, which interconnect to make it.
Basically, and I know the thing is, when I joined Openreach, what they presented to us was during the pandemic, the COVID pandemic, there was this conspiracy theory that was going around that 5G masts, these telephone masts, are emitting COVID. So this is where they start targeting field operatives like myself. So this is where we're coming from. This is why people are antithetical towards 5G. It's because of this conspiracy theory, that was promoted, and it's Douglas has outlined in the past the reasons for that. But this is what was happening, and they were targeting field operatives such as myself by putting out behind these banners, behind these posters that were surrounding these telephone masts. There were the needles that you could contract, horrible disease. Needles. So or shards, or just basically razor blades. So you would cut yourself. You would, this was terrorism. This is a terrorist act. Yes. And people were giving these field operatives at the time abuse. Thankfully, I've not experienced any of this personally myself, but I'm fully aware of it. So when I joined, I was the one who presented it in front of a group of others like myself who were just joining, new recruits. I was presenting this. I'm fully aware about this phenomena that's going on because of these conspiracy theories. Of course, it originates from one source, one place. And Douglas has gone into this in the past. So that was what was going on. And you can look this up. And field operatives were being targeted.
I didn't see that part, but I did see like an article saying something about. I was like, that sounds more ridiculous than a lot of things I've heard. So I never really paid much attention to it. So I didn't read that. Who caused it, Douglas? Or either one of you?
Well, when George Knight is talking about this, all sources from one place, in general, the majority of this propaganda sources from Russia. It really does. And a lot of it was to prevent our, basically, the Western civilization, or the Western hemisphere, the Western allies, the are, all of these terms. I'm not really satisfied with any of them, but just basically anybody who's not Russia and who's more developed than they are, they're just trying to drag them down and prevent them from getting any further developed, because Russia can't really do anything to develop itself, so they're just trying to bring everybody else down. That's basically what's going on with that. And
to level the playing field.
And just so people understand, I'm not Russophobic, believe it or not. Despite everything that I say, of course, I just feel that the Russian people are in a very, very dark space right now, and that they are being manipulated by very, very dark forces. People like Alexander Dugin, and of course Putin's just a kind of a puppet to the forces of chaos. People like the Duginites, who were affiliated with Michael Aquino, and that's what brings us back to Aquino and that whole subject. But by the way, so in the few minutes we have left with George, we love you dearly, and share that love with everyone in your family. And what few minutes you have left with us, any other points to be made? I take it, share with me what you covered with Brooke in brief. Just basically, you told her about the massive caverns in the crust of the Earth and pretty much covered that aspect and a bit about the Reich as a breakaway civilization, I presume. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah. What I did want to share with you, what I actually wanted to come on and speak about was several conversations I've had in the field with several other engineers when they talked about the Russo-Ukrainian Axis invasion, illegal invasion of Ukraine, where they're saying that Putin's got his finger on the button. Yeah. And it's a very good. I basically went over your old transmission, your old interview with James Arthur Yancik, or Yanchik, however his name's presented. But yeah, how people have this notion that, he's able to launch a tactical nuclear strike anywhere that he wants, basically, and just how absurd that notion is. And in that interview with James Arthur Yancik, Douglas presents that, why does the United States and the former Soviet Union have an arsenal of tens of thousands of nuclear weapons? And the reason for this, which no nuclear physicist will ever admit or tell you, is that nuclear weapons, whether they have plutonium or uranium inside of the basically the containment of the and it was really interesting because I noted the actual structure of the ordnance itself. It's like the W69 and the I'm trying to think of the other one, but I've noted it down. Basically, the containment system of the bomb. Basically, it rots circuitry and it rots the wiring in nuclear weapons. So it costs trillions to maintain a nuclear arsenal, which is the reason why that they know that 75%, close to 95% of any nuclear weapon deployed, if they were going to conduct a strategic strike on one another, they know that they will either blow up in their silos or they won't even launch. And that's because it costs so much money to maintain, because uranium and plutonium basically leaks and it rots circuitry. So they know they're redundant ordinances. That's why the United States and the Soviet Union have such a large arsenal of nuclear weapons. And this is why people are, it's just basically Russian propaganda when they say that, we've got a finger on the button, we can launch a nuclear strike whenever we want. All this is just basically just to fool the public. And the United States has always bought into that notion, but have always promoted the same propaganda to the public.
I think I misunderstood something on that there. You said it costs so much to maintain the nuclear weapon, correct?
Yeah, a lot of money. Yeah, it costs trillions of dollars to maintain.
So are you saying that they're worried about how many they have because they wouldn't want to pay to maintain that?
Oh, no. What he's saying is yeah. So basically, whenever you have to leave, you just let us know. Not that I'm trying to get rid of you at all. I'm happy to keep you
I just wondered because I was thinking
I'm just letting George know that.
Maintain it.
What I'm saying is that George, it takes time to explain these things, and George may not have that time, so I can take over if he has to leave. I'm just letting.
I knew that. I was just saying. I was letting George know. I was just asking a really short question, so that way he didn't feel like I was interrupting him.
Well, what I will do is I will kind of answer for George in the sense that I will say what George is trying to say is that there's this very large nuclear arsenal because the overwhelming majority of the missiles are not going to work, but they have to maintain a large one so that theoretically, statistically,
they're not maintaining them. Now that makes sense. So most of them aren't even going to work.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, missed that whole point. I was like, why not get rid of them if you're having to pay $20 million a year? Like, I was thinking, like, I got it. I just missed that little hole in there.
Yeah, it's ultimately trillions of dollars, and the horror is you've got these other superpowers that are kind of down that path, but they're not as maniacal about it because they just don't have that reputation that they need to maintain. Britain, of course, has a sizable nuclear arsenal. France, and of course China, but nowhere near the numbers that Russia and America had, because Russia and America had a promotional reputation that they were trying to maintain as well, which is that they could destroy the world. They said we've got enough. Yeah, and it was just so much of it was just.
So I guess the question would be who's probably maintained out of our two countries, and I would think definitely we would have the money to maintain more than Russia.
Yes.
This was what ultimately collapsed the Soviet Union because it never had a military-industrial complex. The Soviet Union was a military-industrial complex. It based its entire economy off in the military-industrial complex. So that is one of the major factors into the collapse of the Soviet Union. It's because it had an enormous nuclear arsenal it had to maintain, which cost so an astronomical amount to maintain, because like I said, nuclear, basically plutonium rots circuitry. So they'll have to send these men in moon suits to go in and try to maintain this nuclear arsenal, which ultimately wouldn't work. By the time you're going to press the button, it's already rotted the circuitry, so they're not even going to launch. But the other day I saw on Good Morning Television the journalist that was in Ukraine, I think his name is John Sweeney. He basically presented, Putin has probably pressed the button, but someone in the Kremlin has disconnected it.
Well, it's not even. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go on. Yeah.
No, thank you, Douglas. I was going to say that is probably, that is really, really true. But also, what I'm adding to it is that they ultimately don't work, and that's what I've learned from Douglas. Douglas has presented this very well in the past, and so they ultimately, because it rots the circuitry, which that operates them. Basically, when you launch anything that is, these are contained in nuclear silos, which will basically, it just rots circuitry, which makes them redundant. It renders them useless. So you can't launch a nuclear strike if none of the circuitry works. Yeah. So they're either going to explode in their silos or they're not going to launch at all. And John Sweeney presented to the Good Morning Television, which they all turn around and go, oh, that makes sense. He said that Putin has probably pressed the button, but someone in the Kremlin has disconnected it.
Yeah, no. I mean, so beyond that, of course, it's not even a question of sabotage. It's just really the Russian engineering was so infamously, notoriously bad that basically what had happened was there was this one Soviet officer who they credit with quote unquote saving the world, and they continually promote this shit all over YouTube. I see this all the time. Aside from the normal World War II propaganda that they still promote all the time, all I see is this crap coming out on YouTube consistently about the bullshit about this Soviets, and what they did in World War II. And so much of this is just crap. I mean, how can anyone still buy into this bullshit when you see how they're quote unquote performing now? All of this was World War II propaganda that they did anything. So when it comes to this bullshit that you see about, and then this Russian officer saved the world. The one story is one did that in Cuba during the Cuban Missile Crisis because he refused to launch missiles that Khrushchev gave the order. And it wasn't that at all. He pressed the button, but nothing in the submarine would launch. And when it came to this other Soviet hero that saved the world, they said, there was this incoming meteorite shower, and it looked like an American first strike, but he saved the world by deciding not to press the button. Well, the truth is he slammed on the button to launch all the missiles to retaliate, but nothing happened. I mean, this is like happened several times with the Russian capabilities in the past, and just none of it is going to work, period. They just don't need to worry about this, except of course if
so basically what it looked like when all those tanks were broke down going into Ukraine in the very beginning. It's what they've always been like.
Yes, oh my god, they've been like that since World War II. It's just been like all of the shit that was working in World War II they got from the Americans. By the way, that's not an exaggeration. The Americans provided them everything.
And that's all they still have, apparently, and they haven't even upkept that.
No, and they haven't even maintained that. I mean, they were they went to this whole manufacturing trip where they were manufacturing their own stuff, but it's all crap. It's so there we have that. I mean, just think about Afghanistan. They were in Afghanistan for 10 years, and a lot of people credit that with, of course, being a factor in taking the Soviet Union down, one of the factors. And this was a next door neighboring country. It would be like us invading Mexico, except even smaller when you consider the land area. Even though one might say it's much more difficult terrain, the point is they were there for 10 years and they had nowhere near the commitment the Americans had in Vietnam. The Americans were going all the way across the world and supplying millions of troops with everything they needed effectively, like refrigeration for cold beer, because the Vietnamese never drank cold beer, but the Americans absolutely would drink nothing but cold beer. So they had to send all these refrigerators to Vietnam just to keep Americans in cold beer. I mean, the Russians had nothing like that, and they were just right next door. And that still was a big factor in the downfall of the Soviet Union. I mean, these people were completely incapable of doing anything the Americans keep saying they're capable of. So they're just a third world nation that has been propped up by myth. So that's the first thing Americans need to come to grip with. And
thank you, Doug. Sorry to just jump in quickly. If we really wanted to, Brooke, we can just mobilize a small force. Like NATO members could just, the United States, Great Britain can actually just mobilize just a small amount of forces, and we can roll right into Moscow right now.
It's true.
We can just roll right in and take out Putin.
Yeah.
We can do that anytime we want to, but they're not doing that.
Why don't we? Because of fear? Or, I mean, are they actually afraid? Or these people, they have to know, if we know this, like, you know this, but obviously leaders have to know this. So why aren't they doing it?
Here's the paradox. They're just too fucking stupid. They are too fucking scared. They are just, yes, the leadership is, first off, it's far more complicated than just you and I talking. With the leadership, the president is hindered by a military-industrial complex that will counter him by saying, we can't do that. Basically, he's confronted with a military junta that will refuse his orders if he were to try and say, do this, because they're going to say, oh, well, we don't have the logistical capability. They'll come up with all kinds of excuses. The truth is that they're just cowardly. They're ineffective. This is why Kennedy was so aggravated. We heard Peter Moon and I speaking about earlier how Kennedy had to stand up to his own generals during the Cuban Missile Crisis. He was confronted with this very problem. This was the problem he was confronted with, was that he was confronted with generals who were a bunch of cowards, a bunch of incompetents, and who lost the Second World War. And so he basically said, you people are failures, I'm taking over. And he personally stared Khrushchev down, and Khrushchev tried to go nuclear. None of his stuff would work. And so America looked like it won. And then that was why Khrushchev lost his job. And then Kennedy was made to look presidential, but at the same time, his general said, we're going to take this guy out. So this is all part of the...
So his own people took him out?
Oh, Kennedy? Hell yes. Mm-hmm. Oh, you know that. I mean,
well, I have known so much, like, I've heard you know how many stories there are about that. So there's the mob, there's the mob side. I mean, God, even like I told you, like I looked at the alien stuff, like I still, like you've got me now. I mean, like I was still thinking that there was a good chance there were aliens until tonight, really, because you're really taking that away from me. So, but I'm open. That's what I see. I always want to look for more knowledge because I don't want to get stuck on any one thing. But yeah, I mean, there was so much, different propaganda, I guess, on that and different conspiracy theories. So I didn't know what.
I appreciate that. And, believe me, I always say, obviously, Occam's razor, the simplest story has usually got to be the right one. Usually. It's the simplest story. The more complicated something is, the more unlikely it is. It may sound complicated, what I say about World War II, but the reality is it's not. And once you understand the dynamics of what I'm saying, it really is the simplest explanation because nothing else makes sense. But when it comes to Kennedy,
catch this. I was taking the trash out yesterday, and I overheard some people saying that there was footage of Russian men just leaving the country because they wanted to recruit soldiers, and they're like, "No."
Oh yeah, that's all over the news.
Yeah. But your point, Deanna, what did you
I'm sorry,
see?
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just meant that.
No, that was it.
Oh, okay. So like Brooke said, that's all over the news. So when it comes to what I was saying about the Kennedy assassination, to tell you the truth, I mean, I actually feel the simplest story, which therefore makes it very likely to be part of the truth, is that Jackie Onassis, Jacqueline Onassis, who was originally Jackie Kennedy, she hated her husband. And
you think so?
What's that?
Because of course, he cheated on her plenty of times.
Yeah, and did you know the will he left her? He left her $20 in his will. He left her
are you? Is that provable? Does somewhere can find that?
That it went into a book. It must be provable. This woman wrote a book about I forget her name, but she gave the story that I felt I preferred it, really. She pretty much came to the conclusion that it was Jacqueline combined with Mr. Onassis, who she had met prior to the death of Kennedy. She had met Mr. Onassis on a boat with Winston Churchill. And so Mr. Onassis said, basically, I can take you away from all this, because she felt trapped. She felt trapped with Kennedy. She felt abused. And basically she told him, and the fucker left me $20 when he dies. And that's when Onassis said, well, I'm the richest man on earth. This is what he was at the time. He said, look, let's kill him. And so he just basically hired professional European hitmen, and they took him out. And the one thing we do know for a fact was the moment he died, and she was still wearing the dress that had his brain splattered all over it. And she went to rendezvous with Mr. Onassis, and they had sex in the White House. I mean, that's a fact. That's like
that. Really? I did not know. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, that's.
Like, I have never studied any of this in depth. I was raising children for the last, 10, 13 years.
Understood. And
but I mean, I've heard bits and pieces, but I never knew that at all.
Yeah, I mean, but but then you look at all these other factors, and everybody hated Kennedy. I mean, certainly, what I said was the military did pretty much commit to killing him, and so it could have been that combined with Onassis. Honestly, it's like 9/11. I mean, take a look at the
That's what I said. There's so many conspiracy theories out there. Yeah.
Yeah, but here's the difference. When it comes to 9/11, as George Knight has done much research into this, he and I can go into this for hours, but there's so many factors in that. We've got the Japanese architect, Yamasaki, who built the towers to collapse. And he was someone who was an expert in building buildings that collapsed. And so Yamasaki was one of the few Japanese who was never interned in a concentration camp by the Americans during World War II, because they hired him to build buildings that collapsed. And he built the Twin Towers. And Yamasaki also, well, aside from that, you had the guy who bought the buildings. What was the name of that Jewish guy who bought the buildings? Silverstein?
Larry Silverstein and Frank Lurie. Yeah. Larry.
Well, George, if you're going to be leaving, since you're going to be leaving us, what is your opinion on? I mean, I guess you both have the same opinion. Yeah. Then. I mean, what happened on 9/11? I mean, either one of you, I guess.
Oh, we're going into this for hours. It will take hours to explain.
Okay, well, wait, guess we can do that.
12 years of investigation and research to come to draw the conclusion to basically outline what happened. So it's
maybe next time
we can go into this for hours. It was basically the involvement was foreign and domestic.
Yeah,
that was who was responsible. It was foreign and domestic. And Douglas can I do have to make a move.
The Bush dynasty, George Bush Jr.'s brother was in charge of the security. They had explosive sniffing dogs that were trained to sniff out explosives in the building ever since the first attempt to bring the building down by plastic explosives in the garage years before. So those dogs were all withdrawn by George Bush's brother weeks before the buildings came down, so that they could install all the plastic explosive, so they could do the controlled demolition that brought the buildings down. So, obviously Bush was involved directly through his brother, and the Saudis were involved, the Israelis were involved, as was Silverstein as a domestic Jewish mogul who happened to have the buildings insured, and he made a killing in every sense imaginable with taking the buildings down. And so you had all of these people involved. It's just, that's unfortunately the reality of it. As I said, the more complicated the story it is, usually the more certain it's theory, not a fact. This is one of those situations where it's a complicated reality. And why these people all cooperated, they all had a mutual interest in what they would gain from it. Bush gained basically a war, which is what he wanted. And this was the horror of his conspiracy. He blamed Iraq, an innocent party, when it was the Saudis he should have declared war on, not the Iraqis and the Afghans. But so there you go. I mean, George, if you have anything to add to that before you go. Or he may have gone already. And hopefully I get my voice back. So
I know he said he had to go just then right before you started on that.
Yeah, and that's understandable. So in terms of that, that's a summary of the situation with the... but whatever you need to dismiss about the 9/11 conspiracies, dismiss anything that has to do with any fancy technology. There was nothing fancy about... it was a controlled explosive demolition that you see in any building that comes down in a controlled demolition. That's what happened with the Twin
But then
Towers.
they hired someone to run the planes into it first.
No, it's not. Well, it's these were genuine terrorists, but they were terrorists that were trained by the U.S. military. The fact is, as you probably heard me bring up before, the Saudi citizens that were involved, the overwhelming majority of them were U.S. Army Special Forces. They had involvement with the U.S. Army, were trained in Special Forces operations. They were also fanatics that were truly converted to a radicalized form of Islam. So, yes. So,
oh, George is saying bye. Much love to you all. Thank you, George, for educating me so much. I appreciate it.
Yes.
Hopefully I'll get more next time.
Yes. Hugs, George. Hugs. And, well, we're so glad to have you with us, Brooke. Believe me.
Enjoy your daughter.
Yes. That leaves a taste in my mouth. Enjoy your daughter. Oh my God.
I didn't know that sounded wrong. I just meant enjoy the day with your daughter. I was trying to be fast because I knew he was hanging up.
I mean,
I don't even know if you.
I take full blame for that. I take blame for that. I have a horrible pornographic mind, and my imagination goes to the worst possible places. But of course, I want to put a stance on that so that people understand this much. And by the way, we're so lucky to have Deanna and Brooke both with us. I want Deanna to understand that her participation is so important. And of course, Deanna, we just are helping her evolve as a communicator, because Deanna's biggest problem as a communicator is a tendency towards monotone. So the problem that my mind goes blank a lot of times when Deanna talks is because after several minutes, going on to 2 to 3 minutes when she maintains that tone, I start blanking out. And so
I'm glad you all bring that up, because there was a time where I was more articulate and spellbinding, because people told me, we love when you tell stories. And then to hear this tonight, I connected those dots and said, okay, well, I like to analyze as to why I do or don't do things. Yeah. So I imagine part of it was being so hushed in certain environments that I just
you lost the original.
Some people just give up for a while.
Yeah.
That's understandable. That's totally understandable.
Right.
So, but you write such beautiful poetry. You can totally get your voice back to with just a little bit of up and down there.
Yes, we just need you to learn to fluctuate your tone, and that maintains engagement. So when it comes to what I was talking about, where was I? I was talking about 9/11 and what else?
9/11, yeah, and you were saying that basically nothing big, and then we were talking about the
fancy
planes.
Technology bullshit. Yeah, yes, the planes, and but
they were Saudi and trained by the U.S.
And I'll share something with you that's puzzling to me. Here's something that's puzzling to me. So I had a wonderful lady who, let me name her. She wrote something in the video thread, the thread of the video. So let's take a look and see if I can find that. And if I can't find it, then forget it. But it was basically where she was saying. There's several things I'd like to bring up with what she said, because it's all very constructive. Here she is. Dog cat party. Okay. For some reason, I think of this as a female.
What's the name again? Dog cat party?
Dog cat party. Dog cat party. That sounds like that could be you, but it's not.
That's what I was saying. I was like, I want to meet this person. I'm going to get really good at that party.
Yes. Anyhow. So she says.
I'm sure it means something else, but yeah.
Right. She says. You probably would get 1 million new viewers every day if you would take the time to edit out the chit-chat and immediately get to the research that is extremely important. For example, the phone busy signal. How many new people are going to wade through that, or size, etc. Please keep in mind that, she puts this all in the uppercase, everyone has a mental list of about 100 videos they want to watch every day. This busy signal and size that are not edited out makes the general public think that this is a teenager, brand new to producing YouTube videos. Now, of course, this is the issue that I have with many people who are very spoiled by professional presentation. And the fact is that you have entire teams of experts who are employed in projects for professional presentations that they deliver on shitholes like the History Channel, and these guys have all this slick presentation and they have nothing to say. They are just selling you shit, and it's like, but they have all this money behind them where they can do something like that. Whereas I am basically a sedentary fugitive. I'm a person who's on the run but is not on the run. I'm basically a public informant. So I'm stuck in this situation where one of the ways I keep myself alive is to make certain people are aware of me. So gradually they were chipping away at my ability for anyone to even be aware of me by taking me off of various venues in many different ways that they sabotage myself. And the end result was that, you know, they've been very successful in that regard. So I'm stuck in as an amateur. I'm not trained in presentation in the sense of technological presentation via any electronic venue. Basically, I'm a public speaker almost by default. So you understand that I had training with modeling and acting, but so I have a certain level of presentation ability, but an actor is not a producer. So I have no training in production, and I have no training in, say, for instance, radio announcement or something like that. Say, for instance, if I had training in radio presentation. If I had training in radio presentation, then I would have a much more different manner of presenting myself or speaking, but really not that different, because the reality is there's no professional radio jockey who's going to be doing what I do. They're not going to be on for 12 hours. They're not going to be on overnight. So basically I do this twice a week because I don't have the patience to be doing this every night. That would be truly destructive to my sanity, to my health. So I do this twice a week so that I can just do it twice a week. And during that time, I just basically get on the show pretty much when I'm coming out of a nap or coming down from drugging and doping and drinking and whatnot. And I'm either coming straight from a crashing hangover or coming out from waking up and just not really here. And half the time the opening hour is my searching around for someone to bounce off of and take control of the opening hour so that I can basically use that to basically settle myself into some form of consciousness, oxygenate and caffeinate. And so people might ask, well, why not start the show later and do that first? You know, everybody knows the reality of this. It's just going to wind up the same way. If I started later, I'm not going to wake up till later. If I started later, I'm just going to keep drinking and drugging until it's time to start, right? So it's a non-issue. It's a moot point.
I think you should just not like, what is that? I just love people, and I was like, you know what? I'm not explaining myself to anybody. Like, just the don't give a fuck.
No. I mean, I have fun doing this, and what people also, you know, need to be made aware of is that some of the small talk is really why people tune in. So understand that. I understand what she's saying, and she's talking about like this professional presentation, the punchline, deliver the message.
But then that would be where you could always come back and rewatch it and fast forward to where you want to go.
Thank you. This is what people just have to adapt to doing when they're dealing with me. Honestly, to tell you the truth, the format as it is right now is completely wrong, and obviously it's just not something anyone should do. It's just something that there's people look at just the time. They say 12 hours. I'm not going to suffer through that. But if people get the hang of it and they just get, you know, start searching and just, and I think that my timestamps help immensely. And we can all thank Crystal River for that. Crystal River forced me to start doing timestamps. So we can
timestamps are great for that. Yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
Well, see, that's where we need donations for Douglas, because he can at some point purchase the equipment necessary to conduct better sound quality, etc.
Yeah.
And to maintain himself and not have to go into different streams of conversation.
Or streams of consciousness.
Or he can pay, or just donate to him where he's rich enough he can pay me to come on here, because I know everyone certainly wants to hear me, I'm sure.
That's right.
And I'll already be there ready to answer the phone. You don't have to wait for it to ring.
Yes.
There we go. Problem taken care of.
Yes. And by the way, so then she says, best wishes to all, continued. Please discuss The Sweden Speech by Christopher Bolin, Lawyers for 9/11 Truth, Anniversary, Plans for the Future, only 4 months left for the motivation behind Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth with Richard Gage. Now, by the way, I have no idea about Christopher Bolin, but I do know a bit about Richard Gage. So this is what puzzles me. This is something that puzzles me. When it comes to 9/11, the one thing that doesn't make sense to me, as I mentioned, there was nothing exotic needed to bring those buildings down. It's strictly the normal explosives that are used to bring down any building. It was a controlled demolition. When it comes to people bringing up heat rays, holographic planes, all of this, please get real. I mean, all of that is so much bullshit and just crazy, truly crazy talk. With Richard Gage, I met him personally more than once. I like the individual. I have nothing against him. He's an architect, and he was definitely targeted, and they brought him down. And I'll describe
How
that.
so?
Yeah, you said how so, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll describe that. But I just don't understand why they did that. Though, maybe I do understand. So here's what happened. Basically, Richard Gage, for those of you who don't know, he is one of these borderline presenters of the 9/11 truth, in the sense that he's an architect and he knows it was a controlled demolition, and yet presents this, what I'll call, a bullshit angle, and I don't know why. His bullshit angle is nanothermite or something that he says, something nano. Okay, why he adds the nano in makes no sense. It's just to sound, I don't know, like he knows something other people don't, perhaps. There's no point in his bringing this term nano in. It's just total bullshit. And
he thinks it's like, like when people have a PhD on their name, like they just need to make sure you know that.
Yes, something, but just so people know, nanotechnology there's no need for nanotechnology to be involved in this. It's just completely unnecessary. You don't need nano explosives to do what conventional explosives can do. It's like nano is at the submolecular level. You're talking about, like, say for instance, that would be used, you know what that would be used for? That would be used for something like, oh, I've got some cavity in my tooth that has some kind of infection or something, and there's some insanely specific reason why they couldn't operate on it from a certain angle.
Or kill it so they wouldn't need nano. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, so like going with something nano to blow up.
The technology is completely irrelevant to what actually happened.
Yeah, thank you. They'd use that to blow up something inside of your tooth that wouldn't harm the structure of the tooth itself. It would blow up this small little infection that's just starting to prevent it from, it would be something like that. It's just a speculative example of what nanotechnology would be used for. A submolecular level explosion is what that would produce. So it's like, unless you're like using the atom bomb example and saying, oh, the atoms collide and it creates a bigger explosion, which is maybe what he's saying. So he's using the nano, saying that would do something. It's all bullshit. So the point is, he is ultimately pushing a bullshit line for something that he knows is what happened, and he's sticking along with the general outlines of explosives, but he's just using something exotic to make his theory unique or something. So this guy who I met one time when he was at the conference, one of these conferences, he had this. Now, bear in mind, I don't know if you know what Richard Gage looks like. Have you ever seen a picture of Richard Gage, Brooke or Deanna? Let me know.
No, I've never seen him. No.
Okay, so if you look up Richard Gage, and
I'll Google.
Well, I'm not even aware. I just want to add something. I'm gonna mute afterwards, but I remember during the coverage, the co-anchors, the woman heard an explosion. She said, "What was that?" And her co-anchor gave this downcast, sideways look like, don't bring that up, as if he was already in the know. So, I cannot find any footage on that, in YouTube.
Oh God,
So,
there was all kinds of footage from those days that disappeared. Yeah, I mean,
right.
yeah, from off the public ability to access it. Yeah. So, but just
Richard,
yeah.
Richard,
what I'm gonna do is leave the show on, but I'm just going to. Good night, everyone. Please donate to Douglas, please, and tell anyone who can and will to donate to the cause, so that also Brooke can be hired out to.
So you can be hired out. Come on.
Yeah, both of
Well,
you.
see, I knew you were going to do that. So good night, all. Good day, wherever you are, and carry on.
Thank you.
I love you.
We love you. Yes.
Love you all.
Yes.
Is
So,
Richard
dearly.
Gage the one with the glasses and the
yeah,
old man?
Yeah, he's a decent
Yeah.
looking guy, but he's no.
It depends on which picture you look at. There's several.
He's a balding, very thin hair, basically a balding, bespectacled older man.
He looks respectable. Yes, definitely.
Yeah, bespectacled and respectable. He looks respectable. He's bespectacled. So, and he's balding. He's losing his hair. And he's one of those guys. And my dad did this, and I always said, "Dad, don't do that." And they take what thinning hair they have, and they put it over the bald spot. Just don't do that, guys. Shave your head.
I know. And they just a comb over. You mean like the comb over?
Yes, a comb over. Thank you. And so when it comes to Richard Gage, he's this kind of guy like that, and he wears sweaters underneath his sports jacket. So it's kind of like he looks like an old professor, right? So he's this old professor dude, and he's no sex bomb. Okay, this is no John Kennedy. Okay, so he was with this at the conference, this really hot young blonde who was very shapely, and I use professional escorts, so I find no shame in this. I said, I figured that she was an escort, and I asked him about this, and he didn't take offense because I know how to present these things. It's not like I asked, so is that the escort you hired for, so you would look like you had company for the conference? I pretty much said that very tactfully in a way that wasn't offensive, so he took no offense, and he said, "No, she's with me. She loves me. And I was like, "No." I was like, "No, you're not that wealthy." I said, "You're not that wealthy. You're not." No. I didn't say this to him, but I'm thinking to myself. Yeah, I'm thinking to myself. No. No, there's no sense here. That doesn't make sense. I mean, she could get anybody. Why would she love you? It's not okay. Understand this. This is, people will say, "Oh, that's horrible, Douglas. Oh, come on, be real. Let's be real, okay? This is just not going to happen. There's ulterior motives here." So then the poor bastard said, later, he came out publicly and said, "I'm going to withdraw from 9/11 trutherism because my beloved wife, who's this blonde chick, he says she wants me to stop talking about this for my physical safety, and she loves me, and I'm going to do this for her." And so he withdrew from the 9/11 movement for a while. And then at another conference, there was this guy who I found okay, and he was okay with me, Lori and Ann Fenton, who was my manageress at the time, basically assigned by Michael Aquino, and I knew this, but couldn't say no. I mean, there's a whole story behind that.
I want to hear that story, Wendy, because I've heard you mention her a few times, but we'll have to do that another.
Well, Lori and Ann Fenton, by the way, just so people know, enormous, corpulent, fat chick, just so people know this. I mean, just like a beached whale on two legs. Poor bitch. I mean, she's like horrible beast woman, as Judith Eggert used to call her. But
she was super nice and good, so that wouldn't matter, right? If, as long as she's super a nice person and very good to you, that wouldn't matter.
Oh, she's a horrible human being.
But then that's
yeah,
what I'm saying. That's
yeah.
why I figure you're saying it, because she's also
she's just ugly on the inside, ugly on the outside. Anyhow,
yeah.
So she hated this guy who was asking questions of the super soldiers. That she had the super soldier summit, and there was this accountant guy who, you know, not your typical accountant, more like a big swaggering kind of fat, you know, bar type guy. You know, he's like some kind of retired lumberjack or something, you know, just kind of pot belly, you know.
Right.
And, you know, so this sporty, like a sports fisherman, like these guys. Well, sports fisherman may be the wrong word, because he wasn't sporting.
Like you see on the sports channels or whatever.
Yeah, fat guys who are fishing. Yeah, he's like anyhow. So he was
like
asking
the Bass Man.
Yeah,
on the Bass channel.
Yeah, so he was asking a lot of hard questions for these super soldiers. Very skeptical guy. But I got along with him, and so later on I was talking with him, and we started talking about Richard Gage because we had both met him at former conferences. And I said, yeah. So I said, this blonde chick must have been assigned to him by the government to take him out of the picture. And, you know, he said she loves him so much he's withdrawing, and obviously he was manipulated to do just that by this girl. But, you know, I can't imagine her staying with him. And he finally came to a point where he confessed. He said, look, this is against all professionalism, and I'm never supposed to do this. I'm supposed to maintain client privacy, and but honestly, you and I, we both know this guy, and I'll tell you. He said, I was the accountant for Richard Gage, and this blonde chick took him for everything he had. They're no longer married. She stole every dollar that he had and ran off, and left him with nothing. And so I said, wow. And apparently divorced him too, and got alimony and everything. Well,
that's how she take it. That's why she married him. She wouldn't have married him. She's going to steal stuff.
No. It wasn't. You understand? Like the accountant said, it's not like he had that much to steal. You see, it's not like she married some rich guy and juiced him. It's like it wasn't even worth the effort for that. She must have been an assigned agent. You see what I'm saying? And she was assigned to just destroy this individual, just marry him, take everything he had, and then completely devastate him and take off. This is like destroy him in every way, financially, psychologically. Then because he was poor. I'm sorry, honey. What was that?
I was thinking, well, that would also hurt him. He took time off, and then it's going to hurt him if he wanted to come back.
That's right. Well, he had to come back because he had no money, so he had to come back and start doing shit, right? So he went back into the 9/11 truther movement, you know, started talking again, probably trying to get funding, so there you go. But this is why he's back in the business, so to speak. But so Richard Gage was definitely targeted. But my question is, why? I mean, what he was saying was bullshit anyway, so why would they take him down? But then I realized it was probably to give his bullshit line credibility. I mean, that in essence distracts people, right? I mean, maybe I'm overthinking this, but it's kind of like, but then how many people would know he was taken down? I mean, I knew he was taken down, the accountant knew he was taken down, but it's not like it's common knowledge. Most people don't think he just disappeared for a bit, but he was public about it. Oh, my lovely wife, my young and lovely wife wants me to, you know, take more Viagra.
How old did his wife look? Was she like that hot?
Oh, honey, she had to be, you know, it's like Peter Moon's wife is like, you know, when I on air I brought up with Peter, I said I understand your daughter, your biological daughter really doesn't like your wife because she's younger than your biological daughter. And that's when Peter Moon said, oh, no. Peter said, my wife is 4 years older than my biological daughter. And you know, that's when I says, oh great, that means that she was a senior in high school when your daughter was a freshman, or something like that, or your daughter was a senior when your wife was a freshman, or whatever way that works. Anyhow, then later Peter said his wife was 3 years older than his biological daughter. I mean, in the end, it's just, you know, at that point we're splitting hairs. And
they were in high school together, so it didn't matter.
Yeah, basically his daughter and his wife could have been in high school together. You know, basically that's the age difference between this chick and Richard Gage. Okay, we're talking about like this chick could be his granddaughter. So it's not like, and so you have this relatively, probably a middle class architect, right? I mean, he's an architect, you assume he's middle class. So we're talking probably some middle class dude, not all that much to steal. And this chick who's like, your average chick who's that young doesn't really think like that. They think in terms of... I
don't know. I'll be honest with you. I do think, as being a woman, I do think Dietrich could be overthinking it only because I've met a lot of beautiful women that were younger and they were only out for money. I was talking to a coworker the other day that had that he had another coworker he worked with, and she was in her 20s, and that's what she would talk about, that she just wanted to find somebody for money. But see, to her, money was not a millionaire, billionaire, because she didn't have, she's working for the $20,000-$30,000 a year. So if she had somebody that could just take care of her, buy her nice clothes and a nice house, live in a nice house, buy her a car, to her, that was money. So she could have got into it for that, then realized, I can get better than this, because she was young, dumb, and then leaves him, takes what she can get, and goes and gets somebody else. I mean, I'm just going to say that isn't possible.
Yeah, but with all that taken into account, let's put this into some perspective here. Say, for instance, there was this one young hot chick that I met who, and because of my vampirism, most people don't know how old I am. And so there was this one young chick I met, and I made the mistake. This was in the early conferences when I was a public informant and coming out as a public informant, I mean to say. And so I made the mistake of telling this young lady, I'm really old enough to be your father. And she automatically turned off. Just automatically, I want nothing to do with you. Most young chicks are like that. They aren't thinking about, it's basically they're thinking like, if you were to tell them, hey, look, this guy's older and he's got a good job, he's able to, most of them aren't going to think like that. They just want some hot young guy to pair up with. Those that are thinking in terms of money, there's got to be better targets than Richard Gage.
Well, there are, but you got to remember, I live in the South, so there's a lot of pretty idiot redneck girls out there, and they're really all over. I mean, Ohio's got pretty.
Okay. I see what you're saying. It's just, opportunistic. It's just so whatever's the opportunity. But I see what you're saying. But still, it's like
the smart girls that want to do that, they get on those websites. I mean, they even get on those websites like sugardaddy.com and things like that.
Yeah.
Right. So those are where you're looking for the millionaire or whatever. But I mean, I think there's a good chance.
But you and I are probably still on the same wavelength that this girl is almost certainly an agent who was assigned simply because
right.
Yeah. Because
well, she may have gotten some extra money for that or whatever. If she was half intelligent, I mean, if you talked, I don't know, that would be the question. If you could definitely tell if anybody ever talked to her. If you knew who she was.
You can tell that. Let's just put it this way. I give her the benefit of probably being quite intelligent. I would think that she was quite intelligent because everything she did was so manipulative. I mean, when the guy fucking gets on the in the platform and says, my wife wants me to withdraw from that is obviously like a manipulative agenda.
Obviously she had control over him. So you're right. She definitely had the control.
Yeah, so she had the brains. She had the brains, not him. He's thinking with his dick. So, I mean, maybe
she's the one that when he first started saying, you need to say nanotechnology more.
No, he was, I mean, I see what you're saying, but no, he was definitely saying that from the beginning.
Saying that before
her. But maybe you're right. Maybe that's the way it worked. Maybe she's the one who fucked them all up by start saying this bullshit. And but anyhow, the point is, we know what happened. He got fucked over royally, and they had to get back in the game just to survive. And I don't know how well.
So he's still saying the same thing right now?
I think so, yeah. I mean, as far as I know, yeah, he's just, back on the bandwagon, and he's going to do this probably until he dies because, what else can he do? I mean, I don't think this is the tragedy. Maybe he's not a good architect because maybe he's still making some living doing that, but it didn't strike me that he was really, but then I don't know. But he couldn't have been doing too many contracts. He wasn't hired to do too many buildings because otherwise he should have had some income. But maybe he's still got contracts every once in a while where he's doing that. But most people, when they get to the point when they're messing around with shit like 9/11 Truth, you'd think they're out of the game for regular work. I mean, that's what I would think. I mean, that's my stereotype. Sorry. So when it comes to Richard Gage. That's the story behind him, and that's the. But yeah, in terms of okay, what else was there? There was you were talking to George about Unterland.
Well, you were answering those questions from that woman. I guess that was where he came up, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, but it was because we were also speaking of 9/11 earlier. It's also relevant. Okay. Yeah, and so when the woman asked about Richard Gage, that was I think it was.
Oh, okay. I thought you were asking if she asked any more questions. I didn't
No, not her. I'm talking about you. I mean, like, so.
Yeah, we were. I mean, obviously, we had gotten into the whole thing about. You were saying something about they trained. I guess everyone already knows that the U.S. trained these people that went in and.
Oh yeah, well, no, yeah. Everybody doesn't know that because everybody's reading this bullshit about there were no planes. I mean, with people believing crazy shit like that. I mean, one of the things I brought up with Mr. Ian West, the guy who also is known as Frank Black, when he was talking about 9/11, we were talking about that whole holographic, remote control drone bullshit, and basically. We were talking about what crashed into the Pentagon, and one of the things I brought up to just diplomatically counter his angle, and his angle was that it was a remote-controlled drone that went into the Pentagon, that there were holograms, instead of planes in the towers. I mean, but when it comes to the Pentagon, a lot of people find it hard to believe that a 747 can maneuver itself to the point where it could crash into such a low structure. But the reality is, I mean, give me a fucking break. I mean, those things land, right? What's the difference between that and landing on a runway? But beyond that...
And it's a huge... It's not like a small structure you're trying to hit. I mean, it's a huge structure, so you could hit pretty much anywhere in it that you wanted to.
Thank you.
So, look, you see what I'm saying? Like, you may not be aiming for one particular spot. You're just aiming to hit anywhere in it.
Yeah, yes. But what rendered all that a moot point was what I told him. I said, okay, so here's the reality of what happened with that building back in 1941, just a few months before Pearl Harbor. On September 11th of 1941, General Leslie Groves, the so-called father of the atomic bomb, rather the general who ran the Manhattan Project, that same Leslie Groves, a committed Satanist, as explained to me by Michael Aquino himself, one of Michael Aquino's original mentors, as a matter of fact. General Leslie Groves took a golden shovel and he broke ground at the site where the Pentagon was to be built. And when he broke ground with that golden shovel, he said on September 11th, that day, 1941, he said, "We're going to build the biggest office building the world has ever seen, so that we can run the biggest war the world has ever had or experienced."
Is that's quoted on? That's somewhere quoted.
That's quoted in the records I dealt with, but you don't need the quote to see this fucker breaking ground on the site. That's obviously photographed. Everybody knows that's an indisputable fact.
Right. And it was on September 11th. I didn't know that was on September 11th. I mean, I had no idea. But...
Yeah, and so here's General Leslie Groves. And it was exactly 60 years to the day, September 11th, 2001, later, that what happened. And bigger than shit, several factors converge there. One is the factor that 60 years later to the day, the 60th anniversary of the building of the Pentagon, in what should be an anniversary where it was jam-packed with all kinds of celebrants honoring the 60th anniversary of the building of the Pentagon, it was empty. And the only people who were on site in the building were all the accountants that were doing an audit of the Department of Defense for billions and billions, ultimately trillions of dollars, as George Knight said, that disappeared, unaccounted for. Where did it all go? And so they were the investors.
That was all that was in there on that day? I didn't know that either.
Unfortunately, the only other people that were in there were The oldest man was about 70 or 80 years old, was going to visit a relation who was working in the building. So he was in an innocent old man that was there. And the other one were innocent children that were in the daycare center that were the children of those people working there. So, you know, by the way, all the government workers get free daycare. So there was those people, the workers who were auditing the Department of Defense, older people visiting them. Aside from that, maybe a few guards or something, security maybe. No one was there. The building was empty. I mean, bigger and whale shit. Suddenly that day, for no reason that's ever been explained, nobody's in the building except the people running the audit on where did all the money go in the Pentagon. And they happen to be in the one part of the building, the fifth side of the Pentagon, the only side of the Pentagon.
Oh, I guess they did know how to aim the plane. I guess,
yes.
Well, I mean, obviously, if you got a good pilot, you can aim it good. I guess.
Yes.
Well.
Yes. I mean, it doesn't need to be a good pilot. I mean, you've got a big as hell fucking plane, and you just go into the side of the building. That
you know which
the
side.
right
You know
side.
which angle to come in from. Yeah, you just come in from that angle.
Yes, and actually, that could be done with autopilot. That could actually be done with autopilot. So you don't need a good pilot. That could be done with autopilot. And after all, you're not trying to land the fucking thing. You're just trying to crash it. So when it came to that side of the building they were on, that was the only side that was completely restructured and provided with sprinklers. I mean, there's no other building part of that building that had sprinklers at that time, because the entire building, when they first built it, was made of concrete. There was nothing in it that would burn. The entire thing was made of concrete because they needed all the metal for the war effort. They needed all the metal to build tanks and guns and ships and planes. So there's no metal in the original structure of the Pentagon, which means because it's all concrete, that any plane that crashed into the Pentagon would collapse the whole building. The whole building would collapse. So like the Twin Towers did. Except that one side the plane crashed into was the only side they had spent months completely reinforcing with a steel grid skeleton. In other words, like they were preparing it for earthquake reinforcement. So they added a bunch of sprinklers, they added fire safety doors, they added blast windows that could survive a nuclear blast. They put all that on that one side of the building that all of the accountants were working in to try and find out where the money went in the Pentagon. And that's the side the plane crashes into. All of those accountants die, taking the secret of whatever they were researching with them. And yet the building doesn't collapse because it's a reinforced and structured side of the building that got crashed into. All it succeeded in doing was killing everybody, but not collapsing the building. So obviously this was conspired. This takes it out of the realm where whatever it was that crashed into the building, which I'm certain was a plane full of people, it's a moot point. It means that it's a moot point as to whether it's a drone or whether it's a plane in a certain sense, because obviously it was conspired. It's so conspired right down to the occult, day on which it took place, the 60th anniversary of the Pentagon. Everybody's missing. Yeah, and the fact that everybody's missing, this is obviously conspired, and obviously the military was in on it. So we know the military was part of the conspiracy, and that adds even more complexity. So it's definitely Richard Gage adding in nanothermite. It's like redundant. It's redundant to that, because obviously, would you say nanothermite was used at the Pentagon? You probably would say that, but it's totally unnecessary to do so. By the way, I have to.
I don't understand. I mean, I think, like you said, I guess that there could have been a plane that crashed, without a pilot. If, like you said, I guess that's obviously possible.
No.
But
it had the, But what I mean to say by that is that, theoretically, people could imagine that what I'm referring to is like an empty plane, but that's not what I mean. What I mean to say is that the terrorists who hijacked that plane, all they needed to do was set it on an autopiloted course and just sit back. But it had them on it and the people on it. So that's what I mean to say. But
Okay.
it's yeah.
Yeah, because I knew you said somebody was saying drones, obviously, or something
That
like
was
that.
that
and
was
you-
Ian West, because many people say that. Many people say, "Oh, it was just a drone. It's like a plane's too big. Where are the wings in terms of the hole that was created?" By the way, that's offensive because obviously the wings fucking disintegrated. I mean, on impact,
on
you know,
fire.
they expect like this cartoon kind of silhouette. You know, when the person crashes through the brick wall and you see their arms
And it
and
makes
legs.
the exact entrance to look like a plane.
Yes, that's what people expect, and it's so silly.
Well, so what would be so that was planned that way? What is the conspiracy theory for doing the Twin Towers?
Well, the Twin Towers is basically
'Cause
the Silverstein and the other Jewish guy that had the insurance on it. They took it down for the money. They made billions off the insurance because they were losing all kinds of money on the Twin Towers because nobody could afford to fucking rent those rooms. So the buildings were all half empty, and they were so large that each one had a separate zip code, and they were just echoing with emptiness. I mean, nobody could afford to move in there with their offices. So the result was that they weren't making any money with the building standing, but they would make all kinds of money by taking them down. So that's their involvement in it. With George Bush, he gets an excuse for a war, and that's why he was there saying, "The people who brought these towers down will hear from all of us." I mean, you remember.
Because he
that.
needed to finish his father's war.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's what he felt. He was determined to do that. But then we're also talking about a retard, so it was probably Dick Cheney that was running it, the whole scheme, and Bush was involved to whatever degree he was capable of any form of thought or process, which couldn't be too much. I mean, he's basically an idiot. So when it comes to Dick Cheney, he was involved. Then you had, who else was involved? You know, the Israelis were involved for some godforsaken reason. I have no idea why. But everybody knows they were involved because there were all kinds of Israeli quote-unquote exchange students who were going around months before the towers came down asking all kinds of weird questions of everybody in the area. And then we had the footage of them dancing when the towers went down, the dancing Israelis. And also the fact that these towers were large enough and there were enough people in them in terms of businesses from all over the world that basically every nation on earth had at least one citizen who died in those towers that day, except from Saudi Arabia and Israel. So obviously both Saudi Arabia and Israel knew the towers were coming down. And as a matter of fact, the Israelis warned the Americans that an attack was going to happen on the towers. As a matter of fact, they did, you know, there were several warnings from Israel to American intelligence, and all of that was ignored because obviously Bush wanted the towers to come down. I mean, the information went to him, and what did he do? He had his brother, who ran the security, take all the bomb-sniffing dogs away for 2 weeks while they set up the plastic explosives to take the buildings down. So obviously the planes were real. They crashed into the buildings, and but it was explosives that brought them down. The planes alone would not have done that. I mean, no.
I mean, I remember I watched it. I'm sure you did too. I watched it live that morning. You know, I was at home getting with my daughter. She was like a year and a half old.
Wow. And
yeah.
what did she comprehend what was going on?
She couldn't comprehend it, and luckily she was too young. She wasn't even a year and a half. She was born August of 2000, so she was 1 year, and she had just turned one August 30th. Wow. She was just 1 year. She was just like, you know, just walking for 2 months. So started walking at 10. So yes, she was just walking and toddling around playing, and here I am looking at the TV and going, you know, I was waiting on my mother to come take care of her so I could go to work.
But yeah, how did your mother and your husband feel about it?
Well, my husband was at work. I don't remember. I just remember and then I'm trying to process it, and then when you just the planes, and then when you see them come down, that's when it really hit you, you know, emotionally, like you knew, and then you see the people jumping.
Yeah,
you know?
That was awful. Yeah, all that footage is gone. All that footage is gone.
That footage is gone?
Yeah, I mean, you can't find any of it on YouTube. There's very few.
I haven't looked for it, but I have it still visually. Nobody could tell me it didn't happen because I watched it live on my television. And then obviously my mom got there and I wasn't rushing to work at that point, just in shock.
I mean,
like,
if you want to hear something really damning, that when it happened, George Bush Jr. ordered all planes grounded. All planes grounded, meaning military planes included. Yeah, so you remember that. So he said all planes grounded, military planes included, but he made certain that flights were allowed to help the hundreds of relatives of Osama bin Laden. Now, remember, Osama bin Laden was, you may not know this, like the 20th child in his family. He was like his father.
Yeah, I knew he was from a huge family. Yes, I did know that.
Yeah, well, his father had multiple wives. His father was this very wealthy Lebanese multi-billionaire who made his living in construction and had all these construction projects that enabled him to grow fabulously wealthy. And he had a harem. He maintained about a dozen wives. So, like, Osama bin Laden was his 20th son. And so in terms of the relations that Osama bin Laden had, there were literally hundreds. The majority of them lived in Boston. So what George Bush Jr. expedited was continued flights of 747s loaded with Osama bin Laden's relatives so they could get out of the United States so they wouldn't be lynched by angry mobs. So here's the Twin Towers coming down. Everybody is devastated and fully expecting, like the Americans, to launch a nuclear strike against the House of Saud or something. And all that President Bush Jr. can think about is, what can I do to help the bin Ladens?
How did you find that out?
That's openly available to anyone who looks into it. You can just look up what I related.
Okay,
I mean,
well, that's what I say. I haven't looked any of this stuff.
Well, most people don't know about it, so they don't know to look it up because they don't even know it happened. So, I mean, but just think about this. Osama bin Laden is someone who's like, he was identified. He was immediately identified as the man responsible. And you've got the president basically helping this man out as much as he can. This is just treasonous. The word for it is treasonous. George Bush Jr. needs to be executed as a terrorist himself. And so Our Lady
That's unbelievable.
Yes.
Planes were grounded not just that day; they were grounded for days after that.
That's right. And but it shows you just it's damning. So Our Lady Diana says, creepy is that I've been there several times over the years. Very eerie. The quiet skies clouded over. The shock horror energy saturating the surrounding for myself and neighbors, experiencing surrealistic feelings and thoughts. Oh, I'm sure. Yes.
At the Twin Towers? Where they were.
Yeah. And not only that, Pennsylvania was where the other plane crashed, where the...
Man, I tell you, I have a hat that says, let's roll.
Yes.
Can you remember, what was his name?
Oh, God, what was
on
his
that
name?
call?
Yes, it was... You know he was gay, right?
No, he was married.
Not that I know of.
Yeah.
Let's look
the
the
Let's
guy
Roll
up.
guy was married because he said it either, he said, tell my wife.
No. He was married to a man.
Oh, he may have been. I don't know.
He was married to a man.
Okay.
Yeah, he was gay. He was married to a man. And let me take a look at who that was.
Todd Beamer.
Thank you, Todd Beamer. And he was paired up with a big football player who I think was...
No, he wasn't. Spouse was Lisa Broshouse.
That might be the football players or something like that. Or maybe the guy took a female name. But this guy was definitely gay and he had a male spouse, because I remember the male spouse was arguing on collecting the man's life insurance. That was...
I think you're thinking of somebody else because
it was definitely the guy who was It was definitely the guy who was on the plane. So let's look up this. Gay guy, gay man said, let's roll. And I'll have to spell all this out, so everybody be patient with me. And roll.
I mean, not that it would matter if he was gay or not, obviously.
Well, it's an issue only in the sense that it's a community issue. It's a community issue in the sense that there's several reasons why it's an issue. Because it's basically a man who who basically had the balls to resist. And
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Either way, the man was a hero. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And,
but
okay, so I think that was Flight 93, wasn't it? Okay.
He was on United Flight 93.
So the first thing that comes up is Mark Bingham was gay. So he was
Bingham. Yeah, Bingham is not the person that said let's roll.
Yeah, actually it was Mark Bingham, and then Todd Beamer was the big football player guy who was with him. Now, whichever one of them said let's roll, they were the guys leading the charge. And so
so Mark, I think that you may have had two. I just know, I'm pretty sure Todd Beamer was the one that said let's roll. Yeah. Let's roll is a colloquialism that has been used extensively as a command to move and start an activity. I know you don't like Wikipedia, but they were the last recorded words of passenger Todd Beamer on board United Flight 93. Now, he may have been with someone else, but he was married to Lisa. Right. And so whoever you just... But he was going with a group of guys, right. So I bet what you saw was the other, there was a couple of guys going. He just happened to be the one that has the phone, and he's talking to, they had all talked, right. And he's the one that they heard say, let's roll.
Right. So can you see the cursor moving around? Yeah, but by the way, here's our... I'm going to screen share. So are you on a computer or your phone?
I'm on my phone.
Okay. There.
I can still see it.
Okay, good.
Well, I can see blackness right now, but if you screen share it, I can.
Okay. So she says, well, I'm screen sharing now, so I'm just reading what Deanna's saying as well. I live near McGuire Air Force Base. Knowing how swift they are, fighter jets could have deployed 2 days after and yet arrived to intercept. They were told to slow approach. There was all kinds of things with that. There was, of course, Heather Penny. Heather Penny, I think was her name. Let's look her up as well. So if we look up Heather Penny, she was the woman who was the only responsive.
Yeah, I see Mark Bingham. And by the way, Mark Bingham on Wikipedia is listed under there. I just saw him under that. And it said Mark Kendall Bingham was an American public relations executive who founded his own company, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, understood. So Heather Penny is the pilot who responded to the flight that she was supposed to, Flight 93. See, Heather Penny was, just to put this into perspective for people, Heather Penny was sent up that day to take Flight 93 down, and she was supposed to suicide crash into it because they had no weapons on her plane. They couldn't arm any of the planes because all the planes are unarmed, and there was nothing that they had to respond with. So here's what we've got in the search. So if you can see the screen share, this is where Bingham, they're saying it is Todd Beamer that said, they say believed. Now this is important. Bingham's seatmate on the plane. So Bingham is the gay guy. Bingham's the gay guy. He's the PR executive. And
if it says at the end of this, it says his heroic efforts on United Flight 93 were noted for having prompted a reassessment of gay stereotypes.
Right. And then Bingham's seatmate, Todd Beamer, who was the big football player who came from Wheaton College, which was known to had a reputation for being... Of course, I have to qualify this extensively because my dear friend Keith Call works at Wheaton College, and he wants people to know Wheaton College is gay friendly, and that basically the stereotype, the repute was that Wheaton College was very homophobic. So Todd Beamer was a product of Wheaton, who is believed to have uttered the now famous "Let's roll" comment. So what makes all of this very important to the community is that you had a gay man, which is, as she reads, forces a reassessment of gay stereotypes, and a big football player from a reputedly homophobic college, a product thereof, who together were cooperating on charging the cockpit. So, but the important word here is believed. They ascribe "Let's roll" to Todd Beamer. He is believed.
So here's why they ascribed that, because I remember, I mean, and I'm not saying that you know so much more than me, but I do specifically remember because I bought like a hat with it because I listened to, they played the tape. And he said, he was talking into, he had said, like, like, I think they had all maybe talked to, because he didn't get to talk to his wife. He's talking to this, you know, whoever is on the other end, the 911 person, and that they could get a hold of. And he said, when he was turned, he said, you tell my wife, he was telling him who he was. And he said he wanted him to tell him his wife he loved him, loved her.
Right.
And then he said, all right, guys, let's roll.
Right. Okay. So it probably was Todd Beamer. Or that's what was heard, and it sounded like it was his voice. You know, I heard from other people it was Bingham, but you know, in the end, they were operating together. So
I mean, either way, one says let's roll, they're all rolling. But
yeah. I mean, you know, and I'm happy with whoever said it. I'm fine with whoever said it. So that's fine. But
there was also a Tom Burnett and Jeremy Glick. There were 4 actually, guys, I think, total that were given credit.
Yeah, it was more than those 2. Of course, it was. My understanding was just every passenger on the plane pretty much followed them. They
probably after those. I think probably it took those 3 or 4 to start it, but after that, I'm sure they did, man. And they saved a lot of lives, man.
Yes, they did.
Give me a little teary-eyed right there.
Yes, of course. Now and then again, so the other important part of the story is Heather Penny. Because Heather Penny's plane was completely unarmed, and when they sent her up there, they just told her to bodily crash, act as a quote-unquote kamikaze. Hate to use that term with her because it's just not culturally appropriate, but she was told to suicide, bodily crash her plane into the Flight 93 to take it down, because her plane was unarmed. Understand this, that there are no armaments on any of your planes in the United States, and you have no domestic defense. There is no defense of our airspace whatsoever. This is what people don't get, which 9/11 proved, you know, just irrefutably. There's no military defense for this country. So the idea that this country was able to provide defense during World War II from incoming dirigibles, well, at that point, you're talking complete and utter fantasy. So there we have that. So now we know about the general situation. So here we have fighter pilot, a Purdue alumna was prepared to sacrifice. Yes, I mean, please, everybody, don't think that I'm being that I'm not moved by what happened. Believe me, I think that it should move us all to tears what these people did. On 9/11 on that plane, Flight 93. And just so you know, I brought this up many times before. This, by the way, dear Brooke, is why it ultimately becomes so offensive that you get people claiming that there were no planes. I mean, certainly knowing what you know about Flight 93, obviously you accept it as true that those people died. So when that crash site in Pennsylvania, that crash site, I knew some security guards because I worked in the security industry. I knew some security guards who were contracted to stand guard over that site at night to prevent thrill seekers or occultists from stealing bits and pieces of the plane. And they experienced how haunted that site was. So for those of you who haven't heard me talk about this before, and regular listeners, I know you have, just so Brooke hears it, these security guards, they would say that all night long they could hear the screams. And they just basically would be completely able to disambiguate. They could distinctly tell who the passengers were and who the terrorists were. And they said the passengers, you could see them. You could see them, and they'd be running around telling you, get out of here. Get out of here while you can. Run while it's safe. Warning people away.
Right.
And
because that was their last thought, is try to save in safety for others.
Yes. And the terrorists were shadows, darker than the night, completely black, so you could see them no matter how dark the night was, and they made no noise whatsoever. And you could see them running around throughout the area. So there were plenty of security guards who did one single night of guard duty and never went back again. They just completely sacrificed or refused any more money for that job. So with that being said, you can imagine how offensive it is to hear people say there were no planes. And how they rationalize where all the people went. They suspect their fantasy would be...
Where did their family, you think all their families are lying on all these planes? I mean, because every other plane too, they have passengers, right? They had family.
Yes.
Like, it's just like that man who was on trial. He's on trial now for saying the people. I got off Facebook when I told you I just got back on. I got off. The reason I got off for over 10 years, I had somebody I didn't really know from high school, and I got to argue with about because he was a big pro gun, but it wasn't about guns. But that I got off with, but he was saying Sandy Hook was completely fake.
Right. That's Alex Jones. Alex Jones
yes.
is now hopefully will pay the price for that. I mean, a man like him truly belongs in jail.
It's just horrible. I mean, I had children at that age at that time when it happened, and that was when this guy was saying it wasn't real. And I just, that was way back then. And but anyway, I just he said you don't even know if it was real.
Yeah.
It just blew my mind. All these poor families lost their kids. You see that, and there are conspiracy theories, and then there are just complete sick things to say. That is not even, there's not a conspiracy. You're just stating a lie for no reason. Where would these kids go? Why would all these families lie and say their child was dead?
Yes. I mean, it's beyond offensive. It's just beyond offensive. By the way, I'm not going to take any offense at Stick Shift Driver in the chat room. I want to thank everybody who's in the chat room, and thank you for participating. Again, I want to thank Aloma Alber for what they were saying earlier, and they're very gracious. Now, Stick Shift Driver is saying it was proven that phone call could not have been made from that high up in a plane. And of course, this is one of those things where what kind of response do you have to this? It's one of these things that I'm not asking you.
It was it was made. I heard the phone call, and it was made. I don't know if you've ever been on it. Obviously, you hasn't been on a plane. They have the phones.
Yeah, thank you.
They have the phones right in front of you on the seats, but then, and of course you had to, pay to use them or be subject to. But I'm pretty sure if you got people at the front fixing to take it down, you don't really give a shit if you're going to pay $20 an hour, $10 an hour to make that fucking call.
Yes, thank you. I mean, this is somebody who obviously has done.
I mean, I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm just saying, I haven't been on plane lots. I'm not a frequent traveler, and I still have seen the phones on the planes, and that was back when I was flying to Chicago back in '99. They had those phones on the plane.
Thank you.
So I know they had them in 2001. I mean, they were just on the seat, right in front. I don't know how anybody didn't know that. I mean, maybe now they have even better technology. Who knows? But I know that's what was there then.
Thank you. And by the way, so CK was very much earlier saying enjoying. Aloma Alber was saying the great film South Pacific. Sadly, it is taught for real history of early colonies in what became early America. The book White Cargo by Jordan and Walsh, all archival. Sad but true. Also said great show. This was hours and hours ago they did that. I wish I could have given them some attention at the time. Then, of course, Mirth Ling. That's our lovely lady Deanna Fraser, who is also known as How Far Is Away? That's Deanna in the chat. And then Troy Bellamy says, your show is great, and all the people who burn bandwidth are awesome. The randomness of the format is the reason we listen. It can get weird, but it's great. Thank you so much. So Troy, yes, this is what I feel a lot of people do listen for, is just the sheer bizarre nature of where we go and the sheer randomness, the organic nature of the program. Then he says, Building 7 is the whole game, Enron papers and research blown away, Securicom ties, Silverstein insurance policy. So yes, thank you. And I think Securicom is probably the company that I'm talking about that's owned by George Bush Jr.'s brother. is what I think. And then David Fitzsimons was asking about Rumsfeld, whether he was also involved. Probably. I mean, honestly, it's speculation really to a degree, but definitely there had to be somebody besides George Bush Jr. because that guy can't function. That guy can't even function.
Get a couple words out every now and then.
Oh God, he's just awful. He needs to, it was just such a betrayal to the gay community and humanity when Ellen DeGeneres was having a ball sharing her fucking chips and dips with George Bush Jr. at some sports stadium at some stupid sporting event where fajita and whatever dip she had, and they were sharing. Yeah, and I was just thinking, oh, you fucking cunt, so there we are.
He's a hypocrite. He's a yeah. There's a lot of words I could use. Yeah. I thought this real quick when you just said it right before I forget. Silverstein, because you were talking about Silverstein sounds like a Jewish name. Yeah, so would that tie in because you were tying in Israel? So I just wondered if maybe that's what tied in Israel.
Well, that actually, God, it's hard to say. I would say,
it's a possibility too. Just
my first instinct, my first intuition would be. No, not necessarily. At least because the one thing that I do try to emphasize is that obviously it's the one thing I would hope not to fall into, and there are people who will condemn me from the beginning about what is it. Well, honestly, just they'll just say that I'm Judeophobic, and that's the term I prefer to anti-Semitic for reasons I've explained in the past. Anti-Semitic, just so people understand, Semitic peoples include Arabic peoples. And since there are far more Arabic peoples in the world than there are people who identify as Jewish, for anyone to apply the term anti-Semitic to a small portion of the population while excluding the other is absurd. And the point is that somebody who's anti-Arabic would be anti-Semitic. So that would mean militant Jews who want to annihilate the Arabic peoples are truly anti-Semitic. So I use the term Judeophobic when referring to what most people call anti-Semitic in the West, but it's much more specific and much more accurate. But when it comes to Judeophobia, I mean, it's easy to fall into that trap if one thinks of Jews as monolithic. The one thing that anyone can say most certainly about Jews is that they're most certainly not monolithic. If you get 10 of them in a room, you're going to come out with 20 fucking opinions because each one of them will have at least two. So the Carl Gustav Jung, when he was confronted with that fact, now basically to put this into context, Sigmund Freud was a product of German education, just like Einstein. And there's this stupid historical shibboleth, which is contra-historical or ahistorical, just a myth, where they say, oh, the Germans didn't develop the atomic bomb because they thought of physics as a Jewish science. I mean, it's just stupid bullshit. I mean, the Nazis thought of Einstein as a product of the German educational system. They didn't think of it as Jewish science. They thought of it as German science. So it's just preposterous bullshit that's always been said. They thought the same of Sigmund Freud and his psychology. However, he was ethnically Jewish, and they felt that his psychology was obsessively degenerate. They felt that Sigmund Freud was obsessed with sexuality in the most unhealthy sense, that he was obsessed with things like obsessions with bowel movements, which were a part of Freud's expression of his theory of psychotherapy. They felt he was obsessed with filthy sex in the sense of incest, that, every child's basically growing up lusting after their parents, essentially. So they felt that he was degenerate. And they did attribute that to Jewishness. And so they brought up Carl Gustav Jung. Now, Carl Gustav Jung was the Nazi psychotherapist whose theories were to replace Sigmund Freud's. And he was very much into symbolism, and he wanted to bring about an age of mutations in the positive sense, to bring about the age of Superman. He felt himself to be the Aryan Christ, a kind of millennial messiah. Now, Carl Gustav Jung was basically presented with the fact that, how can you say Jews are monolithic when you have so many of them that are radically conservative, and so many of them that are radically liberal progressive. Now, in those days, they didn't even have the archetypal examples we have today. We could compare Mark Levine, who is a radical right-wing talking head that is just the example of all that's wrong with the radicalization of the right, very Russophiliac, pro-Russian. And you have someone like Jews like Bill Maher, who was responsible for that show for so many years, Politically Incorrect, which was so politically correct it would make you sick. So, by the way, we just got a link from Real Tech Geek, September 10th, 2001, 2.3 trillion United States dollars went missing, and all we know, and then we all know what happened a day later. So he's bringing up validation and vindication, basically documentation for what we were referencing. Thank you, Real Tech. And for anybody who wants that link, look up, now I'll have to push the link button.
And copy and paste it in the chat.
Yeah, thank you. I never would have thought of that. So, yes, there we are. I'll put this, copy and paste this in the chat. Thank you, because I had an adult supervisor. There we are. So my point is...
I'm still half sober, okay?
Yes, thank you. Which, yeah, I can never make that claim. So understand that when we talk about these different polar opposites of Jewish perspective, this was something similar was thrown forth with the examples they had extant at that time to Carl Gustav Jung, saying, how can you stereotype Jews or say this about any blanket statement about Jews, when confronted with this reality? And his response was that the Jewish people are an insane race. His response was that because they're insane, they are self-contradictory, that there is no cohesion to their culture because they are a non-culture, or rather a culture of chaos, an anti-culture. So this was his response. Now, I'm not even going to hold to that, but I will bring up something to qualify, say, for instance, what people have brought up in the past with myself. People have brought up, say, for instance, the theory, the notion that Adolf Hitler is Jewish, is Jewish. This is something that, if that turned out to be true, that's something I could live with. It's not something that I feel is detracts from him in any way. The question would be, what would motivate people to take that angle, to insist that that was the case? So when it comes to that, we do know historically that Adolf Hitler's family, his mother, as I've expressed before, the most that could have probably have happened at some point was because she was a maid, and she did work in several Jewish families that were extremely wealthy. There may have been at some point an incident where she was raped by one of these homeowners, these estate owners, at which point the person who would have been born would have been one of his brothers as opposed to him, because he was the product of her union with a German man. And by that point, the family name had changed to Hitler. There was none of this Schicklgruber crap. There was this Schicklgruber madness that was brought up later by a propagandist. I've explained in depth the details behind that in the past already. But by the time that Hitler was born, that was the family name. So he was born a Hitler. The person who explained all of this in detail was Sir Bullock, the man who wrote the original Hitler biography immediately after the war. The man whose book was taken as the standard for all other books for generations after he wrote it. Now, the point to be made here is that the reason people pursue this is because it gives the Jewish community the sense of control over everything. It means that the Jewish people would be identified with the father of communism, Karl Marx, and Karl Marx, of course, was ethnically very Jewish, and he was also a product of the German educational system, and really was very much a German nationalist, which most people don't even know. And Karl Marx was obviously the ideological father of modern communism as we understand it. Obviously, Jews were identified with British capitalism, or colonialism, more properly, or specifically mercantilism, and that was under Disraeli. That was the ethnically Jewish convert to Protestantism, who served as effectively the government of the empire until the defeat of the British military forces by the Zulus forced his resignation. And Disraeli was one of the fathers of modern capitalism in that sense. And if Hitler were Jewish, that means the Jewish people would then be the source of everything. Capitalism, communism, fascism, all of the modern ideologies. It's a kind of narcissism on a cultural level. So there's this desire to kind of monopolize history when it comes to that claim. That's the most important thing to say about that. But that being said, when it comes to I myself and my own stance on this at this moment in my life and at this moment in history, when it comes to Silverstein and the Israelis, the first thing I would emphasize is that the domestic American Jewish population and the diasporic Jewish population throughout much of the Western world, like in England, most of the Jewish people today outside of Israel really don't like Israel. They really feel that the Israelis are a completely different culture than themselves. They personally identify with whatever culture they're a part of. They may ethnically identify as Jewish, but they obviously generally hold to a liberal, progressive, Western standard of values that renders, in their eyes, what the Israelis are generally doing as repulsive. And most Israelis feel that the diasporic Jews are Jews that they want nothing to do with. Effeminate, effete, degenerate to them. Most of them would feel that they are very different cultures at this point in history. So when it comes
especially what the Jews, what the Israelis commit genocide against the Palestinians.
I mean, it's definitely, at this point, I would have to say, definitely genocide has certainly historically been committed with the original ethnic cleansing, where at the very least 1 million Palestinians died in the establishment of Israel. What's going on now with the what territories are remaining, it's a slow process. It could be called genocide. And as a matter of fact, it's certainly ethnic cleansing. It's definitely an apartheid state. So it's definitely, I would, I don't know why I'm even reticent about this. It's easy to say genocide. I'm always very cautious with that, but at the same time, eventually I'll probably settle with that. Yeah. Yes, it's genocide. Yeah.
Last year I photographed a protest in Jersey City. I was just lucky. I just wanted to get a haircut in Journal Square, and there's a huge population of, but mostly Egyptian in Jersey City, and there was a lot of them protesting. Let me see you. Let me send you a picture I took. I mean, I can take 1,000 pictures, and I can only just pick one and put online. I'm very picky.
And but definitely appreciate you. By the way, have I formally introduced you to Brooke Gibson?
Not formally, no.
Oh, okay, Brooke. This is Real Tech Geek. Real Tech.
We've spoken before, actually. Okay. I think we've talked. We haven't been formally introduced, but I think we've spoken before, haven't we?
I don't remember.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
yeah.
Well, he remembers.
Yeah. Good. I mean, yeah. Don't count on me remembering things like that. I mean, I'm like.
And by the way, his Real Tech Geek, I just posted. He put another post while you were talking, in there about Osama bin Laden, and so I posted that in the chat as well, so you didn't have to.
Oh, thank you.
I double.
Bless you.
Not many people know about that.
Yeah, I double posted it, but for some reason, I thought you had sent two, so I double posted. I mean, like a third one. But
I
apparently, you can't delete posts the way you can delete. You know how you can delete your notes. I'm sorry, this is an off-subject thing. Yeah, okay. I can remove a note, but you cannot remove a link. If you hold your, I don't know. So anyway, I just
because mostly because you don't have administrational purposes. To do that's why.
My own notes.
Douglas is the one in charge of the council. You probably can be able to do it. If you can add you as a moderator, you probably can do it then.
Right.
Well, it shouldn't matter. It's just doubled up. I mean, people can see it twice. It's fine.
Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, that's probably better. By the way, Stick Shift Driver says, yes, I believe that planes did fly into the buildings and there was a great loss of life. I don't go by the narrative that airplane fuel had brought down the buildings, but some type of weapons. Well, definitely it wasn't that airplane fuel. Yeah, that's definitely bullshit. But there was explosives. You know, you don't need any sophisticated weapons. I mean, the simplest explanation is almost always the correct one. So, you know, who needs heat rays or for that matter, airplane fuel when you have, you know, controlled demolitions, which is so obviously what happened with them.
Yeah, I remember getting all into all that stuff in high school. Loose change, you know.
Yeah, and you know, and speaking to Stick Shift Driver, I just wanted to say, because I said, oh my God, you know, people don't plane. I don't know ages of people, and I don't know, you know, I don't know how planes. To be honest, I haven't been on a plane probably in at least 8 or 9 years. So I don't know. I don't remember if they have the phones in the back of the seat anymore. Maybe because everyone's got cell phones, they don't do that. But that's what I'm saying. If you're younger, you may not remember that. But, you know, I was flying in the early 2000s. I flew actually, you know, a year after that in 2002 out to Texas for my job. Still had those. So those phones were there. So anybody that says you can't make they were there for that purpose then. They were apparently going through the plane, but yeah, you could make like a $10 a minute phone call. It was in the head of the seat in front of you. So that is, I'm assuming, how that phone call was made.
Yeah. No, I mean,
yeah, it's simple judgment about that. Yeah. Satellites.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, you got a lot of, and I was young when it came out. I was just, I found out about loose change and stuff. I was like 16 years old. So I mean, what I knew, I just believed what the documentary was telling me.
But by the way, I remember that term, loose change, and that had something.
That's the name.
What was that? The name of?
I'm sorry.
What?
The documentary. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
And why was it given that name?
It was just it made it was the first. It was like the first one that came out. The one that Jason Burmis narrated was the extended cut or something.
You're not explaining why. You're not explaining why it had that name. Why did you have?
I had to look it up. Actually, I'm not 100% sure why.
Okay.
I think it's just something they just went with.
What was it about Loose Change, a series of films released between 2005 and 2009 that argue in favor of certain conspiracy theories? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know that it's going to say why it has the name.
Yeah, right. It was just a weird, because I remember when I came out as a public informant around 2011, 2012, I was attacked on some column site, some like forum that was called Screw Loose Change. and I, you know, where apparently they were attacking 9/11 conspiracists. And of course, that wasn't my bag, so to speak. That wasn't, you know, what I was about. But they were attacking. It was this very alcoholic journalist who was like who had interviewed myself and then attacked myself. You know, in her reporting of her interview with me. It was like yeah. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry,
no,
I didn't mean
that was pretty much it. I mean, it wasn't much else to relate. Yeah. But go on, honey.
Well, I'm just guessing. I was reading this, and I'm guessing this is why they named it Loose Change. It says in April 2005, the first edition Loose Change was made available. It cost about $2,000 to make and was primarily made on Avery's laptop. This is Dylan Avery, who I guess was some, you know, young guy. So they made the first one for $2,000. So I'm guessing, and then the second one, they were able to get somebody else and make it. So I'm thinking, like, I'm assuming just from reading this, it looks like he's basically saying he made all this with his own Loose Change. That's what it sounds to me. I don't know.
That's so fucking stupid. That's so fucking
there may be a better
stupid.
answer. That's all I've found so far.
No, I mean, it's not what you're saying is stupid. I mean, it's such a stupid fucking title, and based on you know, what you say makes sense. It sounds like something so stupid that sounds like the source of what they decided they were going to call their documentary. But it's like you know, it's like my naming my you know, my program contributions or something like that, saying I couldn't do this without the contributions. Actually, that's not bad. There's stupid. But anyhow, so can you two hold the stage while I basically take a short break, refresh myself? When I come back, I'll try and monologue. Maybe I shouldn't even try that tonight. I mean, I think we've been on such a streak, we may as well just go with the conversations tonight, and I'll just monologue on Wednesday. I mean, fuck it, right? I mean, Wednesday's fine. We only got 2 hours left anyway. It's amazing that we held tonight. So how are you staying awake, honey? Are you like...
I don't know. I was doing everything. I was like, well, it's fine. Should I stay on? And I'm like, well, I'm awake.
Since you're staying on and you're awake, if you can stand it for a while longer, you might as well ride with me as long as you want, as long as you can.
I'll ride with you. Probably be sleeping early on Wednesday.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. I mean, we'll just take it till, you know, we'll just take it to the midnight hour, so to speak. By that, I mean, it's just so people understand. I'll show people how I monitor this, and I'm sure maybe both of you, Brooke probably doesn't have it. By the way, whatever link that Brooke shared, it's not there as far as I can see. It didn't go up. So
it didn't show a line underneath it, so it may be that you have, maybe that's why it wouldn't let me delete it. Maybe to put a link on, you have to be the contributor, so maybe you'll have to share that one then.
Okay, so I'll probably have to share that one. So
yeah, just share it, because I noticed yours, you know how it puts the lines under it? I was wondering if the lines weren't under it.
So this is the one you're talking about, this one? CIA document proves Osama.
Yeah, the second one. Yeah.
It was an asset. By the way, that should be common knowledge by now. I mean, I would hope, but if people don't know that by now, and yet, you know, it's something that if they didn't know that, I could believe that too. It's just sad. It's just fucking sad. Everybody should know this by now, and yet we are in this, you know, our world's so fucked up that, you know, people think that the SEAL team went in and killed him, and they actually believe that.
Bullshit.
Thank you. And just, by the way,
I mean,
you go on, real thing. Thank
you. Yeah, the first 5 minute, like introduction of Loose Change is exactly about that.
Okay.
Osama bin Laden was in the American hospital in Pakistan. He was on dialysis.
Yeah.
And he died a few months after that.
Wow. Well, I didn't know that, but you know, I don't know if I buy that either, but I'm certainly not against that. I mean, I'm not going to deny that. The
only thing I will say bad about this film is, just to cut in really fast, is that Alex Jones was in the final cut of the last one. So.
Okay, so there you go. I mean, that kind of like.
And I didn't see the last. Yeah. A few of them. That was the third edition, so he was in the third one.
But still, that shows you the makers were getting dumber and dumber.
What's sad is they were getting more and more money. They did 2,000, 6,000. They had a $200,000 budget for this one.
Oh, there you go.
The last one was $1 million budget.
Oh,
was it $1 million?
Fuck.
Yeah.
If I had $1 million budget. Anyhow.
No, that was American Coup. He was in Final Cut, and that's what I meant, and it was a $200,000. I apologize.
Oh, my God. Either way.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just so people know, so what I have here is the studio, and this is how I maintain track of time. So when I say midnight, it's basically when we go to 12 hours. And basically, I have to cut it off before we reach a full 12 hours, or it doesn't publish or upload. Yeah, so I've got to cut off just a few minutes before it hits the 12-hour mark. But
that's why every time 11 hours, 54 minutes.
Yes. And just so people know, we have a lot of viewers tonight, and it has to do with all the stuff we've been covering. So they really do like us just talking better than my monologuing, apparently. And by the way, I do retain this as my concept, is that I truly believe this. Maybe I'm deluding myself, but I truly believe people come here for my monologues. I just can't deliver them every night, or every episode. By the way,
I always did myself. I mean, I would just fall asleep listening to you and wake up and you're still going,
Yeah, I do. I think your monologues are great, and that's what I came for too. There's another you're entertaining. There's another monologue in here that goes a little long.
Okay.
I'm sure everybody gets annoyed with me when I talk, but there's one long monologue I know that's on here.
Yeah, I zone out also. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's very long. Like I don't know.
So anyhow,
Broadway at the beach.
You give people, give people a chance. You got to be nice to people.
Yes. So Stick Shift Driver says Dave Von Kleist 9/11 in plain sight with plain spelled PLANE was a great video. I have to know what it was about. If it says that there were no planes, it's not a great video. But we'll assume it doesn't say that. That being said, I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to leave you two in charge. I'll refresh myself. When I come back, we'll just continue along the way we are now, just kind of rambling along. I'll go back to talking about Unterland because I do want to get back on that topic. I want to ask our young lady here what George said. I want to understand how she understood what he said, and then that'll take me into a territory where I can reiterate or detail further on what he might have shared and perhaps provide further perspective on it. One of the things that what was it I was going to say? Maybe I'll remember what else I was going to say when I return. So let me
take a break.
Yes, let me take a break. And I'm going to go mute.
Clear your mind. Yeah, drink some caffeine. Yeah.
Yes. I'll do some lines. And you two kids hold the shelf for a few minutes.
Bump it up, baby.
Thank you.
All right. Well, it's just us. So, what do you want to talk about? Am I off? Oh, you were quiet. I was like, did I go dead air? I don't know.
No, I'm here. I'm very quiet.
I was talking about earlier. What's his name? I'm sure you won't hear this best part, but the other guy that talks forever. That's who it's from. He's just
Peter Moon.
Yeah, Peter Moon. He's very intelligent. But like tonight, he was going on and on about the whole Broadway thing,
I didn't listen till later on. I was busy with laundry and stuff.
Oh yeah, I went to sleep and my dogs were very upset because I fell asleep listening to it. And then I had to feed them. They called me and I was like, I'm feeding dogs.
Yeah, he's very intelligent. I mean, he can get pretty good with some stuff, but he's kind of boring sometimes too. I mean, I do like him.
I do like him. He seems very intelligent, but I just tonight I think I was losing it with he wants Dietrich to go into doing Broadway or something, and was trying to come up with ideas for show or pop and props. Yeah, I think he's very unique. He has, I guess, like me, like just goes from random subject to random subject sometimes too. So
yeah, he reminds me of my friend who's also very esoteric.
Yeah, that's a good word. Very good word. Very good description. So you're from New York, is that correct?
Yeah.
What is? Oh, can I ask you on here? Or you don't want to say your first name for real?
No.
Can't do that, man. I tried, guys. I tried to get his name so we could get him out there. He won't let me.
I'm very private.
I understand. But Brooke's not my name either. Don't worry. I'm not even in the United States. Oh.
Yeah, Southeast Asia.
Can you tell by my accent? Totally.
Yeah, but you got a southern accent, yeah, in America.
Southern Asian accent, right?
Southern Asian accent.
Oh Lord.
There is a documentary you can watch also that will enlighten you more about the truths of Nazi Germany. It's called the Greatest Story Never Told.
The Greatest Story Never Told. I have either seen that or heard of it. I'm gonna look that up because
I'll send you.
I know
I've
heard of it. What I mean is I don't know if I've seen it, but I know for a fact I've heard of that. I don't remember. What is it about? I'll look it up. Or you can tell everybody. It hasn't seen
it's about all the things he was talking about, or Dolly was talking about earlier, about Zionism, about Zionists in Germany and stuff, and more of the hidden truths about Germany that it's basically something Douglas talks about, but it's more of course in a feature-length 4-hour movie.
Yeah, it's a 6 hour. This says Adolf. Are you talking about Adolf?
6 hour. Yeah. Sorry, that's the one. Yeah.
Adolf Hitler, The Greatest Story Never Told. 6 hour documentary attempts to explain what's normally glossed over Germany's actions prior to World War II, and I'm sure I'm reading off just IMDb. So, Nazi stances against Jews and my Nazism.
Yeah, they block it on YouTube. So I remember I used to have just like one of them on there. 43 minutes, but I did find and I downloaded from a torrent file. I did
I see it on
the Internet Archive. So
I see it on Amazon. Where else can you get it?
Yeah, from the archive, internetarchive.org. Archive.org.
Archive.org.
I'll put the link.
I'm typing it in, but that would be a link that he could put in there. For anybody, I'm sure many people on here probably know it, but I have never been on there. Like everything I say on here, I think people are getting tired of that. She doesn't know anything. But you have to start somewhere with this, and yeah, Internet Archive. Oh wow! Oh dude, this is freaking awesome, man. Got like everything.
Yeah.
All kinds of stuff on here.
Yeah, they do.
So I wonder. So those videos, like he was saying, of the towers, like collapsing, the people jumping from like building, all that stuff, like planes going, like none of that's on there. I heard a lot of that was. He said a lot of that was not available.
You can still find the photographs on Google.
Yeah,
In fact, last year somebody was trying to sell them as NFTs.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that being probably an NFT if for people that are into NFTs, which I'm not.
Crazy. I mean, it's just. It just comes down to just morals,
Yeah, I don't understand investing in NFTs for the people out there that are. I mean, I guess maybe they understand something, but
okay.
It doesn't feel safe to me. Do you invest in NFTs?
Yeah, I invest in NFTs. I haven't really delved too much into it.
Okay, I'm back.
But I invested a lot in cryptocurrency. So.
You're investing. Yeah. Okay, so you're talking about investing. Both of you are talking about investing?
Yeah.
Well, he mentioned NFTs.
Yeah, see, the thing with NFTs is that, it's basically a glorified. Yeah, it's about matching. Yeah. A lot of these things, it's the blockchain. That's very interesting. and it's leading her, and it's a very bleeding edge technology, and that's what's really going to be leading on into the future with these things. This other stuff, NFTs or DeFi and all this other stuff, it's still very early on. There's a lot of issues, especially with this hacking.
That's what I didn't get. The blockchain scares me enough, just to, I guess, being older and trying to understand it. But I get that philosophy, but the technology behind it. But the NFTs, I don't know. I just don't follow that. Like buying an image, like I buy an image of Douglas Dietrich, and that's where I put, $10,000.
Oh yeah.
And I own that image forever. I just don't understand that.
Thank you.
Well, NFT is non-fungible token. That's what it stands for.
I know what it stands for, but it's you own something. It's something. You're buying an image, a video, something like that, right?
And
yes.
Okay. And by the way, so you just added another GameStop tasteless falling man photo. Oh my God! So what's this about?
Some person was trying to sell an NFT as somebody falling from. Yeah, it's terrible.
Okay,
yeah, it's
I
terrible.
get it. Oh my God! Yeah, that's bad.
Like I mentioned, I just mentioned to her that
right.
And the morals, it's horrible.
Right.
That person.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, what is it? Where did you put the link in the regular?
So let me turn on the screen share, honey, so that you can see this. I don't know that you.
I just put in the regular.
Yeah. She might not
chat.
be able to see that on her phone, so let me do the screen share with her.
Okay.
So here we are. So, honey, can you see the cursor moving around?
Yeah.
Okay, so here we are. He put it here in the chat in our Skype chat.
Gotcha.
Can you see that? Yeah, there we are. So if you can access that.
GameStop pulls tasteless NFT based on.
Yes, on that portal.
Yeah, that's what he was telling me earlier. That's how we got into NFT.
Oh, okay.
Because we remember how you and I were talking about those images disappeared, and now we were on. Anyway. Yeah.
They're still there.
Yeah, they're
and
there.
The photographers are alive.
I'm sorry. What?
The photographer is still alive.
The photographer.
So he still has rights.
Oh, okay, right. So he still has rights to it. Even that's a bit,
yes.
How would I say, kind of morally kind of questionable that a photographer would have rights to an image of a man falling like that. But yeah,
I don't think you should be making money off that. I mean, I mean, the money.
No, it wasn't a person. It wasn't the photographer selling it.
Yeah, you understood. It's not the photographer that was selling that. So there we have that. It was some other jerk took that image and turned it.
I think he was just saying that the photographer, because it says taken by Richard Drew, that he was saying Richard Drew's still alive. But
so that's where the confusion comes in. So I don't believe that whoever this Richard Drew is who tried to sell this as an NFT, I don't believe that's the photographer.
No. Is the photographer. He's not the one that tried to sell it as an NFT. He's not the one that did the NFT.
Okay, got it. That's my own miscommunication. So there we go. So at any rate, and thank you, Real Tech. A lot of people send me this link to Adolf Hitler, the greatest story never told, and let me check to see if this is the one that I think it is. I think this thing is like 11 hours long, right? Something like that, or well, this one's about 6 hours, some odd long, maybe, or what? Do you have any idea how long this is? But
6 hours.
Oh, you sound like you've seen this, or
no? I just looked it up. It's 6 hours.
Oh, okay. So a lot of people send me this. My big fear is that this might be kind of like Judeophobic, something that's truly Judeophobic, potentially. That's the impression I get.
Unfortunately, a lot of those documentaries are, but there's always information in these documentaries.
Yeah,
you gotta skim through.
I mean, it's that's an important thing to say. I mean, it's valid in that sense. In that sense, it's valid because, after all, the majority of quote unquote historical documentaries, you really have to learn to parse out just the bullshit that they're spewing when it comes to just World War II propaganda. The amount of propaganda that accompanies World War II is just so profound. And people, I think one of the most important positive things to come out of the Russian invasion of Ukraine is going to be the devastation of a lot of this pro-Russian World War II propaganda that has been impacting us all for generations. And so this is the beginning of the end of that. Thank you. And so hopefully we will begin to give the Americans and the Brits the same treatment, all the allies that we're going to be forced to contend with when it comes to the Russians. So the one thing I can promise everyone is that unless something happens before Wednesday, cross our fingers nothing does. Of course, we're in a world where things change very rapidly. Certainly one of the things I'll be concentrating on as a topic will be, again, the Sino-Slavic synaxis, the war in Ukraine in the sense of genocide, and just what we know about the Russian military based on so many of their failures. In terms of
or maybe someone will go blow them all up, take them all out, take Russia out before then. That would also be nice before Wednesday. Can we all pray for that? Can we all get together and put some positive energy toward that?
Oh no, honey, that's like...
I guess some SEAL Team 6 would take them out.
well, it's like
do the real job.
It's
make a Hollywood movie next.
Right.
I'll take any story I can get as long as it takes Russia out right now. I'm sorry, if that sounds, I mean, not all Russians. I'm not anti-Russian, but the people that are behind this war, yes.
There we are. That's...
what's probably gonna happen is like there will be attempt from his Putin's security forces. It reminds me of the Parthian guard in the Roman Empire. They got tired of the emperor, they just kill him, and so it would be a dual-edged sword with them because they were bodyguards for the emperor. But it started off with I think the first one they did was what's his name?
Don't hate that when you can't remember her name. It's on the tip of your tongue. I know it.
Yeah. It's my Claudius.
Okay.
From the Commodus. It's I was the actor up for a second, actually.
I get your point.
But basically, yeah, that's my point.
Yeah, so I get the point, and but Putin doesn't really have a Praetorian Guard. He just basically has tried to create a national guard, but that answers directly to him. But we'll see what happens. Honestly, in a sense, I don't even care. It's one of these things where the change will come about. As a matter of fact, I could put the link in the chat room again, and I do hope people will just basically get yourself a timeline on Facebook.
Yeah, put it in there.
Yeah,
Emperor Caligula, that's the one.
Right. If for no other reason to see this post that I produced on my own ideas for a greater Germany, and that would include Scandinavia and Poland. Not Scandinavia only in the sense of Denmark, really, but the people who see it do try to read the text, and I know that the text is probably not easy for many people to read, but you just go through it and you'll get my idea of what should be the outcome of this war. So I will put that in the chat room that everybody can access that. Let me see if I can get back to the chat room. And
while you're doing that, let me ask you. I'm going to go off on a random subject.
But before you do that, I do want you to no. I actually remembered what I was going to talk about before.
Yes, you were going to talk about something else that was posted in the chat.
Well, nothing that was posted in the chat per se, but I was definitely going to. Oh shit! Let me fucking eliminate this and get the real link. I keep forgetting that these links work differently in chat, and I have to use the whole link rather than part of the link, which is usually I use part of the link because it's much more efficient that way. But we need to.
Then it won't do the little symbol underline it thing like mine was.
It's which means it's not going to work. So fuck chat, but have to work with it. So that being said, today was we are entering the EVEDy. It is the EVEDy of the Axis Foundation Day. So I did want to remind everybody that's why it was so important. We went in the tangent that we did today, speaking a lot about World War II and the Third Reich and all the rest of that, because it was on this is the eve day of the formation of the Axis powers. So that's what I remembered I wanted to emphasize. But that having been emphasized now, one of the things that I wanted to bring the conversation back to was what George and Brooke were talking about when it came to Unterland. But before we go there, you're welcome to throw me on another tangent. Was there something else?
Well, no. Okay, this is just a question, and you'll probably either have like a pretty much yes or no, and then you'll decide if it's something that is a long conversation that you want to go into later or not. But there's that, conspiracy, not conspiracy, just those things that I've heard many times that have said, there's 14 or 15 really you've got this power behind the scenes, Putin's not running anything, but I've heard that there's 14 or 15 families in the world really that run so much of everything. Is there any truth behind that you know of?
Well, let's put it this way. When it comes to the wealthiest families in the world, or wealthiest individuals in the world, there is, of course, Fortune 500. The Fortune 500 is obviously a go-to for people to consult when they want to look at the state our world is in and who effectively, to a great extent, is quote-unquote running it. And obviously these people would have an enormous impact on the economy of the world because of their wealth. And of course it needs to be emphasized that it's like a old-fashioned telephone book. And the old-fashioned telephone directories, which of course they're still around, and they get thinner and thinner because almost nobody uses them. They only produce them because senior citizens just don't feel like life is life anymore.
Where I haven't seen one in years. Are they still producing them? Are you sure? Maybe that's just insane.
God, just in San Francisco at least. Oh my God! Once a year we get them, and they're still thinner and thinner every year. And I
remember getting really small ones, but I haven't even got one of those really small ones in probably 8 or 9 years.
Wow! And which city do you live in?
I live in Greenville, South Carolina.
Okay,
Upstate South Carolina.
Wonder. Yeah, no wonder. Probably all the elderly people died off.
They died or moved to Florida, one.
Yeah, or moved to Florida, and there's no reason to produce them in your area. No, San Francisco, we get them, but it's every year it gets more and more. It's just sad. It's just sad to look at, and I just don't I put them in the recycler, and it's very sad for me. My father would love those, phone books, and it would just it's like he would have been terribly devastated by how thin they get every year. It was just like
come on, it used to be fun. Anybody that's, I'm sure my age at 24, but obviously I joked, but I am saying I remember going through the phone book, when I was young, a kid and younger, and it was fun almost. Not fun, but now looking back, I'm like, God, you never thought you miss looking through a phone book. And it's not that I do, it's not that I take it away from my, it's so much easier to search Google, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's those old things too that were kind of, it's nostalgia.
It's nostalgic, yes, I know. That's the feeling. It's just very nostalgic. That having been said, the old telephone books, you would have to pay to be unlisted. So let's just put it this way: with the Fortune 500, what you see in the Fortune 500 are
that's not the families I'm talking about. That's not what I mean.
Yeah,
they're not
that's what I'm going to emphasize. These are the nouveau riche, and the nouveau riche. These are the newly rich. These are the Bill Gates. These are the Vladimir Putins. These are the new millionaires like Bezos, who I always want to call Bozo, right, and Musk, who is already appropriately named. But when you talk about these goobers, these are the Fortune 500. When it comes to the Rockefellers, are the old riche, the ancient regime of the wealthy, they pay to be unlisted. And
well, that's what I was looking at, but it has the 13th richest family, the families that are in the world on here. And it says the Astor bloodline, the Bundy bloodline, the Collins bloodline, the DuPont bloodline, the Freeman bloodline, the Kennedy bloodline, the Lee bloodline, the Onassis bloodline, the Rockefeller bloodline, the Russell bloodline, Van Duyn, Mary Vinnigan, and the Rothschilds, which obviously I'm sure you've heard a lot about the Rothschilds, which at least I have. So I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on any of those families or knew anything substantial.
So yeah, that's my point, is that so these are like the unlisted old Riche, and they obviously have a great influence in the world to a degree, but only to a degree. So as I've explained before, just to put this into perspective for people, the Rothschilds, for instance, they obviously could have an enormous impact on the world whenever they decide to act, but there's still a limit to what they can do. Basically, think about the Pope in the Middle Ages and the early church. But probably by the time of the Middle Ages was when the Roman Catholic Church was at its height of truly secular military power, where a pope could basically order a crusade. When you had a religious leader who was capable of shaking the world by ordering military campaigns that would require all of the nations of Christendom to pay tithe unto, that they would have to contribute forces to such an effort because the true ruler of the land was the church. Now you compare that to the church of today, which is not without enormous influence. Now I'm foreseeing that as things become more desperate and the world changes, that we will see a revitalization of the church. A rehabilitation is also hoped for, where there's less pedophilia and the various kinds of corruption that have manifested. Perhaps they were always part of the church, and almost certainly were, except they didn't necessarily impact its effectiveness in other areas that were also positive: preservation of knowledge, maintenance of the enormous library that then became part of the Vatican estate. But I would personally like to see, for the sake of stability of much of the world, a revitalized Roman Catholic Church where the Pope could simply consecrate armies, or at least command them in the field, as was done before, because this could be used in areas where there's just third world areas where there's massive Catholic populations and altogether all too much poverty and chaos. They really do need a peacekeeping force, and the Roman Catholic Church could conceivably provide that. But when it comes to the wealthy people in the world, they're kind of like the Roman Catholic Church the way it is right now, which means that their only influence they really have is not that influential. There's really nothing they have power over of true consequence. In other words, all that money really doesn't buy you much. First off, when you get to enormous amounts of income like that, just enormous amounts of money, you're not really in control of much of it. It's something that you have basically an army of accountants and various other financial rapists who can keep it circulating and make certain that you stay in a financial position where you're amassing more money. But what does that mean in the end? To put this into some perspective, when it comes to, say, for instance, the collapse of civilization, which we may be in for, as I brought up earlier in the show, we're at a position where COVID has led to a lot of people out of school for a long enough period of time where we have a lost generation. And we live in an incredibly complicated technological society. And all of these kids are slave circuited to this technology. and yet most of them are incapable of higher math and practically illiterate. And in terms of critical thinking and processing, many of them are hopeless. So you have a situation where we're going to have a supermassive dislocation, a collapse of civilization as we know it as being quite likely. The potential for that is very high. Once something like that happens, these extraordinarily wealthy people are going to be in an incredibly dire situation where how will they even survive? Let's try and put that into some context. I've explained before to people, but I'll explain again. You have at the street level people dealing with money. And there's really 3 different levels of money. And that's not even throwing in the factor of cryptocurrency, which I'm not even going to dignify with any attention in this discussion, because cryptocurrency is essentially just all bullshit. And it's essentially just, they've already invented money, and cryptocurrency is really not a second coming of money. It's just a Ponzi scheme. It's just right. A laundering method for criminals to launder money is its greatest use. But when it comes to anything else, it's just preposterous. However, when it comes to, say, for instance, the other kinds of money that have always been around, there's 3 levels of comprehending money. When it comes to your average people on the street, they call it money. And they are living hand to mouth, and they're trying to earn currency, and they spend it. When you get to the upper middle class of the United States, where the person is probably has their own estate, they would be considered fabulously wealthy in any third world nation. From that moment where you've got enough money to sling around, where you've got an investment portfolio, and then you go from there to millionaire status, these people are dealing with what's called currency. This is because you have to start using a different concept when you're dealing with investment portfolios, when you're dealing with trade advisors, when you're dealing with investment specialists who will tell you where to put your money for retirement purposes. This is, at this point, you're dealing with currency. And then when you get to the fabulously wealthy level, when you're dealing with people who can sell or buy the economies of nations, potentially, if they mobilize to do so, then what they're dealing with is called monetary. Now, these people have a completely different concept of reality, where they, for all intents and purposes, are severed from reality. A great example is George Bush Sr. Now, George Bush Sr. was a product of a very different world. He was a product of the old generation of wealthy, white elites, patriarchies, that considered war to be a sport. A great example was in World War I. You had bored multimillionaires who basically purchased flight crews, and the flight crews would maintain their planes, and they would fly over to Europe, or rather, they would be transported by ship over to Europe. The planes would be transported by ship over to Europe, and they would fly in World War I, participating in combat because it was a sport. You can look this up. There was a entire unit of these multimillionaires participating in World War I, hunting down other men in the skies as a sport. They weren't in it for anything else. It was just fun to them. Imagine the equivalent of that today. If someone were to say, spend money like a Jeff Bezos or a Musk figure on a flight crew to maintain his personal F-17, and he went around scoring kills in the skies of Ukraine, just because it was fun. You can't even imagine that today, because this is a new generation of...
I mean, I can't imagine it, because I think that's how sick war is in general, and I think that's still how it's pretty much run. It's just not as obvious to say. But I mean, I think it's all still about money most of the time. I mean, even like coming into Ukraine, it's all about money. Everything's about money and power. So you're saying it's for fun. Well, to me, I mean, to them earning more money, them earning more power, that's fun. also, because I'm an animal person, I just have to say this. Anybody, it's just as evil. I mean, like, you just have to let evil with evil. Yes, killing a human we can look at is like judge sins in a level, right? But to go hunting, these hunters that go sheer sport hunting that are so rich that they trap the animals in a reserve, so the animal has no chance to begin with because they're fenced in, and then you pay to go shoot a beautiful giraffe, lion or rhino, endangered species, and then just like it's the same thing. You're doing it for fun, and then you take a picture with this dead animal who was beautiful, and like, what is the point? What are people getting out of murder of anything like life? Why would fun? You're not doing it for eating with animals, so but like humans obviously not either, I would hope. At the end of the day, I don't get it. I don't understand it, but I think it's still very prevalent in our society.
What you say is appreciated. I'll get back on train of thought soon enough, but you do tempt me. You tempt me to go out of that into a tangent, which I'll be happy to do. The one thing I'll say is that there was a young lady who was working with the film industry who came up to the Presidio military base library. And as I've explained in the past, for those of you who don't get it, when I start talking about Gene Roddenberry and people who were in communications with the library who were involved with the Star Trek franchise, there were people from Hollywood, various movies that would come to the Presidio military base to try and ask for references concerning warfare because they were making war movies. There was this anti-war movie titled Birdie, which anybody can look up. Birdie is about a man who, I'm sorry, it's just a semi-ridiculous premise. It's obviously conceivable, but it's stupidly funny in its own way. But some guy goes to Vietnam against his will. He's drafted. Basically comes off of a helicopter, all his buddies are dead, the typical trauma type scene, and basically gets a brain injury and comes back all fucked up and thinks he can fly, or something like that, I believe is the plot. I never watched the film, but I did work with the lady who was working with that film. So she came and was speaking with myself, and she's involved with a film project that was an anti-war project in the first place. And it's I remember she just couldn't get it. And it requires I need to communicate myself better to communicate what I'm saying when I'm talking about these multimillionaires where war is a sport. But when it comes to one of the things she couldn't understand.
Well, there's definitely, I'm sorry to interrupt you. There's definitely, probably that's why he got such a great performance, because the same guy that played in Full Metal Jacket, Matthew Modine, he's also in this movie with Nicolas Cage.
What, this movie called Birdie?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I had no idea who starred in it. I never bothered. I never even knew Nicolas Cage was in it. I never even knew.
I just looked it up when you mentioned it. So I mean, I've seen a lot of war movies, but okay. I'll check it out. I mean,
right.
You know, I was watching Born on the 4th of July, and Tom Cruise definitely should have won the Oscar. But even when I was growing up watching that movie, I used to watch it over and over. I used to hate that fucking movie. Okay. But now. And especially the one time you mentioned, the reason why they grew their hair out so long is for them to get away from that mental state.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it makes complete sense.
Thank you. So anyhow, but this lady was locked in a paradigm, and the paradigm she was locked in was pretty much what Brooke is expressing, is that war is madness, and who would want to participate in war is now Brooke is saying something a bit different. She understands that there's people who seem to enjoy it, and she seems to think of this as, the war as profit angle, which is is obviously a factor. But when I was talking to this young lady about war, the draft, military professionalism, now at that point in my life, and this is important, where that we have changes in life, this is one of these things that people need to understand, is why I thought Forrest Gump was such a repulsive movie. And of course it proves its own worthlessness, because it has not stood the test of time.
Run, Forrest, run!
Yes.
Life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get.
Yes.
To the Texas time with me.
Yes.
I still know.
Yes. Mama said stupid is not stupid.
Yes. So
Mama said stupid is and stupid does.
Yeah.
You got to get it right.
Yeah. That Forrest Gump did not
overrated
age well.
garbage.
Yes, it's not timeless. It's not timeless. It's not a timeless film. It has not aged well. But what was the reason I brought it up? Was basically
I have no idea. Probably because you don't think it aged well. I think it didn't age well for the other people, but I do think the people, like for me, like when I saw it, like it was just so different and cool that I remember all those lines. Like during that time, it was needed for whatever purpose. I don't even.
If you say so. Yeah. I had a point with it, but I lost it.
I mean, it was just so light. It lightened the air. Like, it lightened things up. And you know what it did? It was what? In the 90s? And 90s were all about money. We were all kind of like, it was a money thing. Like, we were coming out of the 80s, coming out.
I remember my point now. But yeah. So go on. You're basically saying it lightened up the 80s when it was all about money. And it tried to show us there's something more to life than
something
money.
Deeper.
Right.
Yeah, it was going for that of something deeper. I think that's what it was going for. Whether it stood the test of time, it was the first one that could do that. I did it in a weird way, which made people that wouldn't take a deep movie noticeable, that would be deeper and maybe like you would take deeper, and it took it to that level of where made people watch it that wouldn't normally watch something with any depth. It had depth, but it had it in this weird way. You see what I'm saying? And so that is the way I believe that it got that cultural effect, because it took people that normally, like even teenagers that would normally not watch something and be like, whoa, well, there is more. Like, you see what I'm saying? It had some depth to it, and you had to get that out of it. Because normally, who wants to watch a retarded, stupid, mentally disabled person? You know, like, normally, like, that was not what you wanted to watch. And then you realize, like, there was depth in everyone. There was depth in everything. And so there was some depth to him. Like, even though he was running, like, there was meaning behind it. I'm not saying the movie was the greatest movie of all time. I'm not trying to debate that, but I'm also saying it did have some meaning for it.
I get it. Yeah. So thank you. So my point about it was that I'm sorry.
I have to defend what I have to defend. I apologize.
Yeah. I get it. And you've made your point. Everybody understands what you're saying. It's well taken enough. But the reason that I found the film to be repulsive, it's because basically they were trying to make a virtue of the trait of Forrest Trump was that he never changed. That no matter how much the world changed around him, that he never changed. And this was presented as admirable. Okay, this is the repulsive part of the film. Whereas my point is that we have to change. If we change with the times, and this is what I was going to explain about where I was with Birdie at the time, was a stance I do not hold at all now. But when it comes to the Forrest Gump, the character never changes. He's immutable. He's an immutable character.
Right, but he's mentally challenged, and so that's the point. We are supposed to change and grow, right?
Yes.
But I do believe it was so like you saw. Did you not see what was the guy that lost his legs, right? Mm-hmm. So it showed his, like, how bad and mean he was in the beginning, mm-hmm. and then he comes and loses his legs, and he's working on the stripping boat, and he's happy. Right? So it did show growth in people. It didn't show a change in him. Right. It showed a change in Jenny, who just used him, right? But then turned around, and when she was going through all her stuff, comes back and realizes that this person who just is completely innocent, like a child all the time, that there's a reason sometimes that when we lose I think what it was trying to say was, if you, like, we all lose our child in us, right? And so you have to grow and change, but to be able to come back and look at that child in you and that innocence in you, there is something to that too, that we all need to hold on to something of that purity of what we originally felt and thought of the world when we were young. Like, we're all going to lose it because we all have to grow up and we all have to experience war. The guy that loses his legs, Jenny goes off and gets on drugs, gets hurt, like all that. His mom dies, like all this she's going through, having to raise a kid like that. Everybody's going through it except him. He's the child in it. He's really your inner child saying, hey, don't forget about me, man, because at the end of the day, I'm still in you. I'm still here. And I
yes, you're going through all of this, but you still have me inside you, and we still have hope, and we still have faith, and we can still, you know, maybe not have the exact same dreams we have, but we still have that inner part of us that was that part that had that belief, faith, hope in life.
Got it. Yeah.
Right. That didn't give up on life.
Yeah. And I certainly appreciate you bringing that up. You know, you find positive in something that's otherwise irredeemable to myself, so I appreciate that, and I appreciate your expressing that, so that other people can appreciate that. So that element being acknowledged, the inner child, the unchanging individual. Do remember that Forrest Gump, at least in the novel, I don't know how, I never watched the film. I don't know if they included this aspect, but in the novel, he's not just a helplessly childlike figure. He's someone who's basically an idiot savant. He's supposed to be brilliant and a genius in terms of this autistic sense. So he's supposed to be able to comprehend higher physics and is working with universities in advanced.
Yeah, they didn't do the film like that. And I did not read. I was younger when that film came out, so I wasn't reading then, so I did not read the book. I think I was in that.
Right.
I don't know.
By the way, just a bit of trivia here. The author of that novel wrote a different novel, unaffiliated to the Forrest Gump, called White Noise, in which involved a professor of quote unquote Hitler studies. And they made that into a movie that nobody ever heard of.
To believe it or not, I've heard of White Noise, and I haven't seen it, but I've heard of it.
Yeah, I've never seen it myself. But most of the critics said it wasn't worth seeing. I don't know. I didn't see it myself. But such being said, with Forrest Gump, the point was that the reason.
But wait a minute, I got to stop you one more time. You can't compare then the books. If you've never seen the movie, then you have to be very clear. You're talking about the book.
Well, I've seen enough of the film. I've seen enough of the film where I got, it's pretty much I didn't want to see anymore. I see.
Was that back in your bad days? Come on, I mean,
it could have been, but just to put it this way, what I got out of it was the guy never changes, and which I don't think anyone's going to argue with. So the point was to me that that's a negative. Basically, this is no one to emulate. This man's an idiot. He's never maturing, and therefore.
But wait a minute.
I get your point. You made your point. Yeah, he's the innocent child. It's a terror.
You just talked about how Germany he stopped killing.
Yeah. I get it. Yeah. Look, I get it. Okay. I get it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. By the way, you know who else is the innocent child that never changes? Michael Myers. Leatherface, yeah, they never change either. They're essentially Arrested Development too. It's kind of like
Friday the 13th.
Yeah, there we go. But anyhow,
Jason, he never changes either.
Yeah, that's right, Jason. Yeah, that's right.
But I mean, there's a difference, I think, in your being completely mentally psychotic. And
Wait a second. To tell you the truth, I've expressed this before. In their own strange way, Michael Myers and Leatherface. I don't really, for some reason, feel this about Jason, but yeah, I could see where that. Yeah, I've never seen it made so that he's as sympathetic as they made Leatherface and Michael Myers. And at least in one film for Leatherface, they made him sympathetic in Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3D.
I've never seen Leatherface. I've never seen
Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3D. He actually comes out as sympathetic in the sense that he's a childlike character, and he basically finds adult supervision through his cousin. With Michael Myers of Halloween, take away all the films aside from the first one and the latest ones, which I feel are excellent for what they are. He's someone who my conceit or my indulgence is, I've always pictured him as someone who doesn't kill children beneath a certain age, which is demonstrated in the film where he has an opportunity to do so. They even did that in even the crap films between.
You have more respect for someone who kills children but just not below a certain age than you do for Forrest Gump.
Yeah.
I love Ginny.
Yeah. It's true.
Why?
It's true. Yeah.
Why? Because obviously neither one are really changing.
Yeah, but in the case of Michael Myers and not killing children,
he's bad and killing people and is more fun for you.
Well, aside from that, he's more interesting to watch. But aside from that, Michael Myers, he views these children as peers. It basically, he thinks he's 6 years old, and so anyone who's like maybe 9 or 6 or below, he's not going to harm because he perceives them as peers. So it's like, so basically he's in forever a childlike stage. Of course, there's only so much you can do with that. I mean, but when it comes to, it's
Freddy
like
versus Jason.
Yeah, and when it comes to the Hulk, for instance, even they got bored with the innocent, childlike nature of the Hulk, right? So they make him now as having Bruce Banner's brain.
Professor Hulk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's fucking stupid. I mean, like, who needs that? But
yeah, it is.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, the thing is, in the comics, I read all those Marvel. I read all these comics.
Yeah.
He didn't start off as that.
Thank you.
His brain was slowly degenerating.
Thank you.
Okay, we're not going into comics, let me tell you, Brian, because it has no bearing on reality at all.
But my
probably
point,
should be going into movies. I probably should shut up with Forrest Gump, but we're not going into comics.
But my point that I was going to make with this woman was when at the time I thought we should have a professional military force. I had bought into all of the bullshit that the draft was bad, and that I take a 180-degree totally different stance now. We have to get rid of so-called professional forces and reinstate a goddamn draft. But that being said, when it comes to this woman I was speaking about, drafts are bad. They bring in a bunch of people who don't want to be there. And what you need is a force of volunteers to wage war effectively. While I was taking her around the library and showing her what she might consult, then she said, well, if war was voluntary, no one would participate. And I was just thinking, how could anyone think like that? It was like, she was in a total different disconnect than I was in. We were on totally separate realities. She was actually in a world where she honestly believed that, well, if war was voluntary, no one would go to war.
I don't believe that at all. Like, that's not the mentality I'm in. My mentality is just why. It's just like, why does Jason kill people? Like, why do you have to get why do people rape and kill 3-year-olds? Like, why do you think this is a good thing?
Well,
But they voluntarily do it. Now, if you're gonna sit here now and tell me that also there's a good reason for them voluntarily doing it, unless there's another country it's the difference. If different, and you're defending yourself, somebody has to start the fight, right?
Wait a second. Now we're kind of like going all over the place. I'm sorry. We went from we
were talking about war, and you said,
wait a second. Then you went into something about the killing and raping of children. You're talking about satanic
what
sacrifice,
I'm saying is just evil to me. Evil. Okay, so I'll be very clear. Evil is evil to me, or bad is bad, or not good is not good. However you want to phrase it. Not good. So to me, war itself, not good, because war can't be good in general. If you have, now let's say a country obviously attacks your country, like let's say obviously like Russia is attacking Ukraine, well then you have to fight back. There you have a war. But the war is started by one country, people, so whoever attacking another. It's just like if you're walking downtown in San Francisco having a good time and you're not doing anything about it, and somebody walks up and starts to fight for no reason, hits you, or it punches you, wants to take your money. Like it wants to take your money, wants to take your house, wants to take your land. For whatever reason, you have to fight back. That's a fight. It's a smaller version of a war.
So I understand your position to a degree. When I was bringing up what I was bringing up about that lady and her participating in this project of making the anti-war film Birdie, and she was in a totally different universe from me where she just couldn't grasp war as being a voluntary activity, and your definition of war itself as evil. Again, we're in kind of different realities in the sense that I'm thinking this is something beyond good and evil. This is an integral part of the human condition, in the sense that basically, obviously, humanity's been engaging in war forever. This is like something where you develop.
He's been engaging in murder forever. Does that make murder good to you? Like, what is a good reason for it? Just give me a good reason for war.
We don't want to push this into a situation where you're saying that I'm going to have to, like, say, for instance, when we were talking about films like Forrest Gump as compared to, say, for instance, these serial slasher film franchises. And I'm going
I just
into,
can't
say,
see
for
a
instance,
good reason for war.
Well, honey, that's like, at that point, what all I can say is that we're kind of going to have to leave it at that in terms of that subject, because it's just too deep a topic to go into right now in the time we have remaining. That would take like you basically let me put it this way. When it comes to what Benito Mussolini once said about war, he said war is to men what childbirth is to woman. It's one of these things that may sound repulsive, but it's also a fact. It's essential to understand that, and I brought this up before, if man were not capable of making war, if we evolved to a point where, say, for instance, we were all like functioning peacefully in a world without war, we would be like a termitary, an ant colony. Even they wage war. I mean, we would be functioning like an ant colony with no other ant colonies to wage war against. We would be basically. We wouldn't be human anymore.
No, that's untrue. That is completely untrue. Mussolini is not.
We would be the.
Think about it. Think about what you just said. Mussolini, first of all, which we're quoting him of all people. But okay, childbirth is to a woman as war is to a man. Let's go right there. Childbirth creates life. Okay, and that's a natural thing that has to happen. It has to happen for another person to be born.
Yes.
You do not have to take someone else.
Yeah,
but you don't.
War is also something that has to happen in terms of a kind of part of the human condition.
Why? That's what I'm saying. You tell me why it has to happen.
It's been happening.
Give me one reason.
I mean, there's a reason why it's been happening so far.
I know reasons why it's been happening. They've been for taking other land, taking money, taking power, wanting to take over. Like, I want more. Like, our country wants more. We want to expand. This dictator wants to expand. They want more oil, more gas, more supplies.
It's this kind of aggression that is one of the things that leads to the advancement of the human condition.
Does it lead to I would say that the Native Americans here would say they did not get it through.
We've ultimately through, and I don't want to continue down this thread of conversation much further because there's only so far we can go with it, and it dead ends for both of us. But essentially, my argument would be that if we were just a placid kind of primate, we wouldn't have gotten anywhere. We'd be in the trees.
We're a classic kind of primate, so we're not a classic kind of primate because we build roadways.
Passive kind of primate.
Okay, so no wait, so
if we were a passive primate, we'd be in the trees, right? We wouldn't have.
No, that's untrue. So can I finish? Yeah. We build roads. Yeah. We build.
Yeah, all of this is through war, honey.
We build computers.
All of this is through the competition of war. All of this is through the threat of war. All of it is due to war. All our advancements are due to war. It's not
it's like my friend said one time. Switzerland, all they ever made was cuckoo clock. all the it's all advancement they ever have.
And that takes us to kind of a ridiculous kind of comparison. I mean, I kind of get it, but it really isn't true. Switzerland made all kinds of advancements mechanically, because they were involved in countless wars. Swiss mercenaries were a feature of Europe for hundreds of years, to the point where it came to the point where mercenaries were hired to fight each other. And when the Swiss wound up killing thousands and thousands of their own in contracts where they were contracted to kill each other, they finally decided they were going to go completely neutral. By the way, it's Swiss mercenaries that stand the guard in the Vatican, that guard the Pope.
I was going to mention that.
Yeah.
Yes.
And but
Swiss watches are the most well-known watches the world to have.
Oh yeah, yes, and they stopped advancing. They stopped advancing basically to an extent when they stopped warring. That's yes. And but you know, I don't want Brooke to feel that we're teaming up on her as a couple of testosterone males.
No, of course not. No.
But Brooke, it's important that you express what you express because, you know, I hate to say it, this is this horrible. How would I say it? This is horrible of me, but you know, honestly, it's very feminine of you to express that. And I think that that's a feminine thing to say, is that this war is evil and that there's nothing. I mean, that's good. You should be saying that. You should be saying that. But at the same time, I've
had the same type of thinking myself. So.
Yeah.
Oh my! So that's what I'm trying to say. And if he's had the same type of thinking, what I was about to say was, you said it was feminine of me. I am gay. I have very many masculine features of me, masculine things. Okay, we all have.
And you've seen how feminine I am in terms of self-presentation at times.
Right. So my point is to say it's masculine or feminine. Maybe we have been a patriarchal society for so long that we need to stop and think just for a minute that maybe Brooke has a goddamn point. And that, you know, fucking what? The only thing, like what you just said, is the difference between us and the apes. Let's just say the apes, the dogs, whatever. You know, my dogs, they fight. They fight over food. I have to keep them apart for food. Baboons, lions kill each other for the woman, for the land, whatever, for their territory. It is what every almost animal does, okay? But we do something different. It's not the killing that makes us different. It's not the turtle. What makes us different is that we can get beyond that. We could literally say, hey, you know what? We have this. You have this. We can do it in a fair way. We can try. We can do this. We have especially gotten to the point now, because you keep going to the past. I am talking about from now in the future. If you're going to continue to say the only way to progress forward is war, then I don't think that you're looking at my point, because there has to be a better way, or we might as well just all give the fuck up, because we're eventually just going to, you know what, even if the nukes are fucking all dead in every country, there'll be something that'll eventually kill off every fucking body. Like, it's pointless. And even if you don't kill off everybody, why kill off millions of innocent people? It is pointless to do it. It does not build a society. Killing those people when we bombed Hiroshima did not do shit for the fucking world. It fucking killed people.
Yeah, I've emphasized aspects of this before, and certainly, you know, it's something that we want to always keep going as a debate. It's part of the essential human condition for these options to be brought up as well.
And I'm sorry to get that emotional, and I'm a cusser, and it's not
that's
personal.
important.
I'm not cussing you. I'm just, those are my words that I use, so it's not personal towards you. I'm just passionate about this.
Honey, do I sound like I'm taking offense? Oh my God.
No, I just wanted to be sure that you knew it wasn't towards you, but I feel very passionate about this. Like, I think that, like I've been open to everything you say and learning.
Yeah, your passion.
I think you're wrong on this.
Yeah. That's fine. That's what you're here for, is to express that. That's the point. That's the point of having you here, is to express these sorts of differences. And that's fine. Now, when it comes to just so I don't lose my thought, I do want to say thank you to Anthony McGuire. He says, hi, all. I have been following Douglas since 2011. He has been a revelation. Keep up your great work. Thank you, sir. Hugs. Deeply appreciate it. So, just to kind of round off that, just as a counterpoint, say, for instance, the peaceful primates, like bonobos. Bonobos are a matriarchy, and they are bonobos. They haven't gone anywhere beyond the trees, so to speak, you know, eating fruit, frugivores, and the like. And it's like, you know, it's really the warfare with the ancient apes that brought us the world. In the ancient days, when man was in the trees primordially as but another primate, and he found himself basically able to lower himself to the ground, which forced him to get up on his hind legs and stand up so he could see what was on the horizon, so he could better see these cheetahs and tigers and lions that were on the horizon line coming for him to devour him when he was on the ground. This is what forced him to stand upright. It also forced him to change the position of his neck, because apes, of course, being troglodytes, and they drag their knuckles, and they basically, if we kept that same head position when we stood upright, we'd be looking at the stars all day. It forced us to change our very bodily morphology, and that changed our very way of thought. Now, all of this was based on, of course, hunting, killing, because we had to see the animals coming after us. Then we picked up tools to ward them off. But beyond that, once we were on the ground, our ancient ancestors got into a fight with the apes that remained in the trees. And they maintained their long killer canines, and they were able to ward us off and keep all the fruit in the trees. And they inherited the arboreal forest. They inherited all of that primal paradise, that Edenic canopy. But we inherited the world on the ground. And we inherited that through violence. And it was the further pursuit of that violence that always brought further advancements, further creature comforts. So,
okay, well, so I've just looked up for two things. Number one, like warring animals known, the termites are warring animals. Exploding ants, meerkats, warring animals. Langur monkeys, warring tribes. Okay, biological parasitic wasp. Hairworms are warring. These are all warring species. I don't think that they've advanced to where we are, so I don't believe that warring is necessarily the key there, because they aren't.
I hear you, and that's an important point and counterpoint, and we can go on with this. But, you know, the point I was going to make about money, which we were originally on, but I certainly appreciate you bringing up these counterexamples. It's one of those things that, I don't know if those points really help. That they're not, but I'm glad you bring them up. And you're welcome to do more of that.
If you were just going to go with warring makes us different, then that shows right there it doesn't make us different.
I believe it does, because we do it so differently. It's the other species, they're not getting into labs and building better weapons by which to assault each other, but they do have their own innovations. The ants, for instance.
There you go. That's what I tried to tell you earlier. It's innovation. It's our ability to create, not destroy. And that is where we made different. And this is what I was about to ask you. You took up when I was saying something about the Catholic Church one time. You came back on that a little, and we didn't go any further, and that was fine, and I don't need to. But you were defending Catholic Church. So obviously, if you believe we came from monkeys, then you don't believe in the Bible or Catholicism in that regard, because that would be a contradiction. So that would be one point I would have. So you've got to believe in one or the other. Like, you believe we came from monkeys, and you don't believe in the Catholicism.
What needs to be understood is that when it comes to institutions like the Roman Catholic Church, I look at this as one of the few foundations as a continuity in history that is to be respected for its maintenance of knowledge during the Dark Ages, where at least it sequestered enough of it, even if it was monopolizing it. At least it was rendered available later in terms of what was stored in many of these Irish monasteries, various other places where the monks at least maintained the ability to read during a dark period when the rest of humanity lost that trait. There are things to be respected about it. That doesn't mean I need to follow the cosmology or accept it as fact. None of that sways me from respect for
I just wanted to make sure that
sociologically.
Everybody, can you hear him good? Because he's going in and out on me, so it may be my phone. I didn't want it to be the recording.
It might be. Okay, how about, hey, is my
yes, that's so much different.
Well,
yes,
that's because I'm leaning back now. So can everybody hear me, or was everybody able to hear what I said earlier? Or was it?
Yeah, I couldn't. It was like every few words I heard.
Okay, so at any rate, so what I was saying was that the respect for an institution like the Catholic Church as just a foundational continuity through the ages where they were able to preserve knowledge that would otherwise have been lost, even if they were monopolizing it within these quiet, hidden Irish Catholic monasteries, for instance. Such knowledge was ultimately preserved to the point where it could be made available again. So that's to be respected, whatever the motivation. The fact that they were able to retain literacy, whereas the rest of the public lost the ability to read, this was something that, again, is to be respected. It's something that they then made themselves the teachers of the kings. They would teach the royal family's children how to read. So it was one of these things where whatever their motivations, it's to, you don't need to believe the cosmology to respect the social engineering that enabled them to maintain themselves.
Well, that would be a whole different subject we would have to go into another time, because then we would have to go into like what the papal inquisitions and things like that, where they destroyed, and this was actually Christianity.
Yes, of course, the tortures, etc., that were conducted then, the persecutions. By the way, Clarice Claudette, I don't know if you want to come on at this point. We only have an hour left, but you're always welcome to come on, honey. And she's another wonderful Southern woman. And she says, good morning. If you believe in Darwinism, that we came from monkeys, then the Catholic Church literally made us all sheeple. And, point well taken. Certainly religion does that. And that's
and that was my point. I don't believe in religion at all. And that's what I was telling you. I'm
Clarice Claudette, by the way. So the both of you could get along very well on that.
My friend calls it versus it's either Christianity or churchianity.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and that's appreciated. So what he's saying is that his Christianity is spiritual, as opposed to the church, which renders it doctrinaire. That would be the point that people are making with that. So give me a second here to drink this water and see if I can get my voice back. Mm.
Yes, I will quit. I will not yell and make you argue about war anymore. I'll make you do that.
Clarice Claudette says, the church built the buildings on ley lines and harvested energies from their peoples.
Oh my God, I love this woman already. You need to get her on here.
Yeah, honey, do you want to come on, Clarice? Do you want me to call you? Let me see if I got Clarice. I brought her on before, and I don't
You might not want us on together, though. Then we might just take you over.
Well, let's see if she's even willing to answer the call if I'm able to find her. She's now got Clarice Claudette Dehan. Says we chatted 14 days ago. That's fucking impossible. At any rate, how do I fucking add her onto the call? And then I'll try and complete what I was going to say about money and monetary and these powerful families.
Yes, I'll shut up for the rest of the
No, you don't need to shut up.
No. I just mean I'm not going to bring
I
up
don't
more
even have
anymore.
a voice. I don't even have a fucking voice.
I know,
tonight.
you can't even argue with me right now. So come on, I'll give you a time.
So let me see if I can just get back onto the screen so I can press the participants button.
Douglas, do you have a tea with lemon and honey?
Yeah, I can.
Oh my God, y'all call me feminine, and then you said, we want to go to war. I'll say, do you have some tea with lemon and honey for your little throat?
Yeah, it's cute.
My life.
Yes, it's funny. Yeah, it's funny. But think of the Brits. I mean,
how is that funny? I don't understand.
Well, because it's like the British people are this horrible, aggressive empire, but they'll stop for tea time, right? I mean, it's like.
Let's put our pinky up and put it. I can't drink this without the lemon. I need to murder someone. I need to murder 4 people to make you feel masculine.
By the way, Clarice Claudette, it says she's unavailable. But Clarice, if you want to come on, I'll try and bring you on. So that being said, she says I can't, but we'll arrange soon. Okay, thank you, honey. Mwah. Love you dearly. And so what I was saying about change. I obviously changed from the stance I had then about how we should maintain a military force. But, that, of course, is completely different from the subject that Brooke was talking about with war in and of itself,
right?
Which she feels
correct.
Is
I mean, I believe we have to have a defense. I do agree with that because right now, the society we live in. But yes.
Right. And by the way, I will argue that the commercial success of Jason, the serial slasher, Leatherface, and Michael Myers, I think proves the fact that they are infinitely more entertaining and even relatable than Forrest Gump, which never developed a film franchise.
Okay, well, you needed to win. Hey, you needed to win. First of all, you needed to win some argument tonight, so I'm going to give you that one, okay? Also, that also scares me more about our society in general, but that's another subject.
Yes, no, it's a repulsive comment on society. Yes. So Clarice Claudette says, drink that rose tea. It will help heal you. Thank you, honey. You are so right. Thank you. Thank you. She sent me very expensive tea. Aww. A huge case. There's no other word for it. A big plastic jug of rosebuds. Yes. Bless you, honey.
Are you that into tea? What kind of tea do I need to send you to? Like, what kind of tea can I send you to get off warm?
Honestly, what I need is if I need a Ząhđ water heating canister, which costs about $100-$200. It's about $150.
Okay. If I send you that, can you become anti-war, pro-Forrest Gump?
I can't promise that, but I need a new one because I do need to fill it up with the kind of bottled water that I have. The other one I was using all this tap water in for years, so I've got to throw that away. The tap water is just full of industrial effluvia. But in terms of the monetary, when people get to that level of billions of dollars, at that point they use the term monetary instead of currency. Now, because I've worked in security contracts, including personal security for some people at that level of wealth, my point that I was going to make is how vulnerable these people will become in the event of a massive social dislocation and the collapse of society as we know it, which is very possible, if not probable, at this point, for all the reasons we've just articulated, with the lost generation of children who are slave-circuited to technology while being completely incapable of mastering the higher mathematics and the literacy required to maintain a technological society. So when it comes to the wealthy, here's an example of how different they are. Someone like George Bush Sr., who as a young aviator was participating in World War II, was one of the last of this level of multimillionaire descendants of these wealthy dynasties who felt it was necessary to prove his masculinity by engaging in war. Now, when I brought up that millionaires unit participating in World War I, one of the things that needs to be articulated is that it's very similar to, say, for instance, Teddy Roosevelt. Our man Peter Moon was bringing up Teddy Roosevelt earlier and saying, oh, he was a guy who was, part of the last of the dueling generation. And Roosevelt was part of what was called the Rough Riders. Now, they're an important unit, which, as I've emphasized in the past, basically you had a situation during the Spanish-American War where you had the blackification of the normal American military. Because of the freeing of the slaves, many blacks found 3 hot meals a day and a place to sleep by joining the military. The military became overwhelmingly black in many units large enough to field black armies in the field. By that time, you had the majority of the wealthy, educated white elite saying, I'm not going to serve with niggers. Even as an officer, I feel it's demeaning to me to command a field unit of niggers. So these wealthy men got together and said, during the Spanish-American War, we must participate because we need to prove our masculinity, we need to prove we're loyal to our nation and that we'll serve our nation's cause, or expand its empire at least. And so these men weren't the type of people who needed a rationalization, like we're defending democracy. I mean, fuck that shit. They were just out for vengeance and the desire to conquer the Spanish Empire and take all of its possessions as their own. So these were honest conquerors, give them that. And they weren't going to serve with blacks, and they were wealthy enough, so they said, let's buy our own army. And so anyone who notices the Rough Riders, you can rent movies or look them up on YouTube. You'll see their uniforms have buckles and buttons that say USV. And that USV stands for United States volunteer. This disambiguates them from the U.S. Army or from any U.S. forces. They're not Marine Corps like USMC or USA for U.S. Army or USN for U.S. Navy. They're USV, U.S. volunteer. And that meant that they were private army. They weren't mercenaries, though they hired mercenaries to serve under them. All the officer class was wealthy United States citizens who were voluntarily going to war. Now, all of this is important because it emphasizes the fact that the positive thing to say about these people was that as incredibly wealthy, dynastic inheritors of a state, they still knew they had to be blooded in order to be basically a well-rounded human being. They had a greater appreciation of the reality of life, having killed people or encountered the horrors of combat, than any of the wealthy billionaires today.
They had a great appreciation for what was expected of them as a man, just like a woman back then would have been expected. I wouldn't have been great if I couldn't have baked a cake or had your dinner at home.
Right, yeah,
when
and
you
I
came
get
home
your
from
point.
work.
Yeah, I get your point. But you understand, at least they did that. Now, when it comes to today's wealthy elite, even George W. Bush Sr., even George Herbert Walker Bush the Sr., they went out and they did this warring thing like he did as a naval aviator, the youngest in the history of the U.S. Navy. Yet, here's this guy who almost survived cannibalism. The Japanese almost ate him. And he winds up throwing up on the Japanese prime minister's lap when he hears the backstory from some guys across the table who say, yeah, we almost got you and we almost ate you. And he throws up. Here's this guy who saw that much, was at least traumatized to that degree, yet he was totally ignorant still of what real life was about because he was from the old rich where they're dealing with monetary. At this point, we're dealing with billions and billions of dollars. I'll give you an example. When there was this economic kind of recession going on at the time, he was advised, Mr. President, why don't you go out and do some shopping so the public can see you shopping, and this will inspire other people to shop and we'll get more money circulating in the economy. He went out with the Secret Service and he went to a shopping mall and he picked up some stupid items, socks, underwear, and shit. He went to the cash register and the girl stared at him expectantly. And he had no idea what to do. He had never in his life purchased anything. He had never, he didn't know what to do. And so finally a Secret Serviceman said, Mr. President, I'll handle this. He took out his own credit card and he purchased these items for him because George Herbert Walker Bush Sr. said, what do I do now? And the girl didn't know what to tell him. And so the Secret Serviceman purchased his items. Now, this is basically, you're talking about people who, whenever they run out of cigarettes, in those days they would smoke like fiends, the butler or the maid would refill the canister full of the cigarettes. Whenever they ran out of anything, it would be replaced. Their drinks in the wet bar, etc. These are people who have no concept of what to do on their own.
We still have them. I mean, yeah, they're still around. Well, obviously he's still around, Juniorus, and King Charles, who just became King Charles. I don't know if you heard this on, it was actually on, I love Trevor Noah, but it was a report on there that was a news report, you know, and he literally was repeating, showing it. This King Charles expects every morning he has to have his butler say 1 inch, this whole life, 1 inch of like quarter of on his, like every morning his toothpaste is put on his toothbrush for him. He yelled for his maid. This is the last thing I'll say. He yelled for his maid, yelled for her. And he was on his bed, nightstand there, wastebasket beside it. He yelled for her to come upstairs. She comes. He says, that piece of paper fell into the wastebasket. I need you to get it out.
Yeah, that's delightful.
True story.
Yeah,
true story.
Oh, no, I
and
totally believe
what
it.
Trevor Noah made it very funny because he says, you know, he always turns something to a joke. He said, and you can tell there's no black African women in there as maids. He said, because if they were, she'd be like, did you call me up here to get that out of here? You gotta get that out here. There is only one king, and it is Jesus Christ. So I don't know what you think, but you need to bend your ass over and get your own damn paper out of there. But
That's
yeah,
funny.
that was how he made it a joke. But at the end of the day, yeah, like that was a true story of his, and then in the toothpaste. And that's just two little things. But
Yes, no, absolutely. So these people live like that. And one thing we can say is you can't really call that living. But another thing to bring up about that, well, we could go on about this forever, but the main points to be made are not only is there a helplessness about them, a great historical example of how tragic this can get. First off, understand that none of these people are really in control of their finances. Their finances are handled by an entire staff of financial rapists who are working for them, that maintain their fortunes for them. But they really have no idea, generally, how to handle this sort of thing or what to do, and therefore, they're not really a threat to the world.
not the ones by now. You're right. By the ones by now that have inherited it.
Yes,
you're right.
They're generally lost. And so when it comes to someone like, say, for instance, a historical example of this was the lady who was famous for saying, "Let them eat cake." Help me out here.
Who was that?
France. She was France. What was her name?
Marie.
Marie Antoinette.
Thank you.
Yes, Marie Antoinette. I did say Marie. I knew it was Marie.
So Marie Antoinette, just so people understand, I've rehabilitated her story before, but in a nutshell, basically, you had a very nice person, an incredibly kind and caring person in her own way, and she had no concept of how the peasantry lived, and by the time that she was confronted with the reality, it was too late. Basically, she was responsible in her own way for one of the 7 wonders of the modern world, the gardens of France, that were created for her. And this was when the king, who was running the French Empire at the time, basically was built these gardens to impress Marie Antoinette. And when it came to his presentation of these gardens, now I'm forgetting their fucking name, and I'll look it up. Gardens.
I don't know, but let's be glad she came on and said Marie Antoinette, because I almost said Marie Calendar.
Yes.
She's gone. I was going to thank her, and she left. I was going to be like, I just said Marie.
Okay. Yeah, private garden at Versailles. So the gardens of Versailles are one of the 7 wonders of the modern world, and anyone who looks at them can see why. When they were originally gifted to Marie Antoinette, the Emperor of France said, "What do you think?" And she said, "They would be perfect if we could take a sleigh ride through them." And the unfortunate part was that she said this in the middle of July. But the king could never say no to her. And he said, "For you, we'll make it happen." And he made it snow. He had his troops go out and raid every warehouse in France for all the salt and sugar they could find. And they emptied the entire gross national product of salt and sugar onto the ground of the Versailles Gardens, so this poor dizzy bitch could have a sleigh ride in the middle of July. And that was what led to the French Revolution. Now, at that point, Marie Antoinette was confronted with the reality of why the peasants were revolting, because the entire economy had just been pushed into massive dislocation by the act that was perpetuated by the king to bring her snow sugar. Yes, as our dear and lovely Diana Fraser says. And when the royal aides told her, "Your Majesty, understand that the peasants have not even flour," which was also incorporated into that artificial snow, "to make any bread to eat." And she said very earnestly, without any sense of sadism or dismissal or facetiousness, she said, "Let them eat cake." And she was just offering, she couldn't understand, if they don't have bread, why don't we give them cake? And she meant that in the most sincere manner. That was taken, of course, as the final offense by the peasantry, who, when they heard what she had said, felt that she was simply mocking them. And that was ultimately why she was beheaded. So this is the horror of a person who is totally innocent, means no harm, is in a position where they can do enormous damage by a simple request, which they, I'm certain, had they known what damage it would cause, would never have made. We're talking about people who are simply beyond communication. So these people who are the inheritors of these wealthy estates, of these families, they are simply on a train that's off the rails. They are, if they do any damage, it's going to be unintentionally through something that has no real purpose that you and I can even fathom. Like, none of us could fathom the desire for a sleigh ride in July. These are people who are just in a different world. So I don't think that you should think of these incredibly wealthy families as really having anything to do with our world. Rather, this is where the papal comparison comes in. Just like today's Pope, because they're not in a position where they feel compelled to act and really go all out, balls to the wall, and do something that changes the world, they basically do nothing. They basically can only act as a moral interventionist. The Pope may command respect from states and nations for how they can sway billions of people in opinion, but at this moment in history right now, they're essentially impotent in the secular sense of power, in the sense of impacting the world, which in the end is done by force. So right. These wealthy people are the same way. They do not command private armies. In fact, none of them has been to war in generations. So
well, then here's my question. So I'll give you two choices to go with, since you have like the next 20 or 30 minutes to go with. I know you're running on this. Yes. So since I asked that, let me ask you. You were going to either go with why, if the economy, like what we're looking at, like dollar collapsing, economy collapsing, how they could collapse, and we can go that route, and you can explain that, or you could go with who is true, because like you said, like look at Putin. Putin is obviously, not, he's rich. He's not in that. Maybe not in that caliber. I don't know. He's
actually the richest man in the world, but go on.
But you said he wasn't running. There were people running it even behind him. That's what you said earlier. I thought.
Basically, I would say that Putin, it's off the rails for him. it's beyond his control now. Certainly the situation was, the problem with Putin was that he had too much control. And that's what fucking did him in. Was because...
Okay, so you weren't saying that someone was telling him what to do. You were just saying
he's very influenced. He was the man they call Putin's brain for years has been Alexander Dugin, Putin's Rasputin. So he's ideologically motivated by Dugin's ideas.
But kind of like Trump, I mean, whether you're like Trump, like they say the last person in Trump's ear that knows him is the person that like he goes with, that kind of agrees with his ideology and gives him backing that makes him feel bigger or toward what his goals are. Type
kind
thing.
of. I mean, Trump, he's believe it or not, Trump is much more difficult to analyze because Trump is like, he is, like you say, he's either like someone who's very easily swayed by flattery and people who are able to manipulate him, or sometimes he just gets married to an idea that's his own and he just won't give it up.
I think he's a diagnosable, and I like I told you on that.
Yeah, narcissist. Yeah, oh God, yes. I mean that goes sans saying. That goes without saying. But the other thing to say about these people that I wanted to point out, these incredibly, and Putin's a different class. Putin's different. Putin was a former KGB agent, and he'll kill people like swatting flies.
Yes, I've read a lot. About that.
Yeah, but aside from that, his own power was so immense that he was flattered and misinformed by everyone around him who was afraid of being killed. So they would just
he has no respect for life. He has no problem killing anyone.
Yes, so they would, because of that, he ultimately destroyed himself because no one would tell him the truth. So everybody was willing to tell him only what he wanted to hear, and the end result was he bought his own lies and engaged in, ultimately, war against the world, effectively, or a great part of the world. Now, unlike him, the rest of these wealthy people, this is what I can tell you when it comes to, like, security. In the end, if civilization collapses to a great extent, these extraordinarily wealthy people are going to be completely helpless. They could turn to private security mercenary contracts, and in the end, how long will that work? It requires, for it to become a new form of feudalism, a kind of kingly figure who himself is willing to engage in combat. The old feudal lords were all warriors, and because of that, they could maintain their security in line because they were capable of combating their own security. In other words, their knights obeyed the king because the king was as trained in combat as they were on a personal level, and therefore he was capable of fighting off knights unless they all united against him, but most of them respected him because he was on the battlefield leading campaigns, and they usually had to lead from the front in those days because they didn't have radios. So basically, these were men who were all warriors, respected by other warriors. When it comes to these wealthy elites, they hire mercenaries or security. At some point, the security is going to say, well, you know what? I can just kill this guy and take all his money without even having to work for him. And
right, because nobody else cares. Everybody else is against him. And,
yes.
Yeah.
All the security then has to do is turn around and say, okay, I'm going to blow your fucking head off. Show me where the safe is. It's just going to be like that. It's just going to be to the point where there's all the money in the world is not going to buy you anything because all the people that you hire are just going to turn around and kill you and take all your money.
Once people finally realize their own power, and I think that's where we're headed, it's everyone individually has to realize that we don't have to be, like you said, it has to collapse what we've been in a capitalistic, or capitalism is where we are in America, but just, I guess, I don't know.
We're actually, just for what it's worth, I mean, I'm no defender of capitalism, and I don't particularly like capitalism. It's a messy system, but we're not really capitalists at all. We're monopolist. What we have is a monopolist situation.
I guess that, yeah, whatever we are is not a great thing. I mean, we've got, when 2 or 3% of the world, period, in the world, 2 or 3% is holding most of the money.
Oh, it's even less than that. Yeah, it's even less than that holds the overwhelming majority of the world's money. I mean, yes, we're obviously in a crisis. Whether it takes a collapse, I'm hoping it doesn't take a collapse of civilization to overcome that inequity. But when it comes to the extremely wealthy, my main point is to emphasize to everyone how powerless they are. So they're truly powerless, and in the end, it's not, the old joke was, remember the golden rule, he who has the gold makes the rules. Well, that's all bullshit. It's not gold at all. It's whoever has the guns makes the rules. And
power. It's who has the power. Guns are the power, yes. And that's exactly it.
Well, it always comes down to that. I mean, because in the end,
life or death. At the end of the day, life or death, yes.
The wealthy, the only way the wealthy can ever get anything across is basically to hire the guns. I mean, that's what it comes down to.
Well, I mean, I can always poison them, or, what was it? The subatomic nuclear, whatever it was.
Yeah, there you go. Nano something.
Nano, yes, thank you.
So, but at any rate, so when it comes to these, the wealthy, okay, I think the point is made. So they're not someone to really dwell on as, oh my God, they're manipulating our lives. And the really crazy shit is when people say they're trying to kill us all. I mean, it's like, what would they get out of that? I mean, what would they get out of that? Do you think it just is thrilling to them? I mean, that would thrill them? I mean, it's like, what would be the point?
I will say this, just to throw everything, to make it lighthearted, if anyone's listening or sees this, like, have you seen that? What was that movie? It's called Time, I think. Have you seen Time?
I don't remember any. Tell us about it.
I literally just started watching it. I think it's I just started watching. I haven't finished it. It was on YouTube because I have the unlimited YouTube anyway. It is on there, I think, right now for free. But anyway, and believe it or not, I think Justin Timberlake was in it because I told my daughter about it. He's 22, and she was like, I hate saying I'm 22-year-old daughter. I have to be 44. Okay. But yes, I'm 44 and she...
Oh my God, you started... I'm so sorry. You start breaking into tears. This must be some incredible memories. We're tearing at your heart with your daughters.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. I'm so happy that she's 22 and then I'm like, that means I'm 44. Oh my God.
Oh, wow.
But
God.
yeah, she comes down and she's like, I said, have you seen this movie Time?
Does
And
she have a crush on Timberlake, by the way? I'm just kidding.
No, but
Oh,
she just met. I was like, you need to watch this. I had no idea she knew what it was because I thought the only reason I even started it is because I saw it, popped up as a movie. I never watch movies. I've probably watched 2 movies in the last 5 years, but it popped up on there. I was bored on YouTube. I literally had something to do, and it popped up and it said this was an underrated movie and it had great things. People said so. I thought it was like something not many people had seen, and there was great comments. So I tell her about it, and she's like, Time. She's like, oh, you mean that movie with Justin Timberlake?
In
She's
Time.
like, oh yeah,
It's called
I saw
In
that.
Time. In Time.
In
So
Time. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's In Time or Time. It's where instead of money, time is what is treated. So it's a really interesting take, and I would just suggest anybody that hasn't seen it to watch it because it's really it shows you basically it's how the elite it's interesting. It's interesting in what we're talking about as far as elite and how different their lives are, and also how the world, again, 3%, 2%, but they use time as far as, and then they show how it's controlled, like why we think we can't get minimum wage raised or this or that. It's the same way. They just show it a different way, and that's what people were saying in the comments. Is all the different similes and metaphors it was using, and it was really an underrated movie, and so to really watch it was really cool to see. And I haven't even finished it. I've watched like half of it, and I was already just like, I mean, at least the half I've seen was just really neat to see that. But then again, it gives you just kind of a break because it also is a movie, so it's not real.
Right. So this is definitely, it's called In Time, and it was made in 2011, the year my mother died. So definitely, I never heard of this. And
okay, well, see, your mom might want you to watch it. I'm telling you, because In Time. And I already said something she said earlier today about how JFK Jr., remember, I was like, he is so handsome. He was so handsome when he died. He was so cute.
Yeah. By the way, what is that noise? What is that noise?
She was coming through me. I don't know. I hear a noise too.
Right.
Yeah, I'm on.
Oh,
Because
okay.
I was going to, it's not that I was going to. I'm bringing up the movie Man in the Iron Mask with DiCaprio.
Oh, yeah. You bring that up. I first want to thank our lovely Brooke Gibson for sharing everything she did with us about that film and everything else. I think that's very touching, especially what you just said about my mom, honey. I think that you're right. She does have kind of like she's almost been visiting us tonight with this.
Well, that's what I say. Yeah. She comes through, and I was going to tell you that earlier. I really it hit me immediately to say it, but then I didn't get to. But I was like, that's not something I would just normally pop out and say. And I do believe people come through to people that way. So it was almost, I don't know. I mean, you can believe it or not, but I was just like, I don't know why I said that, but then you said my mom said that, and I was like, okay, I guess his mom wanted him to know that. She was here.
Yeah, that's incredible.
She was saying hey.
Yeah, she really was. So,
well, you were talking about movies representing the elite and their awareness or lack thereof.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or maybe it wasn't the elite, but what the movie you were just talking about, the what?
In time, and then our man's going to bring up the Man in the Iron Mask in a moment. But go on, honey, with what you were going to say.
I don't even know if it's relevant because I might have been having a little bit too much MSG and it's affecting my brain cells.
That's fine.
But,
I love MSG myself. Yeah, so go on.
But it's a neurotoxin, they say.
Oh, that's bullshit. But go on.
Is it?
Yes. It's all propaganda. It's just Japanophobic or anti-Asian propaganda. It's bullshit. But there's people out there that are psychosomatically affected by such propaganda, and they're convinced that MSG makes them sick. But it's all bullshit. So go on.
Oh well, that's good to know, because I've been avoiding having cheddar cheese cup of noodles because it's one of my favorite flavors.
Oh God, just have all of it that you want. Oh my God, believe me, nothing. Yeah.
But lately I'm susceptible to edema, but that's probably because I'm sedentary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably.
And lately.
Of course, I hope
spinal stenosis.
Right. I hope you're consulting an MD about the edema and everything else, right? You've asked someone about that.
Well, actually, I consulted a physician to find out what's causing my back pain, debilitating back pain. Because I'm not a lazy person, but a few years ago, I was in town, moved the car to bed the meter, and began walking towards the strip mall for the stores, and we've all experienced pain that makes you gasp, like. So when I went to have it analyzed, so the nurse said, "So you're 5'1". I'm like, 5'1"? I thought 5'3" was short. So
you've definitely shrunk. Your spine has been impacted, probably.
Yes. So the pain, I had x-rays, I've had different types of analysis. But going back to the Man in Iron Mask.
Okay, so
that was
the real tech?
I enjoyed that movie because it showed, some people who believe they can get away with being a dickhead and don't.
Yeah, that's just awful. So real tech. What can you tell us about the film? That's brilliant.
Did he mention the film? I thought it was just her that mentioned the film.
It was Realtek came on and mentioned it. He was the one who said.
Oh, did he? Sorry, I thought I was thinking she had said.
He came on first and mentioned it, and so Realtek, if you want to follow up on that,
Realtek, Man in the Iron Mask, where are you? Because I didn't hear you mention them.
Yeah, he did, but that's okay. I mean, I'm happy to take it from here. One of the points I wanted to bring up, which maybe we can continue on Wednesday, depending on who's with us. Presumably, both of you ladies are certainly welcome to join us. I'm certainly going to be counting on Deanna Fraser to be here, hopefully.
You're just schmoozing me so I can stay on.
Yes, but definitely one of the things that I want to bring up that I thought was relevant. I mean, since we're just going all over the place tonight and talking about things that interest us, I recently was cruising YouTube, and for some reason I was going to bring this up earlier because it was actually relevant to what we were talking about at the time when we were going all over the place and bringing up different subjects. One of the things that I was going to talk about was Unterland, so maybe I should be talking about that instead with Brooke in the last few minutes we have remaining.
Yes, that was the that was something I was
so I can bring up the other subject on Wednesday if we have time for that. So when it comes to Unterland, what did George say? And that might bring up and what questions do you have about what he said?
He basically he just said that the Nazis had gone there, and then my only question that I really got out was, are they still there? And he said yes. They I don't know if you or him, I guess it was him, that he said that they went there because they needed to take the computers there, and that would be good for cooling as well. For the computers that they needed to get rid of, or keep, they were trying to keep.
The original big ass computers they brought down to Antarctica because it was a place to maintain them in a sterile environment where they functioned better. And obviously a far cooler environment. Probably the biggest problem then was keeping them heated to a degree.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, when they freeze up too.
Yeah.
But how did they get electricity down in there?
Generators. They had to bring generators and establish them down there. Believe me, all of this was a Herculean effort. This took enormous financing, enormous effort. This is why they needed all those diamonds that they made from people in order to amongst everything else that they stole by looting Europe, Adolf Hitler's main objective was to loot Europe effectively, and then use that money, that plunder, to finance relocation. The Aryan exodus of...
How did do we know how he already knew he could go to Antarctica? Like how that, does anyone know how that was even found out originally, that he could go? Like,
he certainly ordered Antarctic expeditions, which people can look that up on their own, and certainly that's a historical fact.
Right.
So he had the Antarctic expeditions, but he also has sent expeditions to Tibet, which again people can look up, and that's a historical fact. What most people don't realize is that these expeditions actually discovered the entry points and ultimately the tunnels into these supermassive caverns in the crust of the Earth, not the core of the Earth, which people automatically go to extremes, the crust of the Earth. And so these are within a relatively, shall I say, how to describe this? These are supermassive canyons that are the size of the Grand Canyon or larger, underground.
Well, it would be when I would think they were created, if I may be wrong, but eventually, at some point the poles shifted. The poles shift.
Yeah.
So at one point, scientists say that Antarctica used to be subtropical.
That's correct. Absolutely. And your point with that being that at that point it was inhabited, and what else would be your point with that?
Well, I guess my point was then when the ice froze out, when the poles shifted and it became a frozen territory, obviously ice froze over it. But you could go down underneath, and then you had these caverns because the ice basically is freezing on top.
Right. Understood. Okay, so we're not talking about ice caverns. That's not what I'm talking about. When I use the term underneath Antarctic, I mean truly underneath Antarctic, meaning that it's underneath the land of the Antarctic, not the ice. So the ice is above the land.
Yeah. You're talking about going down to where the water is, and then there's land under there.
Yeah. Well, basically, so people understand this, the crust of the Earth has, comparatively speaking, of course, these are all extremes that it's hard to describe, but our oceans are obviously very deep. What a lot of people don't understand is that these deep oceans are just, understand this much. If you've got a globe of your planet Earth, just look at that globe and the oceans that are on the surface of that planet Earth. The waters don't look very deep on that globe you've got, and the waters on our real planetary globe really, comparatively speaking, are not that deep either. They're just basically like a surface of water that the rest of Earth is pretty much all the rest of this different types of layers of matter going towards the molten core, and the water is really just like this little like thin sheen of moisture on the top of our planetary surface. There's much more water underneath the Earth, and the water has eroded because water erodes and creates valleys and can bore through mountains over the years, and then creates natural wonders like the Grand Canyon. In the crust of the Earth, there are many Grand Canyons. These are super caverns beneath the surface of the Earth that are still within the crust of the Earth, well above those lower mantles of increasingly molten matter. And when it comes to this crust, it has one single super cavern that is essentially extended, that traverses much of the surface, beneath the surface of our Earth, kind of connecting our globe in a way that is traversable through subterranean rivers, basically water running through the crust of the Earth, underwater seas, caverns, and these are these areas that were settled by the Aryan exodus. So these are the areas that ultimately the entry points were through Antarctica and Tibet, but the Third Reich relocated its assets to Antarctica because it was far easier to do that than to try and relocate into Tibet. So when it came to Antarctica, that was the entry point to Unterland, this land below. And these caverns are so large, they create their own weather systems. When a building is large enough, it creates its own weather system. So
yeah, I just heard this. Like, I don't know if this is true, but I just watched this, I guess, last night or the day before, that it was somebody, he had found his father's journal. He was World War II, I believe, in that time frame, and he's passed away, and his dad had never mentioned any of this, but it was in his diary. So if it was believable, but he wrote all about how he flew into a hole in the center of
Admiral
Antarctica.
Byrd. You're talking about Admiral Richard Byrd.
And maybe, and he said it wasn't just like going to like what I said, like, not like an ice cavern. Like, he then saw like this whole like entire like, I mean, like tree, like just world,
Yes.
basically.
Yes, like a tropical
Yes,
world.
like a tropical world. Like, it was, yeah. And he was told to never speak of it, and he never did, apparently.
You're
but
talking about Admiral Richard Byrd. That's
yes,
what you're talking about.
yeah.
So
that
just
sounds,
so people
that
know
sounds
that,
like that.
yeah, that the Admiral Richard Byrd, he was around it was back in the days when they had cinematic reels in theaters, and yet Admiral Richard Byrd was really working with the Antarctic around 1945 through the 1950s. And at some point from between 1945 to 1955, during that decade, there are people who were alive then who distinctly remembered, and they would tell me this in the old theater newsreels where they used to get news, seeing footage of that land that was basically taken by Admiral Byrd's expedition, and that it was never seen again, that footage. That they had seen it displayed once in theaters where they saw walking woolly mammoths, living woolly mammoths, and the tropical environment that he spoke of. And then this footage disappeared and no one was able to find it again. But people remembered it. My father distinctly remembered an experiment that was ordered in the 1920s or 30s. He was born in 1919, and it was around the 20s or the 30s that the U.S. government gave the national order for everyone to shut off their radios and not conduct any phone calls or conduct any radio communications for a period of several hours while the Earth was closest to Mars in its orbit. And because they wanted to hear any potential transmission from intelligent life on Mars that might be coming by, so they could detect that and dedicate all of their sensitive instruments to listening for it. And at the time it was announced that they heard something, and then no one ever heard anything about it again. So these things like happen, and then they're completely like denied
under the rug.
Suppressed. Yes,
Yeah.
suppressed is the word for it. So yeah, it's so Admiral Richard Byrd ultimately was kind of a tragic figure. He was kind of likely bullied into silence, and yes, it was one of his children or grandchildren that found this diary. There's controversy about it, but there's also context for it. He also claimed by this diary, or perhaps there are parts of this diary that might be forged by other people later, it claimed that he was that he encountered flying saucers that where these Nordic Germanic peoples basically escorted him down to the ground, and then he was kind of speaking with them for a while and then kind of released, so to speak. And all of this is very bizarre in the sense that the way that it's related in the diary is almost dreamlike, and kind of as if he were somehow
Under hallucinogenic or something.
Something like that. Yes. It's almost like he may have encountered the Nazis and been temporarily captured and either
given
drugs, or more realistically, he encountered the Nazis and was later interrogated by the U.S. government that pumped him full of drugs. Is almost certainly what really happened. While they were interrogating him about what he encountered, and that may have fucked him up for the rest of his life, where he couldn't function well or something. I'd have to follow up more on Admiral Richard Byrd, because he's one of these people who people cite a lot, but nobody ever writes books about him, which in itself is suspect.
Right.
Yeah, he's cited quite a bit. Everybody talks about him, but nobody writes about him in terms of any published books that are reputable. So that alone shows that there's something going on there. And of course, I know quite a bit about what happened to him, but I always realize that there's a lot more I don't know. Yeah, honey, tell us what you're entering on the text, so I don't need to read out what you say. My voice is shot. I'm talking to Deanna. So Deanna, come on and relate to us what you're trying to relate to me in text.
It's not necessarily that I want you to read it out, it's to check it out.
Oh yeah, no, I get it. It's just that I have
a
habit.
Yeah, I realize, because a lot of times people will send me a 1,000,000-page text. I'm like, I have floaters, and the font is like sesame seed size. Are you kidding me? So I'll give voice clips. What it is that conversation. I don't usually begin conversations other than "Hello, I hope you're doing well," and because I don't want to engage in conversation. I want to. It's not that I don't appreciate the Ukrainians, but I've been around them all my life, and I want to be in America. So it was said that Anna of Kiev during the 1600s, I believe, was responsible due to socio-political marriage of a French monarchy to upgrade their levels of hygiene and communication and speech, etc. So I just figured I'd throw that in there to have you, if you so desire, to look it up, because it's relevant to geopolitics of the past, present, and the future. Because they said there's no such thing as time. Oy. That's that.
I mean, thank you. And I get what you're saying about. Oh, by the way, just so people know, that movie In Time. Yes, one of the things that they are doing is they're showing that time is money, and that this is what the wealthy elite are exchanging in terms of their, basically using time as a form of currency. So this is, of course, fascinating in its own way. Peter says he's awake. I'll see if he wants to jump on in the last few minutes, and at least join us in terms of saying good morning to everybody before we.
By the way, the woman who told me that the Brits laugh at us for saying Biggie, she said, "You Americans, why do you say join me? Are you coming apart?"
No, that was me. That was, I was listening and I had to shut off my YouTube.
Then so definitely appreciate Peter joining us, and thank you, Deanna, for relating that as well. So let's all say good morning to everyone, and if Peter has any other observations to share with us in the last few minutes we have remaining. We have technically 10 minutes, but obviously I'll try to cut it off in 8 so that we make certain we get this uploaded. But yeah.
Well, what? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
As annoying as it might be, I no longer say good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I say good day.
It's okay.
Good day,
That's
Peter.
cute.
That was I was just turned on upstairs on my TV, and I was listening, and you started talking about Admiral Byrd.
Yeah.
And always a weird, if not interesting, subject.
Yeah.
This gets interesting because, and I heard what you said about Mars. I didn't hear much before that, but it's like these are communications of a mysterious and strange nature. Yeah. And the question becomes, where do they come from? And now, now it's currently, oh, yeah, they're coming from aliens. Well, wherever the hell they're coming from, it's qliphonic. No question about that, because it kind of disappears. Oh, it's like, or the cat gets out of the bag, and then we got to put the cat back in the bag. And then the people like Admiral Byrd they're half cocked. And then they had his nephew, Harley Byrd, or at least who claimed to be his nephew. Right. He comes out and makes the territory messy as well, as did Al Bielik. Right. The people, they mess up the territory. This is the problem. Yes. They don't understand it. Radu had written about Admiral Byrd. He says, when people go into a different vibrational frequency, this is what happens. But, he didn't say that they're necessarily coherent throughout it. And this is the same thing with the Philadelphia experiment. It challenges all of these experiences, no matter what they are, challenges people's coherency.
Yeah, we're all vibrations. We're all energy. So obviously, if you go into that's what they're testing.
Well,
right?
well, that's like, it's the issue is coherency. It's like this is what's being challenged, is the coherency of the mind, and it all becomes a game of being able to negotiate these different frequencies, as you were just suggesting. That's what it's like. How do you negotiate these frequencies? And what Radu says, it's just a long process of assimilation. It's like, it just doesn't happen overnight. You gotta get used to it. It's just like going
almost like being in a different dimension. That's almost what they describe dimensions.
It is. It's a different dimension for sure. I don't know. He defines it as a vibrational frequency. Yeah, it's a different dimension, because I guess it's all happening, everything. But it's, so you're tuning into something. And then it's like, how do you maintain your tune? Dennis Marshall had once said to me, about something about the game of being able to leave this dimension and come back in at will. I don't know that's quite how he worded it, but that's effectively, okay, you can walk out of this life and go be flying around with woolly mammoths with Admiral Byrd, and then you come back here, and then you're in, you're coherent with this. The problem I have with that is, why would you want to come back here?
Well,
because
go on.
I think the problem is I don't think you would want to if you could truly maintain that frequency. But then again, you're correct, because like the Book of Thoth or the Emerald Tablets, he discusses that, where he can, if you believe that, like he can travel dimensions. Was one of the oldest tablets, text talking about that. And at the end of the day, if he could maintain it, why did he come back here?
Yeah, or say, like, if Christ could maintain it, why didn't he? So
then it becomes,
or why couldn't he? But go ahead.
But why couldn't he? And then it becomes, maybe if you